Eternal Heart Chapter 53 to Chapter 104. The entire Yuntian Peak fell into a dead silence. The scene froze at the moment when Nangongli was sent flying by Qinyu. Fierce, domineering, brutal, and violent. No words could describe the scene in front of them. His opponent was the top genius of the outer sect, Nangongli, who had merged with Emerald Eye's blood essence and mastered the strange pupil secret skill. After the dead silence, there was an uproar. Nangongli lost. Is Qinyu a beast in human skin? He's too cruel. Many of the disciples gasped. Many gazes fell on Qinyu, and their gazes carried a kind of inhuman fear and dread. Li Elder Nangong with a white beard exclaimed. Whoosh, with a flicker, the white-bearded elder's feet didn't touch the ground as he floated in the air. In just a few steps, he landed on the stage. Flying through the air. The disciples at the scene were envious of Qin Nan's ability to soar through the air. Grandpa. Nangongli was taken off the stage by the white-bearded elder and applied the precious bone-replenishing ointment on his body. Qinyu walked down the stage with the attitude of a victor. There was a hint of reminiscence and thought on his face. At the critical moment just now, he once again activated some kind of power from the mysterious heart, which increased his strength and speed. Qinyu called this state the eruption technique. He had experienced this explosive technique 3 times in total. The first time, he cut off the blood-hand Baldi's arm and his speed broke through the limit. The second time, he used the fiendish fist and almost killed the bandit king. If he had used the cloud fiendish fist with all his strength, he might have been able to use the fiendish fist, but it might have killed Nangongli. Qinyu had only used the bronze statue to defeat his opponent. The third time was just now. Gradually, Qinyu grasped the trick to it. He might be able to take the initiative to learn this technique in the future. Of course. After using the explosive technique, the user would be weakened to a certain extent. Qinyu's explosive technique this time also lasted for a short time, so he didn't feel as weak as before. However, his next opponent was Duan Xiaolong, who was the strongest among the outer disciples. He had to be careful and wait until he recovered. Brother Yu. Mu Xueqing's pretty face was full of charm and joy. Qinyu actually won. When Nangongli used the strange pupil secret skill, she was disheartened. Who would have thought that Qinyu would be able to reverse the situation in one fell swoop? At this moment, she was wild with joy. She had never felt so happy and excited before. Brother Yu, here's another energy recovery pill. Mu Xueqing handed him another pill. Yes, I will return it to you together. Qinyu nodded. He didn't want to owe Mu Xueqing a favor. There's no need for that. You being able to win is more important than anything else. Mu Xueqing's face was flushed red with joy. This scene made the 7th prince's heart ache. In the pavilion. Xiaoyu Fairy noticed this scene and frowned slightly. Junior sister Xia, your female disciple has a sweetheart now. A superior grade energy recovery pill is worth a lot. An elder joked. Humph. This Qinyu is just a half-spiritual body. Even if his strength is good, how can he be worthy of Xueqing? Xiaoyu Fairy snorted softly. Half-spiritual body? This kid has cultivated the bronze statue skill and the murderous cloud fist to this level at the same time. He's actually a half-spiritual body? Some of the elders in the sect who didn't know the inside story were surprised. Then, sighs could be heard. I originally wanted to take this kid as my disciple and give him a spot. What a pity. After defeating Nangongli, Qinyu took a break. The medicinal power of the second energy recovery pill was instantly absorbed by his body under the push of his powerful heart. At the same time, another battle began on the stage. A man and a woman fought fiercely on the stage. Hu Yiba and Tong Yuling. Qinyu was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the two to fight. Hu Yiba brandished the overlord halberd, swinging it with great force. His attacks were ferocious and tyrannical. If Qinyu didn't use his bronze statue skill to the bronze vein level, it would be difficult for him to take it head-on. As for Tong Yuling, when she waved the flexible sword in her hand, a shocking inner aura burst out, and a bloody glow occasionally appeared on the sword. In terms of the strength and density of inner aura, Tong Yuling actually suppressed Hu Yiba. Furthermore, Tong Yuling's martial arts foundation was also extraordinary. The flexible sword in her hand was agile and tricky as it fought against Tu Yiba. The two fought for a total of 1 to 200 moves. In the end, Tong Yuling won. The attacks of the flexible sword in her hand became more and more ferocious, as if her inner aura was endless. You win. Hu Yiba lost miserably and looked deeply at Tong Yuling. Apart from Qin Yu, this girl was the weirdest in this year's competition. After the two had decided the winner, a pinnacle battle that everyone was paying attention to finally began. Qin Yu and Duan Xiaolong stepped onto the stage with tacit understanding. Their gazes met, and a strong wind blew. This is the battle to reach the top. The crowd of disciples looked very expectant. After Qin Yu defeated Nan Gongli, he was only half a step away from reaching the top. I'm very surprised to meet an opponent like you before entering the inner circle. Duan Xiaolong's aged face revealed a trace of anticipation. His deep eyes were filled with confidence, even though he had seen Qin Yu's previous victories. This was the will of an expert. Qin Yu believed that he had met an opponent with an incomparably strong will. This Duan Xiaolong was probably even more terrifying than Nan Gongli fiendish cloud fist. Bronze statue skill, Qin Yu brazenly waved his bronze fist. Amidst the explosion of fist energy, a ball of murderous aura appeared, and a violent cold wind whistled. Its aura was almost comparable to the viscera refinement stage. Thunder Roar Blade. This was the second time Duan Xiaolong used his blade since the start of the competition. The simple and unadorned broadsword dragged a shadow of the blade, and a faint sound of thunder could be heard. Pucci, amidst the shadow of the broadsword, a dazzling blade light flashed, causing a supernatural scene of thunder and wind. It instantly slashed in front of Qin Yu. In an instant, the fist of murderous aura intertwined with the blade of thunder and wind. Boom, the wind and clouds on the spot cracked, and the sound of thunder was deafening. The airwaves and dust formed a small gray whirlwind, shrouding the two figures. This is simply a battle of the viscera refinement stage. The level of the two's martial arts have probably surpassed the normal viscera refinement stage. The disciples below the stage were dumbfounded. In the small whirlwind of dust and airwaves, the two figures, fist and blade, clashed, and it was a soul-stirring battle. In the midst of the battle, the expressions of the two became solemn. Among them, Qin Yu's clothes were torn in several places, and it was a mess. After a few consecutive punches, his Cloud Fiend fist was displayed to the limit. The bronze statue skill was activated from the initial stage of bronze tendons to the Xiaoqing stage. Even so, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. One should know that Nan Gongyu was slightly inferior to him in a head-on battle. Good. Regardless of the outcome of today's battle, let's fight to our heart's content. Duan Xiaolong roared, and his battle-intent soared. His voice was filled with a strong conviction that he would never turn back. Then let's fight to our heart's content. A trace of madness appeared on Qin Yu's face, and his body emitted a violent murderous aura. His fists triggered the shadow of the murderous aura, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. And on Duan Xiaolong's ancient broadsword, the sound of thunder became louder and louder. Rumble. Whoosh, suddenly, it rained heavily from the sky. It's raining. The crowd below the stage exclaimed in a low voice. However, the majority of the people ignored the rain and stared at the battle on the stage. In the curtain of rain, Qin Yu and Duan Xiaolong were both drenched, but they fought even more fiercely. Dong dong. Dong dong, Qin Yu's heart beat rapidly, and the power and inner aura of his bronze fists became more and more violent. In such a hearty battle, the murderous cloud inner aura in his body surged, and it seemed to have increased. It was better than cultivating for half a month. If it wasn't for the limitation of his cultivation, his murderous cloud fist would have already reached the great success stage. Under the pouring rain, a violent fist shadow with a murderous aura clashed with a thunderous blade shadow. Whoosh, whoosh, the surrounding rain was directly pushed away by a strong invisible force. The area where the two fought seemed to have become a vacuum. Not a single drop of water could enter. So powerful. The disciples below the stage felt their blood boiling. The elders of the sect in the pavilion were all shocked. Thunderblade is a unique martial art of the Duan clan that is famous in the Chu country. It is a top-ranked martial art with unparalleled power. This blade technique has a very strict requirement for comprehension, but Duan Xiaolong is able to practice it to the great success stage. Even though Qinyu's Cloud Fiend Fist is only the entry-level chapter of the Primordial Fiend Divine technique, in terms of might, it doesn't lose to a top-grade martial art. Looks like he's almost mastered it. The higher-ups exclaimed in admiration. Such a martial art genius was extremely rare even in the inner sect. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the rain, the two figures suddenly separated. Be careful, Chen. I'm going to use my strongest blade, and it will also be my last blade. Duan Xiaolong took a deep breath and slowly raised his ancient broadsword. Buzz! The moment the broadsword was raised, there was a thunderous sound, and there were faint sounds of wind and thunder in the wind and rain, making Duan Xiaolong look like a god of war. Just by lifting the saber, Qinyu felt a pressure that he had never felt before. His breathing froze for a moment. It was as if he would face the lightning punishment of nature in the next moment. The invisible aura locked onto him, making it impossible for him to escape. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Qinyu's heartbeat reached a limit. Under the great pressure, his heart once again activated the explosive technique, and a burst of energy was released from his body. Whoosh! In that instant, a greenish-black chi pattern appeared on Qinyu's skin, and a ferocious murderous aura soared into the sky, pushing away the surrounding rain. The elders on the stage suddenly became speechless, as if they had noticed something. Murderous Cloud Fist, as Qinyu punched out, the ominous cloud surged and turned into a black fist that was visible to the naked eye. It was the size of a water bucket, and like a ferocious beast bearing its fangs and claws, it pounced toward Duan Xiaolong first. It was the condensed murderous aura of the fist, Thunder Blade. Duan Xiaolong slashed out with his strongest blade. In the raging wind, there was a huge blade ray with traces of lightning, and it slashed through the air with supernatural power. Boom! Two powerful forces collided with each other, causing the entire stage to tremble. In an instant, within a radius of a few feet, rain fell, lightning flashed, and thunder roared, interweaving with the howling of the murderous aura. Vaguely, one could see the murderous aura fist shadow shattering, and the lightning blade ray dimming. Everything gradually returned to normal. In the pouring rain, two figures took a few steps back at the same time. Among them, Qinyu took a few steps back. His face was slightly pale, and his clothes were in a mess. He had a shocked expression. His gaze was fixed on his shoulder, where there was a bloodstain, and there was a scorch mark. I'm injured? Qinyu was stunned. This was the first time he was truly injured since his bronze statue art had improved greatly in the outer disciple competition. Duan Xiaolong's blade was indeed terrifying, and a normal Viscera Refinement Realm cultivator would find it hard to escape unscathed. You win. Duan Xiaolong stood in the rain, and his voice was hoarse, and he had a bitter smile on his face. Wah! His body suddenly swayed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Cloudy sky peak. The rain gradually became lighter. A gentle ray of sunlight appeared between the clouds in the distance, giving off a hazy hue like an ink painting. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the rain. After the violent storm, the two figures on the martial arena seemed to be tall and straight. The audience held their breaths. You won. Duan Xiaolong's words broke the silence. As for the disciples, their faces were filled with doubts, as if they had not had enough yet. Duan Xiaolong coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body began to sway. The other disciples were so shocked that they cried out involuntarily. He lost. Duan Xiaolong lost? Some disciples seemed to be in a daze, as if they could not accept the reality. Indeed, Duan Xiaolong was a legend in the outer sect. 2 years ago, he was able to reach the top of the outer sect. He was the uncrowned king of the outer sect. It was said that Duan Xiaolong's talent was average. He was only a half-spirit body. However, his comprehension was amazing. He chose the Thunder Blade, which was extremely difficult to learn, and spent most of his time outside. He used the name of a mission to comprehend the storm and thunder. There were many disciples who admired Duan Xiaolong. Senior brother Duan's slash was extremely powerful. How could he lose? That slash displayed some of the true meaning of the Thunder Blade, and it was even more powerful in the stormy weather. Some of the disciples could not understand. Why did Duan Xiaolong lose? In terms of momentum, Duan Xiaolong's slash seemed to be slightly stronger than Qinyu's punch. As expected of Duan Xiaolong. You're also a half-spirit body, but you were able to reach this stage. The power of that slash was slightly stronger than my fist force condensed fiend. Qinyu took a deep breath. This was the first time he had been injured by someone since he formed the bronze statue skill. Duan Xiaolong was the first. Some of the elders of the sect, including the sect master of Yunye, were shocked by the stunning exchange between the two. Fist force condensed fiend. This level of martial arts. Even a normal viscera refinement cultivator would find it difficult to do so, unless he mastered the Cloud Fiend Fist and comprehended some true meaning. Duan Xiaolong comprehended a little bit of the thunder intent. That saber strike just now contained traces of the might of thunder and lightning. Some of the elders and higher-ups exclaimed. Even if it was within the inner court, it was extremely rare for someone to be able to condense Fist's energy and comprehend the slightest bit of lightning concept. Yet, these two had appeared at the same time in the pinnacle battle of the Outer Sanctum. Duan Xiaolong's stunning attack was defeated? The white-bearded Southern Palace elder murmured. In his opinion, Duan Xiaolong's saber strike was even more powerful with the help of the right time and place. You and I should understand. In a true life and death battle, sometimes, it wasn't a matter of whose attack was stronger that would survive. We can only say that we underestimated the power of the bronze statue skill. Elder Mao chuckled. That was right. Elder Nangong nodded. He naturally understood this logic. Duan Xiaolong's strike was slightly stronger than Qinyu's due to the advantage of his qi cultivation and the windy and rainy weather, which increased the power of the thunder blade. However, he was only slightly better in terms of attack. However, in terms of defense, Duan Xiaolong was much weaker than Qinyu. Both of them had unleashed the power of a higher level, and their power was about the same. And the result was, Duan Xiaolong was heavily injured and spat out blood. Qinyu only suffered some external injuries, which was nothing to his strong self-healing body. There was another unknown point. Duan Xiaolong could only unleash that kind of cross-level attack once or twice. If he was heavily injured the first time, it would be difficult for him to unleash it a second time. Qinyu was different. He felt that the attack of condensed fist's energy could be unleashed a few more times without much of a problem. At most, he would be slightly weakened afterwards. This was similar to the wooden bucket effect. The amount of water a bucket could hold depended on its shortest piece of wood. Number 99, Qinyu wins. He is temporarily ranked first. The black-robed old man took a deep look at Qinyu before tapping his finger on the formation board. Whoosh, Qinyu's name jumped to the first place and became the only first place. Although it was temporarily ranked first, everyone knew that after Qinyu defeated Nangong Li and Duan Xiaolong, he was already the first among the outer disciples. In fact, he could even be considered as an inner disciple. According to the sect's ancestral rule, as long as one was ranked first in the competition, he would automatically become an inner disciple. Qinyu actually succeeded. Below the stage, Yefeng, Tong Yuling, Hu Yiba, and the others had complicated expressions on their faces. Some were gratified, and some were emotional. Yefeng, in particular, had the most complicated feelings. Since the battle with the Iron Brown Bear, he had witnessed Qinyu's growth from a rookie to the miracle of becoming the first among the outer disciples. Powerhouses all started as rookies. Thinking back to the time when Qinyu faced the Iron Brown Bear for the first time, he was in such a sorry state. How is this possible? He actually became the first. Wang Lingyun almost couldn't stand steadily. A wave of panic arose in her heart, and she was momentarily alarmed. He actually made an enemy out of such an opponent. Judging from the battle just now, it would be easy for Qinyu to kill him in an instant. Wang Lingyun's heart turned cold. After Qinyu became an inner disciple, how was he going to establish himself in the sect? Am I going to lose just like this? No. I can't accept this. Wang Lingyun took a deep breath. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Qinyu, you must have a great secret on you. I will definitely find it. At this moment, Wang Lingyun, who had been utterly defeated, found an opportunity to defeat Qinyu. The outer disciple competition was not over yet. Qinyu's consecutive victories over Nangongli and Duan Xiaolong only confirmed his position as the first. After that, he still had to determine the top 3, top 10, and top 20 rankings. Especially the top 3 and top 10, there were still many intense battles. Brother you really did it. Tears welled up in Mu Shuiqing's eyes. Her face was brimming with happiness, giving off a pure beauty. Qinyu had defeated Nangongli and Duan Xiaolong consecutively. He had created miracles time and time again and reached the peak of the outer disciples. Witnessing this scene, her wish had come true. It was like a dream. I'll help you bandage your wound. Mu Shuiqing looked at the bruises and blood on Qinyu's shoulder. She couldn't bear to do it. Slap, however, when her hand reached his shoulder, it was subconsciously slapped away by Qinyu. That powerful force caused Mu Shuiqing's jade-like hand to feel a burning sensation as her body swayed. Although Qinyu did it subconsciously and didn't use any force, it was still quite powerful. Brother you, Mu Shuiqing's body froze and she looked at Qinyu in disbelief. Could it be? Qinyu had become famous in the competition and became an inner disciple. His vision had become higher and he had already fallen in love with someone else. Or maybe he was still holding a grudge. Shuiqing, don't misunderstand, Qinyu felt helpless. He just didn't want his abnormal self-healing ability to be exposed in public. At this moment, the blood and bruises on Qinyu's shoulder were just a cover. The wound inside had already healed and even the marks were fading. Humph. Chen brat, if you bully Shuiqing, don't blame me for bullying you. A cold male voice interrupted Qinyu's words. The 7th princes, dressed in a gorgeous robe, had unknowingly appeared behind the two of them. Whoosh, a storm-like aura pressed down on Qinyu's body, causing his expression to change and his breathing to stagnate. Organs refinement stage, at least the late stage. Qinyu shuddered and couldn't help but look at the man beside Mu Shuiqing. In his ears, the surrounding disciples whispered to the 7th princes, Huang Fulin and others. 7th princes, Huang Fulin, the identity of this gorgeous robed man shocked the audience. Huang Fulin, isn't he one of our sect's true disciples? With his identity, he actually came to watch the outer disciple competition. It seems like he is standing up for Mu Shuiqing. The crowd of disciples was ignited with the flames of gossip. Qinyu, Mu Shuiqing, 7th princes. What kind of entanglement did these 3 people have? 7th princes? I'm sorry, this is a private matter between me and junior sister Mu. As an outsider, don't interfere. Qinyu didn't back down. How dare you, 7th princes, who had always been graceful, showed sullen anger and said in a deep voice, in my Chu country, your Qin family is just a small force. Threat? Qinyu was indeed afraid, but he wasn't a fool. No matter how strong the Chu country's royal family was, no matter how great their influence was, it was only limited to the secular world. In Kunyan continent, the sect was the ruler. Now, Qinyu was already an inner disciple of Yunhua sect. Under the same sect, it was a big taboo for the 7th princes to take revenge on his family for no reason. After all, many members of the sect, including elders and hall masters, had secular families behind them. And junior sister Mu, we have already parted ways. I hope you won't give me any trouble in the future. I will return those 2 energy recovery pills to you. Qinyu said seriously. All kinds of trouble brought by Mu Shuiqing really annoyed Qinyu. Before he reached the top, he wore the hat of living off a woman for a long time, attracting all kinds of inexplicable enemies, and now there was a 7th princes. If things went wrong, this might really bring the danger of the Qin family being exterminated. Mu Shuiqing's delicate body shook, and her bright face was dull and in disbelief. This was not the brother Qinyu who used to be obedient to her. Especially the unfamiliar title of junior sister Mu, it made Mu Shuiqing feel like she had fallen into an ice cellar, and she couldn't say 1,000 words. At this moment, her eyes were red, and she wanted to cry and say that the previous separation was due to the pressure of the family. In the first 1 or 2 years after entering the outer sect, the family kept pressuring Shuiqing, and she could only stay aloof in the face of your pursuit. Then, when Shuiqing saw you being suppressed and humiliated in the sect, she couldn't bear it. If she insisted, not only would it delay her own future, but it would also make her beloved suffer more. It was better to persuade you to go back to the secular world and go our separate ways. Now that you and I have entered the inner sect, we can advance in martial arts together, and there is hope to break the shackles of the secular world. Why? Now you won't even give me a chance, in the end. Mu Xiuqing didn't say a word, and she floated away. Xiuqing. The seventh princess glared at Qinyu and chased after her. Qinyu stared at Mu Xiuqing's departure, and after a long time, he heaved a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. This little interlude didn't affect the ending of the outer sect competition, and the following challenges were fiercely unfolding. Finally, the ranking competition came to an end. In the last battle, Nangongli lost to Duan Xiaolong by a hair's breadth, and they were ranked second and third. Swoosh, the ranking of the disciples on the array board was clear at a glance. First place, Qinyu second place, Duan Xiaolong third place, Nangongli fourth place, Tong Yuling fifth place, Yefeng sixth place, Hu Yiba seventh place, Yuan Beitong eighth place, Qingyan ninth place, Huang Yuan 10th place. Chao Lei. The top 10 of the competition were announced. According to the usual practice, some of the sect's higher-ups had a certain number of places in their hands. They could directly accept those they valued into the inner sect and enjoy the treatment of an inner sect disciple. This position was given to elders every 3 years. There was one hall leader every 6 years. Of course, the winner of the competition could ignore this restriction. Even if no one accepted him as a disciple, he would automatically become an inner sect disciple. Qinyu was already an inner sect disciple. Apart from that, reaching the viscera refinement stage before the age of 25 could also become an inner sect disciple. In short, there were only 3 ways to become an inner sect disciple. The simplest way was to rely on connections. Secondly, if one was talented, he could also become an inner sect disciple. If he didn't have talent, then he would have to rely on his strength to fight his way to the top. For example, Qinyu. Among the 3 ways, the last one was the most difficult. In the pavilion, the elders and higher-ups glanced at the disciples in the top 10. Duan Xiaolong, I can see that you're talented. Are you willing to become my disciple? I will grant you the status of an inner sect disciple. A middle-aged man in a blue robe said with a smile. The person who spoke was the sect leader of the Yunhua sect. This enviable scene caused an uproar in the crowd. I'm willing. Duan Xiaolong's face lit up and he immediately bowed. In fact, it wasn't too difficult for Duan Xiaolong to reach the viscera refinement stage. The Duan family behind him was also a large family in Chu. However, it was a great honor to become the disciple of the Yunhua sect leader. Yefeng. I can see that your talent is good and you have some potential. Are you willing to become my disciple? An amiable elder in a plain robe said. Yes. Yefeng was surprised. He didn't expect that he, who was ranked 5th, would be accepted as a disciple by an elder. After that, some of the elders and hall leaders in the pavilion fell into silence. In the top 3, Qinyu was already an inner sect disciple. His talent was too ordinary. There was no need to waste a place for him. If they liked him, they could take him in private. Duan Xiaolong had already been accepted as a disciple by the sect leader. As for Nangongli, he was Elder Nangong's grandson, so naturally, his grandfather would personally nurture him. Nangongli, I'll grant you the position of a true disciple. The white-bearded old man pondered for a moment before making a decision. A true disciple, everyone, including sect master Yunhua, looked at Elder Nangong in shock. Only the elders have the right to become a true inheritor. Moreover, there's only one person every 20 years who can directly promote any disciple to a true disciple. Wow! A true disciple. In that case, the privileges of the sect would be too great. Everyone was discussing among themselves. Elder Nangong, are you sure you want to give Nangongli the only true disciple position in 20 years? Once this quota is used up, it will automatically be used up. You can only use it again in the next 20 years. Sect Master Yunhua said solemnly. The position of a true disciple was truly precious. Some of the higher-ups who were inexperienced and had only been an elder for a short period of time did not even have this spot. For example, Fairy Xiaoyu was the youngest elder of the Yunhui Gate, so she did not have such authority. Confirm. Elder Nangong did not hesitate at all. As his grandson, Nangongli had extraordinary talent. Since he did not manage to get first place, he could not afford to delay any longer. Therefore, he made up his mind and gave the quota to his grandson, who only came once every 20 years. After that, the higher-ups in the pavilion did not speak again. Firstly, the quota was very limited. Secondly, there were no satisfactory candidates among the remaining disciples. It's a pity that Tong Yuling is not bad, but there's no quota. Fairy Xiaoyu sighed softly. She had taken a liking to Tong Yuling's opportunity and temperament. Perhaps she could be nurtured. However, her quota was used on Mu Shuiqing in advance. In the top 10 of the grand competition, the rest of the disciples had disappointed and gloomy expressions. Next, the grand competition prizes will be distributed. A loud voice came from the black-robed old man in front of the array board. The grand competition prizes, the disciples were startled. Qinyu's heartbeat quickened. The prizes for the first place in this grand competition were far better than before. At this moment, Elder Nangong's gaze swept past Qinyu and Nangongli, and he sighed secretly. Nangongli deliberately stayed in the outer sect because of the first place prize, and Elder Nangong played a part in it. But in the end, everything was for nothing. First, distribute the top 10 prizes. The black-robed old man waved his hand. Soon, 7 women walked onto the stage with 7 trays in their hands. From 4th to 10th, Yefeng, Tong Yuling, Hu Yiba, and the others went up to receive their prizes. Top 10 prizes, 10,000 contribution points, high-grade martial arts, low-grade body accumulation pills. These rewards were of great help to meridian opening disciples in their cultivation. Top 3, receive your prizes. Another 2 women came up with trays. These women were all at the body forging stage and were the lowest members of the sect. At the Yunhui Gate, those who could be called disciples had an age limit. Outer sect disciples could not exceed 25 years old. If they had reached the upper age limit and had not entered the inner sect, they would no longer be disciples, and could stay in the sect and take on some low-grade positions. If they had not even broken through to the meridian opening stage, they could barely stay and be servants or maids. Inner sect disciples could not exceed 25 years old. Once they exceeded that, they would also leave the ranks of disciples and be assigned to other middle-grade positions. Top 3 prizes, 20,000 contribution points, top-grade martial arts, mid-grade body accumulation pills. The top 3 prizes were even more generous. Many outer sect disciples could struggle for 10 years and not have such an opportunity. Duan Xiaolong and Nangongli received their prizes expressionlessly. The 2 of them were originally fighting for first place and were full of confidence. Now that they had received the top 3 prizes, they naturally did not meet their expectations. First place, receive your prize. Under many envious, jealous, and unwilling gazes, Qinyu went up the stage. Top prize, 30,000 contribution points, holy martial arts, 1 circulation pill, 1 treasure weapon. This prize was more than twice as good as the top 3 prizes. The difference was too big. The top 3 prizes did not have treasures, nor could they choose holy martial arts. With these prizes, I can also have a good starting point in the inner sect. Qinyu was overjoyed. On the tray in front of him, there was a jade bottle and 3 tokens. In the jade bottle, there was a mysterious pill that shone with faint green ripples. It was about the size of a thumb. This is the chi accumulation pill? Qinyu curiously picked up the jade bottle and stared at it. At that moment, he suddenly felt many greedy gazes staring at him. These gazes came from some Viscera Refinement sect members, including inner sect disciples, and even some attendants and enforcers. Is the chi circulation pill really that valuable? It attracted so many people's attention. Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. He had only vaguely heard of the effect of this pill. It was said that it could help to break through to the chi transformation stage and establish a good foundation. For Viscera Refinement stage cultivators, it was a rare and precious elixir. With the other 3 tokens, you can go to Zhongwu Hall, Sky Martial Pavilion, and Heaven Weapon Pavilion to receive the other 3 prizes. The black-robed elder added. He glanced at the circulation pill in Qianyu's hand and the corner of his mouth curled up into a playful smile. When Qianyu walked down the stage, he felt many eyes on him. His back was covered in cold sweat and he felt a faint sense of unease. "Kid, keep the circulation pill in your hand safe. This pill is a precious elixir for those in the middle and late stages of the viscera refinement stage." A familiar elder's voice sounded in Qianyu's ears. Qianyu looked to the side. The person who spoke was the red-faced elder, Elder Mao, who recommended the bronze statue art to him. After the prizes were distributed, this year's competition came to an end. The crowd of disciples dispersed. As the number one outer disciple and an inner disciple with real money, Qianyu received a lot of attention. "Brother Chen, congratulations on obtaining first place." Many people greeted him. "Brother Chen, let's meet again in the inner sect." Yefeng cupped his fists and said. Although he didn't make it to the top 3 in this year's competition, he was still accepted as an inner sect disciple. "Me too, see you in the inner sect," Tong Yuling said with a smile. Qianyu and Yefeng looked at Tong Yuling in surprise. It seemed that Tong Yuling wasn't accepted as a disciple by any of the higher-ups, but not long after, Qianyu knew the answer. The next morning, Qianyu walked into the central hall to register as an inner sect disciple. In the end, when he was registering, he saw Tong Yuling. However, Tong Yuling's body emitted a violent fluctuation of inner energy, as if she had just broken through. Viscera refinement stage. Qianyu looked at Tong Yuling in surprise. This Tong Yuling, what kind of opportunity did she have to advance to the viscera refinement stage so quickly? No wonder she was so confident in entering the inner sect. Tong Yuling smiled. "Please take care of me, Chen. Seeing your sister has advanced to the viscera refinement stage, why would you need me, a pulse-soothing stage, to take care of you?" Qianyu said with a smile. The two of them received a new identity token and 2 sets of uniform in the central hall. The uniform of the Yunhui Gate disciples was simple green robes. After becoming an inner sect disciple, their clothes were more exquisite, with a hazy picture of mountains and clouds engraved on the front and back. As a girl, Tong Yuling could still choose that kind of exquisite dress. After receiving the token, Qianyu and Tong Yuling entered the inner sect together. The inner sect's encampment was deeper in the Yunhui Mountain Gate. The environment here was more elegant, with pavilions and small bridges. "The two of you can each choose a small courtyard." A middle-aged deacon brought the two of them to a flat area. There were some small courtyards scattered in front of him. Each courtyard had a separate 2-story pavilion, covering an area of 1 or 2 acres. Qianyu and Tong Yuling, in their joy, each chose a small courtyard. The treatment of the inner sect was indeed far better than the outer sect, as could be seen from the residence of the inner sect disciples. In addition, every inner sect disciple could enjoy the treatment of 1 servant and 2 maids. "Greetings, Lord." In Qianyu's courtyard, a middle-aged man and 2 maids bowed respectfully. "Don't be too polite in the future." Qianyu waved his hand. The servant and 2 maids were responsible for his daily life, including running errands. In the future, he wouldn't have to go to the canteen like the outer sect, and would be directly taken care of by the 3 of them. After the residence was determined, Qianyu planned to receive the other 3 rewards in the afternoon, including treasures, contribution points, and sacred grade cultivation techniques. "Is junior brother Qianyu here?" At this moment, 2 unfamiliar young men walked into the courtyard. "I am." Qianyu glanced around. The 2 young men were both inner sect disciples. Due to the senses brought by the mysterious heart, he could sense the internal energy fluctuations in their bodies. They were both in the organs refinement realm, and one of them was even in the middle stage. "Chen, my master wants to see you," one of the short-haired young men said with a smile. 2 young men. One had short hair and a sharp face, while the other had a stocky build and was simple and honest. Both of them were inner disciples, and they looked at Qianyu with a smile. "Master? May I know who you are?" Qianyu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that one of the upper echelons of the sect wanted to take him as a disciple? "I'm Wu Yu, and he's Li Dakue. We'll be brothers in the same sect from now on." The short-haired young man smiled warmly. The other big guy grinned and said, "I'm your second senior brother, Li Dakue." Greetings, senior brothers. Jinyu didn't dare to be negligent. Among the two, Li Dakue was slightly older, and he was in the mid-stage of the organ's refinement realm. The short-haired young man, Wu Yu, was in the early stage of the organ's refinement realm. Senior brothers, may I ask, who is the master you speak of? Jinyu asked. You'll know when you see him. Wu Yu smiled mysteriously and kept them in suspense. Jinyu followed the two. Along the way, these two young men who claimed to be his senior brothers kept asking Jinyu all sorts of questions. Their topics were all about the outer disciple competition. Junior brother, you're really extraordinary to be able to win first place. TSK, even we inner disciples have heard of Namgong Li and Duan Xiaolong. Wu Yu kept praising him. I'm just lucky, Jinyu said with a smile. I heard that the reward for winning first place in the competition is extremely generous, and there seems to be a chi accumulation pill. Li Dakue said enviously. The two's eyes lit up at the mention of the chi accumulation pill. That's true. Jinyu nodded. Chen. Li Dakue said with a simple and honest face, can you take out that circulation pill and let me see it? What? Jinyu was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to make such a request. However, seeing that the other party was honest and wanted to see more, he didn't think much of it. Jinyu took out the jade bottle containing the chi accumulation pill. Tisk. Li Dakue and Wu Yu's heads were very close to each other. The former snatched the bottle and examined it carefully. Inside the jade bottle was a sparkling and translucent pill. It flickered with faint green ripples, mysterious and alluring. Greed and desire flashed in Li Dakue and Wu Yu's eyes. Haha. Chen, you're still in the middle stage of the meridian opening realm, right? The energy circulation pill isn't very useful to you. How about I trade 1,000 substandard primordial stones and a body accumulating pill with you? Li Dakue held the jade bottle, looking as if he couldn't bear to part with it. Hearing this, Jinyu's face sank. Looking at Li Dakue's appearance, it seemed that he didn't want to return the pill to him. 1,000 substandard primordial stones? Plus a body accumulating elixir, probably a low-grade body accumulating elixir. He wanted to trade for the precious body accumulating elixir. No matter how stupid Jinyu was, he could understand that the other party was trying to force him into a transaction. Well, 1,000 substandard primordial stones seems to be too little. If you add a few hundred more, I might consider it. Jinyu looked like he was in a difficult position. Hearing this, Li Dakue was overjoyed. He was willing to pay a few thousand more. Hey! Why is there a trace of impurity on this elixir? Is there a quality problem? Jinyu suddenly stared at the elixir in the bottle. While Li Dakue was puzzled, he took the jade bottle back. What's the problem? Oh, maybe it's the angle. This elixir is fine. Jinyu glanced at it and hid the jade bottle again. He wouldn't mention it again, which made Li Dakue and Wu Yu feel regretful. 10 minutes later. Here we are. Li Dakue and Wu Yu brought Jinyu into a mansion. This mansion covered an area of 10 to 20 acres. There was a garden, a small herb garden, and even a stream passing through it. Master is inside. Li Dakue and Wu Yu brought Jinyu to a side hall. After entering the mansion, the two of them became exceptionally obedient. They walked into the side hall. Hee, boy, we meet again. A red-faced old man in a pine robe sat on a chair opposite him. He was crossing his legs and drinking tea. Beside him, there were two young and beautiful female attendants who were respectfully massaging and serving him. It's you, Jinyu recognized him immediately. He was the elder of the sect who recommended the bronze statue art to him. However, the sight of the red-faced elder enjoying himself greatly astonished him. Boy, don't be surprised. Even a chi transformation realm elder like me only has a lifespan of 150 years. If I don't enjoy it, when will I? The red-faced old man sighed. He waved his hand, indicating that Jinyu didn't need to bow and could take a seat. Jinyu sat on the chair, feeling uneasy. He didn't know what the red-faced old man was thinking. The red-faced old man's ridicule made Jinyu speechless. 150 years of life was too little? One should know that the emperors in the mortal world couldn't live more than 100 years. At this moment, the two maids bowed and left. I won't waste any more time. Xianxia, I want to take you as an in-name disciple. Are you willing? The red-faced old man said seriously. In-name disciple? Xianxia was stunned. He didn't understand what the old man meant. Usually, an in-name disciple wasn't a true successor. It was just a title. I'll be straightforward. With your talent in body cultivation, it's hard to find a suitable master for you in the entire country of Chu, let alone the Yunhua sect. The red-faced old man said casually. Body cultivation? Xianxia grasped the key word. With your level, you probably think that the martial Tao is the only path of cultivation in this world. But in reality, there are millions of paths of cultivation in this world. In ancient times, there were all kinds of paths. Other than the martial Tao, there were the ghost Tao, the witch Tao, the immortal Tao, and so on. The bronze statue art you cultivate is a type of body cultivation left behind. There was a trace of admiration in the red-faced old man's words. The bronze statue technique was actually a cultivation technique that was on par with the martial way. Xianxua's heart skipped a beat. Of course. The red-faced old man changed the topic. As the heaven and earth yuan qi thinned, resources became scarce. In ancient times, the immortal Tao and witch Tao, which had the power to destroy the world, were on the decline. Even the sword Tao rarely appeared. The orthodox path of cultivation is the martial Tao. The orthodox path of cultivation, Xianxia could feel the pride in the red-faced old man's words. Why is the martial Tao the orthodox path? What's with the body cultivation path? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. The martial Tao is prosperous because it has the lowest requirement for talent and the heaven and earth yuan qi among the various paths. It is very inclusive and can even integrate the strengths of various paths. It can adapt to the times and environment. Even in ancient times, it had a place. The red-faced old man paused. As for the body cultivation path that you're very compatible with, it wasn't mainstream in ancient times and was only glorious for a time. Now, it's basically lost. It's too difficult to find a suitable master for you. The red-faced old man explained. After a detailed explanation, Xianxia had a new understanding of the system of this world. The martial Tao, in ancient times, was only one of the thousands of paths. But now, it had become mainstream and orthodox, while the other paths of cultivation had declined. Then elder, why do you still want to take me as your disciple? Xianxia asked seriously. He realized that the red-faced old man was very patient with him and didn't put on the airs of an elder. An elder of a sect wouldn't have the time to talk to a disciple. There are two reasons. First, in terms of understanding of the body cultivation path, I'm the most suitable for you in the sect. The red-faced old man chuckled. Secondly, because of your talent in the bronze statue technique, I'll need you to help me in the future. I won't talk about the details now, but you'll have to wait until your bronze statue technique breaks through to the copper bones level. After the red-faced old man finished, he quietly waited for Xianxua's reply. In-name disciple? Xianxia fell into deep thought and quickly made a decision. I'm willing. Xianxia bowed to the red-faced old man. In-name disciple, there's no need for formal apprenticeship. My surname is Mao, full name Mao Qiuyu. The red-faced old man raised his hand. In an instant, an invisible, breeze-like power lifted Xianxia into the air. Greetings, master. In the end, Xianxia still bowed as a senior should. He had made this decision after careful consideration. There were many benefits to being apprenticed to an elder. Firstly, an elder-level master could be considered a backer. From then on, anyone in the sect who wanted to harm Xianxia would have to think twice. Secondly, Elder Mao was knowledgeable and had a high level of cultivation. He would be helpful in cultivation. Of course. Elder Mao seemed to have some kind of need for Xianxia. Along with the benefits, there would also be obligations. Although it was said to be apprenticeship, it was actually some kind of transaction. I'll give you an hour. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask. The red-faced old man said. Xianxua's eyes lit up. It was a rare opportunity to be taught by an elder in the sect. I want to know. The realms of cultivation. After the meridian opening and viscera refinement, there's the qi transformation realm. What kind of existence is the Qi transformation realm? Are there other realms above it? Qianyu asked. He wanted to step on the peak of the sect and look down at the magnificent scenery. He was curious about the limits of cultivation. There are a total of 9 realms on the path of cultivation. The first realm is called the entry realm. Some places call it the body refining realm or the consolidated realm. It is divided into 3 stages: body refining realm, meridian opening realm, and viscera refinement realm. Elder Mao explained. 9 realms? Qianyu's eyes lit up. What surprised him was that body refining realm, meridian opening realm, and viscera refinement realm were only the entry realm of the first realm. The body refining realm. It's mainly based on the body. Even if you cultivate qi in the meridian opening realm, it's just a low-end power. Low-end power? Qianyu was stunned. Whoosh, Elder Mao opened his palm. A visible green cyclone appeared on it. It was full of life and gave off an aura that made Qianyu's heart tremble. Puchi, a thin green thread split out from the faint green cyclone and hit the bronze vessel on the other side. Kacha, the bronze vessel broke into pieces. Qianyu was horrified. Just a sliver of the cyclone was enough to shatter metal. This is Xiantian Qi. It can be seen with the naked eye. Just a thread of it can kill all the inner power in your body. Elder Mao said calmly. Xiantian Qi. This is the power that only a Qi transformation realm cultivator can have. Qianyu felt his blood boiling. This level of power had exceeded the limits of a normal human. If one had this kind of power, he would be invincible in the world. Even the emperor would have to treat him with respect. Above the entry realm is the Qi transformation realm. The Qi transformation realm, as the name suggests, is to refine energy into Qi. The Qi transformation realm is divided into Hotian Qi and Xiantian Qi. Therefore, the Qi transformation realm is divided into Hotian and Xiantian Qi. Elder Mao gave a simple explanation. Without a doubt, he was a Qi transformation Xiantian expert. Then, above the Qi transformation realm. Then, what's above the Qi transformation realm? Qianyu already knew that there were 9 realms of cultivation. The Qi transformation realm was only the second threshold, and it could be considered as stepping into the palace. You're really curious. But in fact, the Qi transformation realm is very far away for you. With your half-spiritual body, it'll be hard for you to reach the Qi transformation realm in your lifetime. The red-faced hairy elder retorted bluntly. Qianyu blushed and felt slightly awkward. But Master Mao Qiuyu was speaking the truth. With his experience, he should have seen a lot. Above the Qi transformation realm is the origin returning realm. At this realm, one can transform one's true Qi into origin and comprehend the power of heaven and earth. Even in the nearby countries, they are extremely rare. Qi transformation realm cultivators cannot even withstand a single blow from them. Above that is the empty sea realm. This realm is almost legendary on the continent. They can travel the 4 seas and flatten mountains and rivers. There's nothing in the world that can restrict them. Elder Mao's face showed a trace of yearning. Entry realm. Qi transformation realm. Origin returning realm. Empty sea realm. Qianyu was fascinated by the story, his blood pumping with excitement. Even though he might not be able to reach the Qi transformation realm in this life. However, regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he yearned for the mysterious and magnificent cultivation world. Speaking of the empty sea realm, there's no point in going further. Our Kunyan continent hasn't had an expert above the empty sea realm in the past 10,000 years. Even the existence of the realm after that is a problem. You can look up the relevant information in the ancient mythological books. Elder Mao's topic ended there. Qianyu wanted to continue, but he couldn't ask any more. After all, the existence of the realm after that could only be looked up in the ancient mythological books. And mythological was such a distant term. Disciple, there's still a question about cultivation techniques. May I ask, how should I choose the holy grade martial art I have? Qianyu asked. First place in the competition allowed him to choose a holy grade martial art. This was a serious matter and he had to be careful. Holy grade martial art? That's what the outside world calls it. It's actually a Qi transformation realm cultivation technique. Elder Mao thought for a while. Actually, Qinyu had a headache over which cultivation technique he should choose. Qinyu's aptitude was only that of a half-spiritual body, and some of the qi transformation realm cultivation techniques in the sect were inclined towards profound mental cultivation techniques. How about this? Since your progress in practicing the Cloud Fiend Fist is not bad, why don't you choose the sect's cornerstone technique, the Primordial Fiend Divine Skill? This ancient cultivation technique has special requirements for one's constitution, temperament, and other aspects. Perhaps your constitution can give it a try, but don't be too rash. Elder Mao simply did not think too much and let Qinyu choose the advanced cultivation method of Cloud Fiend Fist. Primary Fiend Divine Art. It's a sect guarding technique. Qinyu was a little excited. However, he was curious if his saint-grade martial tactic quota could be exchanged for a sect-guarding cultivation technique. Logically speaking, as the sect-guarding cultivation method, the primary fiendish divine technique can only be cultivated to the origin returning stage at most, surpassing the level of a saint-grade martial tactic. Only true disciples can cultivate it. Elder Mao paused. True disciple? Qinyu said. Sure enough, a sect-guarding cultivation technique wasn't that simple. Ordinary inner disciples would find it hard to come into contact with it. However, since I've accepted you as a disciple, I'll vouch for you as an elder. At most, you can only exchange for the first volume of the Primordial Fiend Divine Technique. However, even the first volume is enough to cultivate to the Qi Transformation Innate Realm. It's more than enough for you. Elder Mao said with a smile. Thank you, Master. Qinyu revealed a grateful expression as he thought to himself. Having connections and backing in the sect was indeed different. He could even cultivate the sect-guarding cultivation technique. As for the Primordial Fiend Divine Technique, I'll have to discuss it with the sect leader and the rest. I'll make an exception for you this time. At that time, you'll need to compensate me with some contribution points. After all, even the first volume of the Cloud Fiend Divine Technique is more valuable than ordinary saint-grade martial tactics. Elder Mao added. I understand. Qinyu was already surprised to be able to cultivate the sect-guarding cultivation technique. The sect-guarding cultivation technique was the core of a sect's cultivation technique system. Every sect only had a limited number of sect-guarding cultivation techniques. It could be said to be the sect's signature technique. Next, Qinyu asked about the bronze statue technique. It seemed that the bronze statue technique that he had obtained was only the first volume. In reality, it was impossible for any sect to give the true high-level and core cultivation techniques to their disciples in one go. Otherwise, the sect's unique techniques would have long been stolen. You must cultivate the bronze statue technique diligently. You should know the power of this technique. It's very suitable for your physique. Fortunately, this technique is a long-lost body cultivation technique and isn't very useful to the sect. Go to the Sky Martial Pavilion the next day and tell them my name. You can exchange for it with contribution points. When Elder Mao mentioned the bronze statue technique, his eyes lit up as he looked at Qinyu. Before Qinyu left, Elder Mao emphasized that Qinyu should focus on leveling up the bronze statue technique. An hour later, Qinyu walked out of the side hall. Chen, it seems that Master thinks highly of you. We talked for a long time inside. The short-haired youth, Wu Yu, had a friendly smile on his face. Junior brother, let us send you out. Li Dakue had an honest look on his face. The two of them were very friendly and sent Qinyu out of the mansion. On the way, they talked about some matters of the sect. Qinyu understood. Including himself, Mao Qiuyu had a total of 5 disciples. Li Dakue and Wu Yu were the second senior brother and third senior brother. Other than that, there was also the eldest senior brother and fourth junior brother. The eldest senior brother was over 30 years old and had long left the ranks of disciples to become a high-ranking deacon in the sect. The fourth junior brother was said to be a true disciple and Elder Mao's favorite disciple. Qinyu was the youngest and could be considered the fifth junior brother. As they watched Qinyu leave, the smiles on Li Dakue and Wu Yu's faces gradually disappeared. This fifth junior brother is really lucky. In this year's competition, he directly obtained Qi accumulation pills, treasured weapons, and other rewards. But it seems that Master values him more and it's not good to force him. Wu Yu said with slight reluctance. What are you afraid of? He's just an in-name disciple with a half-spirit body. As long as we find a good opportunity, we might be able to make him give in. Li Dakue snorted coldly. The honesty on his face was no longer there and was replaced by a hint of fierceness. Hee hee. Of course, I'm not afraid. Your master's only grandson. As long as you don't harm each other, master will turn a blind eye to it. Wu Yu said respectfully. I've been in the middle stage of the organs refinement realm for 2 to 3 years. I can't let go of this chi accumulation pill. That's true. This kid will also have a treasured weapon. Senior brother, you shouldn't need it. When the time comes, help me. At the same moment, Qinyu left the elder's mansion and went straight to an important place in the Yunhui Gate, the Heaven Weapon Pavilion. The Heaven Weapon Pavilion was an important place for refining weapons in the Yunhui Gate. Of course, this pavilion also stored some weapons, including precious treasured weapons. If Qinyu hadn't won first place in the large competition and the reward for this year's champion was far better than the previous years, he wouldn't have been able to obtain a treasured weapon so easily. It should be known that even some inexperienced inner court disciples found it difficult to obtain a treasured weapon. Qinyu walked into the treasury hall of the Heaven Weapon Pavilion. In the hall, there were many precious weapons on display, not limited to swords and sabers, but also leather armor and protective equipment. Every equipment required a corresponding amount of primal stones and contribution points to exchange. But the highest grade of the weapons and protective equipment here was only the semi-treasure level of the wind chant sword in Qinyu's hand. I want to choose a treasured weapon. Qinyu said. Treasured weapon? I don't see you. You should have just entered the inner court. The value of a treasured weapon is 10 times that of the equipment here. In the corner, an old man in his 60s said lazily. Swish, Qinyu took out a token, and when the old man saw it, a look of shock appeared on his face. Come with me. The old man took the token and looked at Qinyu in surprise. Not long after, the two entered the depths of the Heaven Weapon Pavilion and arrived in front of a treasury. This treasury was covered by dense formation patterns, and it was even suffused with traces of dark and gloomy flowing lights. Open. The old man took out a token and took Qinyu's token. A scarlet wave of air rolled in his hand and emitted a shocking pressure. Qinyu was slightly surprised. This old man was at least a postnatal chi transformation stage cultivator. Buzz. Buzz, the old man's token and Qinyu's token respectively released 2 beams of scarlet light that merged into the treasury's entrance. Creak, the array patterns on the treasury's door flashed and the door opened. You have half an incense's time to choose a low-grade treasured weapon. The old man told Qinyu to enter while he stood guard at the door. Qinyu took a deep breath and entered the treasury. The treasury wasn't big and there were many display cabinets on the walls. There was a piece of equipment on each cabinet. Flowing light armor, low-grade treasured weapon. A half-body defensive armor made with flowing cloud gold as the main material. It can block attacks from viscera refining stage cultivators and even has a certain resistance to true chi. The first thing that entered his eyes was the half-body armor that flickered with a faint golden light. It looked exquisite and very practical. Golden scale saber, middle-grade treasured weapon. When this saber attacks, it can form golden scales that can greatly increase one's attack power. It also has the spiritual pressure of an ancient beast's roar. Note, requires chi transformation stage cultivators to use it. Piercing cloud bow, low-grade treasured weapon. It has an extraordinary range and piercing power. It can pierce through layers of true chi and ignore normal inner chi defenses. After looking at the 3 items, Qinyu couldn't help but click his tongue. The reason why treasured weapons were so precious and hard to find was because they had extraordinary abilities or characteristics. Flaming cloud saber, middle-grade treasured weapon. When attacking, it can create a flaming saber that can instantly burn all kinds of fierce beasts. The power of its flames is incomparably violent. In the hands of a fierce person, it once burned down an entire city. Note, requires chi transformation stage cultivators to use it. In this treasury, the highest level of treasured weapons were middle-grade treasured weapons and there were very few of them. Most of them were low-grade treasured weapons. Qinyu could only choose one low-grade treasured weapon as his reward. My advantage is that I have great strength and strong defense. I don't need any defensive armor for now. It's more suitable to use a heavier weapon. Qinyu analyzed. The half-treasure wind chant sword that he had obtained before was not bad, but it was too light and not easy to use. With this request, Qinyu looked around and his eyes fell on a weapon. Profound heavy sword, low-grade treasured weapon. Using deep-sea black iron as the main material, combined with meteoric iron and other spirit ores, it once failed to create a middle-grade treasured weapon. This sword is extremely heavy. Because of the high quality of the material, its hardness is comparable to a middle-grade treasured weapon. When attacking, it can condense inner qi and true qi, increasing the power of the attack. Note: requires qi transformation stage cultivators or those with great strength to use it. TSK, this sword is not bad. Qinyu stared at the deep silver sword in the counter with a satisfied expression. The mysterious heavy sword in front of him had failed to be made into a mid-grade precious weapon, so the materials used were very thick. The key was that the sword was heavy enough and could increase the strength of the attack. Moreover, Qinyu had also practiced a sword technique. I'll take this. Qinyu picked up the token in his hand and swiped it on the counter where the mysterious heavy sword was placed. Buzz, in front of the counter, a layer of crimson formation light film suddenly lit up, and then it flashed and disappeared. At the same time, the token in Qinyu's hand gave off a burst of smoke. Qinyu's face lit up and he took the mysterious heavy sword from the counter. As soon as the sword was in his hand, Qinyu's arm slightly sank, giving him a heavy feeling. He estimated that the sword was at least 1,500 kilograms. A normal cultivator at the body refining stage couldn't even lift the sword with one hand. It would be good if they could even lift a corner. A cultivator at the late meridian opening stage might be able to swing it. A cultivator at the viscera refining stage could swing it, but he couldn't control it flexibly. Even Qinyu felt that the sword was a bit heavy, but it shouldn't affect his fighting ability. When my bronze statue skill reaches the advanced success level of the bronze muscles or the bronze bones level, I will be able to use this sword 100%. Qinyu thought. This is the mysterious heavy sword? At the door, the old man in his 60s was surprised. Seeing Qinyu holding the sword effortlessly and easily, he was quite shocked. As far as he knew, a Qi transformation stage post-celestial stage powerhouse had tried to use this sword, but it affected his flexibility, so he had to give up. After getting the mysterious heavy sword, Qinyu returned to his residence and began to practice with the sword. Before this, he had casually practiced a mid-grade martial art, the windcutter sword. He rarely practiced it, but he had reached the Xiaoqing level. Qinyu held the mysterious heavy sword and practiced in the yard for several hours. But this sword was a bit cumbersome, and it didn't match the windcutter sword's pursuit of extreme speed. Thump. Thump. Qinyu tried to move his heart, and his strength and speed suddenly increased. Windcutter sword, the profound heavy sword in his hand turned into a blurry shadow of a broken silver sword. Only the howling of the wind was left in his ears. Wisps of invisible sword wind cut a leaf in front of him into 4 pieces. He had not even infused his inner breath yet. Slash, Qinyu poured the cloud evil qi into it. With a buzz sound, the mysterious heavy sword in his hand condensed a thick layer of silver-black luster. At that moment, he felt that the heavy sword in his hand had become heavier, like a raging bull that was about to break out of its cage. Bang! A wisp of a heavy silver and black sword ray carried a soul-shaking muffled howl as it slashed open a 15 centimeters deep and 20 m long ravine on the ground, causing sparks to spray in all directions and rock fragments to flutter in the air. So powerful. Qinyu was speechless. The intersect encampment he was in was made up of a layer of hard rock. Ordinary weapons would find it difficult to cut through it. After testing the profound heavy sword, the next day, Qinyu got up and went straight to the Sky Martial Pavilion. After the outer sect competition, Qinyu had obtained 30,000 contribution points. He had already exchanged them at the Zhongwu Hall. In addition, he had obtained 4,500 and 2,000 contribution points from killing the King of Bandits and the Bloody Hand Baldy respectively. He had enough contribution points. Even if he included the consumption, he still had more than 36,000 contribution points left. He went straight to the second floor. Qinyu chose a high-level sword technique called Taigang Sword, and spent 5,000 contribution points. Taigang sword was completely different from wind cutter sword. It focused on stability, weight, and momentum. When cultivated to the level of Xianxia sword, one could turn the sword net into a shield, which could suppress others with momentum and also protect one's body with the sword shield. It was both offensive and defensive. If this martial technique was cultivated to the advanced level, the dancing sword shield would have the ability to attack a group of people. It's very suitable for the mysterious heavy sword. Qin Yu was quite satisfied with this high-level martial technique. He searched for a while on the second floor. I don't see the bronze statue skill. Qin Yu did not forget the main purpose of this trip. He found a middle-aged warden from the Sky Martial Pavilion and asked about the second volume of the bronze statue skill. Oh, your elder mouse disciple? The middle-aged warden politely asked Qin Yu to wait for a while. After a while, the middle-aged warden took out a wooden box from an unknown corner and took out another volume of the bronze statue skill. Qin Yu took a look and saw that it was the second volume of the bronze statue skill. How many contribution points? Qin Yu asked. The middle-aged warden smiled and said, this kind of abandoned body cultivation technique is useless in this world. You can just give me a few thousand contribution points. Abandoned and useless? Qin Yu had a strange expression on his face. He could not help but sigh at the decline of body cultivation. Of course, no matter how much it had declined, the bronze statue skill was still of a high grade. The middle-aged warden said a few thousand contribution points because he was giving face to Elder Mao. If it was a normal procedure, it would not be strange to ask for 10 or 20,000 contribution points. Alright. Qin Yu deducted 4,000 contribution points and exchanged them for the second volume of the bronze statue skill. In that case, in the Sky Martial Pavilion, he had exchanged for the bronze statue skill and the Taigang sword skill for a total of 9,000 contribution points. Qin Yu calculated that he still had more than 27,000 contribution points and 1,000 substandard primordial stones. That was Qin Yu's net worth. He returned to his residence. Qin Yu first flipped through the second part of the bronze statue skill. The second part of the bronze statue technique, after the rudimentary bronze statue, one can forge the bronze statue body. It is divided into the bronze statue body and the bronze statue true body. Qin Yu took a quick look. The second part of the bronze statue was still too far away for him. Looking at the description, the entry level of a bronze statue should refer to copper skin, copper muscles, and copper bones. Above that was the true copper statue body, which was divided into the great divinity body and the real body. Qin Yu speculated that it might be related to the Qi transformation stage, Hotian stage, and Xiantian stage. Copper statue astral body, a powerful copper statue body that gives the body an invisible copper statue force field. It is like a layer of astral Qi armor, able to resist treasured weapons and rampaging through armies. It can shatter all kinds of attacks and even reflect the opponent's attacks. Resist treasured weapons? Qin Yu took a deep breath. Once the great divinity body was formed, one could basically run amok, like a tyrannosaurus with iron spikes. The description of the true bronze statue body above this was even more amazing. Bronze statue true body, using great willpower to train one's body, combining one's spirit with the bronze statue, comprehending the true meaning of the bronze statue, and becoming a living bronze statue. Once the true body is formed, one will be immune to fire, water, and all kinds of poisons. They will be extremely strong, and even ghosts and gods will retreat. At this stage, one will have the secret technique of the true body, which will allow one's body to become bigger, and possess some kind of power that can resist the powers of ghosts and gods. As for the true body level, its abilities were beyond what Qin Yu had ever seen or heard of. It seems that the first part is the entry level, and the second part is the real thing. Qin Yu kept the secret manual. Now that the bronze statue skill was complete, he had a plan. A few days later, in the courtyard, Qin Yu started to practice the Taigang sword, a high-level sword technique. In the past, he had casually practiced the wind cutter sword, and its style was light and fast. This Taigang sword, on the other hand, emphasized on weight, momentum, and stability. In the process of practicing, Qin Yu compared the two, comprehending the meaning of the sword technique. And his body seemed to have a kind of instinct, and all the external moves could be quickly and perfectly matched. First, he could perfectly match the form, and then he could quickly comprehend the meaning. Gradually. In the process of practicing, Xianxia first perfectly matched the moves, and then gradually forgot about the moves. He used some kind of magical instinct that his body had to match the true meaning of the sword technique. In the courtyard. The young man's sword technique was sometimes as light as the wind, and sometimes as steady as a mountain. 5 days later. Xianxu's Taigang sword had actually reached Xiaoqing level. Swoosh, the profound heavy sword in his hand swayed, and a deep silver sword shadow wind appeared. After further condensing, it formed a silver sword aura. The sword aura had just formed. Am I a sword technique genius? Xianxia was very surprised. The Taigang sword that he was practicing this time was a high-level martial art, and his progress was even faster than the windcutter sword. And the windcutter sword had now broken through to the advanced level. Actually, after merging with the mysterious heart, Xianxu's body had always been growing, and his body had a powerful instinct that surpassed that of a beast. He could easily and perfectly match the form of the sword technique, and then use his body's instinct to search for the true meaning of the sword technique. There was another secondary reason. The heavy meaning of the Taigang sword was very compatible with Xianxu's strong physique and the bronze statue skill. Of course. Xianxia was only practicing 2 sword techniques at the same time. A high-level martial art like the Taigang sword had its own internal breathing method and could be mainly practiced, but the internal breathing would definitely not be as good as the internal breathing of Xianxia. Xianxia only practiced sword techniques, comprehended the true meaning, and also some matching internal breathing techniques. On this day, Xianxia stopped practicing and went to the Zhongwu Hall. The rest of the materials have been gathered. Only the bull's marrow is missing. A deacon took out some materials. So, Xianxia had deposited some contribution points and primeval stones in the Zhongwu Hall a few days ago, and used the name of a task to buy precious materials for the body tempering formula. This was the authority of becoming an inner disciple, and he could issue tasks in the Zhongwu Hall. Now, all the other materials were gathered, and only the bull's marrow was missing. A total of 300 contribution points, and 180 subgrade primeval stones. The deacon gave the materials to Xianxia. Xianxia walked out of the Zhongwu Hall and sighed, I'm still missing the bull's marrow. Previously, the bull's marrow he got from Tong Yuling's family had been used up after the xiaoqing of the bronze statue skill. An hour later, Xianxia found Tong Yuling, who was also an inner disciple. Bull's marrow? The ones my family got have been used up. Tong Yuling shook her head. Xianxia frowned. Without the body tempering liquid, his bronze statue skill, cultivation was getting slower. However, I know the whereabouts of the red-horned raging bull. Tong Yuling said hesitantly. Oh? Xianxia's eyes lit up. If he could find the carrier of the bull's marrow, then it would be easy to find the main material. It's just that this fierce bull is extremely violent and dangerous. My clan once paid a great price, sending out 2 viscera refining cultivators and 6 or 7 late meridian opening cultivators, but we were only able to kill one. Our losses were great, and one of the viscera refining cultivators was heavily injured and has yet to recover, Tong Yuling warned. I understand. Xianxia didn't give up. Now that he had obtained the mysterious heavy sword, his swordsmanship was beginning to be accomplished. It was just the right time for him to go out and hone his skills. How about this? I need the blood of the red-horned raging bull. We can work together to kill it. Tong Yuling smiled. She noticed the long bag on Xianxu's back. Okay. Xianxia was happy. Tong Yuling had reached the viscera refining stage, and she would be a great help. The next day, Xianxia and Tong Yuling left the Yunhui gate on horseback after getting ready. Not long after the two left, 2 figures wearing bamboo hats appeared in the nearby forest. They were 2 young men. There's a female companion at the viscera refining stage? One of the young men wearing bamboo hats said with surprise. What are you afraid of? She's just a girl who has just reached the viscera refining stage. When they're kissing, hee hee. The other young man seemed unscrupulous. Half a day later, Xianxia and Tong Yuling arrived in front of an endless mountain range. Due to practicing the Cloud Fiend Fist, Xianxia could keenly feel a fiendish aura coming from the mountain range. The mountain range in front of them was the famous Forbidden Area, Cloud Abyss Mountain Range. The last time he killed the Iron Brown Bear King, he had come to the edge of the mountain range. The location of the red-horned bull is about 200 miles deep into the Cloud Abyss Mountain Range. We will definitely encounter some fierce beasts along the way, Tong Yuling said seriously. Within 200 miles, Xianxia shuddered. This was different from the last time he killed the Iron Brown Bear, where he only wandered around the edge of the Cloud Abyss Mountain Range. The danger of this operation was far greater than the last time. As expected. After entering a few dozen miles into the mountain range, a few huge black boars appeared in front of him. Their size was comparable to the Iron Brown Bear, and their 2 thumb-thick tusks extended from their mouths. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black boars roared and turned into a few black shadows, charging towards the 2 of them at a shocking speed. Finish it quickly. Tong Yuling's expression froze. The black boars in front of them were comparable to the Iron Brown Bear in terms of strength and defense, and their explosive speed was much stronger. Wind Cutter Sword. Xianxia held the Wind-Chant sword in his hand and his figure flashed, passing by one of the black boars. Clang! A gale-like cold arc of sword light slashed across the black boar's abdomen. Plop! The black boar whimpered as its abdomen was slashed open, and even its internal organs were cut open, causing it to fall into a pool of blood. Killing a black boar with one strike, this scene made Tong Yuling secretly shocked. She had encountered this kind of black-toothed boar when she was in the late-stage Meridian Opening realm. It took a lot of effort to kill one, and at least 3 or 4 strikes before she succeeded. Exterminate! Tong Yuling waved her lily-white hand, and an invisible whirlwind of palm energy struck the back of the ferocious boar's head with a bang. The ferocious boar didn't even have time to scream before it died. To be able to kill the black-tusked boar through the air, it seems that even though Tong Yuling has just advanced to the viscera refinement stage, the density of her inner aura is considered not bad among those at the same level. Xianxia was greatly surprised. But on second thought, Tong Yuling wouldn't have cooperated with him to slay the dangerous red-horned vicious bull if he didn't have something up his sleeve. The remaining few black boars were instantly killed by the 2 of them. Let's go. Without hesitation, the 2 of them quickly left. The stench of blood here would attract even more ferocious beasts. One day later. After going through all kinds of fierce beasts, the 2 finally arrived at their destination. On a hillside. Xianxia and Tong Yuling sat with their backs facing each other as they adjusted their breathing. Among them, Tong Yuling had several scars on her body, and exhaustion was written all over her face. I've embarrassed myself in front of Chen. This journey is more difficult than I expected. No wonder the seniors in my clan weren't willing to hunt the red-horned fierce bull a second time. Tong Yuling smiled bitterly as she treated her wounds. After saying that, she looked at Xianxia with a strange expression. With her viscera refinement stage cultivation, it was inevitable that she would be injured and exhausted after going through all kinds of ferocious beast attacks during this 1 to 200 li journey. On the other hand, Xianxia was not only unharmed but also calm and composed. This made her, who was at the viscera refinement stage, feel embarrassed. To tell you the truth, the cross-training technique I practice not only makes my body strong, but even my 5 senses and 6 senses are better than ordinary people. Xianxia explained. Indeed. Along the way, they encountered all kinds of ferocious beasts with all kinds of attacks. It was difficult to avoid them. However, by relying on his extraordinary senses and powerful physical control, Xianxia was able to make the best response every time he encountered an attack. Moreover, normal attacks couldn't threaten his bronze statue technique's defense at all. Such a miraculous cross-training technique is indeed rare. It seems that we will have to rely on Chen to slay the red-horned vicious bull. Tong Yuling said with a hint of meaning. She also had her own secrets, and she knew that Xianxia was definitely hiding something. An hour later. The 2 of them recovered to their peak state and went straight to a hill below. The hill in front of them was uneven, and some areas were full of potholes, which limited their vision. Looking down, they couldn't see any ferocious beasts at all. Their expressions became even more solemn. In such a situation, it meant that there were powerful ferocious beasts nearby, and normal ferocious beasts didn't dare to approach. At a certain moment. A red-horned vicious bull the size of an elephant appeared in front of the two. This bull had a pair of blood-red horns that were 2 feet long, and its eyes were scarlet. Its skin was similar to a crocodile's, and its 4 hooves were as thick as pillars. Its tail was like a red and black iron whip, and it looked quite frightening. This is the red-horned vicious bull? The cloud-fiendish chi in Qianyu's body faintly trembled as it sensed the terrifying aura of blood from this bull. Most likely. The strength of this red-horned vicious bull was several times stronger than the iron brown bear king. Huff, the red-horned vicious bull's scarlet eyes fixed on the two of them from afar. It let out a low snort, and the dense red spots on its body began to tremble. Thud. Thud. Stare. The ground trembled slightly as the red-horned vicious bull stepped on a layer of dust and pounced towards the two of them. So fast. Qianyu and Tong Yuling's expressions changed at the same time. The bull's speed had already surpassed Nangong Li's during the competition. Once it was defeated, it would be very difficult to escape. But the two of them were already here, and they naturally wouldn't give up easily. Go! Qianyu and Tong Yuling ran side by side, and with a whoosh, they directly faced the red-horned vicious bull. As they approached, the two of them suddenly discovered that there were many wounds on the body of this vicious bull, and most of them were external injuries. Without thinking too much, the two of them directly attacked. Slash! The soft sword in Tong Yuling's hand trembled, and the vigorous internal energy of the viscera refinement stage was poured into it, and a cold sword aura as thick as a python swept out. It was surrounded by a cyclone of sword shadows, and it whipped the head of the red-horned vicious bull. This full power attack of the viscera refinement stage was almost comparable to Duan Xiaolong's stunning blade. Pung! Puchi, the red-horned vicious bull roared, and its body suddenly collided with the attack. At the same time, it pushed Tong Yuling back a few feet. And that shocking full-power sword attack only left a small blood mark on the body of the vicious bull. So strong, Qianyu's heart trembled. Tong Yuling, who was at the viscera refinement stage, was pushed back in the first exchange. So it seemed. A single early-stage viscera refinement stage facing this bull was really a disaster. Cutting wind sword, Qianyu took advantage of the moment when the vicious bull turned around, and the wind chant sword in his hand swept out like a gust of wind, directly piercing the buttocks of the red-horned vicious bull. This was definitely a vital point, and it could directly pierce into the body. Qianyu was secretly proud, and the strength of the wind chant sword in his hand increased a bit, piercing towards the buttocks. Whoosh! Suddenly, a red and black whip fiercely lashed out, bringing with it a whistling wind. This was the tail of the vicious bull. Qianyu was shocked, and the wind chant sword in his hand shook, and was forced back by the powerful force. This vicious stab of the buttocks ended in failure. Although the sword failed, it alarmed the red-horned vicious bull, helping Tong Yuling out of the predicament. Be careful. Tong Yuling noticed that the red-horned vicious bull had inexplicably turned around and charged towards Qianyu. Damn, Qianyu's footwork elegantly spun to the side, dodging the red-horned vicious bull's attack. Whoosh! Amidst the fierce wind, a sinister-looking, blood-red bull's horn brushed past Qianyu's clothes. Cloudfiend fist. Bronze statue art. Qianyu took a deep breath, and his heart gathered power. A deep bronze fist brazenly made an explosive sound, and a mass of baleful chi could be vaguely seen. Boom! The baleful chi fist smashed into the head of the red-horned vicious bull, and blood instantly splattered. The red-horned vicious bull's body shook, and it let out a furious roar. It swayed for a moment, and then crazily turned its head towards Qianyu. Its skin is really thick, Qianyu exclaimed. He did not run in a straight line, but used the cloud steps, and circled around to avoid the red-horned vicious bull. Fortunately, Tong Yuling on the other side helped in time. Qianyu looked closely. Just now, he had used his mysterious heart to gather power, and only left a fist mark half an inch deep on the head of the vicious bull. Chen, aren't you going to use a treasure? Tong Yuling asked while attacking. At this moment, with Qianyu as the main force, the two barely managed to entangle the vicious bull. Qianyu's advantage was that he had great strength and strong defense, so he would not be shaken away by the vicious bull. Therefore, he could be the main force and fight with the vicious bull. If it was someone else, when their attack landed on the red-horned vicious bull, they would be shaken back, or even sent flying, causing their body to become unstable and fall into danger. Don't worry. Qinyu did not use the profound heavy sword. This sword was heavy and large, and was suitable for head-on attacks. It was not good at fighting. With a plan in mind, he held the wind chant sword and fought with the red-horned vicious bull. Tong Yuling discovered that every time Qinyu struck out with his sword or his fist, it was aimed at the side of the red-horned vicious bull's head. Seeing the wounds on the side of the vicious bull's head accumulated more and more. Gale strike, Qinyu seized a gap, and his heart once again gathered power. His figure soared into the air, and with the beheading wind sword, he continuously slashed out 5 or 6 sword shadows of the gale sword. Poochie poochie, for a moment, the naked eye could only see a blurry gale of sword blades, all superimposed on the vicious bull's head. So fast. Tong Yuling's eyes froze. She did not know that Qinyu, with the help of the mysterious heart, the speed and strength of that sword move, were far beyond the usual. In an instant, the red-horned vicious bull's head, flesh and blood splattered, and the previous wound further expanded. The sharpness of the wind chant sword was comparable to that of a treasure weapon, at this moment, was displayed to the extreme. Moo, the red-horned vicious bull let out a mournful roar, its head dripping with blood. The attack on its vital nerve made it almost dizzy. Even so, it was not fatally wounded. Its eyes were blood red, and its pair of horns crazily thrust towards Qinyu in the air. Haha, it's not over yet. Qinyu used his bronze leg and fiercely stamped on the bull's back. Not only was he not pushed back, but he once again borrowed the force to soar into the air. Crash, from the bag on his back, a heavy dark silver sword appeared in his hand. Profound heavy sword. The inner breath of the cloud fiend poured into the profound heavy sword, becoming more solid, and for a moment, the sword's shadows and astral winds crisscrossed. Profound heavy sword, Qinyu gathered power in his internal organs, and with a fierce swing, the dark silver sword shadows and astral winds condensed into a silver fan-shaped astral sword. That's... Tong Yuling exclaimed. She felt that the sword was as heavy as 10,000 caddies, as if it had sucked out the surrounding air. Slash, the profound heavy sword, in Qinyu's hand, with the pressure of a mountain, dragged the silver fan-shaped astral sword, and hit the bloody wound on the head of the vicious bull. Bung, Poochie, the head of the red-horned vicious bull was suddenly cut open, and all the nearby wounds produced a chain reaction. Red and white matter, like a fountain, sprayed out. Boom! Qinyu, holding the profound heavy sword, stepped on the corpse of the red-horned vicious bull, and with a wave of blood and dust, he boldly landed. As the body of the red-horned fierce bull fell to the ground, Tong Yuling recovered from the shock. Qinyu's last move was too fast. First, he used the wind chant sword's gale cut to expand the wound. Finally, he used the mysterious heavy sword to kill it in one fell swoop. What was even more amazing was this series of killing moves were all completed in midair. Borrowing strength from the fierce bull's back was something that ordinary viscera refining stage cultivators could not do. After Qinyu landed, he let out a long sigh of relief. Even with his strong physique, he had consumed a lot of energy by using his heart many times. Especially the last sword, the mysterious heart had almost reached the critical point of the explosive technique. What surprised Qinyu was that in the thrilling battle just now, the Taigang sword had almost reached the advanced realm, especially the last sword. It seemed that this kind of life and death battle could stimulate the potential of the body. Hurry up and collect the blood and bone marrow. Tong Yuling operated her internal breath and reached out to several parts of the fierce bull. Qinyu took out a water bag and used the wind chant sword to cut open the fierce bull's skin and extract the specific blood marrow in the bone cavity. In addition, the most valuable thing on the red-horned fierce bull was the pair of horns, which could be taken back and exchanged for a sum of yuan stones. Not long after, Qinyu filled the water bag with the bull's marrow and was very satisfied. There was enough of it. He did not need to worry about the materials for the second body tempering formula. Whoosh, suddenly, there was a figure in the distance, rushing over. Who was it? Qinyu and Tong Yuling looked over and saw a white-robed man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes rushing over with an unfriendly expression. You too, leave the fierce bull's blood essence and horns behind. The white-robed man saw the water bag and horns on the two and said angrily. What? Qin Yu and Tong Yuling looked at each other and felt it was funny. Humph. This bull had fought with me for a long time and its injuries are not light. It has consumed a lot of energy. Otherwise, how could you two so easily get it? The white-robed man said angrily. Speaking of which, he was indeed the first to encounter this fierce bull. An hour ago, he had been fighting alone for a long time. It looked like he had exhausted the bull and was halfway to success. But what could he do? A flock of vicious birds suddenly appeared nearby, and there were quite a few of them, so he had no choice but to retreat. When he finally managed to shake off the flock of ferocious birds and found the red-horned vicious bull once more, the two before him had succeeded. On the other hand, Qin Yu and Xianxia had strange expressions on their faces. When they first encountered the fierce bull, they did find that it was wounded. In addition, Qin Yu felt that the bull's stamina was indeed lacking when it fought. It wasn't as ferocious as the rumors said. Could it be that what the man in white said was true? This person could actually fight the fierce bull alone, and still had a chance of winning. Qin Yu and Tong Yuling exchanged glances and came to a decision. That's right. Perhaps you did contribute a little in killing the red-horned dire bull. We'll let you have a horn. Qin Yu said. A little bit of effort? What a joke. I alone can kill this bull. Leave the blood and horn behind, and I'll give the skin and bones to you. The man in white sneered. As soon as his voice fell, a strong gust of wind emerged from the man in white. A wave of internal energy of the organ's refinement realm pressed down. Middle stage of the organ's refinement realm, Tong Yuling was shocked. The strength of the internal energy coming from the man's body far exceeded that of an ordinary organ's refinement realm cultivator. You still have a chance, take the skin and bones and leave. The man in white was very domineering. You're dreaming. Don't even think about half a horn now. Tong Yuling's face turned cold. A murderous aura also emerged from Qin Yu's body, and he no longer backed down. You're courting death. The man in white had a sullen expression. He waved his palm, and a cold wave of internal energy rushed over with a howling cold current like a blizzard. In an instant, a violent and cold hail-like intent enveloped Qin Yu and Xianxia. Tong Yuling was the first to attack. The soft sword in her hand shook out a sword shadow as thick as a python, and the sword wind swept out. Boom! The moment the two internal energies clashed, Tong Yuling's expression changed. Boom! A wave of cold internal energy shook her back a few steps. Her face was pale, and she almost vomited blood. Senior sister Tong. Qin Yu was shocked. He didn't expect that a casual attack from the opponent would injure Tong Yuling. Whoosh! At the same time, a cold current of energy surrounded Qin Yu, causing his blood and chi to freeze. If it was an ordinary meridian opening realm cultivator, he would have been seriously injured. An early organs refinement realm cultivator and a meridian opening realm cultivator can actually withstand an attack with 60% of my power. The man in white was a little surprised. Hearing that, Tong Yuling was shocked. The strength of this man in white was so strong. No wonder he was so arrogant. Bullshit. I haven't attacked yet. Qin Yu cursed. Did the other party really think that it was a 1 versus 2? Meridian opening realm? The man in white glanced at Qin Yu with disdain, and his figure flashed as he pounced towards Tong Yuling again. He ignored Qin Yu. As long as he completely defeated Tong Yuling, who was in the organs refinement realm, the two of them would naturally beg for mercy. Cold water art. The man in white waved his palm, and an even colder and more violent cold wave palm force went straight towards Tong Yuling. But in the next moment, whoosh, a silver sword aura that was as heavy as 10,000 caddies slashed towards him from the side, bringing with it a formless pressure and murderous aura. The man in white's body stiffened, and he felt the blood in his body sink. The opponent's sword had not yet arrived, but the violent and heavy wind made him feel pressure. Take my sword. A cold light flashed in Tong Yuling's eyes. The soft sword in her hand dragged a waterfall-like sword rainbow, and a trace of blood light appeared on its surface. Her sword contained a strange blood chi, and its power was higher than before. It was almost at the middle stage of the organ's refinement realm. The two of them exploded at the same time, causing the man in white to be surprised. Whoosh, he sneered, and his figure flashed like a ghost. As he pulled away from Qinyu, the cold and violent cold wave palm force hit Tong Yuling. Whoosh, with a rapid explosion, Tong Yuling's figure was forced back several steps. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her pale face was filled with shock. Bang, Qinyu's heavy sword firmly blocked the direction of the man in white's retreat. Treasure weapon? The man in white chuckled, and with one hand, he took out a crystal sword that was overflowing with cold air, and slowly slashed. Whoosh, an icy sword wave, with a sharp icy wind and cold flow, formed a small icy whirlwind, and hit Qinyu's accumulated sword. Crack, the heavy mysterious sword, in Qinyu's hand seemed to slash into the rolling hailstones. Break! His figure was like a giant ape, and the heavy sword in his hand slashed apart the small icy whirlwind, and clashed with the opponent's crystal sword for a moment. Tone, the man in white only felt a huge force, and his figure floated back a few feet. Qinyu stood still, feeling that the arm that held the sword seemed to be frozen by ice, and it was almost impossible to exert force. Whoosh, he activated his inner breath, and his heart suddenly jumped. A surge of heat rushed over, and dispelled the cold power by more than half. Even so, Qinyu felt that this strike had almost caused him to suffer internal injuries, and his meridians were a little blocked. Unbelievable. A mere middle stage opening meridian can actually use the power of a treasure weapon, and receive my sword. The man in white had a face of surprise. One must know that he had also used a treasure weapon, and even though it was 1 against 2, he hastily received Qinyu's sword. Yunfei. You are the true disciple of the Watermoon sect? Tong Yuling was speechless. She had heard of this person's name. The Watermoon sect had more females than males, and the male true disciples were even rarer. Suddenly, she smiled bitterly. No wonder when she activated the power of that thing, and the power of the attack reached the middle stage of the viscera refining stage, she was not his opponent. This is the power of a true disciple? Qinyu's face was solemn. Because of his physique and the bronze statue skill, he could use the great power of the heavy mysterious sword. This was something that even the viscera refining stage could not do. Under normal circumstances, Qinyu did not use the explosive power of his heart, and only relied on the heavy mysterious sword to suppress a normal early-stage viscera refining stage. Hu, dong dong. Dong dong, Qinyu's viscera refining stage sped up, and he was about to activate the explosive power of his heart. Only then would he have a chance of winning. At this moment, the man in white, Yunfei, looked at the sky in front of him, and his expression changed. Suddenly, Qinyu felt waves of murderous aura assaulting his senses. He turned his head to look. In the sky behind him, there was a dense black dot. Like a wave of black clouds, pushing forward. Ah! So many vicious birds, run, 2 young men wearing bamboo hats, battered and exhausted, flew over. Why did this sound so familiar? He saw that the black dots in the sky were vicious birds the size of bamboo baskets. Each of them had the shape of a sharp black feather, and their eyes revealed a murderous glint. There were probably tens of thousands of vicious birds, which made one's scalp tingle. In terms of aura, each vicious bird was close to the black-toothed ferocious boar that he had killed earlier. Among them, there were a few that were even larger, and their aura was similar to that of the red-horned ferocious bull. The ghosts won't go away. Why did these vicious birds appear again? The man in white cursed angrily. Whoosh, the overwhelming number of vicious birds swept over with a gust of cold wind. The bamboo hats on the heads of the 2 young men fell in the wind, and they were entangled by a few vicious birds. Senior Brother Li? Senior Brother Wu? Qinyu looked at the 2 people in front of him with a face full of shock. These 2 young men were Li Dakue and Wu Yu, the 2 senior brothers of the same sect. Chen. Yunfei, why are you here? Wu Yu saw Qinyu and the man in white at the same time, and he was also startled. Run! Li Dakue waved a saber and slashed out a ripple-like saber wind, killing several vicious birds. The 2 killed a bloody path and met up with Qinyu and the others. You too. Why did you attract so many vicious birds? Yunfei's face turned green, and his voice trembled. Previously, when he fought the red-horned ferocious bull alone, he had to stop because he encountered a flock of vicious birds. When he finally got rid of them, Qinyu and Wu Yu took advantage of it. But now, it was unknown where these two fellows came from, but they attracted more than 10 times the ferocious birds just now. Whoosh! 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 The group of 5, facing the black tide-like vicious bird army, could only kill a bloody path and escape into the depths of the mountain range. Find a river or a cave. Yunfei thought of a plan. Whoosh! Everyone's breathing became rapid. After running for hundreds of miles, they didn't see a river, but they saw a dark cave entrance. Go in. The few of them didn't care too much and flew into the cave that reeked of a fishy smell. Inside the cave, the space was narrow and the terrain was complicated. The vicious birds wandered outside and didn't come in. Senior Brother Li, Senior Brother Wu. Why are you here? You even attracted the pursuit of this group of vicious birds. Qinyu couldn't help but ask. When they were rushing, he had a feeling that he was being followed and spied on. Could it be these two guys? This is definitely an accident. Wu Yu laughed dryly. The two of them looked a little unnatural. He couldn't say, we were secretly tracking you, junior brother, but we attracted this terrifying number of birds. You two must have done something. These birds are still wandering outside the cave and have no intention of leaving. Yunfei said in a deep voice. Actually. The two of them hesitated for a while. In the end, Li Dakue took out a few brownish-black bird eggs from his bag. You actually stole the eggs of the birds? Yunfei said angrily. Qinyu and Tong Yuling were also speechless. No wonder these two people were hated by the birds and chased after them. We came to the Cloud Abyss mountain range with the intention of hunting a ferocious beast material. We didn't expect to find a battle with the birds on the way. Wu Yu said. A battle with the birds? Qinyu was a little curious. Of course, the excuse that the two of them used to go out could be ignored. Qinyu was sure that the two of them were following him. Li Dakue said, we took advantage of the flock of ferocious birds to enter their nest and steal a few eggs while they were fighting with another flock of birds. I didn't expect to be so closely watched. Humph. You probably stole the king egg, or there wouldn't be such a big commotion. Yunfei snorted coldly. The two of them smiled awkwardly. They didn't manage to fool Yunfei with this detail. What should I say? A group of birds appeared out of nowhere. It turns out that you stole the king egg and alarmed the entire group of birds. Yunfei's face was gloomy. If it weren't for the birds' first attack, Yunfei would have killed the red-horned dire bull long ago, and Qinyu and Tong Yuling wouldn't have had a chance. Qinyu had a strange expression. Didn't this mean that because of the existence of Li Dakue and Tong Yuling, he and Tong Yuling could successfully kill the dire bull and obtain the material, at this time? A shrill cry came from outside the cave, and the wind and sand were swept away. That cry caused everyone's hearts to tremble. When they looked outside, they were shocked. They saw a huge black-red ferocious bird, with billowing black smoke and strong winds, hovering above the cave. Vicious Bird King. I'm afraid it's a ferocious bird whose strength is approaching the Qi transformation post-celestial stage. Yunfei's expression turned increasingly ugly. Apart from this vicious bird king, there were also some larger vicious birds. Their auras were comparable to the viscera refining stage, and they weren't any weaker than the red-horned vicious bull. Along with the tens of thousands of vicious birds, if one were to forcefully charge in, one would probably be bitten to the bone in an instant. Boom! Suddenly, a slight tremble came from the depths of the cave, as if a huge ferocious creature was crawling. A foul wind blew over. That fishy wind and fiendish aura were like bellows, its power not losing to the vicious bird king outside. The 5 of them shuddered. It's definitely a dead end outside. Yunfei regained his calm. He exchanged a glance with Li Dakue, who was also at the mid-meridian opening stage, and quickly came to a decision. The 5 of them braced themselves and cautiously ventured deeper into the cave. Although there was a terrifying big guy in the depths of the cave, it was better than facing the flock of vicious birds outside. Hiss! Whoosh! Inside the cave, the huge ferocious creature was approaching, and the fierce foul wind and fiendish aura made them feel uneasy. What a big guy! Li Dakue growled, and the treasure weapon in his hand trembled as he guarded in front of him. The five of them looked closely and sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw a blood python that was almost as thick as a bucket and 5 or 6 feet long was curled up in front of them. Its bloody mouth and thick tongue were spitting out a foul smell. Its pair of dark red eyes were like a frightening oil lamp in the dark cave, sending chills down one's spine. The aura of the blood python is close to the postnatal chi transformation stage, or at least the peak of the viscera refining stage. If we work together, we will be able to fight. Yunfei took a deep breath. At this point, there was no way out. They could only fight with all their might. The 5 of them weren't rookies. They each took out their weapons and formed a semi-encirclement formation. Yunfei and Li Dakue faced the blood python. Wu Yu, Tong Yuling, and Qin Yu stood on either side of the blood python. The two sides were in a deadlock for a moment. Finally, Li Dakue roared and attacked. The treasure weapon slashed out a ripple-like blade wave and slashed at the blood python's head. Boom, the blood python suddenly scuttled like a small blood-colored mountain, and when its thick body swept, it brought about a bloody whirlwind. Boom, Li Dakue grunted. After taking the blow, he was swept to the ground and felt dizzy. If he was alone, he would have already been eaten by the blood python. Evil creature, the sword in Yunfei's hand slashed out an astonishing cold sword aura, and with a cold sword wind, it hit the blood python with a poochie sound. On the blood python's body, a half-inch deep and 3 feet long bloody mark appeared. The power of this sword was far stronger than when he fought with Qin Yu and Tong Yuling. However, the blood python was extremely strong and had extremely fast reactions. When it swept its tail, it forced Yunfei and his sword to retreat. Wu Yu was very unlucky and was forced to take a blow from the blood python's tail. Boom, Wu Yu was sent flying and smashed into the stone wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. If it was an ordinary pulse-illuminating cultivator, he would have fallen apart. Fortunately, at this moment, Qin Yu and Tong Yuling's attacks landed together, restraining the blood python. Especially Qin Yu's profound heavy sword, which dragged a silver sword aura, slashed at the blood python's waist, causing it to scream. Poochie poochie, the soft sword in Tong Yuling's hand was suffused with a bloody light, leaving a few superficial bloody marks on the blood python's body. I'll hack you to death, you evil creature! Li Dakue roared. Together with Yunfei, the saber and sword joined hands, and the fierce saber and sword shadows hit the blood python's body. The blood python roared, and a blood-colored python shadow swept across, almost sealing off the surrounding area. Shua, Yunfei's movement technique was amazing, and he managed to escape from the gap. Bang, Li Dakue was not so lucky, and he was smashed to the ground again. Fortunately, Qin Yu and Tong Yuling came to the rescue in time. Qin Yu, in particular, slashed with the heavy sword in his hand, and the huge force was enough to shake the blood python's body. At the scene, only he had the huge force to shake the blood python and save people. Soon after, Tong Yuling and Wu Yu were saved by Qin Yu. Hiss, the blood python roared angrily. It was very annoyed, and it wanted to charge at Qin Yu several times. Heavy sword gang, as Qin Yu retreated, he gathered strength in his heart, and the profound heavy sword in his hand danced, forming a dark silver sword aura layer, like an iron wall. The Taigang sword he practiced was very good at defense. Bang, the blood python's frontal attack hit the sword aura layer, and the latter immediately cracked. But Qin Yu's body was strong, and his movement technique was agile, so he could retreat unscathed. Taking advantage of this time, Yunfei and Li Dakue brandished their weapons, and attacked ruthlessly. The blood python roared, and a few wounds were left on its body. Leave the attack to us. Chen, you are in charge of the rescue, and block it at the crucial moment. Li Dakue said. Okay. Chen Yu nodded. After all, in terms of killing power, the two middle-stage viscera refinement cultivators had precious weapons. Especially Yunfei. Not only was his offensive power the strongest, but his attainments in movement techniques were also unfathomable. Every time he attacked, he could injure the blood python, and he could quickly retreat. He is indeed a true disciple. Qin Yu sighed. They were both in the middle stage viscera refinement, but Yunfei was much stronger than Li Dakue. Of course. Qinyu played a role in restraining the blood python, and his timely rescue also contributed. This ensured the integrity of the team of 5. If they died one by one, no matter how strong Yunfei was, it would be difficult for him to fight the blood python, whose strength was close to the postnatal qi transformation stage. Time passed slowly. Under the close cooperation of the 5, the blood python's body was bleeding, and its injuries were getting more and more serious. Hiss, the blood python finally had a trace of fear, and it dragged its injured body into the depths of the cave. Kill. Li Dakui's clothes were tattered, but he chased after it excitedly. Everyone was overjoyed. The blood python's strength was close to the qi transformation realm, and its body parts were all precious materials. Whoosh! 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 The 5 chased it, and Yunfei's speed was the fastest. He continued to leave various injuries on the blood python's body. In the meantime, the blood python tried to counterattack, but Qinyu, the rescue expert, blocked it with the heavenly sword transformation for a moment, and the formation was not disrupted. After a series of attacks, the blood python was fatally injured, and it fled into the depths of the cave. Not long later, the blood python was forced to the end of the cave by the 5. A large blood pool appeared in front of them, and it was emitting a terrifying bloody and evil aura. Splash! The blood python jumped into the blood pool, even though the blood pool could not completely submerge its huge body. Don't stop. The blood python is using the power of the blood pool to recover its injuries. Tong Yuling shouted. Qinyu looked carefully. After the blood python jumped into the blood pool, its injuries were slowly recovering, and even its complexion seemed to be improving. Go! Everyone shuddered and hurriedly launched a fierce attack on the blood python in the blood pool. The internal breath of the viscera refinement stage could already carry out long-range attacks, especially Yunfei and Li Dakui. With the help of their treasured weapons, the blood python screamed repeatedly. Qinyu relied on the long and large profound heavy sword in his hand to kill the blood python. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. Feeling sullen, the blood python was beaten to death by everyone. Before it died, its cold and unwilling gaze swept over Qinyu and Yunfei. Gulp, gulp, the corpse of the blood python in the blood pool caused a strange wave of blood. The blood in the pool seemed to be even more viscous. There should be some kind of blood spirit mineral in this pool. Quickly deal with the corpse, or its blood essence and strength will be lost. Tong Yuling reminded. They hurriedly went down to retrieve the corpse of the blood python. The corpse of the blood python was a treasure. But the moment Tong Yuling stepped into the blood pool, a strange change occurred. Boom! With Tong Yuling as the center, the blood pool churned with a shocking blood evil qi wave, which wrapped around her body like a blood-colored fried dough twist. Save me! Tong Yuling was surrounded by the violent blood evil wind, and her face was pale. The blood jade spirit bamboo shoot that she wore shone with a bloody light, like an invisible whirlpool, attracting even more blood evil qi wave to wrap around her body. Most of the blood evil qi wave flowed into the blood jade spirit bamboo shoot, and some into her body. Tong Yuling let out a muffled groan, and her beautiful face turned bright red, almost twisted in pain. Boom! With her as the center, the powerful blood evil wind wave made the people around her unable to stand steadily. Qinyu was closer to her, and a trace of hesitation flashed on his face. Suddenly, his arm was grabbed by Tong Yuling. Qinyu was shocked. But the moment his arm was grabbed, a blood evil qi wave flowed into his body. Boom! The blood evil qi wave in his body suddenly boiled. It melted with the blood evil qi wave and became one. Dong! Dong! Qinyu's heart suddenly started beating. The blood evil qi wave that entered his body felt an invisible suction force, and it flowed into his body at a speed several times faster than before. Boom! In an instant, the entire pool of blood turned into thick blood snakes that coiled around the two of them. What's going on? Li Dakui and the others retreated in shock. The man and woman in the pool seemed to have fused into a pair of blood-colored statues that attracted the blood evil qi wave in the blood pool. These two, Yunfei's complicated expression revealed a trace of envy. In the blood pool in the cave, Qinyu and Tong Yuling's arms were connected to each other, and they looked like two blood-colored statues surrounded by surging baleful blood aura. After grabbing onto Qinyu, the pain on Tong Yuling's face was greatly reduced. "Sorry for dragging you into this," Tong Yuling said with guilt. She was like a drowning person who had a subconscious desire to live. "This is..." Qinyu realized that the surrounding blood aura was split into wisps and surged into his body under the influence of the mysterious heart and the baleful cloud inner breath. The terrifying power of the aura merged with the baleful cloud inner breath in his body. His baleful cloud inner breath was like a sponge absorbing water, growing stronger step by step and rampaging through his meridians. Whoosh, the crystal blood in the blood aura was absorbed by Tong Yuling's body. Qinyu could vaguely see a blood jade stalagmite blooming with a bloody radiance inside her clothes. It looked very familiar. So, not only did the blood pool contain the essence of blood, but it had also absorbed a vast amount of baleful aura from the surroundings over the years in the deep cloud mountain range where ferocious beasts roamed. Although Tong Yuling's blood jade spirit bamboo could absorb the essence of blood, the large amount of aura had a great impact on Tong Yuling, the host. If she couldn't bear the enormous amount of aura, Tong Yuling might go berserk and even turn into a demon that lost its mind. Fortunately, she caught Qinyu. Qinyu's baleful cloud fist required him to accumulate aura to increase his power. That alone wasn't enough. At the same time, the mysterious suction force generated by Qinyu's heart helped Qinyu retract and suppress the berserk baleful blood energy. Time passed. Qinyu felt that his baleful cloud inner breath was becoming stronger and more violent. The meridians in his body were almost filled with the aura. Fortunately, as the mysterious heart beat, the suction caused most of the aura to shrink and even compress into his flesh and bones bit by bit. The essence of the aura was gathered in his heart. At this moment, Qinyu could feel his heart beating even more vigorously. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the roiling waves of fiendish blood energy calmed down and dimmed. More than half of the blood in the pool had dried up, revealing a layer of black filth. What was left of the blood python's corpse was only skin, flesh, and bones. "The two of you actually managed to absorb all of the blood python's flesh essence." Yunfei's expression was gloomy and unwilling. Obviously, an opportunity was obtained by Qinyu and Tong Yuling. After Tong Yuling absorbed a large amount of blood essence, her beautiful face became even more beautiful, and her skin became even more tender and smooth. Her entire face was glowing, delicate and charming, as if she had been reborn. Tong Yuling had only absorbed a small portion of the blood essence, most of it was absorbed by the blood jade spirit bamboo that she was wearing. She did not have a tyrannical physique like Qinyu. "Chen, thank you so much." Tong Yuling's beautiful face was filled with gratitude. Qinyu helped her absorb the unnecessary impurities of the murderous aura, so that the blood essence she absorbed was exceptionally pure. And those impurities were exactly what Qinyu's baleful cloud inner breath needed. At this moment, Qinyu did not have time to reply. He sat cross-legged and circulated the surging inner breath in his body with all his might. As the baleful cloud inner breath strengthened, it became abnormally violent and restless. Thump thump. Thump thump, the mysterious heart beat a few more times, stabilizing Qinyu's blood, qi, and inner breath. If it was someone else, even if they also practiced the baleful cloud fist, there was a high possibility of a backlash, or even the danger of exploding and dying. What Qinyu needed to do now was to absorb and convert the violent and chaotic baleful blood qi in his meridians. In addition, his body had absorbed and stored more than half of the baleful blood qi, so there was a possibility that it would devour its owner. After all, the baleful blood qi was an external force, not something that Qinyu had cultivated himself. The baleful blood qi in this kid's body is so huge that it far exceeds his own inner breath. Sooner or later, he will suffer a backlash. Yunfei looked on coldly. The fact that Qinyu had yet to go berserk or explode and die was already surprising to him. A few hours later, only a small portion of the ferocious birds outside the cave had left and most of them were still loitering outside. Qinyu had been circulating the baleful cloud heart sutra, guarding his heart and converting and absorbing the baleful blood qi in his body. In the meantime, the baleful blood qi in his body had a few backlashes, but the mysterious heart had stopped them. Gradually, Qinyu controlled his own baleful cloud inner breath and then absorbed the other baleful blood qi in his meridians to strengthen and refine himself. The few people present realized that the violent aura on Qinyu's body was gradually calming down and was being retracted and refined bit by bit. At the same time, the inner breath fluctuation on Qinyu's body was rising bit by bit. This guy, Yunfei's face was filled with disbelief. Qinyu had actually subdued and refined a portion of the baleful blood qi and was continuously strengthening himself. 2 days later. Ugh! Qinyu let out a low roar and a faint black baleful wind formed on the surface of his body, releasing a few blood-colored impurities. Yunfei and Li Dakue were both shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Congratulations, junior brother Qin. Your cultivation has advanced to the next level. Tong Yuling said with a smile. Late-stage meridian soothing realm? That's really unexpected. Qinyu exhaled. In the past 2 days, he only wanted to stabilize his inner breath and tame the baleful blood qi in his body. In the end, after stabilizing the condition of his body, the baleful cloud inner breath was strengthened to the limit, forcefully opening the third external meridian network in his body and circulating it smoothly. This meant that Qinyu had advanced to the late-stage meridian soothing realm, however. Qinyu's face was half joyful and half worried. He was happy that he had unexpectedly advanced to the late-stage meridian soothing realm. He was worried that he had used external forces to break through, but he felt that his cultivation level was not as stable as before. After all, with his talent, breaking through to the late-stage meridian soothing realm would take at least a year. The two of you have obtained so many benefits, do you have to give up something? Yunfei looked unwilling. Qinyu and Tong Yuling couldn't help but look at the blood pool. In the blood pool, there was a layer of faint red crystals that had shattered into powder and the remains of the blood python. The opportunities were all taken by Qinyu and Yunfei. Logically speaking, the blood python was killed by the 5 of them together, so everyone should have a share, not to mention the opportunity of the blood pool itself. After a discussion, the 5 of them made the distribution. Thus, Qinyu and Luyu gave the bull's horn and blood essence to Yunfei. Tong Yuling had absorbed such a large amount of pure blood essence, so she naturally didn't need the blood essence of the bull. In the end, Qinyu still managed to keep the barbaric ox marrow. Furthermore, Li Dakue and Wuyu had attracted so many birds, bringing disaster to everyone. This disaster was shouldered by everyone. The 2 of them reluctantly handed over a bird king egg to Yunfei. Yunfei's expression softened. When he fought the blood python, he was one of the main forces and was attacked by the birds twice. No one had any objections. Of course, the biggest bargain was taken by Qinyu and Tong Yuling. But Li Dakue and the others couldn't do anything. Even if the blood pool was intact, they didn't have the ability. Junior brother Chen, look at these 2 vicious bird king eggs, plus the pills and primordial stones from before, how about we exchange them for your circulation qi pill? Li Dakue smiled. Circulation pill? Yunfei looked at Qinyu in surprise. Even he was tempted by such a pill, but this kid had it? What senior brotherly gave is barely enough to exchange for the circulation pill. Tong Yuling said with a smile. Qinyu understood that Li Dakue's offer this time was more sincere than the last time. However, although the vicious bird king's egg was valuable, it was unknown how many years it would take to successfully hatch it and even raise it into a flying bird pet. It would take a great deal of effort. And the circulation pill was extremely beneficial to the viscera refinement stage and could even lay a good foundation for breaking through to the qi transformation stage in the future. One was the long-term value, and the other was the direct benefit. Therefore, Qinyu rejected it again. Li Dakue was greatly disappointed. Fortunately, he had gained a lot this time. He might be able to get another circulation pill in the future. May I know the name of this Chen? Yunfei suddenly asked. He was interested in Qinyu. Not only did this young man have the circulation pill, but his cultivation technique seemed to be related to the primordial fiend divine skill of the Yunui Gate. Such a person should have a great background. Why hadn't he heard of him? Haha. Wuyu shook his head and laughed. He is Qinyu, our junior brother. He isn't what you think. His circulation pill was obtained by winning the outer sect competition. Unlike you, Brother Yi, you are the son of the sect master of Shueiyue sect. You are of noble birth. Yunfei, the son of the sect master of Shueiyue sect, Qinyu was secretly surprised. No wonder this person was so powerful at such a young age. He was also a direct disciple of Shueiyue sect. Qinyu. You are that Qinyu. Yunfei's expression darkened. What's wrong? The few people present looked at Yunfei in confusion. I am Qinyu. Does brother know me? Qinyu was confused. Before the outer sect competition, Qinyu had always been a fringe disciple of Yunui Gate. He had nothing to do with Yunfei, the son of the sect master. You are from the Qin family of Xiangyang City? Yunfei stared at Qinyu with a cold gaze. That's right. Qinyu felt that something was wrong. That's right. Yunfei's handsome face was filled with murderous intent and anger. Before he finished his sentence, he slapped at Qinyu. Whoosh, a gust of icy wind swirled around Qinyu's palm energy, and with a frightening momentum, it flew toward Qinyu. This attack was much stronger than the one that injured Tong Yuling. Watch out! Tong Yuling exclaimed. Yunfei's attack was not to be underestimated. Normal viscera refinement cultivators would find it hard to block and might even be killed. That powerful icy cold inner aura hit Qinyu through the air, causing all the blood in his body to freeze. Killing Cloud Palm, Qinyu was infuriated. His heart thumped and the killing cloud inner energy in his body surged out. Whoosh, the moment he struck out with his palm, an astonishing baleful aura surged out of his body. It actually brought about a fist shadow of baleful aura that was as thick as a water bucket in the void, faintly taking the shape of a python. Killing Cloud Fist. On the other side, Li Dakue and Wuyu exclaimed. Qinyu was also shocked. This palm strike had actually released a portion of the remaining murderous aura in his body. The killing cloud inner energy in his body had been suppressed for too long, and when it erupted, it was like a flood. Therefore, he didn't use his heart's technique and actually used Killing Cloud Fist. What was even more shocking was that this time, the killing energy fist shadow vaguely formed the shape of a blood python, and the killing energy was even thicker. Boom! The extremely cold palm force with the spinning icy wind collided with the fiendish aura fist force in the shape of a python. Suddenly, a shockwave and stone fragments swirled about, sweeping through the surrounding area. The cave that everyone was in seemed to faintly tremble. Boom! Yunfei and Qinyu clashed in the air. Two overbearing and violent forces collided in the air, causing the cave to shake and the strong wind to sweep the stones. Hey! Stop! Why are you two fighting? The five of them were in a mess. The powerful force from the collision of the fist and palm swept the surrounding area. Finally, Li Dakue and Wuyu pulled Yunfei back. As for Tong Yuling, she stood beside Qinyu and looked at Yunfei coldly. Kid, you can actually take my cold wind palm. Yunfei stopped and calmed down. After all, the people in front of him were all from Yunui Gate. Although he was not afraid, he could not take advantage of them. Meanwhile, the punch Qinyu executed just now had greatly surprised him. Although he did not use his full strength, it was 70 to 80%. Ordinary middle-stage organs refinement cultivators might not be able to take it. Chen, are you okay? Tong Yuling heaved a sigh of relief and asked worriedly. It's nothing serious. Qinyu only felt a chill on his arm. His heart beat faster as the murderous cloud inner breath flowed in and returned to normal. On the other side, Li Dakue and Wuyu were secretly shocked. Qinyu, with his late meridian soothing realm cultivation, could actually use the murderous fist force and not be at a disadvantage when facing a direct disciple like Yunfei. Even Qinyu himself was a little surprised. This time, he did not activate the explosive power of his heart. After thinking about it for a moment, Qinyu roughly understood what had happened. That palm strike just now had vented out the remaining blood fiendish aura in his body, greatly amplifying the power of his palm strike. One must know. There was still some murderous blood qi in Qinyu's body that had not been completely absorbed. Moreover, after that palm was released, Qinyu felt that the murderous cloud inner breath in his body had become smooth. That feeling was as if his thoughts were clear. Hee. It seemed that he really had to thank Yunfei for that palm. This was what Qinyu was thinking, but he didn't show it on his face. He stared coldly at Yunfei. Yunfei, are you crazy? How can you bite anyone you see? Tong Yuling said angrily. The ruthlessness of his words made Qinyu and the others blush with shame. You guys. Anger surfaced on Yunfei's handsome face. He was about to attack again. Brother Yi, let's talk things out. Why did you suddenly attack Qinyu? It seems like this is the first time you two have met. Will you persuaded? Yunfei forcefully suppressed his anger as he glared at Qinyu with a cold and vengeful gaze. Qinyu, I have a question. Are you engaged to Chu Wanyu? Yunfei took a deep breath. Chu Wanyu? Engagement? Qinyu was stunned. Thinking about it carefully, it did seem to be the case. He had almost forgotten that he was engaged to the daughter of the city lord, Chu Fengyun. This matter was approved by Qinyu's parents. In other words, Chu Wanyu was really his fiancée, at least in name. Humph, it seems that you also know about this. Wanyu and I are in love and we are fated to be together in this life. How can you steal my love away? Yunfei's eyes flashed with deep hatred. You have a fiancé? Tong Yuling's beautiful face was filled with surprise, and there was a hint of dimness in her eyes. Li Dakue and Wu Yu looked at the two of them with their mouths agape. I say, Chen, since Brother Yi and that woman fell in love first, you should forcefully break them up. That's not very kind of you to forcefully break them up. Li Dakue coughed. Sorry. I haven't even seen Chu Wanyu's face. I have no interest in what is going on between the two of you. Qinyu said impatiently. He was also very angry about this matter. Humph. I advise you to give up on your desire for Wanyu and break off the marriage. Otherwise, no one who tries to hit on my woman will have a good ending. Yunfei threatened in a sinister tone. He did not believe Qinyu's words. With Chu Wanyu's looks, there were many people who could not forget her after seeing her once. For this, Yunfei had secretly broken the legs of a few of his rivals in love, crippling their cultivation. TSK, from the looks of it, this woman hasn't really succeeded. If you have the ability, marry her and break off the marriage with the Chu family. Qinyu gave a look as if it had nothing to do with him. Yunfei was infuriated. It was true that he had not succeeded in getting the woman, which was why he was so concerned. However, Qinyu's wretched look of I don't care, I'll marry you made him burn with anger. Alright. It's just a small grudge. Wu Yu hurriedly tried to smooth things over. At this moment, outside the cave, there was the sound of birds chirping and a cold wind howling. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they rushed to the cave entrance and looked out. After 2 days, more than half of the birds outside the cave had left. There were about 1,000 to 2,000 of them left. In about a day, they would be able to escape. That's not right, these birds seem to be afraid of something. Tong Yuling was very meticulous. Everyone looked. The birds in the sky did not even look at the 5 of them. Instead, they were chirping in a certain direction. Their feathers were trembling and their eyes were filled with an instinctive fear. From another direction in the Cloud Abyss mountain range, a gloomy aura surged over. Shua, an inexplicable chill appeared in the hearts of the few of them. At this moment, a sharp and deafening bird chirp streaked across the clouds. It's the fierce bird king. A huge scarlet-black bird, with a ring of black smoke and strong winds, let out a series of sharp chirps that shocked the soul. Its powerful aura was even stronger than the blood python that was killed previously. It was the fierce bird king that was close to the Qi transformation realm. The fierce bird king did not even care about the 5 of them at the cave entrance. Instead, it was trembling uneasily, letting out a series of chirps and screaming in a certain direction. A few breaths later, in the distant horizon, a layer of strange dark gray fog appeared. A rotten and gloomy aura spread over. Vaguely, a small black dot appeared in the gloomy gray fog. What is that? The hearts of the 5 of them inexplicably trembled. The gloomy aura became stronger and stronger, causing them to instinctively feel uneasy. In the gray fog, the small black dot gradually became bigger. That is, Qinyu, who had the best eyesight, was shocked when he saw the outline. The black dot grew larger bit by bit. In the end, it formed the outline of a stone coffin floating in the air. As it floated, it entered Xiao Chen's eyes. Stone coffin, everyone's eyes widened and they sucked in a breath of cold air. The surface of the stone coffin was old and black. On both sides of the coffin, there were some sinister stone patterns that seemed to be some kind of ancient Ing characters. As it floated, it set off a gloomy fog. The closer they got, the deeper the fog became and the more terrifying the aura became. Stone coffin. There's someone inside. Someone exclaimed in a low voice, causing the few of them to feel numb. Qinyu fixed his eyes on the four corners of the stone coffin. There were four zombie-like figures. Their limbs were stiff, their faces were pale, and their pupils were numb. The four zombie-like figures were like ghost soldiers, carrying the stone coffin and floating in the air in the terrifying Yin Qi. Finally, the stone coffin floated in the air where the flock of ferocious birds was. At that moment, there was not a sound nearby. All the ferocious beasts were trembling uneasily. Qinyu and the others had cold sweat on their foreheads. Their hearts were extremely depressed and they could not breathe. The five of them did not dare to move, let alone make a sound. They were afraid that they would alarm the host in the stone coffin. Even the aura emitted by the four zombie-like ghost guards made them shudder. The stone coffin had arrived, the flock of birds that had been invaded were in a panic. Among them, the huge figure of the ferocious bird king flapped its black feathers, causing a cold gust of wind. The chaotic flock of ferocious birds intertwined with the stone coffin. Buzz, a layer of black flame suddenly appeared on the surface of the stone coffin, lighting up all kinds of strange characters. With a squeak sound, the lid of the stone coffin moved a few feet. The next moment, a big skeletal hand slowly stretched out from within. That scene made the hearts of Qinyu and the others beat wildly, chills running down their spines, and their blood freezing. The terrifying pressure made it hard for them to breathe. At the mouth of the stone coffin, the eerie skeletal hand slowly swept across the sky, and a muffled explosion immediately came from the sky. Boom, visible to the naked eye, a huge and eerie black shadow swept across the sky. In an instant, a soul-stirring and miserable shriek pierced through the sky. The huge body of the ferocious bird king was torn apart and exploded in the air. At the same moment, hundreds of ferocious birds nearby fell from the sky, flesh and bones flying everywhere. In front of the cave, Qinyu and the others were shocked as they looked at the bird feathers, flesh, and blood that filled the sky. It was as if a celestial maiden had scattered flowers. That withered hand clawed through the air. The ferocious bird king was killed. There were hundreds of ferocious birds that died tragically. What kind of level was this? Whoosh! At this moment, the eerie and terrifying stone coffin slowly floated towards the cave entrance. Qinyu and the others were horrified, their scalps tingling, and they completely suffocated. Buzz, the lid of the coffin slowly closed, the Ing characters on the surface of the stone coffin extinguished, and the big skeletal hand also disappeared. The four ghost guards, carrying the stone coffin, walked further and further away. Until that stone coffin turned into a small black dot in the gray fog and disappeared into the sky. Only then did everyone calm down. Whoosh, the five of them were drenched in sweat and looked like they were still in a state of shock. I feel that the four ghost guards carrying the stone coffin are at least at the Qi transformation realm. The mysterious existence in the stone coffin is even more unfathomable. Yunfei took a deep breath. Qi transformation realm? At that level, they can easily find us. Tong Yuling said. They definitely found us. Yunfei said with certainty, it's just that we are not blocking the way. Is there a need for such an existence to attack roadside ants? The few of them were stunned, but they had to admit this fact. After this battle, the five of them did not dare to stay here, and immediately went their separate ways. 2 days later, Qinyu and the others returned to the Yunhua sect. Junior Marshal Brother Chen, let's go see Master and tell him about this. The existence in the stone coffin is definitely a terrifying existence that can shake the Chu sect world. Wu Yu said solemnly. Chen Yu nodded. He was also very curious about what the stone coffin was. Perhaps Master Mao Qiuyu knew. Not long after, Chen Yu and the others met Master Mao Qiuyu in the elder's residence. Brat, where have you been these few days? I can't find a single one of you. Elder Mao scolded softly. Master, something big has happened. Wu Yu immediately spoke, describing the terrifying stone coffin incident that they had experienced. Stone coffin? Elder Mao's eyes flashed, but after listening, his expression was very calm. His master's calmness surprised Qinyu. I understand. A few days ago, our Yunyue sect already received news of the Yin stone coffin. Elder Mao said slowly. Yin sarcophagus. Qinyu and the others looked at each other. It seemed that Elder Mao knew some details about the mysterious sarcophagus. Under the curious gazes of the few people, Xianxia's expression changed. Mao Qiuyu said, just a few days ago, 2 large clans with Qi transformation realm cultivators in the Chu nation were annihilated in a single night. Large clans annihilated. Qinyu felt a chill run down his spine. Large clans with Qi transformation realm cultivators were more than 10 times stronger than his Qin family. These large clans were all giants in the secular world, second only to the Chu nation sect. They were also inextricably linked to several large sects. Yin sarcophagus was responsible for annihilation? Wu Yu sucked in a cold breath. That's right. Elder Mao's voice was low and unhurried. These 2 large clans were affiliated with the Bone Demon Palace 50 years ago. They later betrayed the Bone Demon Palace during the Chu nation's Great War. Bone Demon Palace, Great War, betrayal. Several keywords linked together in Qinyu's mind. The Bone Demon Palace was once the largest sect in the Chu nation. Its fame was known even to the mysterious woman, Yi Luofeng, far away in the Qi nation. In his memories, the Bone Demon Palace suffered a crushing defeat in the Great War and gradually declined. In recent decades, it had been very low-key and almost never showed its face. All signs indicate that the Bone Demon Palace is about to reappear, and its disciples are about to come out as well. Be careful when you go out in the future. It's best not to be alone. Elder Mao warned. Qinyu and the others hurriedly agreed. They had all heard of the Bone Demon Palace's fame and terror. However, Qinyu found it strange that the Yunhui Gate, Watermoon sect, and Iron's Word sect did not annihilate this evil sect in one fell swoop during the Great War. There must be many secrets in that Great War. Don't make wild guesses about the mysterious figure in the Yin sarcophagus. Sometimes, knowing too much isn't a good thing. Elder Mao silenced their curiosity. Then, Elder Mao narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized Qinyu's body. Hee, looks like your luck isn't bad. In just a few days, you've already broken through to the late meridian opening stage. Qinyu's hair stood on end from the look in his eyes. Li Dakue and Wu Yu, on the other hand, looked envious. The few of them told him about the fortuitous encounter in the blood pool. Humph. Elder Mao, however, had a cold smile on his face. To obtain something, one must pay a price. Forcefully raising one's cultivation base with the help of external forces is extremely troublesome. Future trouble. Qinyu's body and mind turned cold, and he felt a cold aura rising in his body. Mao Qiuyu's palm landed on Qinyu's shoulder. Whoosh, a stream of light green innate qi, with an irresistible power, gushed into Qinyu's meridians. In an instant, Qinyu's murderous cloud internal qi, as well as the hidden murderous blood qi, were instantly frozen and stuck to him. The powerful and dense Xiantian true qi circulated in Qinyu's body a few times. A moment later, Elder Mao let out a breath and retracted his palm. Qinyu only felt that his body was much more refreshed, and the murderous cloud internal qi and murderous qi in his body had been greatly removed. Thank you, Master. How could Qinyu still not understand? He hurriedly thanked the old man. Don't be happy too early. There's still a lot of murderous qi in your body, and it has even fused into your meridians and flesh. I'm just temporarily suppressing it for you. However, Elder Mao's following words caused Qinyu's heart to sink once more. This fortuitous encounter to break through to the late meridian opening stage seemed to be very refreshing, but there were also drawbacks. You're now facing 2 problems. Elder Mao said solemnly. Master, please speak. Qinyu's face was solemn. The first is the problem of the murderous qi's backlash. It's easy to go berserk, or even explode and die. To be honest, I'm very surprised that you're still safe and sound. Elder Mao had a strange look on his face. In fact, he had just checked Qinyu's constitution. Elder Mao was very curious why Qianyu's progress in the bronze statue skill and murderous cloud fist was so good. However, after checking, he found that this body, other than being abnormally healthy and having a strong life force, there were no obvious abnormalities. The second is that your foundation is unstable, and your internal qi contains murderous qi, which is mottled and impure. This could stifle your future potential. For example, it will be more difficult to advance to the viscera refinement stage, and you have no hope of advancing to the qi transformation stage in this lifetime. Elder Mao said casually. Hearing the first point, Qianyu was quite relieved. But the second point made him feel like he had fallen into an abyss. Unstable foundation, killing future potential. This was what he was most worried about. Master, what's the solution? Qianyu took a deep breath. There are a few ways. But the more practical one is to use a rare qi cleansing pill. Although this pill can't greatly increase cultivation, it has the effect of dispelling murderous qi, removing impurities, and clearing meridians. This pill can also stabilize one's cultivation level, and purify one's internal qi. Elder Mao replied. Qi cleansing pill. Qianyu's eyes lit up. This pill was indeed very suitable for his current situation. However, the value of this pill is above the qi circulation pill, mainly because it's harder to find. Our sect's grasswood hall can hardly refine it in 10 years. Elder Mao sighed. Hearing this, Qianyu let out a sigh of relief. At least there were some clues about this pill. Luckily, you have a qi circulation pill, so it's barely enough to trade for the qi cleansing pill. Wait a few days, I'll help you ask around. Elder Mao paused. Thank you, Master. Qianyu naturally couldn't ask for more. But speaking of this, he recalled the exchange situation for the Prime Fiend Divine Skill. Last time, Elder Mao had also said that he would help. Qianyu prepared to speak. Elder Mao waved his hand, dismissing Li Dakue and Wu Yu. Regarding the Prime Fiend Divine Skill, there's been an accident. Under normal circumstances, I could make an exception for you. Unfortunately, a mole from the Bone Demon Palace has recently been found in the sect, causing everyone to be alarmed. Elder Mao said seriously. Mole? Qianyu cursed inwardly. How could a mole suddenly be found, and from Bone Devil Palace at that? According to the information we've obtained, Bone Devil Palace has planted many spies in our sects over the years they've been recuperating. According to reliable sources, there should still be a mole in our sect that hasn't been found. In fact, a portion of our sect's secret cultivation method was stolen. Elder Mao's eyes flashed fiercely. It was confirmed that there was a mole. Qianyu was even more speechless. Perhaps someone he knew was a mole. It was no wonder. Exchanging for the sect's cornerstone cultivation method, Prime Fiend Divine Skill, would meet with resistance and be delayed. However, the sect Master has spoken. If you advance to the late-stage Viscera Refinement realm or become a true disciple of the sect, you can exchange for the Prime Fiend Divine Skill. Elder Mao comforted him. Actually, advancing to the late-stage Viscera Refinement realm and becoming a true disciple were extremely distant or even impossible for Qianyu. Therefore, the sect master's condition was just a consolation or even an excuse to reject. Right. Before leaving, Elder Mao suddenly thought of something. Since you've advanced to the late-stage illuminating meridian, come to my place in 3 days. Come in 3 days, Qianyu was stunned, but Elder Mao did not explain, so he agreed and left. After leaving the mansion, Qianyu met his 2 senior brothers, Li Dakue and Wu Yu. A lot of things have happened in the sect while we were away. Apart from the mole, there's also the Meteorite Iron Gamble battle between our sect, Watermoon sect, and Iron Sword sect. The 2 of them were talking with great interest. Meteorite Iron Gamble battle? What's going on? Qianyu asked curiously. Wu Yu coldly snorted, isn't it because of these 2 sects? They covet the meteorite iron that our sect landed last time. They find all sorts of excuses to force us to trade the meteorite iron. A few days ago, some of our elite disciples competed with the disciples of these 2 sections. They bet on meteorite iron and other precious spirit items of the same level. So that's how it is. Qianyu was enlightened. In the end, this meteorite iron gamble battle was the aftermath of the meteorite iron that had descended from the sky. How's the situation of the gamble battle? Chenyu asked. They lost quite badly. First against the Watermoon sect, they lost 2 out of 3 matches, then against the Iron Sword sect, they lost 7 out of 10 matches. Li Dakue shook his head, looking as though he expected better from Chenyu. Looking at his sai, it seemed like it was a great loss that he did not go on stage. Back at his residence, Chenyu took out a water bag of raging bull marrow with a smile on his face. He had gained a lot from this trip, but his main goal was the main ingredient of the second prescription. In the next 2 to 3 days, Chenyu stabilized his murderous cloud internal breath while using the raging bull marrow body-tempering liquid. Among them, the murderous cloud internal breath in his body was occasionally restless and violent. Luckily, he had the mysterious heart to suppress it. Chenyu paid more attention to this matter. He had to get rid of this trouble in the future, even if he had the mysterious heart and was not afraid of the murderous cheese backlash. The instability of his internal breath would affect his future. This was a big problem. On the other side, the effect of the raging bull marrow medicine gradually weakened. Chenyu simply increased the amount of the main ingredient, the raging bull marrow. Every morning, noon and night, he would use the body-tempering liquid to support the cultivation of the bronze statue skill. Anyway, the amount of raging bull marrow in his hands was enough, so he did not mind wasting it. Finally, on the 3rd day, Chenyu's bronze statue skill broke through to the greater success stage. Buzz, Chenyu activated the bronze statue technique, and his entire body was covered in a layer of golden copper-like veins. The veins and muscles on his body became more detailed and lifelike, forming the outline of a tall and majestic bronze statue. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh, Chenyu casually waved his fists, creating a howling gust of wind. He casually moved his feet, causing the house to shake. What's going on? The maids in the side room felt the house shake and their hearts jumped. Ha ha ha, in the house, Chenyu's laughter could be vaguely heard. So, after the bronze statue skill reached the greater success stage, Chenyu's strength and the explosive power of his muscles had greatly increased. After Chenyu's mysterious heart was modified, his body continued to evolve and become stronger. His bronze statue skill was stronger than others in the same realm. Chenyu estimated that his bronze statue skill reaching the greater success stage might be comparable to other people's initial success stage. Now, he only needed his body's brute strength and speed to fight against normal viscera refinement stage cultivators. With the greater success stage and the meridian opening stage, Chenyu's overall strength had increased greatly. The next day, Chenyu arrived at the elder's residence and met his master, Mao Qiuyu. Beside Elder Mao stood a slightly arrogant young man in black with a fair face. He was about the same age as Chenyu. This is your 4th senior brother, Chong Xian. Mao Qiuyu introduced. Greetings, senior brother Chong. Chenyu bowed slightly and sized up the young man in black. He had heard the other 2 senior brothers mention Chong Xian many times. He was Mao Qiuyu's direct disciple and was favored by his master. Yes. Chong Xian only replied with one word. His tone was cold. Chenyu was slightly embarrassed. However, as a direct disciple, he was indeed confident. He was only 1 year older than Chenyu, but he was in the middle stage of the viscera refinement realm. Chenyu, I asked you to come today. We're going to participate in the meteoric iron gamble battle together. You might have a chance to fight. Mao Qiuyu explained. Meteoric iron gamble battle? Aren't the viscera refinement realm disciples participating? Chenyu was stunned. Although he had won the outer disciple competition, he was still a rookie in the inner disciple. In the inner disciple, most of the disciples were in the viscera refinement realm. Some senior disciples were only half a step away from the chi transformation realm. There had been a few battles between the senior disciples. Today's competition will go down to the meridian illumination realm. Mao Qiuyu's expression was ugly. Many of the senior elite disciples had participated in the battles before, but they lost more than they won. Seeing the ugly expression on Elder Mao's face, Chenyu did not pursue the matter. 10 minutes later, Mao Qiuyu brought Chong Xian and Chenyu to the sect's Heavenly Cloud Hall. The Heavenly Cloud Hall was usually the place where the upper echelons of the sect met. It was Chenyu's first time here. Inside the heavenly cloud hall, some elders and hall masters had already arrived. This included Sect Master Yunue, Elder Nangong, Fairy Xiaoyu, and the others. In addition, there were also some young elite disciples, such as the Seventh Princes and Mu Shiuqing. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn. The faces of the higher-ups present did not look good. Everyone's here. The blue-robed Yunue sect leader said, "Have you decided on the candidates for the Meridian opening stage?" As soon as he finished speaking, 3 young disciples walked out from the crowd, 2 males and 1 female. These 3 disciples were all at the peak of the Meridian opening stage, and their auras almost touched the viscera refining stage. My little granddaughter, Qiu Yu'er, was planning to break through to the viscera refinement stage soon. She has a special treasure, the exquisite moon sword, that can unleash even greater power. A white-robed elder stroked his beard and smiled. Qiu Yu'er. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the young girl among the 3 disciples. This young girl was dressed in a simple and elegant green robe. She was about 14 or 15 years old and looked quite petite. She had a fair and delicate face, an exquisite nose, bright eyes, and curved eyebrows. She was truly a natural beauty. Qiu Yu'er greets seniors. The young girl smiled mischievously and bowed to the surrounding upper echelons. She was quite popular. Obviously, this Qiu Yu'er would be a main force in today's battle. As for the other 2 youths, they were quite good as well. They were basically able to break through to the viscera refining stage. Chuan, peak of the Meridian opening stage. His comprehension is extremely high. He has cultivated the entry-level cultivation technique, Golden Wave Blade, to the peak. The second youth in green robes also gave a simple introduction. Yu was inwardly shocked. The quality of the disciples in the inner sect was not ordinary. The difference between them and the outer disciples was young age, high cultivation, and advanced cultivation techniques. In the outer sect, even Duan Xiaolong, who was once the strongest, was a few years older. Wan Dong, peak of the Meridian opening stage. His combat ability is quite strong. He has been fighting with beasts for a long time and has cultivated the Cloud Fiend Fist to the great success stage. The third youth also finished his introduction. Cloud Fiend Fist, Yu was a little surprised. The third youth was called Wan Dong. Like him, he also cultivated the Cloud Fiend Fist. Maybe it was because of the aura, Wan Dong suddenly looked sideways and met Yu's eyes. In an instant, a strong murderous aura rushed towards him. The Cloud Fiend inner breath in Yu's body shook violently and shook off the opponent's aura. Wan Dong showed a trace of surprise and looked at Yu again. It seems that there are a few reserve candidates? Sect Master Yunue smiled again. He was satisfied with the quality of the 3 disciples. Soon, a few boys and girls walked out of the crowd. There were 5 or 6 of them, and each of them was at least in the late stage of the Meridian opening stage. Among them, Yu also saw a familiar person. It was Yefeng. "You go too." Elder Mao nodded at Yu. "Reserve?" Yu was slightly stunned. He also walked out of the crowd and stood side by side with Yefeng and the other 5. So, today's Meridian opening stage gamble had selected 3 main and 7 reserve. The 3 main were Qiu Yu'er, Wan Dong and Chuan, who had extraordinary backgrounds. The 7 reserve were Yu, Yefeng and the other 6. This kid seems to be first in this outer disciple competition. Several of the elders' upper echelons recognized Yu. First in the competition, Qiu Yu'er and the other 2 looked at Yu with disdain. Different from Yu. Qiu Yu'er and the others had extraordinary talents or backgrounds, so they had entered the inner sect long ago and received special training. They looked down on disciples like Yu who came from the outer sect with inferior talents and had a sense of superiority. Yu had also felt this sense of superiority from Yinger before, so he wasn't surprised at all. "Sect Master, my disciple recently had an opportunity and reached the late stage of the Meridian opening stage. He should be one of the main members," Elder Mao said. "Oh?" The blue-robed sect master looked at Yu with surprise. However, the 3 main members have been confirmed. "We'll see how it goes." Elder Mao's words made Qiu Yu'er and the other 2 feel a sense of danger. The three looked at Qinyu with unfriendly eyes. Brother Qin. Yefeng smiled bitterly and greeted Qinyu. Actually, with Nangongli and Duan Xiaolong's strength, they also had the chance to participate in the gamble. However, the two of them had reached the organ's refinement stage. An hour later. Yunhui Gate. A few hundred people gathered in front of a large stone platform. The stone platform was around 1 foot high and had an irregular oval shape, about 1 to 2 acres. This is the gold testing platform? Qiu Yu'er and the other two looked at the stone platform nervously and excitedly. Weng, a faint golden light suddenly appeared on the stone platform, and there were runes flashing on it. It seemed to be a battle platform. The gold testing platform is the place where the direct disciples compete for rankings. Wan Dong, who also practiced the Cloud Fiend Fist, had a look of anticipation. The gold testing platform, the battle of the direct disciples, in Yunhui Gate, the position of the direct disciples was not unshakable. An ordinary inner disciple could challenge a true disciple. Of course, the promoted direct disciples like Nangongli had a protection period. They could only be challenged after 3 years or 20 years old. Furthermore, there was a ranking among the direct disciples. The first direct disciple would be the head disciple. This was similar to the outer disciple competition, but the level was much higher. Ha ha ha, yesterday, Yunhui Gate lost consecutively. I wonder if there will be a change in the situation today. A loud laughter came from the other side of the gold testing platform. The voice was unpleasant, and the words were also unpleasant. Everyone looked at the dozens of people on the other side of the gold testing platform. In front of these dozens of people, there was a flag with a rusty sword engraved on it. Iron Sword Sect. Qinyu recognized these people. The voice came from a middle-aged man with a mustache, and he had a smug look on his face. Hee. On the other side of the gold testing platform, there was the laughter of some women. He looked to the side. There was a blue flag on the other side, representing the Watermoon sect. There were also 40 to 50 people, including elders and disciples, and most of them were female. Qinyu felt a sense of hostility from the Watermoon sect. Qinyu, sure enough, you came as well. Yunfei, who was dressed in white, stood in the crowd and looked at Qinyu coldly. Qinyu was surprised. This Yunfei actually came to Yunhui Gate. Wasn't he fighting in the Cloud Abyss mountain range a few days ago? Today's battle. Let the Iron Sword sect come first. From the Watermoon sect's side, a beautiful woman in a palace dress said with a smile. Judging from her appearance, she bore some resemblance to Yunfei. She should be the sect master of the Watermoon sect. Let's begin. The mustached man from Iron Sword sect said in a broken voice, a few days ago, the Yunhui sect was mediocre in the competition between the Viscera refinement disciples. I wonder if the illuminating meridian cultivators are also weak. The mustached man's ear-piercing voice made the faces of the Yunhui sect's upper echelons darken. But this battle was unavoidable. The Iron Sword sect and the Watermoon sect had worked together to force the trade of meteoric iron, which was actually a gentle method. In the past, the Iron Sword sect had even started a war for resources and territory. Let's begin. The Yunhui sect master nodded. Soon, 10 disciples walked out from Yunhui Gate. Sect Master Zhan. Why don't we change the rules today? Each side will send 3 people to fight, but the winner can continue fighting, and the loser will be eliminated. The winner will win all the bets. The mustached man said. Well, the Yunhui sect master and the elders exchanged glances. The previous battles were 3 against 3, or 10 against 10. They were based on the number of battles. Every time they won, they would receive the treasures the opponent had bet. But this time, the winner could continue to fight. When one side lost all of their disciples, the winner would receive all the bets. The Iron Sword sect wants to increase the stakes? Elder Nangong frowned. We'll pay 150 kilograms of brass crystals this time. You only need to pay 100 kilograms of meteoric iron. The mustached man waved his hand. Whoosh, a few glowing yellow spirit ores appeared out of thin air. The brass crystals are not much less valuable than the meteoric iron. 150 kilograms is worth more than 100 kilograms of meteoric iron. The upper echelons and elders of Yunhua sect communicated with each other through voice transmission. They were tempted, but they were also wary. The Iron Sword sect had suddenly changed the rules and increased the stakes. They must have something up their sleeves. Ha ha ha. Are you afraid to compete? Why don't we take a step back? We'll send 3 people, and you'll add 1 more. 4 against 3. You won't back down, will you? The mustached man's laughter rang out again. The sound of the gong annoyed the Yunhua sect master and the others. All right. The Yunhua sect master sneered. Since the other party dared to be arrogant, he would not hold back. Okay. Sect master Yunhua waved his hand and a few fist-sized meteorites appeared out of thin air. An old man walked out from the Iron Sword sect's side. He grabbed the meteoric iron and inspected it. There is no mistake. The quality is passable. Heh. Elder Mao walked to the other side and weighed the brass crystal in his hand. The quality is passable. Chen Yu was shocked. It seemed that Elder Mao was experienced and was in charge of appraising the materials. At the same time, he noticed a detail. Sect Master Yunhua and the mustached man both took out rare ores out of thin air. Could it be the legendary storage device? Chen Yu didn't think too much about it. The sect was vast and mysterious. There were too many things that he had never heard of. If there's no problem with the wager, let's begin. The rules of the duel are the same as before. Only disciples under the age of 20 are allowed to participate in the duel. The mustached man repeated the rules. Soon, a young man wearing light purple armor walked out from the Iron Sword sect. He held a sword and a shield. The young man had a wooden face and his body was wrapped up tightly. Who's next? Sect Master Yunhua glanced at the 3 main disciples. Xiao Yu'er, Wan Dong, and Shi Chuan were all ready to fight. According to the sect master's promise, every win will give us 3,000 substandard primal stones and half a kilogram of meteorites. Especially Xiao Yu'er, who was full of hope and confidence. However, she was the last disciple. Not only did she have a powerful cultivation method, but she also had a customized weapon. Naturally, she wouldn't go up immediately. I'll go. Shi Chuan held a large golden blade in his hand. His face was calm and steady. The few elders nodded. Whoosh, Shi Chuan held the golden blade and stepped onto the stage. Shi Chuan from the Yunhua gate. Who are you? What's your name? Shi Chuan looked at the wooden young man coldly. However, the wooden-looking young man in front of him turned a blind eye and stared straight at Shi Chuan. You. Are you mute? Shi Chuan, who was ignored, blushed. He was a little annoyed. The young man was dumbfounded and didn't say a word. The scene caused the crowd of spectators to be dumbfounded. Golden wave saber, Shi Chuan was infuriated. He waved the golden blade in his hand, and his inner breath roared. Rays of golden blade light could be seen with the naked eye, sweeping towards the wooden-looking young man like a wave. Golden wave saber. It's a famous high-level saber art of Yunhua Gate. Many disciples voiced out. Chen Yu had also heard of this saber technique. When he first chose his main martial art, he compared golden wave saber and fiendish cloud fist. Clang, the sound of metal clashing came from the gold testing platform. The shield in the wooden-looking young man's hand was covered with a layer of deep green light. The energy exploded and shook Shi Chuan's blade away. What? Shi Chuan retreated a few steps. His palm felt numb and his face was filled with shock. As for the wooden-looking young man, he held a sword and shield in his hand, and slowly walked towards him. Dang! Dang! On the gold testing platform, sparks flew. Shi Chuan's golden saber flashed with a terrifying aura of a golden saber. However, every attack was steadily blocked by the wooden-looking youth. I've mastered golden wave saber, and I'm close to the peak. Its power is about the same as my fiendish cloud fist. Chen Yu was secretly shocked. In terms of power, Shi Chuan's saber art was almost on par with Duan Xiaolong's. That young man's shield is a pseudo-treasure. However, in his hands, it's able to display a good defensive effect. This kid has no distractions. His steps are steady, and his defense is impeccable. Some of the elders commented on it. In terms of mentality and defense, the wooden-looking youth was impeccable. Dang! 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 Sichuan increased his attacks. The golden saber in his hand swung out golden saber waves, forming a whirlwind of golden saber waves. This attack was enough to make some early-stage organs refinement disciples blush with shame. However, the wooden-looking youth was expressionless. The shield in his hand blocked the attacks again and again. Occasionally, a ball of energy would burst out and shake Sichuan's golden saber away. After 100 moves, faint traces of sweat appeared on Sichuan's forehead. The wooden-looking youth's face was still expressionless. Sect leader Yunue and a few elders frowned. Coward! Sichuan couldn't help but curse. As for the wooden-looking youth, the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Sichuan's saber is also a pseudo-treasure. However, this wooden-looking youth seems to have great endurance and a good mentality. Qinyu could see that the situation was not good. He suspected that the wooden-looking youth had practiced a special technique or a defensive technique. That was why his endurance and strength were so strong. Dang! 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 The attacks on the stage were continuous. Gradually, the wooden-looking youth stopped defending. Sometimes, he would hold his shield and attack Sichuan. If you don't attack, I will force you with my shield. The gold testing stage was only so big. Once you fall off it, you will lose. Not good. Sichuan felt that his internal energy was slowly running out. His previous attacks had consumed a lot of energy. As for the youth, his strength and endurance were very strong. Every time he collided with Sichuan, the hand holding the saber would become numb. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. Sichuan was panting. The youth's shield would occasionally block, forcing the former to retreat. At a certain moment. Dang! The youth's other hand that was holding the sword suddenly swung out a dazzling sword aura. When Sichuan was exhausted, the sword aura slashed across his arm. So fast! The spectators exclaimed in a low voice. Ah! Sichuan screamed. Dang! The hand that was holding the sword fell to the ground. A bloody wound appeared on his arm. It was obvious that the wooden-looking youth had held back. Otherwise, it would have been his arm that fell. Yunue sect lost the first round. Haha. Although Atong is a mute, he has a natural focus and determination. He swings his sword and blocks his shield tens of thousands of times every day, rain or shine. The mustached man of the Iron Sword sect had a smile and praise on his face. Mute, everyone was shocked and looked at the wooden-looking youth, Atong. Mute? Focus? Qinyu mumbled to himself. He seemed to have understood something. After a crushing defeat, the Yunue sect leader and the elders looked at the remaining two of the three main fighters, Qiu Yu'er and Wandong. Sect leader, I will definitely win against him. Qiu Yu'er clenched her fists. However, the sect leader and the elders did not choose her. I'll go. Wandong was also very confident. He had seen through Atong's strategy and was confident that he would win. The elders nodded slightly. Qiu Yu'er was the last person, so it would not be advantageous for her to go too early. On the other hand, Wandong had rich battle experience and practiced the Cloud Fiend Fist. His strength was only second to Qiu Yu'er. Remember, don't waste your energy on him. You have to kill him in one blow. The Yunue sect leader reminded. I understand. Wandong's figure flashed and he landed on the stage. Zeng, a murderous aura surged from Wandong's body. He was like a leopard filled with explosive power as he quickly moved around the wooden-looking youth. For him to be able to cultivate his Cloud Fiend Fist to great success, he had naturally experienced many slaughters. Wandong's eyes were cold as he moved, looking for an opening in the wooden-looking youth. Break! Wandong's figure flashed and he closed in on the wooden-looking youth at a shocking speed. Whoosh, he punched out, and the murderous aura whistled. The powerful fist force formed a blurry cloud. The terrifying murderous aura caused the wooden-looking youth to take a deep breath. The more one practiced the Cloud Fiend Fist, the more powerful the murderous aura would be. Not only would it increase one's fist force, it could also suppress and weaken the opponent. Peng, the wooden-looking youth calmly blocked Wandong's fist with his shield. A powerful force surged towards the shield and pushed towards Wandong. Unexpectedly, Wandong let out a strange smile. The moment he struck, his figure flashed and retreated. He even used the rebounding force of the shield to increase his speed. Swoosh, Wandong moved to the other side of the wooden-looking youth and punched towards the shoulder of the wooden-looking youth. Not good. The people from the Iron Sword clan couldn't help but exclaim. That Wandong was indeed cunning. His first attack seemed powerful, but it was actually fake. The wooden-looking youth held the shield sword, and when he got close, he was at a disadvantage in terms of agility. There was no way to dodge this punch. There was no change on the wooden-looking youth's face. His mentality was shocking. Since he couldn't dodge, then he wouldn't dodge. Clang! The wooden-looking youth threw the shield away and rammed his body towards Wandong like a stubborn bull. What? Wandong was astonished. Everyone was speechless. The wooden-looking youth actually threw the shield away and rammed his body towards Wandong. At the same time, the sword in the wooden-looking youth's hand drew a dazzling sword light and slashed towards Wandong's arm. That sword was like the one that defeated Sichuan. It was like a lightning strike. Vaguely, in Qinyu's mind, the image of the wooden-looking youth waving his sword tens of thousands of times a day appeared. Oh no! Wandong couldn't retract his punch. That wooden-looking youth was ramming towards him. How could he dodge it? Maybe he could hit his opponent, but his arm would definitely be chopped off. Pung! Wandong's palm hit the wooden-looking youth. A layer of faint purple light appeared on the latter's soft armor, weakening part of the punch. Half-treasure soft armor, Wandong couldn't help but turn pale. Part of the power of his powerful punch had been neutralized. Moreover, that wooden-looking youth came prepared. Naturally, he poured his inner energy into the shoulder of the soft armor to strengthen its defense. Wandong felt bitter. He was going to lose. His palm might be able to injure his opponent, but it was definitely not fatal. What he would lose would be an arm, at this critical moment. Bang! A thunderous voice rang in his ear. In the next instant, a faint blue rotating palm force separated Wandong and the wooden-looking youth like a gentle wall of qi. A trace of numbness spread throughout the two's bodies. Wow, one of the wooden-looking youths spat out blood because of the punch. On the other hand, Wandong's arm was saved by that palm. Sect Master. Wandong looked ashamed as he looked at the figure in a blue robe beside him. The person who had attacked was the Sect Master of Yunue. You win this round. The Sect Master of Yunue took a deep breath, his face gloomy. At that critical moment, Wandong was destined to lose. He could only attack to save his disciple's arm. Haha, thank you for letting me win. The middle-aged man with a mustache from Iron Sword sect smiled brightly. He was extremely surprised. To be honest, under Wandong's cunning attack, the middle-aged man thought that the wooden-looking youth was going to lose. He didn't expect that the wooden-looking youth would be so ruthless and fight with his life on the line. Of course, the semi-treasure soft armor and the wooden-looking youth's good attitude were also the keys to his victory. In terms of strength, he had no advantage over Wandong. Yunui Gate has lost 2 rounds in a row. There was a commotion in the field. The Iron Sword sect was cheering. On the other side, there was a whisper of women from Shueiyue sect. Sect Master, we still have 2 more people. It's not like we have no chance of winning. Why don't we let my disciple, Qinyu, have a try? Elder Mao suggested. Yunui Gate was at a disadvantage in today's meteorite metal gamble. They had already lost 2 rounds in a row. Tong, you've already done well to win 2 rounds in a row. Yunui Gate won't tolerate losing 3 rounds in a row. Your next opponent will be very strong. The mustached man said. Tong was a mute, so he nodded slightly. You don't have to win the next round. Just drag it out and waste the opponent's energy. If you win, I'll give you the quasi-treasure soft armor I'm wearing. The mustached man said. Joy flashed across Tong's face. A quasi-treasure soft armor was very rare, and its value was close to a real treasure weapon. At this moment. Meanwhile, the Yunue Martial School was discussing their candidate. Qinyu, are you confident you can beat Tong? Sect Master Yunue was worried. It was Elder Mao who suggested to send this disciple. Elder Mao estimated that Qin Yu's cultivation was similar to Wan Dong's, but his defense and strength were undoubtedly stronger. As long as he didn't make any mistakes, it shouldn't be hard for him to defeat the injured A Tong. This shouldn't be a problem. Qin Yu nodded. Sect Master, let me go. Wan Dong has the same cloud fists as him, and his cultivation is more profound, but he still lost. If he loses 3 rounds in a row. Xiao Yuer objected. Losing 3 rounds in a row. These words made Sect Master Yunhui hesitate. Indeed. Yunhui Gate couldn't lose again, or they would be too ashamed to face others. Wan Dong and Sichuan promised to win just now, but look at the result. Not to mention that he just reached the late stage of the Meridian opening realm. Xiao Yuer looked at Qin Yu with disdain. Sect Master Yunhui nodded. Just like that. Xiao Yuer got her wish and walked onto the stage. On the gold testing platform. The wooden youth wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Xiao Yuer blankly. Your good luck ends here. Xiao Yuer did not hold back. She took out a thin silver sword. It was a treasured weapon. The Lingyu sword was an artifact specially made for Xiao Yuer. Falling Cloud Sword, the exquisite moon sword in Xiao Yuer's hand swayed and turned into a misty sword cloud. As the sword moved, it gave off an ethereal feeling. The moment this sword technique appeared, the expressions of some people from the Iron Sword sect changed. It's the Sword of Cloud. This is the entry-level cultivation technique of the Yunhui Gate, the Azure Cloud Sky. This sword art is comparable to an entry-level martial art. Ding ding. Clang, on the testing platform, the ethereal Linglong sword and the steady sword shield formed a stark contrast. However, everyone was able to discern that the wooden youth, A Tong, had fallen into a disadvantageous position. In just 10 moves, A Tong was forced to draw his sword. 1 or 2 visible sword marks appeared on the shield in his hand. The ethereal sword wind left a few cracks on A Tong's leather armor. A Tong's defense was full of openings, but he stubbornly held on. A Tong is injured, and Xiao Yuer is strong enough. Not only is her martial art profound, she also has a custom-made great weapon. Chen Yu thought. The outcome had been decided. It all depended on how long A Tong could last. Tens of moves later. Ding, Xiao Yuer's exquisite moon sword slashed A Tong's sword into 2. I lost. A Tong looked at the bloody mark on his arm. The girl's sword was only half an inch away from his throat. A Tong, you didn't lose unjustly. The opponent has a custom-made great weapon that can unleash greater power. The mustached man wasn't surprised. Normally, Meridian opening realm disciples weren't suitable to use real great weapons. Firstly, they couldn't unleash their true power, and secondly, they weren't easy to control. Semi-great weapons were more suitable. But Xiao Yuer had a high status, and she had a custom-made great weapon. Custom-made great weapons could be adjusted according to her martial art and power, allowing her to unleash greater power and reduce consumption. A Tong had at least stalled Xiao Yuer for tens of moves, which was considered a success. Who's next? Xiao Yuer held her exquisite moon sword and pointed at the Iron Sword sect. The Yunhui Gate sect leader and elders let out a breath of relief. The domineering Xiao Yuer had won a battle, and she was finally able to vent her anger. I'll go. A cold voice was heard. Saying, a tall, cold young man with a sword in his hand landed on the gold testing platform. Qin Yu felt that this tall youth was familiar. Soon. He remembered that when he was killing the 10 wicked pirate kings, he had met 2 disciples from the Iron Sword sect. At that time, the 2 youths were quite powerful and wanted to take the pirate king's head. Naturally, Qin Yu would not agree to it. He kicked one of the shorter youths and exchanged blows with the taller one. This tall youth was the one from that time. Iron Sword sect's Gao Feng. I'm interested in your sword skills. The tall youth said. Xiao Yuer sneered as she swung her exquisite moon sword, creating a misty sword cloud. Break, the tall youth, Gao Feng, shook the treasured sword in his hand and instantly split into a few overlapping silhouettes of sword gleams. That's, some of the elders from the 3 sects couldn't help but exclaim. They seemed to have noticed something. Ding ding ding. Chi, a few flickering sword shadows tore a few cracks in Qiao Yuer's sword cloud. Some of the sword shadows even forced Qiao Yuer to take a few steps back. What sword skill is this? Qiao Yuer's face paled. It's the Iron Sword Sec Sky Shadow Sword art. To be able to learn such an ancient sword skill at such a young age. 100 years ago, the Heavenly Shadow Sword Elder relied on this sword art to dominate the entire Chu country. Even the upper echelons of the Watermoon sect couldn't help but discuss. Shua shua. Shua shua, Gao Feng's face was cold as overlapping sword shadows appeared around him. Some of them turned from bright to dark, while others turned from dark to bright. This guy has such a powerful sword skill. Why didn't I see it last time? Chen Yu was surprised. He didn't know. The last time they fought, it was very rushed. At that time, Gao Feng's Sky Shadow Sword art was only at the initial stage, so his realm wasn't stable. Furthermore, Chen Yu had injured his comrade with a kick, so he couldn't use his full strength. Moreover, after such a long time, Gao Feng's swordsmanship had stabilized and improved to a higher level. Ding ding ding, a faint sword shadow suddenly turned solid and passed through the Linglong sword, aiming for Qiao Yuer's throat. Shua, Qiao Yuer's movement technique quickly changed, but the sword shadow cut a few strands of her hair. However, the movement technique that Gao Feng was currently displaying was above Lu Feng's. It was at least at Namgong Li's level. Ding ding ding, Qiao Yuer was at a disadvantage, so she could only rely on the Linglong sword to block her opponent's unpredictable sword skill. TSK, competing in sword skill? The Yunhui Gate isn't even qualified to carry our shoes. The mustached man had a smug look on his face. At that moment, Gao Feng was able to suppress Qiao Yuer with only a lesser cosmic artifact and his exquisite movement technique. He was calm and wasn't in a rush to win. She lost. Sect Master Yunhui and the others saw Gao Feng's expression. If Gao Feng was in a rush to win, Qiao Yuer might have a chance to counterattack with her cosmic artifact. But if Gao Feng wasn't in a rush, then there was little hope. This Gao Feng is smart. Qiao Yuer has used up a lot of energy in the previous round, and now she's using a cosmic artifact. She'll definitely lose if this drags on. Chen Yu sighed inwardly. Meridian Opening Realm cultivators could use cosmic artifacts to increase their power for a short period of time, but it still used up a lot of energy. Although Qiao Yuer was using a custom-made cosmic artifact, she was in a better situation. But after 2 rounds, she was starting to run out of energy. Tens of moves later, the sword in Gao Feng's hand slashed out 4 sword shadows, forcing the panting Qiao Yuer off the stage. I lost. Qiao Yuer landed on the ground in shame. She was the main force, so how could she lose in the second round? In the Yunhui Martial School, a few elders sighed. In terms of sword skill, the Yunhui Gate wasn't as good as the Iron Sword Gate. Not to mention that Gao Feng had a good battle mentality. At this moment, the 3 main forces of the Yunhui Gate were all defeated. Haha, Sect Leader Zhan. We've said it before, 3 against 4. You still have 1 spot left. The mustached middle-aged man grinned and laughed. At this moment, he had victory in his hands. Each of his 3 fighters was stronger than the last. If they didn't have a powerful trump card, how would the Iron Sword Gate dare to fight 3 against 4? Chen Yu, you're the only one left. Gao Feng has used up a lot of energy, so if you can win against him, it'll be good for the Yunhui Gate. Elder Mao let out a sigh. Obviously, he had lost confidence in this battle. Chen Yu. According to the standard of the main force, if you can win 1 round, you'll be rewarded with 3,000 substandard primordial stones and half a kilogram of meteoric iron. Sect Leader Yunhui said. No matter what, the Yunhui Gate still had 1 spot left. And Chen Yu's strength, from his performance in the outer court competition, should have the qualifications to be a main force. 3,000 substandard primordial stones and half a kilogram of meteoric iron? If I can win against him, I'll get these? Chen Yu was overjoyed. The rewards for the main force were too generous. No wonder the other 3 were fighting for it. Sect Leader Yunhui and the rest were speechless. Things hadn't even started yet, but this kid was already concerned about the rewards. Brat. Cut the crap. You'll get them when you win. Elder Mao said angrily. Humph. Don't get defeated in 3 moves. Qiu Yuer said. She knew how powerful her opponent was. If even she lost, Qinyu wouldn't stand a chance. Don't worry. I'll try my best for the rewards. Qinyu laughed. His confidence was similar to the previous few, which made the upper echelons of the Yunhui Gate feel that he wasn't reliable. Whoosh, Qinyu's figure flashed and landed on the golden stage. It's you. Gaofeng stared at Qinyu for a moment before exclaiming in shock. How could he not know Qinyu? Back then, Qinyu had suppressed him with one move and injured his senior brother with a kick. He had been holding it in for a long time. Sometime after that, the image of that Yunyu martial school disciple walking away was still lingering in his mind. Because of that, he trained hard in swordsmanship, and both his cultivation and cultivation methods improved greatly. Haha. I've defeated you. Are you surprised to see me? Qinyu couldn't help but grin. In Gaofeng's eyes, the smile was despicable and smug. He said angrily, "Don't be arrogant. The fight isn't over yet." What? Defeated me? The jaws of the members of the 3 sects almost dropped. Looking at Gaofeng's annoyed look, it seemed to be true, or at least not far from it. What's going on? The disciples and upper echelons of the Yunyu sect were all surprised. Could it be that Gaofeng, who had mastered the Sky Shadow Sword art, was defeated by Qinyu? That's impossible. Qiu Yuer's face was filled with disbelief. On the gold testing platform, Qinyu's smile was a stark contrast to Gaofeng's anger. The disciples were shocked and bewildered. Sect leader Yunyu and the few elders were slightly surprised, and their hearts filled with anticipation. Impossible. He must be bluffing. Qiu Yuer couldn't help but sneer. She suddenly felt that it was funny. How could she believe such a childish joke? At this moment, the battle started. Whoosh. Whoosh, Gaofeng's face was filled with anger. The sword in his hand split into 5 to 6 sword lights that flew towards Qinyu. Good. Qinyu let out a low roar as he held a heavy sword in his hand. Buzz, on the surface of the dark silver sword, a thick layer of silver-black luster formed. The entire, profound heavy sword, trembled with a ring of silver-black air, as if it had suddenly become heavier and even expanded. Die. A ray of silver and black light that was enormous like a pillar carried a soul-shaking muffled howl and a baleful wind as it swept through the area. Not good, Gaofeng's heart skipped a beat. A heavy pressure and terrifying aura made him feel suffocated, making it hard for him to breathe. Puff, wherever the enormous sword light and fiendish wind of the silver and black sword rainbow passed, the illusory sword light phantoms would instantly shatter into pieces. Dang, when the 2 swords clashed, there was a deafening sound of metal clashing. Thump, Gaofeng was forced back a few steps. The sword in his hand almost fell out of his hand as his face alternated between white and red. That terrifying force caused his palm to split open and blood to flow out. Drip, a small amount of blood dripped down from Gaofeng's palm. Many people sucked in a cold breath. One sword. Just one sword had injured Gaofeng. Qiu Yuer's face froze and her mouth was wide open. Loser. No matter how many sword shadows you use, I will destroy them all with one sword. Qinyu weighed the heavy sword in his hand. His, dark heavy sword, was heavy and large. It suppressed people with its momentum and swept across the area. With Qinyu's current strength, even if he didn't use the mysterious heavy sword, with just the bronze statue technique, and his pair of bronze fists, he would be able to fight against an ordinary viscera refinement stage cultivator. Heh, this is what it means to overcome 10 with brute force. That disciple of mine is quite good at making use of his advantage. Elder Mao's face was full of smiles. He purposely raised his voice, afraid that others wouldn't hear him. Qinyu's attack had indeed given him a lot of face. Sect Master Yunyu and the others were pleasantly surprised. Brat, you, Gaofeng was both shocked and enraged. Ever since he had mastered the heavenly shadow sword technique, he had never suffered so much humiliation. The cheeky smile on Qinyu's face made him understand. He had been tricked. If he had known earlier that Qinyu had such great strength, he would not have tried to take it head-on, which would have resulted in his arm being injured right at the start of the battle. Yet, as soon as he appeared, he was infuriated by Qinyu's defeated opponent. Heavenly Shadow Swordplay. Partial wind steps, Gao Feng's face turned stern as he brandished the sword in his hand. Another few sword lights appeared and overlapped with each other as they charged at Qinyu. This time, he executed his movement technique with all his might. After images intertwined on the spot as the wind held, he had fully utilized the advantage of the Heavenly Shadow Sword technique. Destroy, Qinyu swung his sword and the sword lights in front of him were instantly destroyed. However, Gao Feng had learned his lesson. He did not clash head-on with Qinyu's heavy sword. At most, he would just dodge to the side. Qinyu stood on the spot and frowned as he faced the continuous attacks from the sword lights and footwork. Gao Feng had adopted a guerrilla strategy and did not clash head-on with him. Well done. That brat is using a heavy artifact, so it's exhausting. The mustached middle-aged man praised. The elders of the Yunhui Gate slightly frowned. If this went on, Qinyu would be on the defensive. Guerrilla strategy? Chuckling, Qinyu's figure abruptly blurred, and with an astonishing speed, he disappeared from where he stood. Not good, Gao Feng's sword-light phantoms missed. His opponent's movement technique was not any weaker than his, not to mention his explosive speed. In the blink of an eye, Qinyu moved to his side and changed from being on the offensive to being on the passive side. Heavy sword aura, the profound heavy sword, in Qinyu's hand flashed with a layer of silver-black qi, forming a silver fan-shaped sword aura. Whoosh, the silver fan-shaped sword aura swept across the area with great gravity. Gao Feng's breathing stagnated as he felt a heavy pressure on his body. Facing such a small area attack, he could not dodge it. How could he dodge it? His opponent's speed was faster than him. Sword Shadow Void, Gao Feng's face was determined as he dragged a series of sword lights in his hand. However, they were all destroyed by the fan-shaped sword aura. But the moment all the sword shadows disappeared, a cold light brushed past the side of the profound heavy sword. That sword light was right in front of Qinyu. What a stunning sword, the members of the three sects were all shocked. This is? Qinyu was shocked. His opponent's Heavenly Shadow Sword art could actually complete such an illusory technique. From real to void, then from void to sword. That sword, under the cover of all the other sword shadows, appeared in front of Qinyu in an unbelievable manner. There was no way to dodge it, after all, Qinyu was using a heavy sword. Whoosh, Gao Feng was delighted as his face turned pale. It was obvious that this sword had used up a lot of energy. Facing this unavoidable sword, Qinyu's lips curled into a sneer, causing Gao Feng to feel uneasy. Open! Qinyu's other arm was like an inflated bronze hand, surrounded by an ominous aura as he slapped forward, clang. That bronze hand directly hit Gao Feng's treasured sword. An indescribable tyrannical inner aura and huge force came crashing down. No, Gao Feng's body flew out with an unstoppable force. With a clang, the treasured sword fell to the ground. Gao Feng's hand that was holding the sword could no longer be raised, his face was pale. In the ancient times, there was a saying, never get close to a body cultivator, it will be a nightmare. Elder Mao murmured. When Gao Feng's last attack was an unexpected one, he already knew the result. You lost again. Qinyu winked at Gao Feng. Actually, he still had to thank Gao Feng for sparring with such an expert swordsman, which allowed his swordsmanship to improve. After all, in terms of sword technique, Gao Feng was much stronger than him. In that short exchange, Qinyu's Taigang sword was better than a few days of hard work, reaching greater mastery. I'll try it next time. Gao Feng took a deep breath, his battle intent did not dissipate. Don't be dejected. The opponent seems to have practiced an ancient body cultivator technique, using a heavy treasure weapon. The power he can unleash is much stronger than Qiu Yu'er. Such an opponent is not suitable for close combat. When you reach the Viscera refinement realm, you will have a way to counter him. The mustached middle-aged man said faintly. Disciple understands. Gao Feng's heart was clear. He had made up his mind. When he reached the Viscera refinement realm, he would come back to challenge Qinyu. Haha, Qinyu. Well done. Sect leader Yunhui and the others praised with smiles on their faces. Qiu Yu'er and the other two had ugly expressions on their faces. Qinyu, who was originally a backup, actually performed much more dazzlingly than the three main players. Damn it. If it wasn't for my carelessness. Wan Dong, who also practiced the fiendish cloud fist, had a pained expression. Not only could they obtain great rewards from the three-sect battle, it was also a chance for them to make a name for themselves. This sect master, martial uncle, you won just now. Does the reward count? Qinyu stood on the stage and confirmed. According to the standard, they would receive 3,000 substandard primal stones and half a kilogram of meteoric metal for every win. Even for an inner sect disciple, this was an extremely tempting wealth. The meteoric metal, in particular, was priceless. If there was enough meteoric metal, it might be able to improve the quality of Qinyu's profound heavy sword. Of course. Sect Master Yunue smiled. As the sect master, I'm not a child's play. If you can win another match, not only will you receive another reward, but I will also fulfill one of your requests. The rest of the elders found it funny. This battle involved 150 kilograms of meteoric metal and 200 brass crystals. It was extremely valuable. Not only was it valuable, but it also concerned the reputation of the Yunue sect. For against 3, if they lost, where would the Yunyu martial school hide their face, therefore? The upper echelons of the Yunue sect took the upcoming battle very seriously. I want a qi cleansing pill. The young man on the stage said firmly. Qi cleansing pill? Sect Master Yunue and the elders were stunned. It's like this. After explaining the reason, Elder Mao glared at Qinyu. I see. Sect Master Yunue and the others were stunned. It seemed that the qi cleansing pill was very important to Qinyu. If he did not agree, Qinyu might be depressed in the next match, which might affect his strength. As long as you win. One qi cleansing pill is not a problem. Sect Master Yunue agreed. Haha, kid. You won't have a chance in the next match. A leisurely laugh came from behind him. No one knew when. A lazy youth appeared on the stage. His hair was like a bird's nest, and he had a slovenly appearance. Jinyu's heart skipped a beat. He did not notice the young man's sudden appearance. Fei Ledian. Chang Xian, who was next to Elder Mao, blurted out. Fei Ledian. A true disciple of the Iron Sword sect. What's going on? Isn't Fei Ledian a true disciple in the Viscera refinement stage? There was an uproar below the stage. Sect Master Qian. What's going on? Why would a true disciple of your sect participate in the illuminating pulse battle? Sect Master Yunua's face darkened. Are you trying to cheat? Elder Mao sneered. Hee, this isn't cheating. The mustached man smiled. Fei Ledian cultivates a lost secret technique. After the Viscera refinement stage, every time he breaks through a small realm, his cultivation base will drop. After that, he will quickly raise his cultivation base to his original realm, making his inner breath even more pure and powerful. There's such a technique? Why haven't we heard of it? Sect Master Yunue and the rest were shocked. Haha, we can only keep that a secret. But we can be sure that we didn't cheat. You can check if you don't believe me. The mustached man smiled mysteriously. It could be assumed that the lost secret technique involved some sort of taboo secret that outsiders shouldn't know about. All of a sudden, the faces of the Yunue sect's upper echelons darkened. Fei Ledian was a famous true disciple of the Iron Sword sect. Even if his cultivation base had dropped to the illuminating pulse stage, his inner breath would definitely be stronger than his peers. More importantly, his true disciple's cultivation base was still intact. Sect Master Uncle Master. Fei Ledian said lazily, actually, it would have been more fun if you let me fight against the 4 of them. 1 against 4, Fei Lishan's appearance made the hearts of everyone in Yunui Gate sink. No wonder. Iron Sword sect dared to send out 3 people to fight against 4 from Yunui Gate. It turned out that this sect had so many trump cards. Each disciple was stronger than the other. Judging from Fei Lishan's tone, it would not matter if he fought against 4 of Qinyu's disciples. 1 against 4? Sure. Junior sister Qiu, senior brother Wan. Let's go up together. Qingyu smiled shamelessly and greeted Qiu Yuer's three main disciples. Damn, the jaws of the elders and disciples of the three sects almost dropped. He really wanted to fight 4 against 1. This was too shameless. Fei Letian was shocked. Black lines appeared on his forehead, and his face twitched a little. He almost wanted to curse, "Screw you. I said 1 against 4, not a group fight, but 1 fight at a time." Furthermore, he only said that to show off, but he did not expect to meet someone even more shameless. Haha. Letian is just joking. Don't take it seriously. Furthermore, the first 3 have been eliminated and can no longer fight. The mustache man hurriedly laughed. He broke out in cold sweat. Fei Lishan's arrogance almost made him unable to reply to such a shameless person. "Who asked you to pretend?" Qingyu sneered and started to size up the biggest trump card of Iron Sword sect. "Brat. Don't let your guard down. Fei Lishan's cultivation technique is far beyond your level." Elder Mao reminded him telepathically. Opposite. Fei Lishan's lackadaisical expression turned cold and grim. He was almost made a fool of by this shameless brat. He had to win. He had to win easily and humiliate the other party. At the same time, the mustache man's voice sounded in his ears, "Martial nephew Letian, don't let your guard down. If you fight against this brat head-on, even you will find it difficult." This battle was too crucial to decide the outcome of the bet. The mustache man could not help but remind him. Yes. Fei Lishan's expression was serious. He had seen the previous battles and naturally understood Qinyu's advantage. Clang, a sword radiance flashed in the air like a waterfall, and the biting cold sword wind swept in front of Qinyu. So fast, a chill assaulted him, and Qinyu almost couldn't see the trajectory of his opponent's sword. Dang, Qinyu's mysterious heavy sword subconsciously swung and drew a silver-black ray of light to deflect the opponent's sword. Thump. Thump, his heartbeat quickened. Just now, Qinyu's reaction and speed had increased by a notch. Clang, the sword in Fei Lishan's hand had a few faint cyan patterns on it. It clashed with the mysterious heavy sword and created a burst of sparks. Prized artifact. His swordsmanship is very strange. It has clearly clashed with my heavy sword, but it is as light as a feather. Qinyu's expression was solemn. Be it speed, technique, or realm, Fei Letian had reached a level that he could only look up to in the illuminating pulse realm. Good reaction. I've already used the unloading technique, but my hands are still a little numb. Fei Letian was very surprised. He originally thought that this sword would at least make Qinyu embarrassed, but he didn't gain any advantage. Qinyu's strength was too great. Especially when combined with the mysterious heavy sword, this sword was not only heavy, but could also condense internal breath and increase the strength of the attack. Moreover, he was not only strong, but also extremely fast in reaction. Very interesting, I can fight to my heart's content. Fei Letian was delighted. Swish, a shadow flashed, and Fei Letian, with a terrifying speed, flew back and forth beside Qinyu with his sword. Whoosh! Whoosh, with the naked eye, only a shadow of sword light could be seen, sweeping and shuttling around Qinyu's body. What swordsmanship is this? His movements are so strange, and I can't tell the sword from the person when he is performing his swordsmanship. The disciples of the three sects held their breath. At this moment, Qinyu was facing great pressure, and he could only see the shadow of the sword light flashing, but couldn't see the person's figure clearly. Clang, suddenly, the shadow of the sword light and his heavy sword clashed again, and sparks flew. This time, after the sword light flashed, it didn't leave, but split into two. Swish, one of the sword lights slashed in front of Qinyu, and the other figure had already escaped. Qinyu couldn't dodge in time, and he couldn't even catch the figure. What's going on? The attack and the figure separated at the same time. The disciples who were watching the battle were shocked, as if they had seen a magic trick. Phantom sword steps. Some of the higher-ups of the three sects exclaimed. Phantom sword steps, it was a swordsmanship, and also a footwork. It was the perfect combination of the movement and the swordsmanship, and it was an extremely difficult martial art to practice. Ding, that wisp of sword light fell on Qinyu, and sparks flew. Fei Lishan's figure had already flashed to the other side. What? The smile on Fei Lishan's lips froze. Qinyu's chest bulged with a layer of bulging muscles. His clothes were torn, leaving behind a small bruise on the surface of his body. At this moment, Fei Ledian wasn't the only one who was shocked. Most of the members of the three sects were speechless. What a brilliant swordsmanship! With such a high realm, he released a sword light that separated from his body. Qinyu murmured. But that sword was not a treasure, so it was weaker than a direct attack, and it didn't break the defense of the bronze statue skill. Heavy sword chi. Qinyu's internal organs gathered power, and with a swoosh, his figure blurred. In an instant, a shining silver energy sword swept across the area where Fei Ledian was in the shape of a fan. Phantom sword steps, Fei Ledian was shocked, and a sword light flashed on the spot, and he forcefully escaped from the sword light gale. Even if he reacted quickly, there was still a tear on his clothes. After all, Qinyu's Taigang sword had almost become a small area attack. He held back. Fei Ledian froze on the other side, and he looked incredulous. At the same time, Gao Feng, who was below the stage, exclaimed, "This kid didn't have such speed and power when he fought with me just now." Clang! 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 On the gold testing platform, the two figures exchanged blows, and sparks flew. Soon, Qinyu fell into a passive defense again. His opponent's phantom sword steps was too fast and evil. He only occasionally gathered power in his heart and accelerated his outburst to force his opponent back. "Qinyu, you're using a heavy sword, so your energy consumption is definitely higher than mine. Not to mention, my realm is higher, so I can definitely last longer than you." Fei Lishan's body swayed, and he had a smile on his face. Both of them were using treasured weapons. But Qinyu was using a heavy sword, and he was using a normal sword, which was lighter and had less energy consumption. Clang! 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 The two exchanged blows quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged 1 to 200 moves. However, what shocked Fei Ledian and the Iron Sword sect was that Qinyu, who was using a heavy sword, did not show any signs of exhaustion. His face was not red, and his heart was not beating. On the other hand, Fei Lishan's breathing was slightly rough, and there were faint traces of sweat on his forehead. How is this possible? Fei Ledian was shocked and could not accept it. His normal attacks could not hurt Qinyu at all, and he could not clash head-on with his opponent's heavy sword. Heavy sword energy! Sword web heaven and earth, Qinyu's heavy sword technique suddenly became fierce. The sword energy expanded, and it split into some strong winds. Not good. An area of effect sword technique, Fei Lishan's expression changed. He retreated and escaped from the sword web. Pfft, there was still a trace of the sword energy that left a trace of blood on his body. Although it was only a superficial wound, it had truly hurt him. Haha. The Iron Sword sect's sword technique is exquisite, but I'm slow-witted, so I barely understood it. Qinyu laughed out loud. It turned out, after sparring with Gao Feng and Fei Ledian, the two sword geniuses, his Taigang sword had completely stabilized at phenomenal success. At phenomenal success, the Taigang sword could form an area of effect attack. Fei Lishan's movement technique was brilliant, but it was difficult for him to dodge an area of effect attack. After all, the difference between his and Qinyu's movement technique was not that big. In the subsequent sparring, Qinyu completely turned the tables. While remaining still, he occasionally used the sword energy web to counterattack. Of course, this area of effect attack consumed a lot of energy. If he used it continuously, even Qinyu would not be able to bear it. However, even if he used it occasionally, it was very effective, and Fei Ledian was wary. Damn. I've also cultivated the Taigang sword to phenomenal success. When I was at the illuminating pulse stage, it was not even half as powerful as this. An inner sect disciple of Yunhua sect said indignantly. The bystanders asked with a smile, "Is your strength half as strong as his?" The bystanders laughed again. "Is your weapon half as heavy as his? Is your speed and explosive power half as strong as his?" The disciple was speechless. In the subsequent sparring, Qinyu fought more and more steadily, and his movement technique became more graceful and agile. His body technique talent shone again. As he clashed with Fei Lishan's phantom sword steps, Qin Yu's cloud-treading steps advanced steadily, and it seemed to be approaching the peak level. Chen's body technique has already surpassed mine. Ye Feng sighed. Originally, Qin Yu's body technique was on par with his at most, but his explosive speed was too fast. But now, Qin Yu's cloud-treading steps had completely surpassed his. This improvement was not only because of Qin Yu's body technique talent, but also because Fei Lishan's phantom sword steps was more than a level higher. Under such pressure, Qin Yu improved even faster. Elder Mao, this disciple of yours is really a freak. Sect leader Yunue and the others said with a strange expression. Heh. This is a body technique talent that is hard to come by. It's a pity that his body technique has declined. Elder Mao was proud and regretful at the same time. Half an hour later, there was a clang. The heavy sword in Fei Lishan's hand finally collided with Qin Yu and flew out of his hand. I've lost. Fei Ledian was sweating and breathing heavily. His hand that was holding the sword had lost its feeling. His defeat was not in technique, but in physical strength. Although he tried his best not to collide with Qin Yu, there were still occasional clashes. Even if he could reduce the force, he could not stand it anymore. Haha. Thank you very much. Qin Yu smiled and expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. He had made a lot of money by winning this match. Moreover, through the consecutive battles with Gao Feng and Fei Ledian, his sword technique and body technique had improved greatly, and he had learned a lot. The people of the Iron Sword sect, including the sect leader with the mustache, had ugly expressions. Brat. Don't act like you've won. Elder Mao scolded with a smile. At this moment, sect leader Yunue was negotiating with Shueiyue sect. Your disciple has been fighting continuously today and is quite tired. Why don't we postpone our battle to the day after tomorrow? Shueiyue sect leader, the beautiful woman in a palace dress, said with a smile. Humph. What do you mean tired? He's obviously trying to buy time after seeing our strength. Some of the elders of Yunue sect were displeased. Haha. Your sect's martial nephew Chen is indeed formidable. Our female disciples will naturally have to think of some countermeasures. Shueiyue sect leader smiled sweetly with a mature and charming charm. This female sect leader actually admitted that she was afraid of Qin Yu and wanted to buy time openly. The Yunue gate couldn't do anything about the Shueiyue sect's delay. If a man denied it, he would be scolded, but if a woman denied it, it would be a privilege. I wonder what the Shueiyue sect is up to. They're afraid of martial nephew Chen's strength and think they can't win, so they're trying to delay. The elders of the Yunue gate were slightly worried. After this battle, the Shueiyue sect would have a better understanding of the Yunue sect's meridian opening realm strength, so they would definitely have a countermeasure. Half an hour later. The Skycloud Hall. The sect master of the Yunue sect was giving out rewards to the disciples. One win will get 3,000 substandard primal stones and half a kilogram of meteoric metal. The loser will get 1,000 substandard primal stones. The blue-robed sect master said with a smile. There were also some elders, core disciples, and elite disciples in the hall. The elite disciples were all tempted by the rewards. Especially the half a kilogram of meteoric metal. Qin Yu won 2 battles and got 6,000 substandard primal stones and 1 kilogram of meteoric metal. However, what he had obtained were not substandard primordial stones, but 60 pieces of primordial stones with lustrous luster. 1 genuine primal stone could be exchanged for 100 substandard primal stones. In the sect, it was considered a large amount of money. It was valuable and easy to carry around. Other than that, he also obtained a command medallion, which had a mark of a plant on it. Qiu Yuer got 3,000 substandard primal stones and half a kilogram of meteoric metal. She pouted, as if it didn't meet her expectations. Only 2 people were left. Wandong and Zhichuan, on the other hand, looked ashamed and unwilling as they received the consolation reward of 1,000 substandard primordial stones. I'll go to the Grasswood Hall and exchange for the Qi cleansing pill. Qin Yu held the token in his hand and was satisfied. According to his master, the Qi cleansing pill was more precious than the Qi accumulation pill. He had planned to get the Qi cleansing pill even if he had to give up the Qi accumulation pill. He didn't expect. The gamble battle had given him an opportunity. as soon as he walked out of the hall. "Chen Yu." A familiar female voice rang out. It was not polite at all. Chen Yu glanced over and saw the beautiful Qiu Yu'er. There was a trace of reluctance in her eyes. "Junior sister Qiu, what can I do for you?" Chen Yu was curious. As the granddaughter of an elder, she had always been very arrogant. Previously, she had disdained to interact with Chen Yu. "I'm the one looking for you." A pleasant female voice came from behind Qiu Yu'er. Shortly after, a gentle and alluring figure appeared in front of Chen Yu. He took a closer look. Chen Yu was stunned for a moment. This woman was wearing a dress that was as blue as the blue sky. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, untainted by even a speck of dust. Her beautiful and tall figure was a head taller than Qiu Yu'er. She gave off a feeling that made people look up to her, as if she was a statue of a goddess. Especially that elegant and gentle face, tranquil and otherworldly, her skin as white as snow. This woman's facial features were exquisite and flawless. Her beautiful eyes were like limpid autumn waters, clear and elegant. It was as if they had the power to see through one's heart, causing one to not dare to look directly at them. "Oh my God! It's Xianxia. Xianxia? A true disciple who is known as the #1 beauty in the inner sect?" The disciples in the distance stared blankly at the blue-robed beauty, looking dazed and dispirited. "This is my sister, Xianxia." Qiu Yu'er snorted, as if she was unhappy that Chen Yu was staring at her sister for an extra second. "Oh, so it's senior sister Qiu. What can I do for you?" Chen Yu was bewildered. He was not familiar with Qiu Yu'er, not to mention this elegant and peerless beauty in the inner sect. However, this woman's appearance was indeed pleasing to the eye. Not only her appearance, but also her tranquil and gentle temperament. She was the image that most men liked. "It's like this. I heard that Chen obtained a kilogram of meteoric iron. Coincidentally, I need to refine a cosmic artifact and I'm in urgent need of good refining materials." Xianxia smiled like a lotus that had just bloomed. That moment of beauty was suffocating. A few disciples nearby widened their eyes. Senior sister Qiu has a beautiful smile. She's indeed the #1 beauty in the inner sect. Chen Yu's heartbeat quickened, and he subconsciously praised Miao Yi. The beauty in front of him had the best appearance and temperament that Chen Yu had ever seen among the female disciples of the Yunhui Gate. Although Mu Shuiqing, Qiu Yu'er, and the rest were also beautiful, they were limited by their age. On the other hand, Xianxia was 17 or 18 years old, the purest and most beautiful age of a girl. "You lecher!" Qiu Yu'er yelled with a furious expression. She reached out her hand to stop Chen Yu, as if she was worried that he might have an ulterior motive. "It's a compliment. Do you understand a compliment?" Chen Yu was speechless. How could he be treated as a lecher just because he praised a beauty? "Humph. You must have some improper thoughts about me," Qiu Yu'er said angrily. "Yu'er, don't be rash," Xianxia immediately stopped him. When she was praised by Chen Yu, her face blushed. Indeed. Chen Yu looked at her openly. His eyes were clear, without any blasphemy, and his compliment was not excessive. "Fine. Let me ask you, do you want to trade the 2 kilograms of meteoric iron?" Qiu Yu'er sneered. "Meteoric iron? I'm sorry." Chen Yu showed off his profound heavy sword. His meaning was obvious. He wanted to use the meteoric iron to refine weapons. This was not Chen Yu's excuse. His profound heavy sword was originally a failed product of refining a middle-grade treasure weapon. If he added some precious materials, it might be able to upgrade to another level in the future. "TSK, stingy. You want to chase after my sister, but you're not even willing to pay this much." Qiu Yu'er sneered disdainfully. "Chase after your sister?" Chen Yu said snappily, "I look at your sister more than once because I want to chase after her. How many times have you looked at me? Are you going to chase after me?" You're twisting words and forcing logic." Qiu Yu'er's face blushed. She was so angry that she almost attacked. Swoosh, Chen Yu's figure flickered and he moved away from where he stood. He laughed and said, "I'm leaving. I can't afford to offend you, but I can hide from you." These 2 sisters were the granddaughters of an elder. One of them was a direct disciple and the most beautiful woman in the inner sect. Experience told Qinyu that he could not afford to offend such a woman. Putting aside the distant past, wasn't Mu Xueqing an example of how much trouble she had caused Qinyu? This is the Qinyu you mentioned? The one who turned the tide in today's duel? This person is indeed a little interesting. He seems to be avoiding us at all costs. Xianxia smiled and looked at Qinyu's back. Humph. This person is just strong and rough. He will definitely be targeted in the duel with the Shueiyue sect. Let's see how he fares then. Xiaoyue pouted. Grasswood Division. Inside a pavilion that emitted a medicinal fragrance. Qinyu gave the token to a skinny old man. With this token, you can get a qi cleansing pill. The skinny old man nodded. Not long later. The skinny old man took out a tea-colored jade bottle. There was a translucent pill inside with a layer of ripples on its surface. Thank you, senior. Qinyu was overjoyed to receive the pill. Before he left, the skinny old man added, be careful of the duel. You will definitely be targeted by the Shueiyue sect. Qinyu was dazed. This old man had seen the duel today? May I ask, senior, how will the Shueiyue sect target me? Qinyu asked. How would I know? Of course, they will target your weakness. You have to think about which area you are relatively weak in. The skinny old man said with a smile. Hearing this, Qinyu was startled and immediately thanked him. Although the old man did not reply, he had already explained the direction. Weakness? Qinyu fell into deep thought. His greatest strengths were his strength, defense, speed, and movement techniques. He wasn't lacking in any of them. But suddenly, Qinyu thought of the outer disciple competition when he was facing Namgong Li's two spiritual secret skills. Back at his residence, Qinyu did not think too much. He sat cross-legged and directly took the qi cleansing pill. There were some impurities in his body, which was an unstable factor. He took the qi cleansing pill. A cool and refreshing stream of energy spread out from his stomach, causing Qinyu's mind to become inexplicably calm. The Xianxia in his body was restless at first, but then it calmed down. The mysterious medicinal effect was slowly spreading, fusing into his meridians, and seeping into his flesh and blood. The qi cleansing pill needs 10 days to half a month to fully take effect. It actually dispels the evil qi, clears the meridians, and purifies the inner breath. A smile appeared on Qinyu's face. Buzz, a familiar suction came from his heart. The medicinal effect of the qi cleansing pill quickly fused into his meridians in an amazing way. So fast. Qinyu was shocked. What he could do was to circulate the Xianxia inner breath and accept the powerful medicinal effect. In less than an hour, Qinyu's meridians, blood, and flesh, including the inner breath of his body, were cleansed by the medicinal effect. Drip, 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 dripped from Qinyu's body. These black blood droplets were discharged from Qinyu's body. In the end, the black blood droplets condensed into a black blood ball in front of him, giving off a shocking evil qi. It then dried and condensed into a thumb-sized black blood bead. That's too fast. Qinyu was shocked. The medicinal effect that needed 10 days to half a month was absorbed in a day, and the effect was surprisingly good. Under the suction of the mysterious heart, it was almost impossible for the medicinal effect to dissipate. At this moment, Qinyu felt refreshed. The meridians in his body were full of vitality. The Xianxia inner breath in his body was even purer, far better than an ordinary meridian opening late stage. Whoosh, Qinyu punched out, the evil qi churning. The fist force in the air formed a python-shaped dark cloud. The evil qi became even purer and more domineering. The effect of this qi cleansing pill was probably more than twice as good as that of an ordinary person. What is this? Qinyu picked up the solidified black blood bead on the ground. The moment the bead touched it, a terrifying evil qi of blood spread, causing Qinyu's body to turn cold, and his heart to tremble. Logically, ordinary people, even if they had the opportunity of the blood pool like Qinyu and consumed the qi cleansing pill, would not be able to condense such a black blood bead. This was because other people would need 10 days to half a month to fully take effect. This way, the evil qi would experience a very slow process of dissolving and dissipating. Because of the mysterious heart, Jinyu forcefully used the pill's effect to the maximum within an hour, and the effect was far better than others. This was how he had condensed this terrifying black blood bead by chance. Jinyu felt that this bead was not simple, and kept it properly. 2 days later, the members of the Yunhui Gate, Watermoon Sect, and Iron Sword Sect once again gathered around the golden testing stage. Today was the day of the duel between the Yunhui Gate and the Watermoon Sect. The Iron Sword Sect lost. Why are they still here? Jinyu and the other disciples looked at the Iron Sword Sect. On the Yunhui Gate side, Jinyu, Qiu Yu'er, Wan Dong, Shi Chuan, and a few substitute disciples were gathered together. Be careful in today's duel. Especially Jinyu. Sect Master Yunhui reminded. I'll be careful. Jinyu nodded. The Watermoon Sect delayed for 2 days for no reason. They must have come prepared for today's wagered battle. Meanwhile, for the past 2 days, Jinyu had been consolidating his cultivation technique, and comprehending the insights he gained from the previous 2 battles as well as his swordsmanship and movement technique. Although there wasn't much progress, Jinyu had become more refined in all aspects. Wear this first. Sect Master Yunhui took out a crystal pendant and handed it to Jinyu. Jinyu didn't ask any questions and put the pendant on. A faint female fragrance came from the pendant. At the same time, a cool feeling was transmitted into Jinyu's mind. Eh? Isn't that my sister's Tears of Ice heart? Xiao Yu'er exclaimed as she stared at the pendant that Jinyu had put on. She was so angry that she almost wanted to snatch it from him. Tears of Ice heart? Xianxia, Jinyu's face was filled with confusion. Why would the sect master hand this pendant over to him? Yu'er. Through the discussion between his grandfather and the sect master, they had decided to lend this locket to Jinyu temporarily. After all, he's one of the main forces of the duel. A gentle and pleasant voice came from behind him, as pleasant as the chirping of an oriole. Xianxia. The number 1 beauty of the inner disciples. A gentle and quiet girl in a light yellow dress walked through the crowd, her fine black hair fluttering in the wind. Her flawless beauty and graceful figure made people look up to her. Sister, how could you lend the Tears of Frozen Heart to this vulgar guy? He's the main force, am I not? Xiao Yu'er said unhappily. Xiao Yu'er, wear this leather armor. Sect Master Yunhui chuckled and handed over an exquisite piece of female-styled leather armor. Xiao Yu'er's eyes lit up. She put on the soft armor and giggled, half-artifact soft armor, very fitting. Is this for me? As long as you win 1 round. This semi-treasure soft armor will be the rental fee for the Tears of Frozen Heart. Sect Master Yunhui smiled. Great. This semi-artifact soft armor is mine. Xiao Yu'er's smiling eyes turned into crescent moons. She had completely forgotten that Jinyu was wearing her sister's pendant. Jinyu. You must be careful in today's wagered battle. The Tears of Frozen Heart I lent you might not be able to use it. Xianxia reminded with a gentle smile. Thank you for your help, senior sister Qiu. Jinyu expressed his smile, but he felt a chill down his spine. In the crowd, one after another, gazes of jealousy, envy, and hatred landed on Jinyu. Xianxia and Xiao Yu'er, the pair of sisters, were surrounding Jinyu, the new inner disciple. It was an enviable scene. Especially Xianxia, the number 1 beauty of the inner disciples. She could be said to be a public goddess. In a certain group. Senior brother Kuan. You've been chasing after Beauty Qiu for so long, but there's no progress. This Jinyu only had a small performance in the wagered battle, and he seems to have attracted the attention of a beauty. A few inner disciples joked. In the middle stood a tall man in a purple robe with his arms crossed. This purple-robed man wasn't wearing a disciple's robe. It was obvious that he was a core disciple like the 7th princes and Xianxia. Impossible. The purple-robed senior brother Kuan smiled proudly. I know how high Xian'er's standards are. There's no way she would fall for an ordinary country bumpkin. He had his own judgment, and he wouldn't easily trust others. At the same time, in another corner of the inner disciples, senior brother Duan. You fell in love with Xianxia at first sight when you were still in the outer disciples. You even gave her a chance in the final battle 2 years ago. A green-robed man next to Duan Xiaolong's side. The two of them looked in the direction of Qinyu and Xianxia. But is it all worth it? You've wasted 2 years. Xianxia has a high status and shocking talent. She won't fall for you. The young man couldn't help but say. He couldn't bear for Duan Xiaolong to fall too deep. I'll be satisfied as long as I can see her smile from afar. Duan Xiaolong sighed and smiled. He then changed the topic and said worriedly, on the other hand, I'm afraid that Chen will attract trouble. Kuan Lin's strength is among the top of the core disciples, and his methods are quite forceful. At this moment, the beautiful woman from the Water Moon sect stepped forward gracefully. I apologize for the delay. Today's duel will still be for the Meridian Illuminating disciples, but I think we can change it up. The sect master of the Water Moon sect said with a smile. Change it up? How does the Water Moon sect want to compete? The sect master of the Water Moon sect wasn't surprised. The battles with the two sects had been changing over the past few days. First, it was the core disciple battle, then 3 battles, 10 battles, and most recently, the Meridian Illuminating stage battle. The previous battles were all individual battles, and the individual's strength was the king. However, the world of the sect isn't peaceful, and there are occasional battles between forces. Under those circumstances, the role of an individual is very small. The sect master of the Water Moon sect explained. You mean, this time, let's have a team duel between our 2 sections. It'll be a gambling match. The sect master of the Water Moon sect had a smile in her eyes. Team battle, the other 2 sects were in an uproar. However, the sect master of the Iron Sword sect had a smile on his face, as if he already knew the result. How will it be? The sect master of the Yunhua sect was wary. It's very simple. Each of our sects will send a team of 5 to have a team battle. Of course, the leader can be a Viscera refinement stage disciple. This was suggested by my son. The sect master of the Water Moon sect finished speaking. A handsome man in white walked out from the crowd behind her. Yunfei, Qinyu and some of the elite disciples of the Yunhua sect recognized him. Yunfei was the son of the beautiful sect master, and his status was extraordinary. Everyone from the Yunhua sect. Yunfei cupped his fists and said elegantly, I'm not talented, but I will lead a team of 5 to have a team battle with you. Of course, this battle is not only a test of individual strength, but also teamwork. The leader sent by your sect should be about the same level of cultivation as me. During this time, his gaze swept across Qinyu with a hint of coldness. After the battle at the Cloud Abyss mountain range, he had a better understanding of Qinyu's background, including the opportunity in the blood pool. Therefore, Ian flew to his mother, sect master, and proposed a team battle. This proposal was unanimously approved by the elders of the sect. After all, Qinyu's individual strength was too strong. A team battle could weaken his individual strength. If they could find his weakness, the chances of winning would be higher. Team battle? The Water Moon sect really knows how to play tricks, but it doesn't seem to be disadvantageous to us. The elders of the Yunhua sect communicated with each other through voice transmission. The Water Moon sect's proposal was not unreasonable. In the world of the sect, some conflicts between factions, and even sect wars, were all about team strength. The wager of our Water Moon sect this time is a bottle of purple jade dew. The beautiful woman flipped her hand and a crystal bottle appeared. The crystal bottle contained a purple liquid. The color was like a crystal grape, and it was bubbling like a dream. Purple jasper dew. It's the specialty of the Water Moon sect's Heaven Lake, the purple jasper dew. This spirit liquid can help one gain insight and help one break through to the Qi transformation realm. It's even beneficial to the Qi transformation realm itself. The upper echelons of the Yunhua sect were shocked. The Water Moon sect usually did not take out the purple jasper dew. The amount they took out this time was enough for 10 people. This bottle of purple jasper dew is 100 kilograms of meteoric metal. The Water Moon sect master smiled. Hearing this, the upper echelons of the Yunhua sect were tempted. Hee, although our Iron Sword sect does not participate in the battle, we can bet on this side and add some stakes to liven things up. The mustached man from the Iron Sword sect grinned. He waved his hand. A few pieces of meteoric metal weighing 180 kilograms appeared in front of him. This is more than half of the meteoric metal we won from the Yunhua sect. We'll bet on the Watermoon sect. If you win, you can have 180 kilograms of meteoric metal. If you lose, you have to give us the same amount. The mustached man said with a smile. Bet? The upper echelons of the Yunhua sect were shocked. But if the Yunhua sect won, they would win double. If they lost, they would lose double. As long as we win this battle, we can get the purple jasper due and part of the meteoric metal we lost. The eyes of the upper echelons of the Yunhua sect lit up. The risk was high, but the reward was also high. All right. The blue-robed sect master's voice deepened as he agreed to the group battle. It was easy to decide on the candidates. Qin Yu, Qiu Yuer, Shi Chuan, and Wan Dong had already been decided. Now, they only needed a leader in the organs refinement realm. Their cultivation level was the same as a Yunfei's, mid-stage organs refinement realm. Why don't we let my disciple, Chongxian, fight? He has recently, Elder Mao said in a low voice. Chongxian, the Yunhua sect master and the others looked at the pale-faced young man in black next to Elder Mao. The young man in black had a cold expression and was silent. Chongxian was Qin Yu's fourth senior brother. Yes, he's a good candidate in the mid-stage organs refinement realm. The elders nodded their heads in agreement. In private, the Yunhua sect master and the elders taught Chongxian and the others how to cooperate and suggested a few temporary battle plans. At this moment, the 5 disciples of the Watermoon sect, 2 men and 3 women, stepped onto the gold testing stage. Whoosh! 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 The 5 disciples of the Yunhua sect, led by Chongxian, leaped onto the stage. The 2 sides sized each other up. The leader of the Watermoon sect was Yunfei. Among the other 4 men and 3 women, there was a 14 or 15-year-old girl. She was Xianxia. Little cousin. Are you surprised to see me? I was going to break through to the organs refinement realm, but I was dragged here. Why don't you go easy on me and lose to me? The reward is too tempting. Xianxia's eyes were watery. As she begged. Going easy on me? The people were dumbfounded. Why don't you go easy on me and lose to me? When the reward arrives, I'll give you half. Qin Yu laughed. Qin Yu and Xianxia's banter attracted the attention of the members of the 3 sections. These 2 are actually cousins. In the team battle later, will one of them really go easy on us? The disciples of the Yunhua and Shueiyue sects whispered to each other. They were worried. The upper echelons of the 2 sects were calm. It was difficult to hide many secrets from the Qi Transformation Realm cultivators in a battle between illuminating pulse cultivators. On the testing platform, Qin Yu looked at the other 2 girls from the Shueiyue sect. The young man had delicate features, but there was a hint of femininity in his charm. One of the 2 girls had ordinary looks. The last girl made everyone's eyes light up. She was an elegant and graceful girl. Her eyebrows were long enough to reach her temples, and her eyes were like stars. She had a kind of pure beauty. Qin Yu felt that this woman looked a little familiar. At this moment, the elegant girl was holding a zither in front of her. Brother Chong, I've heard of your name. It's an honor to meet you today. Yunfei cupped his fists and smiled. I hope you won't disappoint me. Chongxian's expression was cold. At this moment, the Yunhua sect master said, the rules are the same as before. Those who admit defeat or leave the testing platform will be eliminated. Until one side is completely eliminated. The side with someone on the platform wins. The Shueiyue sect master added. This was not a trivial battle. It concerned the balance of power between the 3 sections. At this moment, the Yunhua sect master and the Shueiyue sect master were the judges and supervising each other. Brother Chong, take my sword. Yunfei shouted in a low voice. Clang. The cold sword in his hand was unsheathed. Chi, a frosty sword arc sliced through the air, bringing with it a gust of cold wind towards Chongxian. That sword. Just the lingering cold air and wind caused the meridian-opening disciples of the Yunhua sect to feel their skin turn cold and their blood freeze. A true disciple could kill a meridian-opening realm cultivator with a single strike. How powerful is Yunfei? He's stronger every time he fights. He didn't even use his full strength in the Cloud Abyss mountain range. Qianyu was shocked. Good timing. Xianxia held a long saber in his hand, which was also a low-grade treasured artifact. With a shake of the blade, it brought out a frightening saber light and blood shadow. A bloody aura of slaughter surged from Xianxia's body, causing one's heart to palpitate. Clang, the frost sword arc and the saber light and blood shadow clashed in midair. The blood wave and cold current exploded. The powerful qi wave and strong wind made it difficult for anyone to get close to them. In an instant, the two true inheritors exchanged more than 10 moves. The strong cold wind and blood waves forced the other disciples back. So powerful. The rest of the team members took a deep breath and didn't make a move for the time being. Amongst them, Xianxia's saber technique was extremely overbearing and cruel. Moreover, the more he fought, the more ferocious he became. His eyes faintly revealed a trace of cold blood. In terms of head-on combat, Xianxia was unyielding. However, Yunfei's sword art was extremely profound. The formless cold wind would slowly freeze the opponent's blood vessels, causing the opponent's body to stiffen. Brother Chang's reputation is well-deserved. If this continues, it will be hard to determine the victor after 100 or 200 moves. Yunfei smiled calmly. In fact, the power of Xianxia's saber technique surprised him. If they were to clash head-on, he might be at a disadvantage. Form the sword formation. Yunfei quickly retreated and suddenly waved his hand. Clang! Clang! As soon as he said that, two sword radiances overflowing with cold air came from behind him. Xianxia and the effeminate youth each held a cold sword treasure weapon. They swung out a ball of cold air sword shadows, forming a triangle with Yunfei. In an instant, the cold air of the swords in Yunfei, Xianxia, and the effeminate youth's hands merged together. The area within a radius of 2 feet was swept by a torrential cold current and cold wind. Amongst them, Yunfei was the core of the 3-person sword formation. Slash! He swung his sword, and with a naked eye, one could only see a huge wave of cold sword waves sweeping forward a few feet. The power of the sword increased by 30 to 40%, Puchi. Bang! Xianxia waved the long saber in his hand and slashed out a violent blood shadow saber light. He barely managed to block the sword, but he seemed to be in a sorry state as he retreated 2 feet. This is a joint sword formation. It's similar to the style of the Tianshui sword formation. The elders of the Yunhua sect exclaimed softly. The blue-robed sect master sneered. The other 2 meridian opening disciples in the sword formation are equipped with treasure weapons. How long can they last? Normal meridian opening disciples would struggle to use treasure weapons, and it would consume a lot of energy. Haha. These 2 disciples are both at the peak of meridian opening. They are inner disciples who can attempt to break through to the organ's refinement stage. Furthermore, with the help of the joint sword formation, the energy consumption can be reduced by 20%. There was a hint of smugness in the Watermoon sect master's smile. Reduced by 20%? The Yunhua sect master was slightly shocked, but he did not lose confidence. As long as Qianyu and the rest could hold on and exhaust the inner energy of the 2 meridian opening disciples, victory would belong to the Yunhua sect. Hehe, that's not all. The Watermoon sect master's face was full of confidence. The main material of the 3's treasure weapons is the deep-sea frigid iron from a mother body. Therefore, the combined sword formation of 3 treasure weapons will not only increase its power by 30%, but it will also reduce the energy consumption by 30%. Another 30%, hearing this, the Yunhua sect master paled. Didn't that mean that the combined sword formation of the 3 could reduce the energy consumption by 50%? That was close to the energy consumption of a quasi-treasure weapon. This sword formation is only one part of the killing move. The Watermoon sect master's smile was strange. As soon as she finished speaking. Clang! Clang! The sound of a zither came from a corner of the gold trial platform. It was like a golden snake dancing in a storm. The sound of the zither carried a power that shocked the blood and soul. Oh no! The 5 Yunhua sect disciples felt their eardrums ringing. The sound of the zither carried the sound of metal clashing into their minds. Even if they used their inner energy to seal their ears, the sound of the zither could still affect them by 60 to 70%. It's her. Qinyu looked at the elegant and graceful girl in the corner. Her slender fingers moved like a lotus flower as she plucked the zither. The power of the zither seemed to have a mind of its own. It avoided the people of the Watermoon sect and only targeted the disciples of the Yunhua sect. Qinyu felt that the tears of ice heart that he wore was emitting an invisible cool air that protected his mind and offset part of the influence of the zither. For a while. Other than Xianxia and Qinyu, Qiu Yu'er, Wan Dong, and Shi Chuan were obviously affected and felt uneasy. Even someone as strong as Xianxia couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be affected. Even if it was only a little, it could affect the outcome of a battle between the same level. Furthermore, Yunfei had obtained an overwhelming advantage through the sword formation. Go! Yunfei, Chen and the effeminate-looking youth pressed on the disciples of the Yunhua sect with the power of the formation. Retreat! The rolling cold sword waves forced the 5 disciples of the Yunyu martial school to continuously retreat. The combination of the cold sword formation and the mysterious zither music increased their power to a terrifying level. Qiu Yu'er and the other 2 couldn't even resist. How can the zither music be so powerful? This isn't something that a Meridian Opening Realm disciple can do. Sect Master Yunhua couldn't believe it. His eyes were sharp as he released his spiritual sense and locked onto the girl playing the zither. He found that the girl was only in the late stage of the Meridian Opening Realm and seemed to have broken through recently. There's no need to look. Sect Master Shueiyue smiled mockingly. This girl has the enchanted body of heavenly sound. This body is extremely talented in music and has some mysterious abilities. It's just that this body is so rare that it's hard to find it. Enchanted body of heavenly sound. As soon as one heard these words, one could tell that it was an advantage in zither music. It's a pity that the zither in her hand isn't a treasure, otherwise, Sect Master Shueiyue sighed. Suddenly, the situation on the stage changed again. The 5 disciples of the Yunhua sect, including Xianxia and Qinyu, were forced into a corner. What a strong cold air! Although Qinyu's body was strong, his blood froze when he was hit by the cold air. Qiu Yu'er and the other 2 were panting. They had used up a lot of their inner energy and a layer of frost formed on their bodies. Bang! Shi Chuan was forced out of the gold testing platform by Qingyunger's cold wave sword shadow. Ah! Shi Chuan's stiff body fell off the stage, feeling bitter and helpless. When he lost, he had used up more than half of his inner energy and the blood in his body was about to freeze. I defeated one. One more and I'll get a treasure as a reward. Chen Ying'er's face was full of joy. She and the other feminine youth pressed towards Qiu Yu'er and Wan Dong. Heavy sword formation. Qinyu used the profound heavy sword and brought out a silver sword aura. He teamed up with Changxian to resist Yunfei's pressure. Chen Yu, I'll kick you off the stage in front of everyone soon. Yunfei was proud. At this moment, he was fighting 1 against 2 and had the upper hand. If it wasn't for Changxian being stronger than expected, Qinyu's Taigang sword being good at defense, and the fact that the 2 were not affected by the zither, they would have already won. Yunfei was not in a hurry. He wanted to slowly torture the 2 and win. Ah! Another scream rang out. Qiu Yu'er screamed as she was forced off the stage by Chen Ying'er and the feminine youth. Even if she had a half-treasure soft armor, it was useless. The cold air of the sword formation and the zither's attack could not be defended at all. Changxian, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Leave this place to me. Take Wan Dong and deal with the zither-playing girl. Remember, don't come near me." What? Leave this place to you? Qinyu's face was full of shock and disbelief. The next moment, a shocking change occurred. Blood frenzy secret blade. Changxian roared. His eyes were filled with a blood-red color. His face was green and red, and a blood-colored chi flashed on his body. Buzz. Poochie poochie, waves of violent and overbearing blood-colored blade wine danced into a blade whirlwind, engulfing a radius of 1 to 2 meters. Ding ding dang, the terrifying blood-colored whirlwind tore the sword waves formed by the 3-person sword formation into pieces. What What kind of blade technique is this? Yunfei lost his voice in shock as he looked at the berserk Xianxia. The terrifying blood-colored whirlwind shattered everything in its path. A layer of blood-colored powder was scraped on the hard surface of the gold testing stage. Quick, defend. Stabilize the sword formation. Yunfei exclaimed, telling Chen and the feminine youth to gather. Puchi Puchi, the three treasure cold swords created waves of cold sword wind, forming an ice wind whirlwind, which blocked Xianxia's blood frenzy secret blade. So powerful. Qinyu looked at the berserk Xianxia. He did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly took Wandong and went around the area, killing the zither-playing girl and the ordinary girl guarding her. Blood frenzy secret blade? How is that possible? The sudden change in the situation made the sect master of the Watermoon sect speechless. Hee. If your sect has so many tricks up its sleeves, why can't the Yunhua sect have a trump card? The Yunhua sect master laughed. This was the reason why he had chosen Xianxia as the leader. I'm not exaggerating. Elder Mao raised his voice and chuckled. Once that disciple of mine uses the blood frenzy secret blade, even a few organs refinement cultivators are no match for him. If it wasn't for your sect setting up such a strong sword formation, he alone would be enough to annihilate your team of 5. If it weren't for your sect's powerful sword array, he could have killed all 5 of you by himself. Elder Mao's smug look darkened the faces of the Shueiyue sect members. At this moment, Xianxian performed the blood frenzy secret saber. His eyes were bloodshot, and he went berserk. He slashed out a bloody whirlwind saber, like a god of death. There was only a trace of rationality left in his eyes as he killed everything around him indiscriminately. Yunfei's 3-man sword array could barely block Xianxian's attack. He looked shocked. Qinyu and Wandong had been warned and kept their distance from Xianxian. There's not much suspense left in this battle. The Yunhua sect master smiled faintly. With Qinyu's strength alone, he can easily wipe out the 2 zither-playing women behind him. The elders nodded. The scales of victory were leaning towards the Yunhua sect. Don't be too happy. We don't know if Qinyu will succeed. The Mad Blood Secret Saber can stimulate one's potential and greatly increase one's combat power. The price must be high. Thinking about it, it definitely wouldn't last long. Otherwise, why didn't you use it earlier? The Shueiyue sect master's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Hey! The Mad Blood Secret Saber is naturally suitable for turning the tables. It's not good when there are too many people. Besides, our chance of winning doesn't lie with Xianxian. Elder Mao said disapprovingly. Indeed. The Mad Blood Secret Saber couldn't last as long as Yunfei's 3-man sword array. But before that, they believed that Qinyu's strength was enough to crush the rest of the Shueiyue sect. In that case, the situation was very clear. The victory didn't lie with the Mad Blood Secret Saber or the 3-man sword array, but with Qinyu. Hee. If your sect hopes of winning are pinned on this kid, then I'll have to disappoint you. The Shueiyue sect master smiled coquettishly, as if she had already won. As soon as she finished, the elegant girl in the corner, whose fingers were like a blossoming lotus flower, suddenly paused. She glanced at Qinyu with her clear eyes and slowly plucked the zither. In an instant, a deep and mysterious sound of a zither resounded on the gold testing platform. It was sometimes loud and sometimes small, rising and falling like tides, causing one's blood, qi, and mind to waver. That zither sound. Qinyu and Wandong, who were closing in on the zither-playing woman, felt the cloud fiend qi in their bodies stir restlessly, becoming inexplicably manic. The murderous aura in his inner breath was turbulent, and it even caused a trace of brutality. In his heart. Hiss, Wandong let out a muffled groan, greatly affected by the zither music. At this moment, he could only unleash 30 to 40% of his full strength. Most of his mental energy and inner breath were used to resist the strange and deep zither music. The closer they got, the stronger the influence. With Wandong's current state, if she were to truly get close, she might even risk the backlash from Yunsha's internal energy. Qinyu froze on the spot, his body trembling. Humph. In your current state, I can kill one with one sword strike. Next to the zither-playing girl was an ordinary-looking girl. She had a cold smile on her face as she held a soft sword in her hand and stood in front of her. What kind of music is this? Wandong and Qinyu are both affected. This zither music seems to specifically target people who cultivate in fiendish skills and evil skills. The Yunhua sect was in an uproar. The strange and deep zither music not only affected Qinyu and Wandong, but it also indirectly affected Xianxia, who was slightly further away and using the blood frenzy secret saber. Xianxia's face showed a hint of struggle in his frenzy. Fortunately, the focus of the zither music was still Qinyu and Wandong, and the closer they were, the more powerful it was. I learned from my son that Qinyu used the external force of the blood pool to forcefully raise his cultivation to late-stage illuminating pulse. His realm is unstable, and there's a murderous aura in his body. The beautiful eyes of the Watermoon sect master flashed coldly. Hearing that, the expressions of the Yunhua sect elders changed slightly. Clearly, the zither music of the Watermoon sect was specifically targeted at Qinyu, a powerful force. Wandong also cultivated the Cloud Fiend Fist, and he was also targeted. Ha ha ha. Qinyu, your cultivation realm is unstable, and the murderous aura in your body could backfire at any time. Yunfei was overjoyed. In fact, he was the one who had arranged this duel. He wanted to use this method to make Qinyu suffer from the backfire and even qi deviation. He would not allow anyone to touch Chu Wanyu. Especially Qinyu, as Chu Wanyu's fiancé, was his #1 rival in love, on the gold testing platform. Wandong's face was full of struggle, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. She stopped in her tracks. As for Qinyu, his body trembled at first, but he was expressionless again. He approached the zither-playing woman calmly. Something's wrong. The expression of the girl holding the soft sword next to the zither-playing woman changed. Why did it seem that Qinyu was not affected much? Whoosh, Qinyu suddenly jumped like a leopard and rushed toward the two women in front of the zither. That was impossible. The scene made the Watermoon sect master and the others lose their voices in shock. How could he not be affected? The Watermoon sect master's face was full of shock. This was the first time she had panicked since the duel started. Qinyu has 2 layers of protection. One is the tears of the frozen heart, which can protect the mind. The other is the clear qi pill he took 2 days ago. Its medicinal power should still be in his body, which can help to suppress the counterattack of the vicious qi. The Yunhua sect master said with a smile. If you can scheme against us, how can we not be prepared? Elder Mao smiled proudly. This duel concerned the interests and reputation of the 2 sections. It could be said that there were many schemes. In fact, the Yunhua sect master's analysis had actually revealed one thing. There was a mysterious heart in Qinyu's body that could suppress all the chaotic energy in his body. Moreover, the qi cleansing pill had already been completely absorbed by Qinyu, so its effect was even better. In other words, he did not have the hidden danger of having his cultivation level unstable. On the contrary, the ferocious qi in his body was purer than Wandong's. Whoosh, Qinyu's figure flashed a few times, and he closed in on the 2 women in front of the zither. At this moment, the power of the zither had reached a limit. Fortunately, the tears of ice heart that Qinyu wore emitted wisps of a cool aura that seeped into his mind, clearing his mind and making him abnormally calm. The biggest characteristic of the zither was that it could affect one's mind, but the tears of ice heart had somewhat restrained it. Thump thump. Thump thump, the heart in his body was beating steadily. The ferocious qi in his body was like a raging river, circulating continuously in his body, fierce and smooth. Oh no! The expressions of the 2 women in front of the zither changed drastically. Ha ha ha. I'm coming. Qinyu let out a hearty laugh and sent a flying kick at the zither. This zither could be said to be the culprit. If not for its existence, the Yunhua gate would not have lost so quickly. Senior Chu. I'll stop him. The ordinary girl shook the soft sword in her hand, and her inner energy surged like water. It swept towards Qinyu like a raging wave. Qinyu was slightly surprised. This girl's strength was almost at the viscera refinement stage. Bronze statue martial art, he was not afraid at all. He stretched out his bronze-like arm and swung it. Dang! He blocked the latter's attack. Bronze leg, Qin Yu's foot kicked the zither in front of the elegant girl. No. The elegant girl's beautiful face turned pale. Qin Yu's foot, with great strength and overbearing inner energy, hit the zither. Dang. The sound of the zither stopped abruptly, and the zither broke into pieces. The elegant girl screamed and revealed a sorrowful expression as she tried to save the zither. In the end, together with her sword, Qin Yu kicked her out of the gold testing stage. This scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. You destroyed my zither? After the elegant girl landed on the ground, her eyes were cold and her pretty face was full of resentment. Qin Yu was stunned. Isn't it just a zither? I even kicked you as well. Brother Yu, she is your fiancé. Behind him, Xianxia screamed. Her face was full of shock, and her jaw almost dropped. What, fiancé? Qin Yu couldn't help but stare at the elegant woman. That graceful, pure, and serene appearance gradually overlapped with the woman in his mother's painting. You are Chu Wanyu? Qin Yu stuttered a little. Thinking about what he had just done, his heart went numb. Kicking his fiancé. Flying away, if his mother, Lu Ming, knew about this, she would skin him alive. Chen Yu. You destroyed my beloved Luohe zither. It was the only treasure my grandfather left me after he passed away. Chu Wanyu gritted her teeth. Her face was cold and full of hatred. Chu Wanyu did not hold a grudge against him for kicking her off the stage. After all, it was a competition. However, this person actually destroyed the Luohe zither that her grandfather had passed down to her. Just when Qin Yu was speechless. Die, you little thief. Wanyu will not marry a violent maniac like you. The girl behind him held a soft sword and attacked Qin Yu again. Bang! Qin Yu raised his leg and used the bronze statue skill to kick the girl off the stage along with her sword. Ah! The girl screamed. Her arm went numb and she flew off the stage. The members of the three sects immediately fell silent. Two delicate girls were kicked off the stage by Qin Yu one after another. Since I've already kicked my fiancé off the stage, one more or one less won't make a difference. Qin Yu was expressionless. After dealing with the two girls, Qin Yu's body swayed, and he turned around to help senior brother Changxian. At this moment, Changxian was attacking Yi Yunfei's three-sword formation. Without the influence of the zither, his attacks were more accurate. Heavy sword formation. With the profound heavy sword in hand, Qin Yu charged into the cold wind of the three swords formation and attacked from behind. Whoosh, the heavy sword slashed out a silver light toward the effeminate young man next to Yi Yunfei. Not good. The effeminate young man was shocked. The cold sword in his hand spun and blocked the attack of the dark heavy sword with a clang. In an instant, a huge force made his blood boil, and he took a few steps back. If not for the power of the three-sword formation, Qin Yu's attack would have injured him. Even so, Qin Yu's attack from behind had disrupted the three-sword formation, and there were flaws in their coordination. Damn it! How could this be? The formation was in chaos, and Yi Yunfei was forced to retreat by Changxian. His face was full of shock and disbelief. If Qin Yu's cultivation was not unstable, how could he have done all this? Haha! The victory is set. The senior elders of the Yunue sect clapped and laughed. Changxian and Qin Yu's attacks had broken the three-sword formation. The remaining three people of the Watermoon sect were panicking. A few breaths later, with a clang, the heavy sword in Qin Yu's hand swept the effeminate young man off the stage. With one less person in the three-sword formation, its power decreased sharply. Then Qin Yu held the heavy sword and looked at Xianxia with a smile. Do you want to go down yourself, or do you want me to, brother Yu? Can you be gentler? Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked pitiful. At this moment, a voice came from outside the stage. You win. The head of the Watermoon sect looked unwilling, and she gritted her teeth. You win. The sect master of Shueiyue sect announced the victory of the Yunue Gate. The Yunue sect master collected the chips with a flushed face. A female disciple of the Shueiyue sect handed over a bottle of purple dew. The mustached man from the Iron Sword sect handed over 180 kilograms of meteoric iron. The Yunue Gate won double the spoils of war. Not only did they win back some of the money they had lost, but they also made some extra money. Brother you. Chen Ying'er walked over and said with a smile, you made a great contribution in this battle, so you'll be rewarded handsomely. According to the agreement, you have to give me half of it. Otherwise, I'll tell your mother that you kicked your fiancé. You're threatening me. Chen Yu was furious. Chen Ying'er knew how to strike while the iron was hot. However, he felt a little guilty about it. Kicking his fiancée was something that would shock the world if it was in the secular world. At this moment, Chu Wanyu stared at Chen Yu with cold eyes that were filled with hatred. So what if I threaten you? Are you going to give it to me or not? Chen Ying'er said arrogantly. From the looks of it, if Chen Yu did not give in, she would definitely look for her mother, Lu Ming, to fan the flames. Half is not enough. I'll give you 100 substandard primal stones. Chen Yu said impatiently. He had defeated at least 3 people in this battle. He would get 3,000 substandard primal stones and 1 kilogram of meteoric iron for each person he defeated. That would be 9,000 substandard primal stones and 1 kilogram of meteoric iron. Furthermore, he had turned the tide in this battle and played a role that was equal to Chang Xian's. Elder Mao would definitely fight for extra benefits for his disciples. Chang Xian, Chen Yu. The two of you made a great contribution in this battle. As usual, we will fulfill your reasonable requests. The Yunhua sect master said. Thank you, sect master. Chen Yu and Chang Xian had joy in their eyes. Chang Xian's face was a little pale. After using the blood frenzy secret saber, he would enter a state of weakness. However, after this battle, his impression of his 5th junior brother, Chen Yu, had greatly changed. Wanyu, don't worry. That brat humiliated you like that, I will definitely seek justice for you. As for the damaged zither, I will ask the best craftsmen and refiners to help you restore it. Yi Yunfei stood beside Chu Wanyu and comforted her. Thank you, senior brother Yi. However, please don't make things difficult for Chen Yu and his family. Chu Wanyu's expression softened, and she forced a smile. Don't worry, I will only teach him a small lesson. Yi Yunfei looked at the crowd and saw Chen Yu, who was full of himself. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. The result of this wagered battle made him gnash his teeth in hatred. He had meticulously schemed against Chen Yu, but not only had he failed, he had even allowed Chen Yu to become the key person to turn the tables. Congratulations, junior brother Chang, Chen. You've made a great contribution this time. Chiu Xian'er's voice was as sweet as an oriole's. Senior sister Chiu. Chen Yu quickly greeted her. Chiu Xian'er's tears of ice heart played a huge role in turning the tables. At this moment, he returned the tears of ice heart to its owner. Brat. This wagered battle has benefited you again. How are you going to thank me and my sister? Chiu Yu ran over. Before she could finish, a cold snort came from beside her. Who are you? You're here to extort brother Yu? Could it be that you're her lover? The person who spoke was Chen Ying'er. Hey! Where did you come from? I'm not. Xiao Yuer said angrily. You're not either. This beauty beside you is worthy of my brother, and Xu Wanyu is also good enough. You're far from it. Chen Ying'er smiled and looked at Chiu Xian'er. Chiu Xian'er's beautiful and quiet temperament even surprised her. Pfft! He's even carrying my sister's shoes. Xiu Yuer went crazy and retaliated, but was stopped by her sister Chiu Xian'er. Ying'er, stop it. Chen Yu glared at Chen Ying'er. Hee hee. If you don't give me a share, I'm going to make a scene. Chen Ying'er made a face. Chen Yu had no choice but to throw the semi-treasure wind chant sword to Chen Ying'er. Anyway, he already had the mysterious heavy sword, so this sword was not of much use. Well, with this one, it's enough for me to exchange for a treasure. Chen Ying'er curled her lips. At this moment, whoosh, in the sky, a black feathered bird flew over. It spread its wings and landed on the Iron Sword sect's side. Sect Master, bad news. A black-faced youth jumped down from the black-feathered bird. What's the matter? The Sect Master's face was gloomy. Reporting to Sect Master, the black-faced youth said anxiously. What? Sect Master Handlebar Mustache's expression changed and turned solemn. Sect Master Jean. The mustached man cupped his fists. The Iron Sword sect has urgent matters to attend to, so we won't stay. Retreat. The sect master waved his hand and the people of the Iron Sword sect left immediately. Sect Master Qian, what happened? The sect master in a blue robe and the sect master of Shuiyue asked in confusion. The Iron Sword sect was a powerful sect in the Chu kingdom, stronger than the Yunyue sect and the Shuiyue sect. In recent years, the sect seemed to be the #1 sect in the Chu kingdom. What could make the sect master of the Iron Sword sect so nervous? This matter also concerns your two sects. The mustached man's eyes flashed and he briefly explained. Hearing this, the sect master of Yunyue sect and the sect master of Shuiyue sect gasped. Is that true? This is not a joke. The mustached man didn't stay any longer and immediately left with his disciples. Let's go too. The sect master of Shuiyue sect had a solemn expression. She waved her hand and all the disciples left immediately. The two sects left in a hurry, bringing with them a solemn atmosphere. What happened? The disciples of the Yunyue sect looked at each other. The sect master and the elders were communicating with each other through voice transmission. Their expressions changed drastically. Vaguely, Yu could feel the oppressive atmosphere of a storm brewing. Something that could make the elders of the sect and the Qi transformation realm Khanate cultivators change their expressions was definitely something big in the sect. 15 minutes later. The Heavenly Cloud Palace. The sect master of Yunyue sect, the elders, and some core disciples gathered together. Yu will be rewarded with 9,000 substandard primordial stones and 3 pieces of meteoric iron for the duel. The rest will be rewarded with 2,000 substandard primordial stones and 5 kilograms of meteoric iron. The sect master of Yunyue sect announced. That was the reward according to the agreement. Although Qiu Yu'er, Wan Dong, and Shi Chuan did not defeat anyone, they still received the reward. Furthermore, since Qin Yu and Chang Xian had contributed to the bet, they could also make a reasonable request. Chang Xian said, Uncle Master, I need a portion of purple jade liquid. Purple Jade Knight. The sect master of Yunyue sect and the elders exchanged looks and nodded in agreement. The wager of the Shuiyue sect was a bottle of Purple Jade Knight, which was enough for 10 people. Since at least half of the Purple Jade liquid would be used to train true disciples in the future, it was not too much to give Chang Xian a portion. Next, it was Qin Yu's turn to make a request. You. Elder Mao said through voice transmission, I suggest that you leave the Tears of the Frozen Heart behind. This pendant can protect the mind and has a certain level of resistance against mental attacks. Moreover, you practice the fiendish cloud fist, so the murderous aura is shocking and it is rather dangerous. This item can help you calm your mind and reduce the chances of you going berserk. Tears of the Frozen Heart? Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. In today's duel, the pendant had played a significant role in defending against the mental invasion of the Zither. However, this pendant seems to be very valuable, and it belongs to Xianxia. Qin Yu voiced out his concerns. Hee. Xianxia and her grandfather, Elder Qiu, are in desperate need of meteoric iron. I'll give it a try for you. Elder Mao said with a smile. Then, Elder Mao transmitted his voice to the sect master of Yunyue sect and Elder Qiu. Coincidentally, Xianxia was also at the Cloudy Palace with her sister. Xianxia pondered for a moment and looked at Qin Yu a few times before finally nodding in agreement. Qin Yu. You can have the Tears of the Frozen Heart. However, the 1.5 kilograms of meteoric iron you won today and the 1 kilogram from the duel 2 days ago will be given to Xianxia. The sect master of Yunyue sect said seriously. Okay. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. The Tears of the Frozen Heart could make up for his shortcomings. Even though his physique was strong, he didn't have much of an advantage in terms of mental energy compared to others of the same level. Okay. Qin Yu's 2.5 kilograms of meteoric iron and the sex compensation of 5 kilograms. That's a total of 15 kilograms. It's enough to forge a cosmic treasure. Elder Qiu said with a smile. Here you go. Perhaps this pendant is fated to be with you. The tears of the frozen heart has been with me for 4 to 5 years. If it wasn't for the fact that my grandfather and I are in urgent need of meteoric iron, we wouldn't have agreed. Xianxia smiled sweetly and passed the tears of frozen heart necklace to Qinyu. Thank you, Senior Qiu. As Qinyu put on the locket, he caught a whiff of the faint fragrance of a young lady, causing his heart to race. At this moment, suddenly, Qinyu felt a sharp and cold gaze from inside the hall. It was a tall and proud man in a purple robe. With a hint of coldness in his eyes, he stared at Qinyu as he received Xianxia's tears of ice heart. He had a vague impression of this person. He seemed to be one of the core disciples. Junior Kuan, you seem to be a little jealous. A playful voice came. So. This Senior Kuan was the core disciple Kuan Lin, one of Xianxia's pursuers. It's you. Kuan Lin frowned and saw the luxuriously dressed 7th princes. 7th princes, Huang Fulin, they were both core disciples, but their status was more special than the other core disciples. Junior Kuan, don't misunderstand. To true disciples like us, Qinyu is merely a lucky person with a half-spiritual body. As long as we step on him at the right time, we can beat him back to his original form. Huang Fulin said leisurely. Fight against a meridian opening kid? I'm not interested. Kuan Lin shook his head. He had his own pride. As a core disciple in the late organs refining stage, he wanted to fight against a new inner disciple? I used to think so too. At that time, he was still in the body refining stage. 7th princes smiled disapprovingly. Hearing this, Kuan Lin thought for a while and didn't say anything else. Not long after, the 5 people in the wagered battle received their rewards. This time, Qinyu only received 9,000 substandard primordial stones. The other 5 kilograms of meteoric iron were all given to Xianxia. After all the disciples left, the hall was quiet. Only the sect master, Elder Mao, and a few others were left. Is the news accurate? Has the Demon Bone Palace really appeared? It should be correct. The Demon Bone Palace expanded its territory by 1,000 miles in 3 days. This evil sect will prosper if they submit and perish if they go against them. They have destroyed several families. They even robbed a spirit mine of the Iron Sword sect. In the north of the Chu nation, deep in a mountain range shrouded in dark mist. A low, horrifying roar came from a dilapidated ancient hall built against the mountain. Boom! The interior of the ancient hall shook violently. Complex array patterns lit up on the walls. Visible purple-black lightning bolts that looked like iron chains swam around the inner walls of the ancient palace, making sizzling noises. They flickered between bright and dark, making the dark palace even more eerie and gloomy. He focused his eyes. The purplish-black lightning converged and coiled around a dark golden throne in the middle like iron chains. The dark golden throne was 10 times larger than an ordinary throne. A 10-meter-tall skeleton giant wrapped in black gas sat on it. 2 balls of dark red flames danced in its eye sockets, making one's soul tremble. At first glance, it looked like a king of skeletons. The giant skeleton king let out a series of frightening roars as the purplish-black lightning coiled around it. Black gas surged all over its body, and a powerful sinister wind and demonic aura swept out dozens of feet. Just a trace of that terrifying aura was enough to strangle a viscera refinement cultivator. Bind. Bang! Every time the skeleton king's thick skeletal hands struggled, it caused the hall and the mountain behind it to shake violently. It felt like the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. Given the formidable strength of my Bone Demon Palace, do we really need to revive the first Bone Demon King to wipe out the 3 sects of the Chu nation? A low voice sounded in front of the ancient hall. Only to see. A wrinkled old man in dark golden robes stood amidst the black gas and sinister wind, holding a scepter in his hand. He stared at the skeleton king on the throne above. With the strength of your palace, especially the Supreme Elder, Absolute Demon Master, defeating the 3 sects is naturally not difficult. However, has the Bone Demon Palace not learned the lesson of 50 years ago? An elegant and demonic voice came from behind. Swoosh, a pale-faced, handsome, and demonic youth in a blood-red robe appeared behind the wrinkled old man. The handsome youth's blood-red robe was engraved with a strange and vivid blood moon pattern. It carried a mysterious and unfathomable aura. Under the violent sinister wind and demonic aura, the blood moon robe fluttered. Humph. A few decades ago, my Bone Devil Palace was just about to annihilate the Iron Sword, Water Moon, and Xianxia sections. Back then, the three sects repeatedly requested for reconciliation, but we rejected them all. The wrinkled old man snorted coldly. But what could they do? At that time, the two neighboring countries were watching from the sidelines and were about to launch a large-scale invasion. They were much stronger than the three sections. In order to prevent both sides of Chu from suffering internal losses and benefit the neighboring powers, the Bone Devil Palace stopped their hegemony of unifying the Chu sect world. Even when resisting the neighboring powers. The wrinkled old man slammed the scepter in his hand into the ground, and black energy snakes as thick as buckets jumped out of the black scepter. Boom, the entire ancient palace shook. The black gas snakes that were as thick as buckets poured into the body of the Bone Demon King on the dark golden throne. In an instant, a layer of faint golden bone markings appeared on the surface of the Bone Demon King's body. The surrounding black gas became thicker, and the flames in his eyes seemed to have a little more vigor. The strength of this first-generation Bone Demon King is not to be underestimated. The soul essence of the strongest third-generation ancestor was once integrated into its body. Its power is boundless. If this bone demon truly awakens, it will be easy to sweep through Chu. But if it loses control, it will bring about an irreversible disaster. The wrinkled old man's voice was heavy as he looked at the blood-robed handsome youth. Don't worry, I'm not a simple blood cultivator. I have a certain level of attainment in the Tao of ghosts and corpses. Moreover, ever since we helped, the Bone Devil Palace has recovered to its peak in a few short decades, and even far surpassed the past. When have we ever suffered a loss? Our organization has always respected win-win and mutual benefit. We keep our promises, far surpassing those so-called righteous sections. The blood-robed youth smiled confidently. A moment later, 4 figures dressed in rags with disheveled hair and dirty faces were pushed by a group of black-armored guards to the tall throne of the Bone Demon King. Let us go. Bone Devil Palace. You want to use us as a blood sacrifice to the ghost demon? Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of heaven for such a heartless act? The 4 figures let out fierce roars. The 4 figures being escorted were 3 men and 1 woman. Their auras far surpassed the viscera refinement stage. For Chi transformation stage post-celestial. Let's make do for now. These large families don't submit to our Bone Devil Palace. The Chi transformation stage overseeing them is just the right nourishment. The wrinkled old man nodded. Ah, shrill screams reverberated inside the ancient palace. 4 bodies were beheaded by swords and sabers. Blood flowed all over the ground, but under the strange power of the formation, it converged into a blood-colored pattern. Trickling blood snakes merged into the Bone Devil King's body. A layer of translucent blood appeared on the Bone Devil King's skeleton. As black gas and chilly wind intersected, the outline of its body solidified and thickened. Kikik, the dark red flames dancing in its eye sockets faintly flashed with a hint of a sinister smile. It also had the coldness of a monarch overlooking the world. Yunhui Gate, Inner Sect Encampment. After the meteoric iron wagered battle, Qinyu meditated in the pavilion in his courtyard for 4 to 5 days. Cloudfiend Fist and Bronze Statue Technique have both reached a bottleneck. Qinyu murmured. Phew, he let out a long sigh and ended the days of hard cultivation. This kind of hard cultivation sometimes had good results, but most of the time, the efficiency was very low. And now, Qinyu's cultivation had stabilized at the late-stage illuminating pulse. Cloudfiend Inner Breath was pure and stable, but it was still far from the peak of the illuminating pulse stage. With his current progress, he didn't need to consider breaking through to the viscera refinement stage without a year or so. This was the result of Qinyu's solid foundation, Cloudfiend Fist, high concept, pure inner breath, and increased cultivation speed. As for the Bronze Statue Technique, the Raging Bull's marrow that he was currently using was gradually losing its effect. Of course, with his body skill talent, he might be able to advance to the higher bronze bone level after half a year of hard cultivation. In terms of cultivation difficulty, body cultivation techniques were several times more difficult than ordinary techniques. As for Taigang sword and cloud-treading steps, Qinyu cultivated them as martial arts techniques, and his progress was considered stable. Among them, cloud-treading steps had almost reached the peak level. Taigang sword was stable at the great mastery stage. As long as he trained hard, with Qinyu's body skill talent, he would improve steadily. The key is still cultivation, it is limited by talent. Qinyu had a sense of worry. In the inner sect, most of the disciples had good talent, and their cultivation was mostly at the viscera refinement stage. Some of the illuminating pulse stage disciples were younger, some were even younger than him by a year and a half. Therefore, with Qinyu's current cultivation and strength, as a newcomer in the inner sect, he still needed some foundation to establish himself. But now, he was worth a lot, and many people were envious. To establish himself in the inner sect, he had to at least advance to the viscera refinement stage, or reach the bronze bone level with the bronze statue technique. Relatively speaking, the latter was easier for Qinyu to achieve. Bronze statue technique to bronze bone level first, then look for a breakthrough in cultivation. Qinyu made the same cultivation plan as before. Since he had body skill talent, then he would quickly improve the bronze statue technique. On one hand, a strong physique would improve his talent and strengthen his foundation. On the other hand, it would be easier for him to obtain resources while protecting himself. This idea had been tested before, and it was feasible. The bronze bone level of the bronze statue technique roughly corresponded to the viscera refinement stage. Although Qinyu's physique was tyrannical, when his bronze tendons were completed, it was almost comparable to the initial bronze bone level. As long as Qinyu reached the bronze bone level, it would be relatively easier to raise his cultivation to the viscera refinement stage. Because after the physique was strengthened, not only would his foundation be more solid, but it would also indirectly improve his meridians. Master, someone left a message. In the courtyard, a 17 or 18-year-old beautiful female servant bowed respectfully. Oh? Qinyu nodded. In the past few days, Xianxia, Tong Yuling, and your two senior brothers all came. They saw that you were training hard, so they didn't disturb you. The female servant said. Xianxia. Qinyu murmured, he roughly understood the other party's intention. The previous battle was divided into 2 rounds. In the first round, Qinyu obtained 2 kilograms of meteoric iron. In the second round, he obtained 3 kilograms, for a total of 5 kilograms. These 5 kilograms were the price of leaving the Tears of Ice Heart. Among them, the 3 kilograms from the second round had already been transferred to Xianxia in the Cloud Sky Hall. There was still 1 kilogram that he didn't give to Xianxia. As for why Tong Yuling was looking for him, Qinyu wasn't too sure. The 2 senior brothers should be Li Dakue and the other 2, who still couldn't forget about the circulation pill. Qinyu went out and went straight to Xianxia's residence. When Xianxia came last time, she had already left a rough location. In the inner gate encampment. In a garden filled with the fragrance of flowers, Qinyu met Xianxia. Senior sister Qiu, this is the 2 kilograms of meteoric iron. Qinyu took out 2 pieces of meteoric iron the size of an index finger. Although they looked small, they were dense and heavy. Thank you. Xianxia urgently needed some meteoric iron, otherwise I wouldn't have disturbed you 2 days ago. Xianxia smiled apologetically, like a peony that had just bloomed. Qinyu prepared to leave. A man's voice came from outside the garden. Is junior sister Qiu here? I would like to see you. The newcomer. It was a young man in a purple robe, slightly arrogant and high-spirited. It was the true disciple of the inner sect, Kuan Ling. Junior sister Qiu has a guest. It's you. Kuan Ling's expression froze when he saw Qinyu. What business does senior brother Kuan have with me? Xianxia meteoric iron has been gathered, so I'll be busy for a while. Xianxia said calmly. 10 days from now, there will be a large-scale auction that happens once every 6 months at the Hidden Lake meeting. Now that the Demon Bone Palace has invaded, rookie disciples like me may be sent to carry out defensive missions. This is a time when we are in urgent need of precious materials. Kuan Ling didn't look at Qinyu and said to Xianxia with a smile. Oh? A large-scale auction. I'll be done with my work then, so I can make a trip there. Xianxia's eyes brightened as she smiled happily. The Demon Bone Palace invaded. These words made Qinyu's head shake. The Demon Bone Palace invaded? May I ask what's going on? Qinyu couldn't help but ask. You actually don't know? The Demon Bone Palace officially appeared a few days ago and expanded on a large scale. Now, not only the Iron Sword sect and the Watermoon sect, but even my Yunhui Gate is threatened. Kuan-Ling glanced at Qinyu. Now, the three sects have officially joined forces. Xianxia's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she added, some older disciples have already gone to the front lines to resist the Demon Bone Palace. However, the situation isn't optimistic. My Yunhui Gate has already lost a Qi transformation postnatal expert and 7 or 8 viscera refinement cultivators. As for the meridian opening and body forging cultivators, we've lost dozens. Hiss, when Qinyu heard this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He had only cultivated for a short 4 or 5 days, but such a major event had actually happened in the Chu sect world. Seeing Qinyu's surprise, Kunling's expression was cold. Chen, be careful. The sect has issued a frontline mission. If there aren't enough participants, we may forcefully send some disciples to support. Frontline mission? The deep meaning and coldness in Kunling's eyes gave Qinyu a bad premonition. If he was unlucky and was sent to the frontline to support, the danger was not small. In the battlefield against the Bone Demon sect, even those at the organs refinement stage did not have the confidence to survive. Those below the organs refinement stage were practically cannon fodder. Chen, don't be scared by him. Xianxia covered her mouth and laughed lightly. She was so beautiful that Kunling was dazed. It's like this. For new disciples like us, even if we are unlucky, we will at most be sent to carry out some logistics or guard missions. It's unlikely that we will go to the front line to fight. Unless, the situation has reached a critical point. Xianxia explained with a smile. Qinyu heard this and heaved a sigh of relief. These disciples who were not over 25 years old were all of the new generation. Usually, those who went to the front line were mostly members of the older generation. The new generation was a batch of seedlings that the sect was nurturing. They would usually not be sent to carry out dangerous missions. Especially the elite disciples that were being nurtured. Oh right. Before leaving, Xianxia looked back and smiled. Chen should be participating in the Hidden Lake Gathering in 10 days, right? I heard from Yuer that you're worth quite a lot now. Hidden Lake Gathering? I should be participating. Qinyu nodded. He had heard of the Hidden Lake Gathering when he was still an outer sect disciple. The Hidden Lake Gathering was a neutral faction in the Chu country that specialized in dealing with the cultivation world of the sect. It also provided a stable and fair trading venue. This Hidden Lake Gathering would hold an auction every month. At the same time, there would be another large auction every 6 months. Coincidentally at this time, the Hidden Lake Gathering's semi-annual large auction was about to begin. In Qinyu's hands was a large sum of primeval stones, 80-year-old blood lingji, and precious qi accumulation pills. It just so happens that I want to use the third body tempering formula. I need even more precious resources. Qinyu made a decision. Of the prescriptions provided in the bronze statue skill, the first was a prescription for commoners, and the second was a prescription for the bull's marrow. The first 2 prescriptions were basically ineffective for Qinyu. Right now, he decided to use the third body tempering formula. The materials it required were several times more precious than the second. Qinyu. After leaving Xianxia's garden, the purple-robed Kuan-Ling suddenly blocked Qinyu's path. Senior brother Kuan, what is the meaning of this? Qinyu felt a surging pressure. It was not only because of the other party's tyrannical inner breath, but also because of a kind of mental pressure. His heart was certain that the other party was at least in the late stage of the viscera refinement realm. He was even stronger than Yunfei and Xianxia. As for the ice heart tear in your hand, I will give you a semi-precious weapon, 2,000 substandard primordial stones, and 3 kilograms of spirit ores that are as valuable as meteoric iron. Kunling went straight to the point. His eyes were burning as he stared at the crystal pendant that Qinyu was wearing. Kunling knew that Xianxia loved this pendant very much. She only traded it to Qinyu because she was in urgent need of meteoric iron. Now, Kunling planned to redeem the ice heart tear. No. Without hesitation, Qinyu rejected the offer. The ice heart tear was a form of protection on his body. It was very rare. Because he practiced the Cloud Fiend Fist, his killing intent was extremely strong. The dangerous nature of this martial art could easily cause his mind to be blinded by the killing intent and go berserk. Moreover, the ice heart tear could also defend against unpredictable mental attacks. This was a field that Qinyu was unfamiliar with. Qinyu, this is a chance I'm giving you. If you don't have the confidence. Kunling's face was handsome and cold, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Baffling, Qinyu ignored this person and went to Zhongwu Hall. He had come here to collect the rare medicinal ingredients required for the third prescription. In the end, after searching for a while and spending some contribution points and primeval stones, he only managed to buy 2 or 3 supplementary materials. The third body tempering prescription had 2 main materials. They were Fierce Snake King's Gallbladder, 100-year Earth Spirit Ginseng. Fierce Snake King's Gallbladder, at least comparable to the Blood Python and Fierce Bird King's Gallbladder that day in the Cloud Abyss mountain range, Earth Spirit Ginseng, a rare Earth attribute spirit ginseng that needs to be at least 100 years old. The older it is, the better the medicinal effect. As for your other materials, it shouldn't be too difficult to buy them here. Only the 100-year-old Earth Spirit Ginseng is too rare and abnormally precious. Go to the hidden lake and try your luck. A gray-robed deacon suggested. Thank you. Qinyu nodded his head. The other main material, Fierce Snake King's Gallbladder, according to the Zhongwu Hall deacon, if he was lucky, he might be able to find it after a period of time. In the sect, it wasn't too difficult for some strong viscera refinement elite disciples and direct disciples to join hands and kill the Fierce Snake King. Fierce Snake King's Gallbladder. 3,000 contribution points and 2,000 subgrade primeval stones each. Qinyu gave a suitable purchase price. Of course. Zhongwu Hall would also take 5% of the primeval stones and contribution points from it. Qinyu placed a total of 10,000 contribution points and 7,000 subgrade primeval stones here to temporarily buy 3 Fierce Snake King's Gallbladders and other supplementary materials. After leaving Zhongwu Hall, Qinyu returned to the outer sect encampment and went to Tong Yuling's residence. Tong Yuling wasn't there. According to the maidservant in the courtyard, she seemed to have returned to her family for an urgent matter. Tong Yuling, why is she looking for me? Qinyu returned with a puzzled expression. In the following days, Qinyu began to cultivate his cultivation method and martial techniques. At the same time, he was secretly paying attention to the latest situation of the Bone Demon Palace's invasion. After all, this was a major event in the Chu sect. It might affect his safety and fate. However, the news from the front lines was extremely unfavorable. The 3 sects alliance had only managed to slow down the speed of the Bone Demon Palace's invasion. Moreover, they had suffered repeated defeats and suffered heavy losses. No one could be certain that the Bone Demon Palace would not attack the 3 sects and the Yunhui Gate. Recently, many of the new disciples had been transferred to some of the sect's strategic locations to provide support and defense. Do you know? Our Yunhui Gate's 2 or 3 subordinate families were ambushed by the Bone Demon Palace a few days ago and suffered heavy casualties. Shoo! Be quiet. I heard that some of the Bone Demon Palace's disciples have infiltrated the secular forces near our sect. Say, what if the Bone Demon Palace attacks here? Or will be transferred to the front lines? There was no lack of private discussions in the inner sect encampment. A tense and oppressive atmosphere pervaded the Yunhui Gate. The front lines were unfavorable. It brought a lot of pressure to the disciples of the Yunhui school. Later on, many disciples were rejected when they applied for leave to return home. The sect is investigating the mole. Any disciple who leaves the sect without permission will be killed without mercy. The Yunhui Gate practically announced a semi-lockdown. Some disciples would be strictly interrogated when they went out, even if they were carrying out normal missions. Several days later, 2 black-robed enforcers arrived at Qinyu's courtyard. Is Qinyu around? Enforcer Senior Brothers, what can I do for you? Qinyu walked out of the pavilion and saw the 2 enforcers exuding a murderous aura. His heart trembled as he realized something. In half a month, you will be part of the third batch of reinforcements and head to the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden. Strengthen the defenses of the Spirit Garden and prevent the Bone Demon Palace from ambushing us," one of the enforcers announced. The announcement of the mission made Qianyu's head thump. Although this was not a massacre at the front lines, it was still a batch of disciples who were unlucky to be transferred. Inexplicably, Qianyu recalled the profound and abnormal look in Kunling's eyes a few days ago. Could it be, Kunling had long expected the transfer of the mission? Or perhaps he knew something in advance. Qianyu realized someone might have interfered with his transfer of the mission. However, to think that someone interfered with the mission and mobilized inner sect disciples, the person who did it in the dark definitely had a deep foundation in the Yunhui Gate. After the two enforcers left, Qianyu held a token in his hand. His expression was uncertain. He had treasured weapons and chi accumulation pills on him. He was quite valuable, but he was only at the illuminating pulse stage. His position in the inner sect was not stable. The sect's transfer of the mission cannot be disobeyed. Otherwise, you will face severe punishment. Your cultivation might be crippled. Qianyu took a deep breath. The invasion of the Bone Demon Palace not only brought crisis and pressure to the three sections. As a disciple of the sect, Qianyu would also face a series of risks and challenges in this storm. Of course, this could also be an opportunity. The mandatory mission itself would have generous rewards. Killing the enemy would also have rewards, and the spoils of war would belong to him. The transfer of the mission would take place in half a month. In the final moments, Qianyu could still increase his strength. Hidden Lake Meeting, there are still a few days left. Qianyu was looking forward to the Hidden Lake meeting that would take place in a few days. As long as he gathered the snake gall spirit ginseng recipe, Qianyu's bronze statue technique could advance to the copper bone level. At that time, he would be able to put up a fight even if he faced a mid-stage viscera refinement expert. It would greatly increase his ability to protect himself. Late at night. Yunhui Gate. In a remote, dilapidated house. Hall Master Lin. "Are you sure you really sent Qianyu outside to participate in the support mission?" A flattering voice was heard. The person who spoke was a youth in green clothes. He was currently bowing and groveling. If Qianyu was here, he would definitely recognize that this was his former nemesis, Wang Lingyun. In a dark house. Vaguely, a tall and burly middle-aged man could be seen in front of him. His body emitted an aura that was as thick as a mountain. In a layer of pale yellow mist, it seemed rather blurry. That aura pressured Wang Lingyun to the point that it was difficult to breathe. Regarding the abnormality on Qianyu's body and the mysterious opportunity since the descent of the meteoric metal, did you tell anyone else in the sect? The blurry silhouette of Hall Master Lin spoke in a low and slow voice. No. Other than you and the 7 princes, I didn't tell anyone else. Wang Lingyun hurriedly replied. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Qianyu, you have an opportunity and your value is not low. This time, you have attracted the attention of the sect's bigwigs. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Yes, you have made a great contribution. You can leave with peace of mind. Hall Master Lin nodded. Thank you, Hall Master. I can leave with peace of mind? Wang Lingyun was grateful at first, but he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Boom, a mass of yellow energy that was as heavy as a mountain instantly annihilated and penetrated Wang Lingyun's body. Wang Lingyun's body stiffened. The inner breath that he subconsciously circulated was extinguished like an oil lamp. Then, his body, as if it was crushed by a 10,000-pound boulder, turned into a pile of red and white human-shaped meat paste. Uncle Lin, why did you take his life? As soon as Wang Lingyun was killed, a luxuriously dressed man appeared beside Hall Master Lin. The person who came was the 7th princess that Wang Lingyun had just mentioned. Qianyu is already an inner disciple and an elder's disciple. Although he is a registered disciple, we cannot be careless. We cannot let any information leak out to deal with him. As the Hall Master of Zhongwu Hall, it is a reasonable arrangement for me to transfer him to guard the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden. Hall Master Lin said in a low voice. He took out a black metal bottle and poured out a few drops of milky white liquid. Swoosh, Wang Lingyun's corpse completely turned into a pool of blood and merged into the soil. Even if an outer disciple like Wang Lingyun died, it would not attract much attention from the sect. Especially now, with the invasion of Demon Bone Palace and the disappearance of an outer disciple, the sect had no time to pay attention. Uncle Lin. Do you think that Qinyu has some kind of great opportunity like Wang Lingyun said? The seventh princess's eyes flashed. Opportunities are not rare in the world of the sect. If not for an opportunity when I was young, I would not have the status I have today in the Qi transformation realm. This child may have some kind of opportunity, but whether it exists or not, I want the profound heavy sword on him. The material of this sword is not bad, and it has failed to be refined into a mid-grade treasure weapon. As for the Qi circulation pill, it is useless to me, so I will give it to you. I will listen to Uncle Lin's arrangements. As long as that kid is transferred away, everything will be easy. A trace of coldness appeared in the smile on Huang Fulin's face. In the last few months, he had pursued Mu Xiuqing bitterly, but had made no progress. After the outer disciple competition, Huang Fulin was sure that Mu Xiuqing still had feelings for Qinyu. If Qinyu was still a fringe outer disciple, then so be it. However, Qinyu had recently shone brightly in the sect. Moreover, with Wang Lingyun fanning the flames, Qinyu had some kind of fortuitous encounter that could really threaten him in the future. Due to these two reasons, Huang Fulin finally made up his mind and went to find Hall Master Lin, a senior member of the sect who was very close to the royal family. 2 days later, at the entrance of the Yunhui Gate, a group of dozens of disciples had gathered. Recently, the sect had implemented semi-confinement. Regardless of whether they went out or returned to the sect, they had to undergo strict interrogation. Have all the disciples who are going to the Hidden Lake gathering arrived? I won't wait for those who are late. A man in a pine robe stood on a tall rock, his sharp eyes sweeping across the surrounding disciples. Eldest senior brother, we're all here. Senior brother Zong. When are we leaving? All the disciples wore respectful expressions as they looked up at the pine-robed man standing on the tall rock. He's the chief disciple? Qinyu could not help but size him up. Qinyu, you're not familiar with senior brother Zong, right? An elegant young man holding a folding fan said with a smile. The young man was Nangongli. Now that he had reached the organ's refinement stage, he was one of the core disciples of the inner sect. Senior brother Zong Tianchen is our number one core disciple. His aptitude and comprehension are excellent. He shone brightly in his early years and learned a sect guarding technique. Now, he's at least at the peak of the organ's refinement stage and seems to be close to the Qi transformation stage. Nangongli had a trace of admiration on his face. These disciples were all preparing to participate in the Hidden Lake gathering. The sect simply arranged for them to move together. After all, the infiltration of the Demon Bone Palace was extraordinary. Wherever he looked, Qinyu saw many familiar figures, such as Qiu Xian and her sister, Mu Xiuqing, Huang Fulin, Kuan Ling, Ye Feng, and so on. Of course, there were also a few of Qinyu's fellow disciples. He did not know many of the others. Among the outer sect disciples, there were also a few familiar figures, including Hu Yiba, Huang Yuan, and Yang Fan. At this moment, these outer disciples looked at Qinyu with complicated gazes, as well as reverence. Strangely, Qinyu did not see Wang Lingyun. With that guy's slickness, would he miss this group activity? Chen, Li Dakue and Wu smiled and came over. Senior brother Li, I don't plan to trade my circulation pill yet. Qinyu sighed. In the past few days, many inner sect disciples and even some deacons came to look for Qinyu, wanting to trade his circulation pill. At this stage, with the invasion of the Demon Bone Palace, all the sect disciples felt insecure and wanted to increase their strength. Such pills naturally became very popular during times of war, and their prices soared. However, most of those who looked for Qinyu to trade did not offer a sincere price and wanted to trade at the usual price. Qinyu estimated that the price of his circulation pill would definitely increase by half. It was not impossible to double the price at an auction. Let's go. Zong Tianchen, the head disciple on the tall rock, landed on the steps of the mountain gate in the blink of an eye like a feather. The speed and elegance of his movement technique left others in the dust. Qinyu, why don't we compete in movement techniques? It's a pity that I lost to you in the outer sect competition. I've wanted to compete with you for a long time. Unfortunately, I've advanced to the organs refinement stage. If I were to compete with you, it would be an unfair victory. Nangongli suddenly suggested. Then let's compete. Qinyu nodded, but his lips curled into a playful smile. Not long later, a group of disciples rode the sex-exclusive horses and set off. Qinyu and Nangongli did not rent horses because they wanted to compete in speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them moved side by side in the mountains, not giving way to each other, but not far away from the crowd. At a certain moment, Qinyu and Nangongli leaped onto a steep cliff that was hundreds of feet high. The disciples below were shocked. Qinyu's cloud-treading steps seems to be reaching the peak level. Yefeng looked at the two people on the cliff and was shocked. He didn't know. After the meteorite iron wager, Qinyu trained hard on his movement technique. With the help of his body technique talent, his progress was not bad. Especially after being given the guard mission, Qinyu's cloud-treading steps improved under the pressure of danger. Now, Qinyu's cloud-treading steps was no longer at great completion, but at the peak level. A movement technique at the peak level could be said to be at the peak level. I can't reveal my movement technique now. When Qinyu was competing with Nangongli, he still held back and didn't use his full strength. Even so, Nangongli, who was competing with him, was shocked. I've suppressed my cultivation to the meridian opening peak, so I have no advantage over him in movement technique. This aroused Nangongli's competitive spirit. He was a direct disciple, a genius of this generation in the Nangong family. His eyes were enhanced with green pupil blood, and the family had high hopes for him. Whoosh, he used his inner breath to the organ's refinement realm, and his movement technique speed surpassed Qinyu's. Qinyu smiled and didn't take it to heart. His expression made Nangongli feel dispirited. Even if he won, it wouldn't be glorious. 2 days later. On the way, Qinyu and Nangongli competed with their movement techniques and discussed with each other. Qinyu's cloud-treading steps had reached the peak level, and he gradually understood the true meaning of movement technique. Nangongli's movement technique was at a higher level, and Qinyu learned a lot from him. 2 days later, a lake appeared in his vision. This lake was light blue like a gem, and it had a diameter of 20 to 30 miles. The most special thing was that this lake was in the center of a mountain range, and it was very difficult to discover. This is the hidden lake. In the middle of the lake, there was an island. Okay. Now we can only rely on movement techniques to get to the hidden lake island. Zhong Tianchen gathered all the disciples together. At a glance, there were no boats on the surface of the lake. This was the territory of the neutral hidden lake, and it was open to the people of the sect. It was very difficult for people from the mortal world to enter the hidden lake island. Let's go. Zhong Tianchen took the lead, and like a feather, he walked on the surface of the lake, as if he was walking on flat ground. Bow. 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 In a few breaths, Zhong Tianchen had already traveled 20 feet. Then, the other elite disciples and inner court disciples executed their lightness martial techniques and walked on the ripples with ease. Basically, the organ's refinement realm disciples could easily walk on the water. The meridian opening realm disciples had to be the elites, which was why there were less than 10 outer disciples this time. Hehe, let's have another match. Nangongli smiled and jumped on the surface of the lake with Qinyu. This journey was 7 to 8 miles long. At the start, all the disciples were fine, but after 2 to 3 miles, some of the meridian opening realm disciples started to feel tired, mainly because they used up a lot of their inner energy. Among the meridian opening realm disciples, only Qinyu was calm. Hua hua la, suddenly, a silver-backed tiger carrying an old man and a young girl passed by them on the wind and waves. Hehe, these people are so stupid. The girl on the silver-backed tiger made a face at the crowd, and then overtook them. Hoo hoo pa, following that, a huge white crane carried 3 people on its back and soared into the sky above the crowd. Obviously, these people were going to participate in the Hidden Lake meeting. Spiritual flying beasts. If I had one, how cool would that be? The crowd of disciples looked envious. However, these flying beasts were mostly organs refinement realm and above. It was difficult to train or tame any one of them, and normal disciples couldn't afford them. Yunhua sect also had flying beasts, but they were mostly used by the middle and upper echelons. Not long after, the Yunhua Gate disciples arrived at Hidden Lake Island and saw many people coming and going. After traveling on the waves, most of the disciples were breathing heavily, and their inner energy was used up. Especially the Meridian Opening Realm disciples, they almost collapsed. Now, you can move freely on the island. You only have 1 day. Gather here tomorrow, Zhong Tianchen announced. Then, he explained some of the rules of the island. This Hidden Lake Island was a neutral trading place in Chu, and it was closer to the Yunhua Gate. Under normal circumstances, most of the people who came were near the Yunhua sect, and the other 2 sects rarely came. But this time, due to the invasion of the Demon Bone Palace, there was a shortage of resources. Iron Sword sect and Shueiyue sect had more people than usual for this large-scale auction. Qinyu organized the assets he had on hand: 1 energy accumulation pill, 1 80-year-old blood lingji mushroom, and more than 8,000 subgrade origin stones. Otherwise, he could store the 7 or 8,000 subgrade origin stones in several boxes. The remaining primal stones were stored in Zhongwu Hall to buy the Snake King's gallbladder and other supplementary materials. Oh right. I still have this. Qinyu took out a thumb-sized filthy black blood bead. A frightening amount of yin qi was vaguely emitted from the pearl. On the other side, the head disciple, Zhong Tianchen, suddenly sensed something and looked at Qinyu. At the same time, far away in the sky, a skinny figure wearing a bamboo hat and black robe was riding a black feathered bird, heading straight for Hidden Lake Island. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "What a strong evil aura! Could it be that some evil path treasure has appeared on this Hidden Lake Island?" The moment he took out the tainted black blood pearl, Qinyu felt that something was wrong. People with sharp senses like head disciple Zhong Tianchen could feel the aura of the pearl. He quickly put the pearl into a small metal bottle. "You must be junior brother Qinyu?" Zhong Tianchen's gaze landed on Qinyu. He said with deep meaning, "There are all sorts of people in the Hidden Lake gathering. There are too many eyes. Apart from the 3 sects, there is no lack of wandering evil cultivators. Sometimes, it is hard to avoid trouble. Thank you senior brother Chen for your care." Qinyu bowed. The head disciple had a special position in the sect and could be the next sect leader or elder in the future. Everyone disperse. Zhong Tianchen waved his hand and the disciples split into groups of 3 to 5. Hidden Lake Island wasn't big, only 2 to 3 miles wide. But in this small area, there were many shops and 2 to 3 free markets. Of course, whether it was the shops or the low-end markets, they were all targeted at the cultivation world of the sect. Spiritual pets for sale, prices fair. In front of a building that was as tall as a bird's nest stood a few young men and women, shouting loudly. This was a spiritual pet shop. I was just thinking of buying a mount to travel on. Qiu Yuer's eyes lit up and pulled her sister Xianxia into the building. "Chen, let's go take a look." Nan Gongli smiled. It was Qinyu's first time here and he wanted to see the world, so he nodded and agreed. When they were riding on the waves, the disciples were envious of those who had spiritual pets as mounts. Plus, with Xianxia, the number 1 beauty of the inner sect, entering, a group of 10 to 20 disciples from the Yunhua Gate came. The spiritual pet shop in front of them was actually a half-open garden building. There was a large metal net around it that had traces of formation patterns. Inside the shop, there were large cages with all kinds of spirit pets in them. There were all kinds of beasts and birds. There was a difference between spiritual pets and fierce beasts. To put it simply, ferocious beasts were wild, their ferocity clouding their intelligence. Spiritual pets were reared in captivity. They had gone through special training to get rid of their ferocious aura. They could help their masters walk and even fight side by side. Wow! This goat-horned beast is so cute. Qiu Yuer's eyes lit up as she looked at a snow-white sheep-type spirit pet the size of a horse. Miss really has a good eye. This goat-horned beast is said to be related to the legendary unicorn. The horns on its head have a certain attacking power and can deal with normal beasts. A middle-aged shop assistant's eyes lit up as he skillfully peddled his wares. This scene made Qinyu and the others speechless. This goat-horned beast had neither endurance nor speed. I can't travel, and I don't have any battle prowess. Xianxia shook her head and smiled. Xiu reluctantly left. The goat-horned beast had snow-white fur and a single horn on its head. It was very attractive to girls. Young heroes, what kind of spiritual pet do you want? Is it for transportation, fighting, or other support? A waitress greeted Qinyu and Nangongli with a smile. I want transportation. Nangongli waved the folding fan in his hand with a carefree look on his face. This gold-patterned leopard is very suitable for you. With a smile, the waitress introduced a leopard spirit pet that was 15 feet long and covered in golden thread-like fur. This gold-patterned leopard had a strong body and looked energetic. Its eyes were pale green and it emitted a fishy smell when it roared. How much? Nangongli asked casually. 2,100 subgrade primal stones. The waitress replied. Then. The two looked at a jackal spiritual pet and a horse with brown scales on its back. They were both used for transportation. Young master. This brown-scaled horse can travel 3,000 miles a day and has extremely strong endurance. It is proficient in climbing mountains and crossing rivers. It can jump over a cliff that is a few feet high. The waitress admired the horse very much. I want one that can fly. Nangongli shook his head. As a direct disciple, his requirements were quite high. Flying mount? That's very rare. The waitress took Qinyu and Nangongli to another open-air area where they could see many big trees. There was a big cage fixed on each tree. A huge bird with crimson feathers and eyes that resembled rubies came into view. Whoosh, this large red-feathered bird had a wingspan of 20 feet, and its beautiful feathers were covered in a layer of light red air, as if they were sparkling flames. Red-feathered bird. It is domesticated by the red-feathered bird and can carry people in the air. Its speed is excellent and it has a combat strength comparable to the late stage of the viscera refinement realm. It can also be used for transportation and combat. It is one of the most precious spiritual pets in our shop. The waitress introduced. This bird was beautiful and practical and could also fight. It would be very cool to ride this bird back. Nangong eyes lit up. Even Qinyu was a little tempted. This was a flying mount that could soar in the sky. How much? 26,000 subgrade primal stones. The waitress said. The two shook their heads and sighed. They couldn't afford it, the price of this red-feathered bird was comparable to a treasure. Then. The two of them looked at some spiritual pets and mounts, their interest waning. They didn't like the cheap ones and couldn't afford the expensive ones. Although Qinyu liked a few practical spiritual pets, he couldn't use the primal stones he had. He only had 80 subgrade primal stones. These primal stones might not even be enough to buy a 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng. He probably had to sell the 80-year-old blood lingji mushroom. An hour later. Everyone left the spiritual pet shop. Only a few disciples of the Yunhua sect bought spiritual pets. Among them. Xiu was riding on a big, fluffy white dog spirit pet. The dog's size was comparable to a tiger or leopard. It looked docile and beautiful, and it probably had a certain combat ability. Miss, take care. This snow mountain dog can fight against a meridian and lightning realm cultivator. It will be your loyal companion. The middle-aged waitress smiled and said. Humph. What a waste. Spending 7,000 or 8,000 subgrade primal stones on a snow mountain dog. Some people couldn't help but shake their heads. Actually. The snow mountain dog that Xiu bought was useful. Although its combat ability was average, it had a good sense of smell and could be used for tracking. However, it was a bit cheaper. Brother Nangong, I'm going to find a few materials. Qinyu and Nangongli parted ways. He was alone, passing by all kinds of shops, dazzling his eyes. Qinyu planned to find a 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng. He also wanted to identify the black blood bead and see what it could be used for. Identifiable item. When he passed by a shop called Rare Treasures, Chinyu saw the words on the signboard. This shop sells all kinds of rare treasures, including identifying and purchasing some rare items. A middle-aged shopkeeper said slowly in front of the counter. Chinyu found that this Rare Treasures had an elegant layout and was much quieter than the other shops. He casually glanced at the display case, only to be shocked by what he saw. Storage bag, made using the Summer mustard seed array and some spatial stone. It has the capacity of a water tank and can store items, but it can't change the weight of items. Price, 300 subgrade primal stones. Clear mind incense, can calm the mind and reduce the possibility of cultivation deviation. It can slightly increase the efficiency of cultivation for those below the chi condensation realm. Price, 350 subgrade primal stones. Void Mist Disc, a simple disc that can create a temporary illusion array that can trap normal meridian opening realm cultivators. It can also interfere with viscera refining realm cultivators for a short period of time. Price, 260 primal stones. The primal stones on it were all subgrade primal stones and each of them represented tens of thousands of subgrade primal stones. There's an interspatial item here? But only the water tank can't change the quality of the item. Chinyu clicked his tongue in wonder. He had heard that some high-end interspatial items were only the size of a ring or bracelet and their storage space could be comparable to a house and they could reduce the weight of items. The legendary interspatial items could even form a small dimension inside, regardless of the weight. The storage bag here was about the size of a normal bag. It was made using the Summer mustard seed array to compress the space of a water tank into the size of a bag, but it couldn't change the weight of the item. I can't even put down my dark heavy sword. Chinyu shook his head. He couldn't afford it anyway, so he was just being sour grapes. I want to appraise an item, Chinyu said. Then, he took out a metal bottle and took out a black blood bead. The black-faced middle-aged man's face changed when he sensed the energy from the bead. There's no need to appraise it. I'll buy this bead for 10,000 subgrade primal stones. A hoarse voice of an old man came from behind him. Chinyu turned around and saw a skinny old man wearing a bamboo hat stepping into the Tower of Wonders. 10,000 subgrade primal stones? Chinyu was shocked. The bead of dirty blood that he excreted from his body after taking the chi cleansing pill was so valuable. Hearing this, the black-faced shopkeeper's face showed a hint of mockery. The black-faced shopkeeper was about to speak when a pair of terrifying eyes appeared under the black veil of the skinny old man's bamboo hat, like two oil lamps in the abyss. Buzz, the black-faced shopkeeper's body swayed. With his viscera refinement stage cultivation base, his mind roared when his eyes met the old man's eyes. Instantly, his blood and breath felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. The black-faced shopkeeper was almost speechless. In addition, there was also a small amount of invisible spiritual pressure enveloping Chinyu. Thump thump. Thump thump, Chinyu's body shook and his heart beat strongly. At the same time, the tears of ice heart emitted a strange clear flow to protect his mind. Who are you? Are you trying to force me to buy something on the Hidden Lake Island? Chinyu shouted. Whoosh, a gust of evil wind rose from his body and his shout echoed in a radius of dozens of feet. The bamboo hat old man was shocked. He didn't expect that a mere meridian opening stage cultivator could withstand a bit of his spiritual pressure and startle the people around him. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. The Hidden Lake sect was not a simple force. It had a high status in the Chu country and had a close relationship with the Yunhui Gate. Even a chi transformation stage cultivator would have to think twice if he wanted to use force here. Kid, I've already given you 15,000 substandard primal stones. The bamboo hat old man took half a step back. My master is Elder Mao Qiuyu of the Yunhui sect. Chinyu didn't reply. Mao Qiuyu, the black-faced shopkeeper was shocked. The bamboo hat old man's hand shrank slightly, but it didn't escape Chinyu's eyes. I'll give you 200 primal stones, no more. The bamboo hat old man said in a low voice. 200 primal stones was equivalent to 20,000 substandard stones. I'll give you 300. Primal stones. Suddenly, a light laugh came from the top floor of the House of Rarities. I'll pay 300 primal stones. The owner of the voice raised the price to 300 primal stones, which was equivalent to 30,000 primal stones. Who is it? The bamboo-hatted old man was exasperated and his voice turned cold. If it was 10 or 20,000 primal stones, he could still make a profit. But at 30,000 primal stones, it was meaningless. Vice President. The black-faced shopkeeper said respectfully. A middle-aged man dressed like a Confucian scholar walked down the stairs from the second floor of the Tower of Wonders. Vice President? You're Su Chuansong of the Hidden Lake Society? The bamboo-hatted old man's voice changed. That's me. Coincidentally, this Tower of Wonders is under my name. The white-faced Confucian scholar slapped the folding fan in his hand. Buzz, the interior walls and the surface of some of the counters suddenly glowed with faint white formation runes, emitting a powerful pressure. You win. The bamboo-hatted old man snorted in a low voice. Whoosh. A faint black mist flashed and his figure blurred, disappearing without a trace. Thank you, Senior. Qinyu let out a sigh of relief and bowed to the Vice President Su Chuansong. This person's aura was profound and mysterious. He gave off the feeling that he was at the level of his master, Elder Mao. No wonder. The items sold in the Tower of Wonders were all very high-end. It turned out to be the business of the Vice President of the Hidden Lake Society. No need to be so polite, nephew. I have a personal relationship with your master, Mao Qiuyu. I even owed him a small favor in the past. Su Chuansong smiled warmly and gestured for Qinyu to take a seat. Soon. The shopkeeper brewed a pot of famous tea for the two. Oh, Qinyu? I vaguely heard of your name. It seems that you've made a name for yourself in the meteoric iron gamble. Su Chuansong's eyes lit up as he sized up Qinyu. Qinyu was very surprised. He didn't expect that a big shot like Su Chuansong would know of his little fame. Then, Qinyu asked about the filthy black blood bead. This bead is called the Yin Ruthless bead. It gathers powerful Yin Ruthless qi and is the favorite of those who practice the evil path. This pearl's value is not low, it's even higher than ordinary treasures. Su Chuansong gave a brief introduction. Brutal Yin bead. Qinyu exclaimed in a low voice. He had vaguely heard someone mention this item before, but it was different from what he remembered. This ruthlessing pearl of yours has a very strong ruthlessing qi. However, it's a pity that it's stained with some blood. If you're willing, I'll buy it for 330 primal stones. Su Chuansong picked up the filthy black blood bead and looked at it. 330 primary stones? Qinyu was tempted. This pearl didn't have much use for him. What was important was that it emitted a sinister aura that could attract the attention of people from the evil path. 330 origin stones is already slightly higher than the normal market price, not to mention that this pearl is tainted with blood-stained energy. If it's put up for auction, it might be able to fetch a higher price, but there's also the intermediate fees, as well as the risk of various variables. Su Chuansong said with a smile. All right. Qinyu nodded his head in agreement. If he could quickly cash the ruthlessing pearl, this hot potato, it would save him a lot of trouble. Su Chuansong straightforwardly took out 330 primary stones from his storage bag and gave it to Qinyu. I'll give you another favor. Su Chuansong handed over a light silver token. On the token, there were 2 words, Hidden Lake. Hidden Lake's VIP silver token. The black-faced shopkeeper was surprised. He didn't expect that the vice chairman would give a silver token to Qinyu. Young Hero Chen, with this token, you can enjoy certain privileges in the Hidden Lake auction. You can enjoy special privileges such as discounts in some of the Hidden Lake Island's official trading areas. It will be more convenient. The black-faced shopkeeper introduced. Thank you, Senior Su. Qinyu had a joyful expression as he kept the token. I've already inputted your information into the token. You can use it without worry. Su Chuansong smiled. In the Rare Wonders Pavilion, Qinyu stayed for a while and saw a few tempting treasures. However, this was a high-class place, any random item was worth hundreds of primary stones. Qinyu still needed to purchase 100-year Earth Spirit Ginseng to participate in the auction, so he needed to reserve a sum of primary stones. Before leaving, Qinyu asked Su Chuansong about the 100-year Earth Spirit Ginseng. Earth Spirit Ginseng? This item is rare and its value is even higher than normal spirit ginseng. Normal ones that are decades old can be seen on the island. But it's hard to say if it's 100 years old. Su Chuansong said. Normal spirit material pearls, once they reached 100 years old, their medicinal effects would greatly increase and their value would also increase. Then, every 100 years, their value would increase. Of course. Based on previous events, fire spirit ginseng, earth spirit ginseng, blood ganoderma, etc. that are over 100 years old will appear in large-scale auctions. They just want to raise the price. Su Chuansong added. Qinyu instantly understood. Some shops and forces would not sell the 100-year spirit ginseng privately even if they had it. They would wait until the auction to sell it for a high price. Sending off Qinyu with his eyes. The shopkeeper was confused. Sir, that inviolate bead is tainted with blood energy. Isn't it a bit of a loss to sell it for 300 primeval stones? Loss? Su Chuansong had a mysterious smile on his face. If we can refine the blood energy and form it into a filthy blood poison, those under the Qi transformation realm will find it hard to resist. This will be a huge sum of money. I see. So high. The black-faced shopkeeper had a face of admiration. As the saying goes, all merchants are cunning. How could a merchant do a losing business, even if it looks like a loss? However, the conditions to refine this blood are not low. They have to be at least Qi transformation realm and be proficient in blood path cultivation techniques. Su Chuansong murmured. After leaving Jinqi restaurant, Qinyu's value skyrocketed. He originally had 8,000 substandard primeval stones. Adding the 330 primeval stones, he had 40,000 substandard primeval stones. Next, Qinyu started to look for earth spirit ginseng. He went to a few treasure shops and spirit medicine shops, but he only saw a few decades-old earth spirit ginseng. Those over 50 years old were hard to find. At a certain moment, Qinyu entered a large spirit medicine shop. In this shop, he saw a few Yinhui Gate disciples, including Mu Xueqing. Shopkeeper, give me 10 high-grade Qi recovery pills. Qinyu thought of something and said. He remembered that during the outer sect competition, Mu Xueqing gave him 2 Qi recovery pills. Also, 10 days later, he would be sent to participate in the Guarding the Spirit Garden mission, so he needed some spirit pills. Alright. One is worth 100 substandard primeval stones, a total of 1,000 substandard primeval stones. The shopkeeper quickly took out 2 porcelain bottles. In the end, as soon as he turned around, he saw a silver token in Qinyu's hand. Hidden Lake Silver Badge. The shopkeeper was full of respect and a smile appeared on his face. You will enjoy a 10% discount, only 900 substandard primeval stones. Qinyu nodded and paid 9 primeval stones. Hidden Lake Silver Badge? This is the status of a VIP of the Hidden Lake Association. How could Qinyu have? The few disciples of the Yunhua martial school looked shocked. Normally, direct disciples at the Viscera refinement stage did not have the Hidden Lake Silver Badge. Among the disciples, only the head disciple Zhong Tianqian had the Hidden Lake Silver Badge. Xueqing. Qinyu walked over and gave the 2 Qi recovery pills to Mu Xueqing. He did not want to owe her a favor. You. Who do you think I am? Mu Xueqing's face was filled with anger and coldness, her eyes were red, and she waved her sleeves and left. Qinyu was speechless. Was it wrong for me to return the pills? Haha, Chen. You don't understand women. Nan Gongli appeared out of nowhere and said with a smile, Mu Xueqing is a proud woman, why would she want your Qi recovery pills? However, it seems that the rumor of you capturing her heart is true. It's just that I can't find the feeling from before. Qinyu shook his head and sighed. Actually, in his heart, he had never blamed Mu Xueqing for her decision back then, not to mention hate. Qinyu did not know about Mu Xueqing's difficulties. However, after drawing a clear line between them, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. There was no longer a need for him to pursue Mu Xueqing, nor was there a need for him to keep his distance from her. It's normal. Nan Gongli laughed. This is called falling in love with someone else. Could it be that you really like Xianxia? He was naturally frank and his voice was very loud. Coincidentally, a pair of beautiful sisters walked in from outside. They were Xianxia and her sister. Hearing this, Xianxia's elegant and quiet face blushed, and she could not help but be secretly surprised. Nan Gongli. You two dare. Xiaoyuer coldly snorted. Haha. I still need to buy a few more materials. Nan Gongli's figure flashed and he shamelessly left Qinyu behind. Under this scene, facing the two women, especially the gentle and elegant Xianxia, whose eyes were as clear as a lake, Qinyu felt very awkward. Qinyu, what should I say this time? Xiaoyuer said with ill intentions. Qinyu was about to find an excuse to leave when he suddenly heard the shopkeeper's voice. Earth Spirit Ginseng? There are two 80-year-old ones. But the price, each one costs 8,000 subgrade primal stones? So expensive? A middle-aged man frowned. The yellow spirit ginseng I bought in the past only cost 8 to 9,000. Hee, I can't help it. Earth spirit ginseng is more expensive than normal spirit ginseng. Furthermore, the large-scale auction will start tonight, and the price of various materials will increase by more than 30%. The shopkeeper looked like he did not want to buy it. The middle-aged man was a bit discouraged and turned to look at other herbs. Two 80-year-old earth spirit ginseng, I'll take them. A calm voice sounded. The middle-aged man, Xianxia and the rest looked at the person who spoke. Chen Yu. Xiaoyuer was slightly surprised. No. I came first, earth spirit ginseng. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes and actually went back on his words. If you don't want to buy it, then it's mine. Chen Yu said with annoyance. The reason why he wanted the 80-year-old earth spirit ginseng was to keep it in reserve. In the third body tempering recipe, although it was best to have an earth spirit ginseng that was over 100 years old, an 80-year-old one could barely make do. I'll add an extra 1,000 subgrade primal stones. The middle-aged man changed his attitude faster than the weather. A powerful viscera refinement stage aura appeared on his body and his face was full of threat. Qinyu sneered and didn't move. Xiaoyuer, who was at the side, had a sneaky smile on her face. In the end, what surprised the two girls was that the shopkeeper said calmly, "This is a distinguished guest of the Hidden Lake Society. Since you didn't want it before, these two earth spirit ginseng will belong to him." What? A distinguished guest of the Hidden Lake Society? The middle-aged man's face turned pale as he looked at Qinyu in disbelief. Xianxia and the other two girls couldn't help but be surprised. Then they looked at Qinyu casually taking out a pile of primal stones to buy two 80-year-old earth spirit ginseng and enjoy a 10% discount, 10% off. This guy can actually enjoy a 10% discount. Xiaoyuer was both angry and envious. If she knew that Qinyu had such a VIP status, she could have saved a lot of primeval stones from the previous transactions. With the two 80-year-old earth spirit ginseng, Qinyu's spirit ginseng snake gallbladder body tempering formula had gained an additional layer of assurance. He was one step closer to his goal. Just as he was about to leave, he was grabbed by Xiaoyuer. My sister and I want to buy a few high-grade chi recovery pills and Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, Xiaoyuer giggled. So she wanted to use Qinyu's VIP status to buy and help him get a discount. Fine. Since Qinyu didn't lose anything, he helped the two girls buy two pills. However, Xianxia needed at least 80-year-old Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. This store didn't have it, so they went to another large store. As soon as they arrived, shopkeeper, how can you do business like this? I got this 70-year-old blood spirit ginseng first. A beautiful and alluring young girl said with a displeased expression. Hee, beauty. If you're willing to spend a night with me, I'll give you this blood spirit ginseng. A sloppy man with a sword on his back laughed. His lecherous gaze moved up and down the beautiful girl's snow-white face. Sister Tong. Qinyu was stunned. That girl was Tong Yuling. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Tong Yuling's change was even greater. Her skin was snow-white and her beautiful eyes were like autumn water. Who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? The man with a sword on his back glared. In an instant, a sharp and cold mental energy aura came. It was the aura of the Qi transformation realm. If it was a normal meridian opening realm cultivator, they would have been frightened and couldn't stand still. This guy. Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. The tear of ice heart he wore emitted a cold aura, stabilizing his mind. That sloppy man with a sword on his back was actually so strong. TSK, a mere meridian opening realm cultivator can actually remain calm in front of me. The sloppy man laughed strangely. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Xianxia and her sister's faces, and his eyes lit up. This was especially true for Xianxia. Her gentle and tranquil beauty made him stare at her. Wow! A top-grade beauty. The sloppy man staggered, and his figure suddenly blurred. In the next moment, the sloppy man appeared in front of Xianxia with a pungent human odor. It was unknown how many days this person had not taken a bath. What incredible speed! Qinyu felt a chill run down his spine. In the blink of an eye, the other party had bypassed him and Tong Yuling and arrived in front of Xianxia. Your ghost sword LV Santong. Xianxia's face turned pale. Her eyes flickered with coldness as she looked at the sloppy man cautiously. Ghost sword Lu Santong, the words caused an uproar among the crowd. He's LV Santong, who's known as the sword genius? I heard that this person is eccentric and lustful. This person is a true disciple of the Iron Sword sect, second only to the chief disciple. Only a few people like Fei Tianle can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Many of the people present had heard rumors about this person. Firstly, LV Santong was powerful and was the most outstanding sword genius of the Iron Sword sect. Secondly, this person had a notorious reputation. He lusted after women and had done many atrocious things. Peerless beauties, and they seemed to be a pair of sisters, LV Santong twisted his body and rubbed his nose against the two girls with an intoxicated and excited look on his face. Xianxia and her sister revealed looks of disgust and wariness. Among them, Qiu Yuer's face turned green, mainly because this thief's notoriety was too great. It was said that the women that this thief had set his eyes on rarely failed. Senior Sister Tong, are you all right? Qinyu asked Tong Yuling about the situation. Tong Yuling let out a sigh of relief when she saw Qinyu and told him the reason through voice transmission. So. This time, Tong Yuling had come to the Hidden Lake gathering with her family. When she was gathering spiritual materials alone, she was targeted by this thief and pestered by him. This wasn't normal. Tong Yuling had her eyes on a spiritual material and was about to speak, but LV Santong also wanted it. However, LV Santong had a VIP token of the Hidden Lake gathering, so all the official shops had to be polite to him. However, at this moment, LV Santong saw Xianxia, who was even more beautiful and had changed his target. Thief. What do you want to do? There are many disciples of the Yunhui Gate here, if you dare. Qiu Yuer saw that there were many people and shouted. Many disciples? Are you relying on this meridian opening brat? LV Santong let out a weird laugh. Swish, with a strange wind, LV Santong flashed to the side of Qinyu at a shocking speed. Brat, are you the protector of these two girls? I hate people like you the most. I trample on everyone I see. LV Santong's face was filled with disgust. After saying that, he let out a weird laugh as two palm-sized pieces of cloth appeared in his hand that emitted a faint fragrance. The cloth was made of fine silk, and from the patterns on it, it seemed to be the fabric of a girl's body. Oh, such an alluring body fragrance, and they're both virgins? LV Santong had a wretched expression as he sniffed the two pieces of cloth. My clothes. Qiu Yuer exclaimed as she looked at a piece of cloth that was missing from her clothes. Xianxia's face was cold and she was extremely embarrassed and angry. Her skirt was missing a piece of cloth, and there was a trace of coldness on her long and slender legs. Hiss, the surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. As LV Santong's figure spun around twice, he managed to steal the two women's clothes without anyone noticing, seizing the opportunity to take advantage of the beauties. What a terrifying movement technique. The ghost sword LV Santong has such strength without even using a sword. Qinyu was shocked. The opponent's cultivation had probably reached the peak of the viscera refinement realm, and his true strength might be close to the chi transformation realm. Brat, aren't you the protector? LV Santong held the two pieces of cloth and looked at Qinyu mockingly. Suddenly, Qinyu's skin turned cold, and his mysterious heart beat rapidly. His arm instinctively moved to the left to block. Pung! His palm, which was covered in bright copper patterns, subconsciously blocked the hand that was about to hit his waist. Qinyu's body swayed, and he felt a bone-chilling aura seep into his body. He gathered strength in his heart, and the cloud fiend inner chi surged like a flood, barely blocking the further invasion of the aura. LV Santong missed and took 2 or 3 steps back. He said in surprise, "Not bad, brat. You actually blocked a strike with 30% of my strength." His attack just now had succeeded in front of Xianxia, who was in the viscera refinement realm. He didn't expect that this meridian opening realm brat's reaction would be so fast. He actually blocked the attack, and with such great strength, he even pushed him back. LV Santong. How dare you attack Xianxia? At this time a few Yunhui Gate disciples walked over, and the leader was a purple-robed youth. It was Kuan Lin, Qinyu sighed. This was the real flower protector, and he was caught in the crossfire. Other than Kuan Lin, there were 2 or 3 inner sect elites, and their cultivations were all in the middle and late stages of the viscera refinement realm. Kuan Lin? I've already defeated you. I'm not exaggerating, but your sect only has that Zhong Tianchen who can fight me. LV Santong actually knew Kuan Lin, and said with disdain. Don't be arrogant. Last year, we fought for 100 moves, and in the end, your trick succeeded. Kuan Lin's face was filled with anger. Looking on. The two sides were at daggers drawn, and it looked like they were about to fight. Humph. LV Santong, I've finally found you. A cold female voice came from beside Qinyu. Who? Qinyu's head sank, and from the corner of his eyes, he saw a girl in a snow robe appear beside him. This girl had a beautiful oval face, and her skin was as white as snow. She had an otherworldly temperament, but her entire body gave off a cold aura that kept people 1,000 miles away. Li Bingyue. Why are you here? Seeing this girl, LV Santong's expression finally changed, and a trace of wariness flashed in his eyes. Whoosh, he turned into a blurry shadow, and dove into the crowd, disappearing. Where are you going? The snow-robed girl, Li Bingyue, flashed into the crowd like a shadow, her jade-like hands raised 2 cold blades of air, and the surrounding temperature dropped by tens of degrees. Pew pew pew, the 2 cold blades of air brought with them a bone-chilling coldness, and were unbelievably fast, slicing through 2 blurry shadows that were trying to escape. But in the next moment, there were only 2 pieces of hard ice left on the ground, and LV Santong had already disappeared. Thank you Miss Li for your help, this scoundrel only targets beautiful women, and is notorious. I need to teach him a few lessons, Kuan Lin cupped his fists and said. Xianxia and her sister also quickly expressed their thanks. Li Bingyue? You're the #1 genius of the Water Moon sect, the Water Moon Ice Fairy, Li Bingyue? Xiao Yuer's eyes lit up, filled with worship. I don't have 100% chance of winning against this scoundrel. But this scoundrel's true target will persevere, and he will find an opportunity to strike. Li Bingyue's expression was cold as she glanced at Xianxia, and her figure merged into the crowd. In terms of looks, Li Bingyue wasn't much inferior to Xianxia, but her icy beauty was unforgettable. Ghost Sword LV Santong? Water Moon Ice Fairy? These two are very powerful. Normal late-stage organs refinement cultivators are no match for them. Qinyu's expression was solemn. They are all top geniuses that have the chance to fight for the position of head disciple. On the other hand, Chen was able to block the attack of Ghost Sword LV Santong, which makes Xianxia feel ashamed. Xianxia had a graceful smile on her face, and she looked at Qinyu with interest. He was only at the meridian opening stage, but he had the Hidden Lake Silver Medallion, and he was rich enough to block the attack of Ghost Sword LV Santong. More and more mysteries were appearing on this youth. The smile on Xianxia's face caused everyone nearby, including Kuan Ling and the other disciples, to be stunned. This time, it's all thanks to Chen again. At this time, Tong Yuling successfully bought the 70-year-old blood ginseng, and her face was full of joy. Qinyu shook his head with a bitter smile. If I want to thank someone, I should thank Li Bingyue or Xianxia, especially the latter, who had become LV Santong's new target. Sister, don't fall for this kid. He's definitely not a loyal person. First, there was that Mu Shuiqing, and now there's this Tong Yuling, and they're all great beauties. Qiu Yuer said disdainfully. Qinyu ignored her and left the spiritual material store with Tong Yuling. At this time, night fell, lanterns of different colors lit up on the hidden lake island, making it look beautiful. The 100 lanterns are lit, the hidden lake auction is about to begin. Xianxia's beautiful eyes lit up. Only to see. At the most central area of the hidden lake auction, colorful fireworks rose from a tall dome-shaped building. The auction is about to begin. Many figures headed straight for the location of the auction. Qinyu was filled with anticipation. His transfer mission was about to depart soon. Before that, whether he could make another breakthrough or not, this auction was extremely important. Following the flow of people, Qinyu and Tong Yuling arrived at the tall domed building where the auction was held. "Senior Sister Tong, did you need something from me at the sect?" Qinyu suddenly asked. He had gone to find Tong Yuling and learned that she had returned to her family. Tong Yuling had come with her family this time. It's a long story. Tong Yuling sighed with some bitterness. My family's Fengyang city has recently been infiltrated by some minions of Bone Demon Palace. After all, it's closer to the front lines. After receiving my family's request for help, I volunteered to go there to investigate Bone Demon Palace's whereabouts and even assist in eliminating their secular minions. Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. Fengyang City, where Tong Yuling was only a few hundred miles away from Xiangyang City. I sought out Chen last time to trade for your blood Lingji mushroom. Firstly, an elder of my family was heavily injured by Bone Demon Palace's minions and needs this type of precious herb to recover. Secondly, I urgently need to increase my strength against Bone Demon Palace's secular minions. Tong Yuling explained. After hearing Tong Yuling's words, Qinyu felt a sense of empathy for her. Tong Yuling was in the same predicament as him. Fine. That 80-year-old blood Lingji mushroom was a spoil from killing Sanguine Baldi. It's fine to give it to you. Qinyu took out the blood Lingji mushroom he had kept for a long time. He had originally planned to sell this 80-year-old blood Lingji mushroom in exchange for the earth spirit ginseng. Name a price, Qin. I owe you many favors and cannot let you down. Tong Yuling said earnestly. If not for Qinyu, she did not know what would have happened to her in the blood pool. 4,000 subgrade primordial stones, Qinyu said. 4,000? You can't buy that normally. Tong Yuling shook her head. My family is short on funds for the auction, so I'll give Qin 7,000 first. 80-year-old blood Lingji mushrooms could be sold for 5 or 6,000 in normal times. But now that the prices of various precious herbs had skyrocketed, it was normal to sell for 7 or 8,000. All right. Qinyu handed the blood Lingji mushroom to Tong Yuling and took the 70 pieces of primal stones. In that case, after deducting the elixirs and the 2 80-year-old earth spirit ginseng, Qinyu still had nearly 33,000 primordial stones. In front of the auction venue, Qinyu and Tong Yuling parted ways. The latter met up with her family and entered the auction. Qinyu, wait. Just as he was about to go in alone, Qiu Yu called out softly and followed him with Xianxia. You guys are, Qinyu had a slight headache. These two women, especially Xianxia, were too eye-catching and could easily attract trouble. What? Does Chen not welcome us? Xianxia cracked a smile, and she was like a beautiful flower that was charming and moving. Her clear eyes that were like limpid autumn water caused others to feel ashamed of their inferiority. Humph. We just want to follow your VIP silver token to save us some trouble when we enter the auction. Qiu Yuer said angrily. She was very unhappy with Qinyu's expression. If it was someone else, they would be overwhelmed by the two sisters' willingness to join them. However, this person seemed to be unwilling. All right. Qinyu brought the two women into the auction. VIP silver token? Please come in. At the entrance, after Qinyu showed his token, a waitress received the three of them. If it was someone else, they would have to pay an entrance fee and confirm that they had a certain amount of money or primordial stones before they could enter. Not long later, Qinyu and the other two were arranged to sit at a higher VIP table. This VIP table was similar to a small balcony that could fit 3 to 4 people. There were waitresses who would bring pastries and drinks and be on standby at any time. Furthermore, there was also a VIP pavilion of a higher standard. The environment was elegant and it could fit around 10 people. Of course, that was the treatment that only the golden VIP could enjoy. In less than half an hour, more than half of the hundreds of seats in the auction were filled. There were people from various places participating in the auction. There were secular families, the 3 great sects, commoner martial artists, and evil cultivators. Among them, Qinyu found that the 7th princes and Huang Fulin had entered a VIP pavilion of the royal family. Nangongli, Duan Xiaolong, and the others had also entered their respective families. Isn't that Qinyu? In a remote corner of the auction sat a middle-aged man and 2 elders. One of them was the head of the Qin family, Qin Tianwei. The other 2 were a white-bearded elder and a white-haired, plain-clothed patriarch of the clan. At this moment, Qin Tianwei and the white-bearded elder looked at Qinyu, who was sitting at the VIP table, as if they had seen a ghost. Qinyu's VIP table was very high and eye-catching. Furthermore, there were 2 beautiful girls beside him. Xianxia could be said to be a national beauty. Why is he sitting at the VIP table? Qin Tianwei's face was full of shock and he said in disbelief. One had to know. They had paid a great price to barely get 3 seats, and they were in the most remote corners. He's just an outer disciple. How is he qualified to sit at the VIP table? The white-bearded elder, who was confident that Qinyu would not be able to enter the inner sect, opened his eyes wide and said hesitantly. Outer disciple? There happened to be a Yunhui Gate disciple on the seat next to him and he sneered, the Qinyu you speak of is already an inner disciple, and he seems to be a disciple of an elder. He became famous in the 3-sect gambling battle. What, inner disciple? An elder's disciple? Qin Tianwei and the white-bearded elder were shocked and speechless for a long time. What's going on? The expression of the white-haired ancestor of the Qin family darkened. As a force, the Qin family actually had a viscera refinement ancestor, but he usually did not show up. Ancestor. This Qinyu, Qin Tianwei and the white-bearded elder had cold sweat on their foreheads, and their voice was very hoarse. This Qinyu was a half-spiritual disciple that they did not give any resources to, but he actually became an inner disciple, an elder's disciple, and became famous. Invisibly. It was as if a slap had ruthlessly slapped them in the face. The VIP table, that kid, at the same moment. The Mu family and the Qin family all saw Qinyu on the VIP table. Furthermore, in a VIP pavilion, Yunfei, who was dressed in white, stared at Qinyu with a gloomy expression. In this pavilion sat 2 elders and a few true disciples of the Watermoon sect. Everyone. This year's Hidden Lake auction will begin. The auction will be hosted by me, Qiao. On the auction stage stood a hale and hearty old man. His vigorous voice resounded throughout the venue, and his body faintly emitted acquired true qi. He was obviously a qi transformation realm expert. So it's Elder Qiao. He is a famous formation master and blacksmith in the Chu country. He is knowledgeable, studies ancient studies, and is an expert in appraisal. The audience was in awe. Elder Qiao raised his hand and smiled. The first auction item is 10 upper-grade body accumulation pills, produced by the alchemist master Wu Dongshan. Each pill will start at 2,500 substandard primal stones, and each increment must be no less than 100. Upper-grade body accumulation pills, the audience immediately boiled over. Especially those at the organs refinement realm and meridian opening realm, their eyes all lit up. Body accumulation pills are useful for those at the 3rd level of the body refinement realm. Upper-grade body accumulation pills can even improve the cultivation of the organs refinement realm. Xiao Yuer's eyes lit up. At this moment, the auction was like a tide, 2,800. 3,200. 3,500. I bid 5,000. 5,200. Not long after, the price of the first upper-grade body accumulation pill was over 5,000. 7,000. Finally, in the VIP pavilion where the royal family was, a voice ended the first body accumulation pill. Then, The other 9 body accumulation pills were sold at a price no less than 6,000. This is crazy. Upper-grade body accumulation pills can only improve the cultivation of the organ's refinement realm, yet the price is so high. Xianxia sighed. Chen, if you can sell the qi accumulation pill in your hand, you can definitely sell it for several times the price of the upper-grade body accumulation pill. Xianxia smiled. The second auction item is a Savage Bird King egg, a total of 3. Each one starts at 3,000 substandard primal stones. Elder Qiao. 3,200. 3,500. 4,800. Not long after, the price of a Savage Bird King egg approached 5,000. In the end, it was sold at a price of 6,000. Xianxia suspected that these Savage Bird King eggs were consigned by Li Dakue and Qiuyu. However, there weren't many people who participated in the auction of this egg. Now that the Bone Demon Palace had invaded, all forces wanted to increase their strength, and what they needed the most were pills, spiritual materials, and treasures. The Savage Bird King egg didn't have a special bloodline, so it needed a long time to cultivate and spend a lot of effort. The second and third Savage Bird King eggs were only sold at a price of 5,000. After that, at the auction, the items were sold one by one. The sixth auction item is a low-grade treasure weapon, the Blood-Tooth Sword. It is made from the teeth of the saber-toothed Tiger King and several kinds of precious blood spirit ores. This sword is not only powerful, but it also has an additional corrosive power to the flesh and blood body. The wounds caused by the sword are extremely difficult to heal. Elder Qiao said with a smile. Until now, a treasure had finally appeared in the auction. The starting price is 15,000 substandard primal stones, and each increase must be no less than 1,000. 18,000. 20,000. 23,000. 28,000. Soon, this blood-tooth sword was pushed to a high price of nearly 30,000. Finally, this sword was bought by a mysterious man wearing a bamboo hat at the price of 30,000. Unfortunately, I don't have enough primal stones. Tong Yuling looked disappointed. She also participated in the auction of the blood-tooth sword, but she didn't have enough money. An hour later, there were more than a dozen rounds of auction items. Next, there's a mystical treasure. Elder Qiao said with a smile. Strange treasures. They generally refer to treasures with strange abilities or special effects, and they can't be measured by the level of treasures. Some of them are accidentally produced by refining weapons, and some are born naturally. Their functions may be high or low. Elder Qiao's explanation was a little mysterious. Chen, the Tears of Ice heart you are wearing is also a kind of strange treasure. Xianxia said with a smile. Oh? Xianxia couldn't help but be a little interested. He saw. A tall beauty carried a tray with 3 old metal balls on it. The surface was a little rusty, and the color was a little gray. Thump thump. Thump thump, suddenly, Xianxia's heart accelerated, as if it was transmitting some kind of urgent desire. What's going on? Xianxia was shocked. The metal balls made the mysterious heart have such a reaction. This was the first time since the mysterious heart fused with it. Thump thump. Thump thump, Xianxia stared at the 3 scrap metal balls on the stage, his heart beating rapidly. The feeling of need was very clear. Could it be that these balls are useful for the heart? Xianxia was surprised. If he could obtain these balls, he might be able to unearth the origin and use of the mysterious heart. These 3 metal balls should be some kind of treasure from ancient times. They have a special property, and that is to absorb energy from the outside world to a small degree. They seem to contain spatial crystals. Elder Qiao introduced. Absorb energy from the outside world. Elder Qiao's introduction attracted a few people's interest. In particular, a few formation masters, refiners, and even a few qi transformation realm experts. In addition, these metal balls are very hard. Ordinary treasures can't even scratch them. The material is obviously excellent. But many appraisers have examined them and couldn't find their origins. That's it, most people looked at each other in disappointment. With the invasion of the Bone Demon Palace, most people needed something that could increase their strength in a short period of time. Only refiners, spell formation masters, and people in special fields would be interested in these 3 metal balls. The starting price is 10,000 each. Each increment must be no less than 1,000. Elder Qiao said. 11,000. A refiner below the stage immediately expressed his interest. 12,000. 13,000. The price was rising bit by bit, but it wasn't as intense as the competition for pills and treasures. Jinyu heaved a sigh of relief. Although these metal balls were labeled as strange treasures, they didn't have any attractive highlights. 15,000. Jinyu raised a sign and called out a price. 16,000. After a short pause, a dark-skinned old man added another 1,000. 18,000. Jinyu added another 2,000. At this price, many participants were hesitating. Those who were purely interested mostly gave up. 18,000 was enough to buy many precious materials. 20,000. A cold laugh came from one of the VIP seats. Everyone turned to look. Those from the Watermoon sect were in the pavilion. The bidder was a white-robed youth with dashing eyebrows, a hint of mockery on his lips. Yunfei. Jinyu's face darkened. The other party was clearly trying to make things difficult for him. However, he couldn't give up the secret of the metal ball and the mysterious heart so easily. 22,000. Jinyu added another 1,000. 23,000. Yunfei sneered. Although he didn't understand why Jinyu wanted this item, his intuition told him that this item wasn't as simple as it seemed. He couldn't let the other party have his way. 24,000. Jinyu took a deep breath. The price was rising higher and higher. Although he had some primal stones on hand, he still needed to bid for the 100-year Earth Spirit Ginseng. 25,000. Yunfei had a playful look on his face. He didn't want Jinyu to succeed. Yunfei, aren't you planning on breaking through to the late-stage viscera refinement soon? Do you need to buy some materials and pills? An elder said. Yunfei calmed down. That's right, if this metal ball really had some secret, wouldn't those appraisers and refiners be able to dig it out? If he bought this item, it would be useless. Instead, it would take up his disposable primal stones and affect his plan to advance to the late-stage viscera refinement realm. 25,000? I'll give it to you. Jinyu shook his head and smiled. What? Yunfei's expression changed. But he had already bid this price. As the dignified young sect master, he couldn't go back on his words in public. He suddenly felt a wave of regret. He shouldn't have been so impulsive. 25,000, is there a higher price? Old Qiao smiled and looked around. This price was already considered good. After all, 25,000 could buy a treasure. In the end, there was dead silence. Yunfei reluctantly took the first broken metal ball. Then, the second one continued to be auctioned. This time, when the price rose to more than 16,000, it couldn't keep up. 20,000. When Jinyu shouted this price, there was no one else competing. Although he was sure that the third broken metal ball would sell for a lower price. The price of 20,000 was already 5,000 lower than Yunfei's. Jinyu was satisfied. This kid. Yunfei was annoyed, but he couldn't show it. The auction continued. The third broken metal ball was bought by a black-skinned refiner at the price of 18,000. Young master, this is the item you won. A female attendant came over with a tray. On the tray was a dull, worn-out metal ball. Jinyu paid 200 primal stones. This broken thing is worth 20,000 substandard primal stones? Qiao Yuer was puzzled. She grabbed the broken metal ball. She tried to infuse some inner energy into it, but she felt that some of it was absorbed. But what was the use of it? There are some strange patterns on it, but it's heavily damaged and blurry. Chen, why did you buy it? Xianxia was curious. She couldn't understand this young man. He didn't have a big family background, but he spent 20,000 to buy a useless metal ball of unknown origin. There must be a secret behind it. Dong dong. Dong dong, Jinyu's heart beat faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out. He took a deep breath and grabbed the broken metal ball. Whoosh, there was a strange and deep suction force in his heart. His heartbeat was as heavy as a mountain, causing the space in front of him to overlap and shake inexplicably. But the people around him didn't feel it. Then, the metal ball in Qianyu's hand suddenly trembled. Wisps of mysterious power were sucked into his body. To be exact, they were sucked into the mysterious heart. Boom, Qianyu only felt the scene shake, and his consciousness was pulled into a dark space. His field of vision was covered in a black, hazy, and blurry expanse. The entire space was deathly silent and chilly like the desolate primeval times. Buzz, suddenly, wisps of star-like silver crystal light appeared in this dark space, illuminating a small area. The area of light twisted and shrank. In the end, it shrank into a palm-sized, 3-inch thick light silver crystal space. Where is this? Qianyu's consciousness moved, and the scene in front of him disappeared. The next moment, his consciousness returned to the auction and the VIP seats. Huh? That silver ball seemed to have flashed just now. Was it an illusion? Xiaoyu whispered. The two girls didn't notice Qianyu's abnormality. Qianyu took a deep breath, and felt a strange change in his heart. He focused his consciousness on his heart. Whoosh, in his mind, the palm-sized light silver crystal space appeared. Dong dong. Dong dong, the light silver crystal space fluctuated with his heartbeat, and it gave Qianyu the feeling that it was part of his body. What does this crystal space do? Don't tell me it's in my heart? Qianyu guessed. He couldn't figure it out. But as long as he focused his consciousness on his heart, the light silver crystal space would appear in his mind. If he focused his consciousness, he could see the dark and dead space around him. Next, it's a lost martial art manual. It's called Rakshasa Blade, and even though it's incomplete, it's equivalent to an entry-level martial art. It can be practiced to the Qi transformation stage. Elder Qiao said loudly. As soon as this secret manual appeared, it attracted the interest of many cultivators, including the big families. A martial art that could be practiced to the Qi transformation stage, even if it was incomplete, was very valuable. After a while, this secret manual was sold for tens of thousands of substandard primordial stones, and it was bought by a big family. These are 200-year fire spirit ginseng, and their value goes without saying. The starting bid is 9,000 substandard primordial stones, and each increment must be at least 1,000. Elder Qiao said with a smile. 100-year fire spirit ginseng, as soon as this item appeared, it caused a frenzy of bidding. 100-year fire spirit ginseng, and it was the most popular one, had a higher demand. Once a heavenly treasure reached 100 years old, its medicinal effect would greatly increase, and its value would rise to a new level. 10,000. 12,000. 18,000. The price quickly rose, and only when it was close to 20,000 did most of the bidders stop. In the end, this 100-year fire spirit ginseng was sold at a high price of 22,000. The second one was also sold at a high price of 20,000. Damn. This price is almost double the usual price. The price is ridiculous. Many people couldn't help but shake their heads. 100-year fire spirit ginseng has the same value as an earth spirit ginseng, but it is slightly more popular. Qianyu's head sank. It seemed that the remaining 13,000 substandard primordial stones in his hands were definitely not enough. The main reason was that Qianyu had just spent 20,000 to buy the old metal ball. Seeing this, Qianyu gritted his teeth and took out the small porcelain bottle of the Qi accumulation pill. The Qi accumulation pill could only be taken at the viscera refining stage. For Qianyu, the viscera refining stage was still too far away. Just when Qianyu took a deep breath and stared at the small porcelain bottle. Swish, the mysterious person's heart skipped a beat, and the small porcelain bottle in his hand suddenly disappeared. Qianyu panicked. This was the Qi accumulation pill. How could it suddenly disappear? Was it an illusion? Soon. The light silver crystal space in his mind transmitted a vague feeling. He saw that in the light silver crystal space, there was a small bottle containing the pill. Isn't this my Qi accumulation pill? Why is it here? The bizarre scene made Qianyu dumbfounded. Come out, how could it come out? Qianyu was anxious. This item was going to be auctioned to buy the 100-year earth spirit ginseng. Whether he could break through the copper bone level as soon as possible depended on this item. What was surprising was Qinyu moved his mind, and the small porcelain bottle disappeared from the light silver crystal space. Swish, an item appeared in his palm. It was the small bottle of the qi accumulation pill. Is this an independent small space? It seems that only the legendary space item has such an ability. Qinyu was surprised. He secretly held the small porcelain bottle in his palm and tried a few more times. As a result, the light silver crystal space was like a small purse formed by his flesh and blood. If he wanted to put something in it, he could do it with a thought. If he wanted to take it out, he could do it with a thought. It's very useful, but the space is a bit small. Qinyu pondered. If there was any secret weapon in this small space, it could be taken out in an instant when fighting against an enemy. It could have an unexpected effect. Of course, this was just one of the abilities of the crystal space that he discovered. It was hard to say whether it had other functions. Can this qi accumulation pill be mortgaged to you or auctioned? After calming himself down, Qinyu called the waitress beside him over. Qi accumulation pill? This, of course. The waitress blushed and said excitedly, even if you are not a VIP, a precious pill like the qi accumulation pill can also be mortgaged or auctioned. The maid was surprised and excited. This youth was truly worthy of being a silver token honored guest. His status was truly not low. Just now, he had spent a large amount of money to buy that useless and worn-out metal ball, and now he was actually selling a circulation pill. A circulation pill was a pill that could help one break through to the qi transformation realm. Taking it in the later stage of the organ's refinement realm could improve one's cultivation base and increase the success rate of reaching the qi transformation realm. It could be said that this was a pill that the true disciples, big families, and older organs refinement realm cultivators needed. Selling circulation pills? Xianxia and her sister were surprised. Was Qinyu crazy? Qinyu was not crazy. On the contrary, he was very calm. Qinyu's talent was in the area of body technique. He would try to improve the bronze statue skill that was compatible with his talent as much as possible. That way, he would have strength and a stronger foundation. It would also improve his talent. Then, he would use these advantages to improve his cultivation base. Qinyu followed the maid into a room at the back of the auction house. Circulation pill. That's right. A hunchbacked old man with a flowery beard looked at the pill in the bottle excitedly. He seemed to be tempted. The hunchbacked old man was a late-stage organs refinement realm cultivator. In the end, this circulation pill was temporarily mortgaged for 25,000 substandard primal stones for Qinyu. That was a conservative estimate. When it was sold, the price would definitely be higher. Qinyu smiled and returned to the VIP stand with a bag of 250 primal stones. At this moment, a 120-year-old blood Lingxi mushroom was being auctioned. 18,000. 19,000. The 120-year-old blood Lingxi mushroom quickly approached 20,000. In the end, it was sold at a high price of 20,000. If it was a fire spirit ginseng, the price would be even higher. After that, a 150-year-old ice mountain snow lotus appeared on the stage. When it reached 150 years old, its spiritual nature was even better. It even attracted the attention of a few qi transformation realm cultivators. This snow lotus was sold for over 30,000. Next, two earth spirit ginseng. One is 120-year-old, and the other is 150-year-old. Old Xiao said with a smile. In this auction, good spirit pills and 100-year-old natural treasures had a very high premium, 120 years and 150 years. Qinyu took a deep breath. He had to make a choice. Buying two at the same time would not have enough primeval stones, and it would be too easy to be hated. Soon, Qinyu made a rational decision. He chose 120 years. This was because a 150-year-old natural treasure would attract the attention of a qi transformation expert. Furthermore, Qinyu had bought two 80-year-old earth spirit ginseng before the auction. It could be used as a backup, but the effect would be slightly weaker. Let's start with the 120 years old earth spirit ginseng. The starting price is 10,000, and each increment must be no less than 1,000. Elder Qiao waved his hand. As soon as the starting price was announced, there were many people bidding for it. 17,000, 18,000. When the price approached 20,000, it slowed down a little. I'll pay 20,000. The leisurely voice of a young man could be heard, causing the price to break through 20,000. There was a moment of silence. Everyone looked at a distinguished guest pavilion. The one who spoke was a lazy youth in the pavilion who did not care about his appearance. It's Fei Letian from Iron Sword sect. Fei Letian? One of the true disciples of Iron Sword sect. I heard that he has a chance to compete for the chief disciple. Many people looked at him. Fei Letian. Qinyu looked at the lazy youth in the pavilion. During the gambling battle between the three sects, Qinyu had fought with Fei Letian before. Fei Letian's martial arts were extremely profound. The strangest thing was, this person cultivated a special cultivation method. After reaching the viscera refinement realm, every time he advanced a small realm, his cultivation would drop once. Of course, the current Fei Letian had already recovered to the organs refinement realm and seemed to have reached the late stage. TSK, I'll pay 20,000. In the same pavilion, another strange laughter could be heard. This voice was a little harsh and playful, giving Qinyu a familiar feeling. Lu Santong. Ghost Sword Lu Santong. Many people recognized this person. They saw Lu Santong with a strange smile, glancing at Fei Letian next to him. This situation was strange. The two were true disciples of the same sect, but they were competing for the same precious material. Lu Santong, are you purposely causing trouble? My secret cultivation method has reached a critical moment, and I really need the earth spirit ginseng to strengthen it. Fei Letian looked unhappy. Heh. A 120-year-old earth spirit ginseng, after I consume it, it can strengthen my physique and strengthen my cultivation. Lu Santong said indifferently. 22,000, Fei Letian's face was tense. 23,000, Lu Santong didn't give in. What? What was going on? Qinyu had a strange expression. The two true disciples of the Iron Sword sect were competing in public. However, it seemed that Lu Santong was purposely making things difficult for him. I heard that the Iron Sword sect's chief disciple is reaching the age limit. Lu Santong and Fei Letian are strong competitors. Fei Letian cultivated a special secret cultivation method. Once he succeeds, not only will his cultivation method improve greatly, but his strength will also be superior to those of the same level. Lu Santong naturally doesn't want to see such a situation. Xianxia explained in a low voice. So that was the case. Qinyu came to a realization and chuckled, I'll pay 24,000. Hua, there was a commotion. There was actually a third party that joined the battle. It's Qinyu. He spent 20,000 to buy that broken metal ball, why does he still have primeval stones? In the corner. The three people from the Chen family were shocked. Previously, when Qinyu spent 20,000 to buy that broken metal ball, the three people from the Chen family felt that he was a prodigal. One had to know. The three of them represented the financial resources of the entire small family, but they could barely take out more than 10,000 primeval stones. Humph. This is what you guys are, the ones who never give resources to support. The patriarch of the Chen family snorted coldly. The patriarch of the family, Chen Tianwei, and the white-bearded elder listened to the reprimand in awe. 24,000, is there a higher bid? Elder Qiao looked around. It's this kid. Lu Santong squinted. He had no objection to Qinyu's participation and even welcomed it. After all, his real opponent was Fei Letian. 24,000 is almost the limit. If I add, then Lu Santong won't let it go. Fei Letian thought about it and gave up. Hence, an unexpected scene appeared. As soon as Qinyu made a move, the two true disciples of the Iron Sword sect gave up silently. Crap. Where did that fellow come from? To think that he was able to subdue two true disciples with a single move. Are you stupid? Can't you see the subtle situation? There were some whispers in the audience. Qinyu found a clever balance point. The price difference was not too different and he won the two true disciples. In that case, the 120-year-old earth spirit ginseng was bought by Qinyu. After that, the 150-year-old earth spirit ginseng was bought by a qi transformation cultivator for the high price of 35,000 gold coins. The auction was in full swing. More and more items were auctioned. Elixirs, precious materials, treasures, secret manuals, strange treasures. It was dazzling. Xianxia and her sister also made a move once or twice and bought 2 precious materials worth more than 10,000. Soon, the auction was in the middle and late stages. Come up. Elder Qiao raised his hand and 10 waitresses came up, each holding a tray. On each tray, there was a small piece of peculiar iron stone. Meteorite iron. A chorus of voices came from below the stage. A total of 25 kilograms of meteorite iron. It is divided into 10 parts. Every 5 kilograms will be auctioned. The starting price is 25,000. You can increase the price as you like. Elder Qiao said calmly. He was not worried about not being able to sell the meteorite iron. 30,000, 34,000, 36,000. Soon, 5 kilograms of meteorite iron was sold at a high price of 30,000. In the end, the first 5 kilograms were sold at a high price of 39,000. The subsequent 9 pieces of meteorite iron were sold at a stable price of more than 30,000. Who is so generous to get so much meteorite iron at once? Who else? It must be the Yunhui Gate. This sect has always been close to the Hidden Lake sect. There was a commotion in the audience. If this was the work of a single person, it would be too shocking. But as the strength of a sect, it was nothing. The Yunhui Gate actually took advantage of this time to sell a batch of meteorite iron and made a fortune. Qinyu was slightly speechless. After this batch of meteorite iron was sold, the following auction fell into a temporary low tide. Seeing this, Elder Qiao sent a voice transmission behind him and waved his hand with a faint smile. Next is a qi accumulation pill. I think many of you will be interested in it. Elder Qiao looked confident. Qi accumulation pill. There was a small commotion in the audience. Those experts in the middle and late stage of the organs refining realm were shocked. Qi accumulation pill is extremely rare. It can establish a certain foundation for breaking through to the qi transformation realm. It can also improve one's cultivation if taken in the middle and late stage of the organs refining realm. The starting price of this pill is 20,000. Elder Qiao waved his hand. Starting price of 20,000? The price was so high that it made people speechless. Under normal circumstances, a qi accumulation pill was about the same price. However, the point was, in the current crisis environment, ordinary forces or organs refining realm cultivators who had this pill would not sell it at all. 23,000. The first bidder directly increased the price by 3,000. That voice came from the VIP pavilion where the Chu royal family was located. Qi accumulation pill? Damn it. This is probably Qinyu's bidding. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so generous today. The 7th princes looked annoyed. According to his original plan, he planned to transfer Qinyu away first and then deal with him. Naturally, it wouldn't cost much to obtain the qi accumulation pill. However, he never thought that Qinyu would actually sell the qi accumulation pill at the auction. This was too ruthless. Others wouldn't sell the qi accumulation pill, but he was willing to go all out. 25,000, 26,000, 29,000, 30,000. The bidding price broke the 30,000 mark. Naturally, Qinyu beamed with joy. The higher the price, the better. You really sold the qi accumulation pill? Qiao Yuer's small mouth couldn't close as she stared at Qinyu in a daze. 34,000, 35,000. The bidding price only slowed down when it reached 35,000. However, at this moment, the royal family, Nangong family, Duan family, Shuiyue sect and other forces were still competing. Especially the royal family, they seemed to be determined to get this pill. 36,000. In the royal family, a beautiful woman in a palace robe said with a strong voice. Aunt, is it worth it to pay such a high price? Huang Fulin said in a low voice. Now that the three sects are at war with the Bone Demon Palace, the Chu royal family is in charge of the secular world. It's a moment of life and death. If we can nurture another Qi transformation realm cultivator, we'll have more capital to survive. The beautiful woman in a low voice said. Of course, there were other large forces in the Chu royal family that thought the same way. 40,000. In the end, the royal family made a shocking bid and won the Qi accumulation pill. A circulation pill was sold at a high price of 40,000, causing the auction to reach a new peak. Chen, this is a great opportunity for you. Normally, a circulation pill wouldn't be able to sell at such a price. Xianxia was envious. The invasion of the Bone Demon Palace and the large auction that was held once every 6 months pushed the pill to a high price. Under normal circumstances, a circulation pill was worth more than 20,000. 40,000 substandard primordial stones. Qinyu was a little excited. Although he had no choice but to sell the circulation pill, the final price surprised him. Of course, the Hidden Lake Guild would deduct 5% of the auction fee for this price, so Qinyu would get 38,000. In addition to the 13,000 he had before and the primordial stones used to buy the Earth Spirit ginseng. Qinyu still had close to 27,000 substandard primordial stones in his hands. Next, we'll be selling a legendary remnant map. Elder Qiao smiled mysteriously. After that, on the stage, a dignified beauty unfurled a tattered painting scroll that was about 10 feet long. The painting was inscribed with numerous complicated and obscure bloodlines, and it formed an abstract and bizarre scene. Blood Moon Remnant Map. Someone exclaimed in a low voice. That's right. This is the Blood Moon Remnant Map left behind by the Blood Moon sect. It's said that this map records the Blood Moon sect's secret site and can be used to find out the truth of the Blood Moon sect's demise. Elder Qiao explained. Blood Moon sect? Qinyu was confused. He had a big reaction when he saw some big shots in the Qi transformation state. The Blood Moon sect used to be an evil sect with believers all over the continent. At its peak, it almost controlled the entire Kunyan continent. Later on, for some reason, it was defeated by the combined forces of the sect on the continent. However, that was 200 years ago, and many historical truths were covered up. Xianxia explained. You know more than the average person. Qinyu praised, which made Xianxia, who was standing beside him, look a little unnatural. This map may contain a shocking secret, but it's also worth collecting at the same time. The starting price is 20,000 substandard primordial stones. Elder Qiao smiled. 20,000 substandard primordial stones. This tattered map, Qinyu and many of the juniors present were shocked. However, what happened next surprised everyone. 30,000. A figure clad in a black robe and wearing a conical bamboo hat instantly added 10,000 points. 35,000. Another skinny old man wearing a bamboo hat raised the price in a cold voice. 40,000. This time, it was an elder of the Yunhui Gate who was dressed in a plain white robe. Elder Qiao. Qinyu was a little surprised. It was only then that he realized that the grandfather of Xianxia and her sister had arrived as well. However, he was seated in another corner of the VIP stand with 2 hall masters beside him. 2 of the Yunhui Martial School's elders had attended the auction. Other than Elder Qiao, there was also Senior Aunt Xia, who was known as Fairy Xiaoyu, and Mu Shiuqing by her side. However, Qinyu could not figure out why Xianxia and her sister weren't with their grandfather. 45,000, 48,000, 50,000. The price of the Blood Moon map kept rising. Moreover, most of the people participating in the auction were Qi transformation realm cultivators. 70,000. In the end, the Blood Moon map was bought by the mysterious man wearing a conical bamboo hat. Qinyu was puzzled. There were a few people wearing bamboo hats who were competing for the Blood Moon map. One of them was the old man wearing a conical bamboo hat who had wanted to buy Qinyu's Ying bead. The auction gradually entered the late stage. After that, several treasured artifacts appeared one after another. There were weapons and protective gear. Moonlight Sword. A low-grade treasure weapon of the same level. It's infused with a small amount of moon spirit ore and can increase the speed of true Qi circulation. Its power will increase by 30% at night. This sword starts at 20,000. Elder Qiao waved his hand and said. A low-grade treasure weapon of the same level? Qinyu was stunned for a moment. The price of the sword rose to 35,000 and was approaching the 40,000 mark. Treasure weapons of the same level can be divided into normal and fine ones. Your profound heavy sword can be considered a fine weapon of the same level. Xianxia said with a smile. A normal low-grade treasure weapon was priced between 20,000 and 30,000. A fine weapon like Qinyu's profound heavy sword could be auctioned for more than 35,000. A low-grade defensive treasure weapon, purple-scaled armor. It's made from the scales of the purple-scaled demon python and several rare soft metals. It's a full-body soft armor. Elder Qiao smiled slightly. A full-body soft armor. As soon as the armor appeared, it immediately attracted many people's attention. A full-body treasure weapon armor, and a light soft armor at that. The price is more than double that of a normal offensive treasure weapon. Qiao Yuer's eyes were sparkling. Even with her status, she was only wearing a half-body treasure weapon. 35,000, 38,000, 40,000. The price climbed to 40,000 and was still rising. Until the end. 53,000. He bought the full set of soft armor at an astonishing price. Qinyu was quite surprised. He had seen a defensive treasure weapon in the treasure vault of the Yunhui Gate, but it was a half-body armor, which was about the same price as a normal treasure weapon. And this purple-scaled armor, in essence, was a set that could cover the torso and limbs. With such a full-body treasure weapon armor, even a Qi transformation stage post-celestial wouldn't be able to break it. At a certain moment, a green-black armguard on the stage attracted Qinyu's attention. Green-scaled armguard, made from the scales of the green crocodile king. This crocodile's strength is comparable to a Qi transformation stage post-celestial, and its scales are difficult to break. Elder Qiao said with a smile. Why is there only one of this armguard? Someone muttered below. Well, this armguard was originally a pair, but one was lost. Although there is only one, the quality of this armguard is close to the same level. When attacking in close range, it can increase strength or be used for defense. Elder Qiao explained. Finished. He made a demonstration and put on this armguard. After pouring true Qi into it, the armguard suddenly expanded a bit, like a small armguard shield, and a layer of green-black light scales condensed on it. It can increase strength and can be used for defense. Qinyu was a little tempted. However, he still had less than 27,000 substandard primordial stones left, so he might not be able to take it. But then, Qinyu found that he was thinking too much. Because there was only one armguard left, it could be considered a kind of incomplete product. Only as a pair could it be considered a complete treasure weapon. Moreover, there were only a few cultivators who really liked close combat. 17,000, 18,000. When the price approached 20,000, the price slowed down. 22,000. When Qinyu shouted this price, the crowd was silent for a moment. 23,000, a sturdy man, slightly hesitant, added 1,000, 25,000. Qinyu made up his mind and added another 2,000. This was already very close to the last capital he had left. Fortunately, after the price reached 25,000, it was already a bit high, and the others gave up. Got it. Qinyu wore a joyful expression. So far, he had bought the worn-out metal ball, 120-years-old earth spirit ginseng, and green-scale armguard. But he didn't have many primordial stones left. At the same time, the original circulation Qi pill, 80-years-old blood Ganoderma, and Yin violence bead were also sold. Overall, Qinyu was very satisfied. Next, let's enter the final auction. Elder Qiao raised his voice. The final auction, everyone present was excited, even if most people couldn't participate at all. Qinyu was just watching the fun. Medium treasure weapon, 5 poison whip, refined with the tendons of 5 kinds of demon snakes as the main material, and infused with 5 kinds of extreme poisons. When attacking, it can control the poison to penetrate the enemy, and even the Qi transformation realm can't completely resist the poison. Those below the Qi transformation realm will die on the spot. Elder Qiao introduced. Hearing the introduction, everyone gasped. This, 5 poison whip, was too domineering. Ordinary Viscera Refinement Realm cultivators would die if they approached it, and Qi Transformation Realm cultivators couldn't completely resist it. The quality of this whip was most likely at the level of a mid-grade treasure artifact. Elder Qiao waved his hand and said, "The starting price is 50,000. As soon as he said that, there were already quite a number of people who were bidding. Most of them were Qi Transformation Realm cultivators, 60,000, 70,000, 75,000, 95,000, 100,000. The bidding price of this whip exceeded 100,000. In the end, this whip was bought by a big family at a high price of 120,000. Also, this family was the Chu family that Qinyu had contact with. In the VIP pavilion of the Chu family. "Great-grandpa, why did you bid such a high price for such a vicious treasure weapon?" An elegant girl asked. This girl was Chu Wanyu. In the next year or two, it will be the moment of life and death for the Chu family. We have to spend a lot of money. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion sighed softly. When he looked at Chu Wanyu's face, there was not only love but also a hint of special feelings. If I marry Yunfei, will I be able to share some of the burden for the family?" Chu Wanyu's cheeks were red, and her voice was as soft as an ant's. "I know you and Yunfei have a good impression of each other. However, the situation in the world of sects is not as simple as you think, especially the Watermoon sect, which used to be an evil sect. Your father's judgment is rarely wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have betrothed you to Qinyu." The old man of the Chu family shook his head and sighed. He was sure that Chu Wanyu wouldn't listen to his words. The last item of this auction is a fire essence stone. Although its quality is slightly inferior, it still contains the essence of fire and can be used to cultivate true spirit flame. Fire essence stone. Most people didn't react when they saw this item. But the eyes of the Qi Transformation Realm cultivators, especially the Qi Transformation Khanate cultivators, all lit up. Fire essence stone. A legendary treasure that can cultivate true spirit flame. A few Qi Transformation Realm cultivators exclaimed. "The starting price is 100,000. The crowd was stunned. The starting price was already 100,000. And this is just a slightly inferior fire essence stone. Qinyu was shocked. Only those who have reached the Qi Transformation Realm and above will understand its value, even though it's just a poor quality fire essence stone. Xianxia seemed to know something. 150,000. 160,000. 180,000. 200,000. The price exceeded 200,000, but it still didn't stop. Among them, Qinyu saw that Elder Qiao and Fairy Xiaoyu from the Yunhua school were also participating in the competition. "Elder Qiao, why don't you give me some of the primordial stones from the meteorite iron in advance? I'll return them to the sect when I get back." A hint of urgency flashed on Fairy Xiaoyu's face. "All right. Even if you have this fire essence stone, you might not be able to cultivate true spirit flame." Elder Qiao smiled helplessly. 300,000. In the end, the two elders of the Yunhui Gate bought the fire essence stone at an overwhelming price. 2 days later, Qinyu and the other disciples safely returned to Yunhui Gate. Most of the disciples had gained something from this trip to the Hidden Lake meeting. Even if they could not bid at the auction, they could trade for what they needed after staying on the Hidden Lake Island for a day. Qinyu could be said to have returned from a rewarding trip. After returning to the sect, Qinyu felt that the entire mountain gate was on high alert. Patrols could be seen everywhere in broad daylight. Whoosh! Whoosh! Elder Qiao and Xiaoyu Fairy seemed to have received some news and flew straight to the sect's important place on a bird. "Qinyu, let's see how long you can be proud." The 7th princes, Huang Fulin, watched Qinyu leave with a trace of mockery and pity in his eyes. Inner sect encampment. Qinyu returned to his courtyard and sorted out the harvest from this trip. A low-grade treasure, a green-scale armguard. 3 earth spirit ginseng, 2 of which were 80 years old and 120 years old. A worn-out metal ball, hard material, dim luster, unknown use. In addition, Before and after the auction, Xianyu purchased some commonly used elixir materials and other items, including Qi recovery elixir, healing elixir, etc. After all, in 7 or 8 days, Xianyu would be transferred to the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden. Everything needed to be prepared. 3 days later, Xianyu came to Zhongwu Hall. Your luck is not bad. Including the 3 fierce snake king Gal, the materials are all gathered. The gray-robed deacon handed over a pile of materials. Among them, there were 3 fierce snake king Gal in a medicine gourd. I've gathered them. After Xianyu confirmed it, his face was full of joy. The price of the 3rd snake Gal spirit ginseng prescription was ridiculously high for ordinary inner sect disciples. It took a lot of effort and luck for him to gather all of them. Back to the residence. Xianyu quickly formulated 3 bottles of body-tempering liquid according to the method in the bronze statue skill. 3 small bottles, each filled with a green liquid, were placed in front of Xianyu. It was different from the previous 2 prescriptions. The body-tempering fluid in the 3rd prescription was not for external use, but for internal consumption. The cultivation of the bronze statue technique started with bronze skin, bronze tendons, and bronze bones. It was obvious that it went from the outside to the inside. That was why. The first 2 prescriptions were no longer helpful for Xianyu to break through to the copper bone realm. 3 bottles of body-tempering liquid, take them in batches. Once a day, 1 bottle can last for 3 days. Xianyu silently calculated. 3 bottles were enough for him to use for 10 days, until he reached the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden. One of the bottles contained a 120-year-old earth spirit ginseng, which was of the highest quality. From low to high. Xianyu opened the bottle of 80 years body-tempering solution and drank a third of it. In an instant, a tingling and warm feeling slowly spread throughout Xianyu's body. The medicinal effect was endless, as if ice and fire were intertwining in his body. Whoosh, as Xianyu operated the bronze statue technique, he reached out and the 3 small bottles disappeared in front of him, stored in the light silver crystal space. Ever since he had this mysterious space, Xianyu put some precious items, such as body-tempering liquid pills, inside. The light silver crystal space gave Xianyu a very stable and secure feeling, as if it was a personal purse that extended from his flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, 4 to 5 days passed. Xianyu spent his time in cultivation. The 2 bottles of 80 years body-tempering solution were almost finished. At this time, Xianyu's bronze statue technique had reached the limit of the bronze tendons level, and he was vaguely touching the copper bone level. In the afternoon, Xianyu received the order to gather in a side hall of Zhongwu Hall. In the side hall, a group of people had already gathered. There were senior members, rookie disciples, viscera refinement and meridian opening, about a dozen people. Unexpectedly, Xianyu saw the beauty Xianxia and Duan Xiaolong in the crowd. When Xianxia saw Xianyu, there was a moment of surprise on her face, and then she smiled sweetly. Duan Xiaolong stood in a corner and occasionally glanced at Xianxia. After entering the inner door, Xianyu also heard some gossip under the influence of what he heard. For example, Duan Xiaolong, the former top disciple of the outer sect, actually loved Xianxia for a long time. Senior Sister Qiu, are you also unlucky to be sent to participate in the defense mission? Xianyu asked. No, I chose this mission on my own accord. Xianxia's answer surprised Xianyu. A new and inexperienced disciple like him could not wait to avoid dangerous missions outside the sect. This kind of defense mission isn't dangerous. It's less than 1,000 miles away from the Yunhui Gate, and 1 to 2,000 miles away from the battlefield. Of course, I joined this mission because of the reward. Other than 5,000 contribution points, I can also choose a 50-year medicine. Xianxia explained. 5,000 contribution points and a 50-year medicine. Why did Xianyu recall that the mission description he received only stated that he would be rewarded with 3,000 contribution points and a 30-year-old common herb? After asking, Xianyu finally understood. The people who accepted the mission were of different cultivation, age, and status. When they reached the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden, everyone's specific mission, difficulty, and danger would be different. Everyone is here. A tall and burly middle-aged man in leather armor walked in. This person emitted a heavy aura that brought about an invisible deterrence. Hall Master Lin. All the members present bowed to this person. In the Yunhui Gate, Hall Masters were usually at the Qi transformation postnatal stage, and they were even more likely to be outstanding among the postnatal stage. Your group will set off today for the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden to carry out the defense mission for 2 months. The situation at the front line is unfavorable. According to the news, many disciples of the Bone Demon Palace have infiltrated the secular world and near our rear. You have to be careful. Hall Master Lin warned. Subsequently, Hall Master Lin's gaze swept across everyone present. Everyone took out their own token and matched it. Qinyu realized that Hall Master Lin's gaze lingered on him for a moment. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. After confirming the personnel, a group of more than 10 people left the Yunhui Gate under the lead of a Peak Viscera Refinement Realm Enforcer. 2 days later, a few tall cliffs appeared in everyone's sight. These cliffs formed a special angle, and there was a river flowing on each side. The Northern Mountain Spirit Garden was located on a flat piece of land in the middle of several cliffs. This place has formed a natural array formation that can gather more heaven and earth yuan qi and lock in the medicinal properties of heaven and earth spiritual materials, the leading Peak Viscera Refinement Realm Enforcer introduced with a faint smile. The Northern Mountain Spirit Garden was built in a natural array formation formed by the cliffs. In recent decades, it had been an important place for cultivating resources under the Yunhui Gate. In the Spirit Garden, all kinds of ancient medicinal materials and exotic flowers could be seen. A fragrant flower fragrance wafted over. The aura of the spiritual medicine made everyone feel refreshed. It's time to change guards. Now we'll start assigning tasks. A silver-haired old woman with wrinkles on her face glanced at everyone and started to inspect them. The Northern Mountain Spirit Garden was guarded by a Qi transformation realm expert all year round. This silver-haired old woman was one of them. Next, a group of more than 10 people were assigned tasks by the old woman. Some people were responsible for patrolling the Spirit Garden, while others were patrolling the periphery. There were even people who were on guard duty. Because Qiu Xianxia knew some medicinal knowledge, she chose to be on guard duty in the Spirit Garden when she took on the task. Duan Xiaolong also took on the task of patrolling the Spirit Garden. Qinyu, because he was only at the Meridian Illuminating Realm, was arranged to be on guard duty in the Spirit Garden every night. Be on guard duty? Qinyu was stunned. His cultivation was not high, so the task assigned to him was second only to those on guard duty. He thought about it carefully. This task was very easy. Every night, he would be on guard duty in the middle of the night. In that case, he was very relaxed during the day and had a lot of time to cultivate. Of course, if he encountered a dangerous situation of being invaded, the person on guard duty would be very dangerous. This is a secret technique to hide one's aura. As a guard, you need to learn to hide your aura. The old woman threw a booklet to Qinyu. Another person on guard duty received the same booklet. Qi concealing technique? Qinyu saw the 3 words on the booklet. This was an intermediate martial art secret manual. To an inner court disciple, a mid-grade martial art was nothing. Moreover, this Qi concealing technique should be a common skill. It could not be compared to some complete intermediate martial arts, including the main cultivation method and martial arts moves. Just like that. With this, Qinyu's 2-month-long Hidden Sentinel mission began. After that, every night, Qinyu would hide in an inconspicuous corner of the Spirit Garden. He hid in the dark and looked around from time to time. At the same time, Qinyu practiced the Qi concealing technique at the same time. Unfortunately, his body technique talent did not increase in this aspect, and his progress was average. However, when running the Qi concealing technique, Qinyu felt that his internal breath, body heat, and smell were converging little by little. In such a state, Qinyu's aura was converging, and it was not easy to be detected. Hidden Sentry Mission. The first day or two, Qinyu felt very fresh. After that, he felt endless loneliness and boredom every night. He could only silently run the Qi concealing technique to kill time. What was gratifying was, on the 4th day of guarding the Spirit Garden, Qinyu's bronze statue skill finally broke through to the bronze bone level, in a simple house in the Spirit Garden. Crack, crack, Chinyu stretched out his limbs, and there was a burst of crackling sounds coming from his bones. Buzz, his whole body surface condensed a layer of thick metal copper pattern. The muscles of his limbs did not expand exaggeratedly like before, but contracted and condensed, showing a kind of solid feeling of copper skin and iron bones. Chinyu looked tall and slender, and he seemed a little more reserved. However, as long as he slightly exerted force, from his flesh, blood, and bones, there would be a burst of domineering power. Muscles are more solid, bones have been strengthened, defense is strong from the outside to the inside. Chinyu wore a joyful expression. In the past, when the bronze skin and bronze muscles of the bronze statue skill, his strength was limited to the surface. But when the bronze bone was formed, everything from the inside to the outside was strengthened. Bronze statue skill, he exerted force in his arm, and there was a crisp sound of bones, showing a dark metal pattern on the bronze bone arm, solid and heavy. Chinyu estimated that he did not need to use internal breath, and with a casual punch, he could make an ordinary organ's refinement vomit blood. In terms of defense, it was the strength of the bronze statue skill. Now, it was difficult for ordinary organ's refinement early and middle stage attacks to hurt him. Bones shrink. The bones in Chinyu's whole body contracted, and his body suddenly became more than 2 inches shorter. In an instant, Chinyu's body image became a lot thinner. Bones shrink, the legendary bone shrinking skill in the secular world. After reaching the bronze bone level, he could easily use it. After the bronze statue skill advanced to the copper bone level, Chinyu's heart felt much more at ease. Initial copper bone meant that his basic strength was at the level of the viscera refinement stage without any external help or martial arts skills. Furthermore, Chinyu's strong physique was transformed by the mysterious heart and was already comparable to that of a fierce beast. His initial copper bone was comparable to other people's copper bone Xianxia or above. However, at this time, the 3 bottles of body-tempering liquid that Chinyu had spent a great deal of effort to prepare had already been consumed. Practice proved that the key to breaking through to copper bone was still the 120-years-old body-tempering liquid. Its effect was almost twice as strong as the previous 2 bottles. In the following days, Chinyu lived a peaceful and boring life. At night, he was a hidden sentry, practicing the qi concealment formula. During the day, he practiced martial arts skills. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. The days of guarding the spirit garden were much calmer than he imagined. But for some reason, this abnormal calmness made Chinyu feel uneasy. He had a feeling that this spirit garden guard mission had been arranged by someone else. However, based on the current mission situation, as long as the Bone Demon Palace did not invade this place, it did not seem to be a threat to Chinyu. Chinyu did not think too much about it. Apart from his daily life as a hidden sentry, he would spend the day practicing martial arts skills. In more than 40 days, Chinyu had made rapid progress. With the addition of his body technique talent, the Cloud Fiend Fist was becoming more and more refined. The fiendish aura in the Cloud Fiend inner breath was getting thicker. And after taking the Qi cleansing pill, his inner breath was pure. It gave him the feeling that the Cloud Fiend Fist was approaching the peak. The biggest difference was, Chinyu did not need to enter an explosive state. He could use the fist force condensed fiend by accumulating strength in his heart. In terms of swordsmanship, Taigang's sword was progressing faster. After all, its level was lower than Cloud Fiend Fist and it was not restricted by cultivation, killing, and other conditions. In a secluded cave, the heavy sword turned into a sword, the heavy sword in Chinyu's hand trembled. Wang! A dark silver wall of sword aura appeared in front of him. It was so dense that not even wind could pass through. It gave off a feeling of impregnability. At first glance, it looked like an illusory wall of iron waves. The strong wind around the energy sword wall seemed to have sucked out all the air around it. Any sand and stones that got close to the wall would be crushed into powder. Energy sword wall. It can form a relatively large energy wall. Chinyu smiled happily. The wall of sword energy signified that his, Taigang sword, had reached its peak. This was the result of Chinyu's 40 days of bitter cultivation. The fusion with the mysterious heart not only gave him talent and physical skills, but also astonishing endurance and recovery. Therefore, not only did Qinyu improve quickly, but the time he spent cultivating was also twice as long as an ordinary person. In particular, this type of heavy sword technique consumed a lot of energy to execute. Even a viscera refinement cultivator wouldn't be able to bear it after practicing for an hour. Apart from the wall of sword energy, Qinyu also comprehended another area of effect sword technique, energy sword raging wave. Once the energy sword energy wave was executed, the energy sword turned into a raging wave of sword shadows that engulfed the area within a radius of 20 feet. It was more powerful than when it was at greater mastery, and the attack was more intense. This was the sword technique that Qinyu created after he reached the peak of the Taigang sword, and comprehended the true meaning of the sword technique. Any martial technique, be it a fist technique or a sword technique, would be able to comprehend the true meaning of the martial technique once it reached the peak. The true meaning that everyone comprehended was somewhat different. Once one comprehended the true meaning, they would be able to break free from the shackles of origin martial skills. They would be able to use their techniques without any restrictions. That night, as usual, Qinyu finished cultivating his cultivation method and martial skill. Then, he began his hidden sentry mission. Today, he landed on a large tree. Meanwhile, Qinyu's figure was completely hidden by the dense foliage of the tree. He skillfully circulated the qi concealing technique and retracted his aura and heat, as if he was a piece of dead wood. Under the cover of the darkness, even if others came within 10 feet of him, they wouldn't be able to detect him. Qinyu's vision swept across the area within a mile radius. At this moment, Duan Xiaolong and a Meridian Opening Realm disciple patrolled the area. Qinyu and Duan Xiaolong looked at each other, indicating that they didn't find anything unusual. But today, Duan Xiaolong had a hint of anxiety on his face as he occasionally looked around. Qinyu thought about it and understood the reason. People like Duan Xiaolong were far more determined than ordinary people. His emotions were always hidden and wouldn't be disturbed by anything else. There was only one reason for his emotions to fluctuate, and that was because of Xianxia. Duan Xiaolong had always loved Xianxia. Apart from martial arts, she was the only thing in his heart. Following the routine of the past few days, Xianxia's task was to make an inventory of the precious spiritual herbs in the spiritual garden every morning and evening. Tonight, Xianxia didn't appear. She's half an hour late than usual. She still hasn't appeared. Duan Xiaolong frowned with a hint of worry. He knew Xianxia very well. She was a hard-working and strict person who was also very responsible for her mission. There were only two possibilities for her not to appear yet. 1. Xianxia was delayed by something important. 2. Something might have happened to Xianxia. Chen, did you see junior sister Qiu tonight? Duan Xiaolong asked. No, Qinyu said in a low voice. As a hidden sentry, he was in the shadows and had a wide field of vision. He was sure that Xianxia hadn't come today. In this regard, Qinyu also felt that something was wrong. After watching Duan Xiaolong leave, Qinyu looked around and felt that something was wrong. No. 2 people are missing. Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. As a hidden sentry, he not only had to pay attention to the enemy's tracks and abnormalities, but he also had to count the number of people on his side. Qinyu remembered. There were a total of 6 sect members patrolling nearby, including Duan Xiaolong. The 6 patrolling members were divided into 3 groups. Each group had 1 organs refinement member and 1 meridian opening member. There were 2 people in each group and they were usually not separated. At this moment, Qinyu realized that one of the 3 patrolling groups was missing, which meant that there were only 2 people. He took a deep breath and looked around again to confirm. In the end, 1 group was really missing, 2 people disappeared at once. This wasn't something that ordinary people could do. That was because the 2 members in each group would take care of each other and would usually not be separated. There was an enemy. Just as Qinyu was about to speak, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Hiss, a cold wind came from the tree under his feet. In the next moment, a 3-meter-long, dark-spotted venomous snake slithered down the tree trunk and arrived at Qinyu's feet. Swoosh, the dark-spotted snake opened its fangs and bit towards Qinyu's leg with a dangerous aura. That scene made Qinyu feel a chill down his spine. There was nowhere to hide, the dark-spotted snake was completely silent. Maybe it had been hiding here while he was talking to Duan Xiaolong. Ding! The dark spot venomous snake bit Qinyu's leg and spat out a mouthful of grayish-green venom. The venom contained an extremely strong corrosive power. This is a poisonous spirit pet that is comparable to the organ's refinement stage, Qinyu groaned. He felt a burning pain and even numbness coming from his leg. At the crucial moment, he had already activated the bronze statue skill and his legs had turned into copper bones and iron legs. His skin was almost bitten by the snake. If he was at the bronze tendon level, his skin would definitely be bitten and the poison would invade his body. What was even more terrifying was, although the snake didn't bite through his defense, it spat out a grayish-green venom with a fatal corrosive force. The venom not only made Qinyu's leg feel numb, but it also gave off a smell that made him feel slightly dizzy. Dong dong. Dong dong, Qinyu's organs throbbed and dispelled the dizziness. The numbness in his leg also faded. He was sure. If it was a normal organ's refinement middle stage or late stage, they would have died from the poison. Whoosh, the dark-spotted snake's 3-meter-long body abruptly leaped up and wrapped itself around Qinyu's legs. Its venomous tongue and fangs then shot toward Qinyu's throat. Die. Qinyu was furious. He activated the bone-level bronze statue skill. Creak creak, all the bones in his body cracked, and a layer of dark bronze light appeared on the surface of his body. His physique expanded and grew a little taller, erupting with a peerlessly overbearing power. Pung! Poochie in an instant, a huge force tore the dark-spotted snake into two. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Junior! How dare you kill my snake child? A gray-robed old man holding a walnut walked out from the side of the mountain. His face was filled with hatred and anger. Hiss! Hiss! There were 2 more dark-spotted snakes on the walnut of the gray-robed old man. Besides, dozens of snakes appeared in the surrounding area. Each of them was at least at the peak of the illuminating pulse stage. These snakes flicked their tongues and stared at Qinyu, who was on the tree with cold eyes. Who are you? Someone. Qinyu bellowed, his loud and clear voice spreading to a radius of 1 kilometer. In the end, his gaze swept across the area and he was startled. There were 3 groups patrolling nearby. Only Duan Xiaolong was left. Not good. That's the Snake Tua from the Snake Tua and Ghost Shadow group. Duan Xiaolong saw the old man controlling the snake and his expression changed. He quickly reminded Chen, be careful, and he knew who this person was. The Snake Tua and Ghost Shadow was a terrifying combination of a mysterious assassin group in the Chu country. The Snake Tua was this old man and he was only one of the members of the group. Before Duan Xiaolong could finish, something happened. Whoosh! At this moment, a ghost-like afterimage flew toward Qinyu from the bushes behind him. In the next moment, a soundless dagger that looked like a venomous snake seemed to have appeared out of nowhere in the night sky. Qinyu felt a chill. He felt a sense of danger that was far greater than the viper from before. That dagger was gray and almost didn't reflect any light. It merged with the night sky and stabbed in front of Qinyu. It was too fast, Qinyu couldn't dodge in time. Heh, a black-cloaked ghost with a haggard face appeared in Qinyu's sight like a black ghost in the dark night. The gray dagger emitted a fluctuation of internal breath that had reached the late stage of the organ's refining stage. This dagger seemed to be a poisoned weapon that was specialized in assassination. With Qinyu's bronze bones, he might not be able to completely block it. He didn't have time to take out the mysterious heavy sword on his back. Get out of here! Qinyu operated the bronze statue skill and raised his arm to block the dagger. Courting death, the face of the black-cloaked ghost showed a trace of mockery and cruelty. Ding! Whoosh! The dagger slashed on Qinyu's arm and created a burst of sparks. A huge rebound force almost made the dagger fall from his hand. What? The black-cloaked ghost was shocked. Even if he was at the Qi transformation stage, he couldn't block this dagger with his body. Green scale bracer. The dark green armguard on Qinyu's left arm buzzed, and a layer of dark green scales that resembled those of a crocodile appeared on it. The dark green scales then expanded to form a miniature shield that shone brightly. From Duan Xiaolong's shout to Qinyu blocking the deadly sword strike of the ghost shadow with the green scale bracer, it was only a breath's time. That sword strike suddenly appeared. Duan Xiaolong's heart skipped a beat. The Duan family was one of the few big families in Chu country. They had some understanding of the various forces. The Snake and Ghost Shadow was one of the top killers in Chu country. The Snake and Ghost Shadow was divided into two killers, Snake and Ghost Shadow. The snake was good at controlling snakes, and the snake it controlled was a poisonous species that was good at hiding. Those poisonous snakes were raised with poison from birth, and after several years or even more than 10 years of training, they were hard to guard against. Even with Qianyu's senses, he didn't notice the snakes lurking until it bit him. With the power of the bronze statue skill, Qianyu blocked the snake's attack and killed a poisonous snake at the viscera refining stage. This already surprised Duan Xiaolong. Because the Snake and Ghost Shadow had more than a 90% chance of success with a poisonous snake. Even if one could avoid the snake's bite, the smell of the venom would make one dizzy, and ordinary people at the viscera refining stage would find it hard to resist. However, Qianyu not only blocked the poisonous snake, but also blocked the more powerful Ghost Shadow. The Ghost Shadow had reached the late stage of the viscera refining stage. His attainments and movement techniques could be said to be unfathomable, which was why he was called Ghostly Shadow. The Ghost Shadow sword was a specially made poisonous sword, suitable for assassination. When this sword was launched, it was almost silent. It contained a strong poison and had been tempered with the venom of the snake for many years. That sword would definitely seal the throat as soon as it saw blood, however. This sword did not break Qianyu's defense, not even his skin. Ding! The poisonous sword drew a string of sparks on the green scale bracer, and the latter scale suddenly dimmed. The remaining power naturally could not break Qianyu's bronze statue skill. How is this possible? The Ghost Shadow's haggard face showed a trace of horror. After so many years of assassination, it was the first time he encountered such a turtle shell. Fiery Cloud Fist, Qianyu cried out in surprise. His heart skipped a beat as he gathered his strength and punched out. He did not take out the enigmatic heavy sword on his back. That would take time, and it was not suitable for close combat. Whoosh! As he swung his fist out, a fist shadow the size of a bucket condensed into the shape of a python. It let out a low roar that shook his vital energy, blood, and soul. It was the fist energy condensed evil chi, today. Qianyu's inner breath fist technique was at a higher level. With a slight accumulation of strength in his heart, he would be able to condense his fist force. At such a close distance, no matter how brilliant Ghostly Shadow's movement technique was, it was impossible for him to dodge. Dream on, he forced himself to circulate his inner breath, and a layer of faint black patterns appeared on his semi-precious armor, blocking the punch. He thought, Qianyu is only at the illuminating pulse stage, even if he is at the early stage of the organ's refining stage, under the protection of the semi-precious leather armor, it is not enough to seriously injure him. Boom! The moment the fist landed and the killing aura exploded, Ghost Shadow realized that he was wrong. A wave of domineering, gloomy, and cold killing intent surged into his body. Crack! The most terrifying thing was that the huge brute force broke several of his ribs through the semi-precious armor. Wah! Ghost Shadow spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole body could not help but curl up, his face pale. That blow just now seemed to come from a fierce beast king that was close to the chi transformation stage. If not for the semi-precious armor's protective layer, he was afraid that he would have been smashed by that punch. One must know. Qianyu had already accumulated strength in his heart for that punch. The strength of the copper bones and the cloud-killing fist had invisibly increased by a few %. Bang! Ghost Shadow was smashed to the bottom of the tree by the punch. He was already seriously injured, a few of his ribs were broken, and his internal organs were bleeding. Ghost Shadow, on the other side, Snake Tua exclaimed. The scene in front of him was beyond his expectations. When the two learned that the target was only at the illuminating pulse stage, they were somewhat disdainful to make a move. The employer offered a very generous reward before they could accept it. Heavy sword formation, with a flash, Qianyu's peak cloud steps was activated. He leaped to the bottom of the tree like a shadow, approached Ghost Shadow, and swung his heavy sword. Whoosh! The heavy sword dragged a half-moon-shaped sword aura, accompanied by a heavy sword shadow and a gust of wind, covering the bottom of the ground. Not good, Ghost Shadow, who had not yet landed, his chi and blood were fluctuating, and his injuries had not stabilized. He had miscalculated again. The opponent's movement technique was also so brilliant. Qinyu pressed down from above, with the advantage of the right time and place, and the range attack of the precious heavy sword. Ghost Shadow could not dodge at all. Go! Ghost Shadow was shocked and angry, and barely managed to block with the short sword in his hand. Clang! The terrifying heavy force of the mysterious heavy sword directly smashed Ghost Shadow, along with the sword, and the precious poisonous sword also flew out of his hand. The short sword and the heavy sword collided, and with the huge disparity in strength, it was naturally not a match. Furthermore, Qinyu had just heavily injured Ghost Shadow with one punch, and the latter had not yet landed, and had not yet had time to catch his breath. Ghost Shadow hastily took the blow, and did not even have 60% of his peak power. Puff! Ghost Shadow's body trembled, and he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. A deep bloody wound appeared on his arm, and his entire left shoulder and arm had lost feeling. In an instant, he was fatally injured, and his arm was almost crippled. Swish! Qinyu's figure flashed, quickly approaching, and stepped on the precious poisonous sword that had fallen to the ground. Thinking about it. If he lost this sword, the opponent was like a poisonous snake that had lost its fangs. No, my sword! Ghost Shadow growled, his face full of shock and anger. But facing the pressure of Qinyu's heavy sword, the internal injury backfired, and he could not resist at all. Retreat, or we won't be able to leave. On the other side, the grey-robed old man Snake Tua whispered, his voice full of helplessness. As a top killer, if one attack failed, he would retreat thousands of miles. Moreover, the assassination of the two would alarm the experts of the sect in the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden. Swish swish, Ghost Shadow in black, dragging several overlapping shadows where he was, avoided the pursuit of Qinyu's heavy sword. Go! The two turned into ghostly shadows, flying toward the deep mountains near the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, Duan Xiaolong and Qinyu met up, and the two chased for dozens of feet, but were suddenly intercepted by a dozen poisonous snakes. Puff puff puff, the two attacked and killed more than a dozen poisonous snakes at the Soothing Pulse stage. But at this time, the figures of Snake Tua and Ghost Shadow had already blended into the night, blurring. Don't chase, look at the others. Duan Xiaolong whispered. Ordinary Viscera refining stage cultivators were lucky to survive the joint assassination of Snake Tua and Ghost Shadow. In recent years, Snake Tua and Ghost Shadow almost never failed in the assassination. There were even a few peak Viscera refining stage cultivators who died in their hands. The combination of these two people was once known to kill anyone under the Qi transformation stage. This sword, take it as my spiritual loss. With a smile on his face, Qinyu held a dark grey short sword in his hand and looked at it carefully. Duan Xiaolong looked at the sword with a bit of envy. This sword of Ghost Shadow is called Dark Snake Sword. It is made from the poisonous fangs of the poisonous Snake King, combined with 1,000-year iron wood and other precious materials. This sword is tempered with the venomous snake liquid of Snake Tua all year round. It can be said to be a highly poisonous sword. It is definitely a top low-grade treasure. So powerful? Qinyu was surprised and put away the dark snake venomous sword. Losing this sword is even more painful for Phantom Shadow than losing an arm. Duan Xiaolong couldn't help but sigh. The two of them investigated for a while. In the end, they found that the other two patrol groups had been poisoned and were in a state of coma. Duan Xiaolong immediately fed them antidote pills. They were poisoned with ordinary snake venom, not too deep. It seems that Snake Tua and Ghost Shadow had some scruples and didn't want to offend the sect too much. They only targeted you. Duan Xiaolong came to a conclusion. Targeted me? Qinyu thought of the thrilling and terrifying assassination. If it was an ordinary Viscera refining stage cultivator, they wouldn't have the strength to fight back and would be easily captured and killed. Did you offend anyone? Duan Xiaolong glanced at Qinyu and paused. I think the person who wanted to assassinate is in cahoots with members of the sect, or even a member of the sect. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be so familiar with the geographical environment of the Spirit Garden and easily attack the patrols and hidden sentries. Qinyu nodded, feeling that it made sense. There were many suspicious points. The Northern Mountain Spirit Garden was one of the important places of the Yunhui Gate. Outsiders were not familiar with the internal geographical environment. Moreover, The person who could invite Snake Tua should be a big force, or at least not an ordinary person. A small character like Wang Lingyun didn't have this power. Seventh Princes, or Kunling? These two names temporarily appeared in Qinyu's mind. The possibility of Kunling was smaller. This person was a bit arrogant and didn't have much conflict with Qinyu. He was just a little unhappy because Qinyu didn't agree to trade Tears of Ice Heart. Whoosh! 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 At this time, some Yinhui Gate members rushed to the scene of the incident. What happened? A Peak Viscera refining stage patrol captain asked. When they learned that the Snake Tua had attacked and failed to assassinate Qinyu, these people were surprised. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures, under the cover of the night, left the periphery of the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden. One of the ghostly shadows said with cold resentment, "My dark snake sword. I must get it back." After losing the poisonous sword, his strength was reduced by 30% to 40%. At this time, whoosh, in the darkness ahead, a layer of faint black mist appeared, blending with the night, covering the rolling dust behind. Who is it? Snake Tua and Ghost Shadow heard a slight tap sound. Suddenly, the faint black mist in front of them expanded, vaguely showing pairs of cold green eyes of jackals that were more than 10 feet long. The strange thing was, these jackals were not only as strong as tigers and leopards, but also emitted wisps of black mist. The tyrannical and fierce aura on their bodies was different from that of ordinary fierce beasts. Demonized jackals. The Snake Tua's face changed dramatically, and a chill of fear hit him. The strength of these demonized jackals was close to the viscera refining stage, which was not scary. What was scary was the related rumors: tap tap. Tap tap, in the faint black mist, on the back of each demonized jackal sat a cold and tall figure, holding weapons such as sabers, swords, sickles, and other weapons. Roughly sensing, there were at least 20 figures in the mist. Run! Snake Tua and Ghost Shadow felt their scalps go numb, and they flew in another direction. But at an unknown time. The area where the two were was shrouded in the faint black mist. Who? A frightening roar, like rolling thunder, swept over the two with invisible sound waves. The owner of the voice was a tower-like black-skinned giant, sitting on a giant purple-black tiger, like a cold overlord. Plop! Plop! Just a low roar, the powerful pressure and sound waves shook the two to the ground, and they vomited blood on the spot. My lord, Serpent Tua and Ghost Shadow knelt on the ground. The opponent's thunderous roar scared them out of their wits and they vomited blood on the spot. The tower-like black-skinned man sat on a purplish-black tiger that was 20 to 30 feet long. Behind him were the large figures of the demonized jackal knights. The purplish-black tiger gave off an aura that was almost as strong as a postnatal chi transformation cultivator. Where did these two come from? They almost messed up our plan. A cold female voice came from above their heads. Whoosh! Above the faint black fog, a giant black feathered bird with a wingspan of 40 to 50 feet. Swept over with sand and stones. The giant bird carried two women on it. The cold voice came from a beautiful woman in a black dress. Her body was like a ghost, floating in the sand and wind. Uncle Master, these two seem to be the Serpent Tua and Ghost Shadow killer team. On the giant bird stood a girl in a black dress with a red mark on her forehead. She had a slim figure and a beautiful face. She had a different kind of demonic beauty. Serpent Tua and Ghost Shadow had a glimmer of hope on their faces. The voice of the girl with red sand was like the sound of nature in their ears. Ugh! Serpent Tua's neck was suddenly grabbed by a slender hand. His face turned red, and he kicked his feet in the air. No one knew when. The girl with red sand had already appeared behind the two. Her slender hand squeezed. Crack! Serpent Tua's head was broken, and blood splattered everywhere. Arg! Ghost Shadow was terrified, but he didn't have any strength to resist. He had been severely injured by Qinyu and then suffered a roar from the black-skinned man. His injuries were already fatal. However, even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be a match for the girl with red sand. His movement technique that he was so proud of paled in comparison to the girl with red sand. Why did the two of you alert the people in the North Mountain Spirit Garden? The girl with red sand said coldly. The two of us were hired to kill someone in the Spirit Garden, but we failed. Ghost Shadow's voice was weak, and his words were unclear. Smack, her slender hand shook, and red and white liquid splattered everywhere. Ghost Shadow fell into boundless darkness. Uncle Master, I understand. The appearance of these two was just a coincidence. The girl with red sand flew onto the back of the huge bird. These two people should be hacked into pieces. I wonder if the people guarding the Northern Mountain Spiritual Garden will be alerted by this. The beautiful woman's voice was cold as she looked at the two corpses with a trace of hatred. What are you afraid of? The dark-skinned giant on the purplish-black tiger snorted and said, We've already figured out the layout of the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden. Even if we attack them head-on, we can still crush them. Northern Mountain Spirit Garden. Xianxia and Duan Xiaolong woke up the other patrol members. The patrol captain, who was at the peak of the Viscera refining realm, asked the two about the experience and details of the assassination attempt. That's good. The leader of the patrol team nodded. There are still 10 more days before our guarding mission ends. We can return to the sect to rest for a while. Suddenly, a few screams and shouts came from the outskirts of the spirit garden. Shortly after, a sea of fiery red fireworks rose into the sky, illuminating the entire Northern Mountain Spirit Garden. Not good. The patrol captain lost his voice, and his expression turned ugly. Night attack. Night attack, enemy attack. It's the Bone Demon Palace. In the Spirit Garden, figures and flames darted about, and a panicked atmosphere spread. With the help of the fireworks, everyone saw more than 10 birds flying in the night sky, ruthlessly killing the sect members in the Spirit Garden. Whoosh! 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 More than 10 fierce black-robed men jumped down from the birds, holding sabers and swords in their hands, or unleashing evil techniques, killing each other in the Spirit Garden. Boom! A few of the black-robed men threw out a black can, smashing it into a few houses. Immediately, a faint black-green flame engulfed a radius of dozens of feet. In the houses, some people who were resting or cultivating turned into people on fire and jumped out, but they could not extinguish the black-green flame no matter what. In an instant, in that area of houses, the Viscera Refining or Meridian Opening Yunui Gate members were buried in the sea of fire. Everyone, be careful. That's the Bone Demon Palace's bone scale flame. It's difficult for those below the Qi transformation realm to resist it. The patrol captain roared in shock. His eyes were bloodshot, and he led 5 or 6 people over to kill. Demon Bone Palace is riding birds to ambush the disciples' living quarters. This is definitely a premeditated night attack. There must be a mole. Duan Xiaolong's expression was solemn as he took a deep breath. Qianyu's head also sank. Demon Bone Palace's night attack could be said to be a lightning-fast war. They had directly killed their way into the Spirit Garden. The situation in the outskirts might be even worse. That was because there were watchtowers and defensive buildings in the outskirts of the Spirit Garden, and there were even more patrolling members. Even an air attack would be discovered immediately. As expected, patches of black-green flame were already burning in the outskirts of the Spirit Garden. The battle there was even more intense. Kill them all. Rob them all. The group of demonized jackal knights laughed sinisterly and brandished their weapons. A few stern figures jumped down from their mounts and ferociously attacked the patrolling members. Even some hidden sentries in the corners were pulled out by Demon Bone Palace. Poof! Boom! Dark green flames spread in all directions, destroying one defensive structure after another. Activate the defensive formation. No, the formation's core has been destroyed by them first. Damn it, how do they know about the formation's core? Outside the Spirit Garden, the group of sect disciples retreated step by step. They could only form a defensive formation and barely hold on. Everyone, get into formation and return to the rear peak. The cold and furious voice of the silver-haired old woman overseeing the Spirit Garden reverberated throughout the area. The spirits of the disciples in the Spirit Garden were shaken as if they had found their pillar of support. The Yunyu Martial School was the defending side, and after the initial panic and fear, they gathered in groups of 3 to 5, and barely managed to hold their ground. Everyone was more familiar with the terrain and retreated to the rear peak. Qianyu, Duan Xiaolong, and a few other guards retreated to the highest cliff at the back. The rear peak was an important area of the Spirit Garden. Many precious herbs were planted there. The terrain was high, making it easy to defend. But at this moment, demon bone palace figures were everywhere in and out of the spirit garden. It was inevitable that they would be intercepted along the way. Swoosh swoosh, birds flitted across the sky from time to time. On the ground, demon bone palace figures led demonized jackals in a wanton slaughter. Ah! A scream came from several feet behind Xianxia. A slightly slower illuminating pulse disciple was killed by a bird, his skull torn open on the spot. Whoosh! Xianxia suddenly felt a sharp gust of wind attack his head from the side. Cloudfiend fist, the killing intent in Xianxia's body surged. His copper arms shook, and the dark clouds of killing intent exploded. Under the push of the enormous force, he struck a black-feathered bird that pounced at him. Crack! Although the black-feathered bird was comparable to a viscera refinement cultivator, its chest was blasted open by Xianxia's punch. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and it fell to the ground, unable to get up. Slash! Duan Xiaolong's ancient saber slashed out a massive saber beam. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, it sent a burly man from Demon Bone Palace flying, causing him to vomit blood. A saber technique with the concept of thunder? The Demon Bone Palace man fell to the ground in shock. A foot-long bloody groove was left on his chest, accompanied by a burn mark. Xianxia was slightly surprised. This Demon Bone Palace man was a mid-stage viscera refinement cultivator. It seemed that, even though Duan Xiaolong had advanced to the viscera refinement stage, his strength was considered outstanding among his peers. After all, he had been stuck at the illuminating pulse stage for so long. His cultivation technique foundation and martial arts level were extraordinary. Cloudfiend fist. Thunder saber. The copper fist, surrounded by dark clouds of killing intent, and the domineering saber beam that crackled with electricity, forcefully carved out a bloody path. So powerful. An early-stage viscera refinement cultivator and late-stage illuminating pulse cultivator, both sides were in a state of shock. At this moment, the two top outer sect disciples of the former Yunhui Gate combined forces to produce astonishing power. Xianxia's physical defense was strong. Be it the Demon Bone Palace members, birds, or demonized wolves, he could take on all of them head-on. It was difficult to find a match in a head-on clash. Duan Xiaolong's thunder saber could be said to be invincible. Its power was shocking, and it restrained the Demon Bone Palace's evil arts to a certain extent. The two's cooperation was not a simple addition. Instead, they complemented each other. During this period, even a late-stage viscera refinement Bone Palace elder could not stop the two. Get out of my way. Xianxia activated the copper statue technique, supported by the green scale bracer, and struck out with the fist force condensed fiend to take on the palm of the late-stage viscera refinement elder. The elder's figure swayed under the powerful force. Thunder saber, the huge saber beam that moved as fast as lightning, took advantage of the situation to cut in. It instantly cut through the Demon Bone Palace elder's shoulder, almost cutting off one of his arms. These two, the late-stage viscera refinement Bone Palace elder's face was full of shock. He could only temporarily avoid the attack. Kill. Xianxia and Duan Xiaolong led 4 or 5 disciples and killed a bloody path. They arrived halfway up the mountain. At this moment, the surviving Yunhui Gate disciples were covered in blood. They gathered together halfway up the mountain. Junior sister Qiu. Duan Xiaolong exclaimed softly. He saw an elegant and refined beauty in the crowd. It was Qiu Xian'er. At this moment, Qiu Xian'er's dress was torn in several places. Her snow-white arms were stained with blood, and her charming face was full of determination. Rumble. Bang bang, a shocking sound came from high up on the mountain. Dust and wind swept through. Ordinary disciples couldn't get close to the powerful aura. A battle of the Qi transformation realm, the disciples exclaimed. They saw. A silver-haired old woman wielded a treasure tool long staff. She struck out with a purplish-blue astral wind that swept through a radius of 5 to 6 feet. Whoosh whoosh boom, inside the purplish-blue astral wind, the shadow of a pillar-like staff would occasionally whistle. Every strike sent dust flying and left a trench dozens of feet long on the ground. Her opponent was an incomparably seductive beautiful woman in a black dress. Phantom Demon Dance, the beautiful woman in a black dress was like a ghost. Her illusory figure flickered around the silver-haired old woman. Swish swish, she held a dark blue short sword in her hand. Every time she swung it, a blue cold mist dozens of feet long swept out. The surrounding trees and hillsides were flattened. A mere mid-stage acquired realm cultivator dares to fight a senior. The treasure tool long staff in the silver-haired old woman's hand became more and more ferocious. The beautiful woman in a black dress did not dare to face it head-on. She could only wander around. Hee hee. I'm not the only one. The beautiful woman in a black dress laughed. As soon as she finished speaking, a thunderous roar with a sound wave attack turned into a light black whirlwind with a diameter of 2 feet and swept toward the silver-haired old woman from the side. A black-skinned giant rode a purplish-black tiger and held a heavy halberd as he attacked. Insignificant skill. The silver-haired old woman sneered. Her figure only paused for a moment. The treasure tool long staff in her hand swept out a purplish-blue pillar shadow. The astral wind rose and tore the light black whirlwind apart. The sound wave attack that could make a viscera refining realm cultivator spit blood had almost no effect on her. This old woman's cultivation is only one step away from the chi transformation realm. Today's battle won't be too boring. The beautiful woman in a black dress smiled strangely. This old woman's cultivation is only one step away from the energy transformation realm. Today's battle won't be too boring. A hint of playfulness surfaced in the black-dressed woman's strange smile. At this moment, in the entire northern mountain spirit garden, Bone Demon Palace's side was overwhelmingly slaughtering those below the energy transformation realm. Unless the silver-haired old woman, a peak energy transformation realm postnatal expert, could turn the tide and defeat 2 energy transformation realm experts from Bone Demon Palace. However, when Qinyu and Duan Xiaolong exchanged glances, they discovered that the latter had a bitter expression, seemingly pessimistic about the situation. Suddenly, Qinyu recalled Duan Xiaolong's previous judgment. This is definitely a premeditated night attack. There must be a spy. This night attack. Bone Demon Palace clearly understood the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden's internal terrain and manpower deployment very well. Kill this old woman. The dark-skinned giant rode a purplish-black tiger and wielded a heavy halberd. He used the powerful impact of his mount to charge straight at the silver-haired old woman. Bang! The dark-skinned giant shouted. Thunder swept through the area as the heavy halberd in his hand slashed out a tiger-like shadow of a black beast. With a soul-shaking, ancient roar, it met the silver-haired old woman's attack head-on. Clang, the long staff and heavy halberd clashed. The enormous impact caused the silver-haired old woman to retreat a few steps. She cried out involuntarily, middle-grade treasure. It carries a soul-shaking impact. The dark-skinned giant's heavy halberd was not only incomparably heavy, but it also carried a soul-shaking, ancient roar. This heavy halberd was probably a fine item even among mid-grade treasures. In the next instant, something strange happened again. The black-dressed beauty beside him attacked with a strange smile. Pfft! A tiny, shadow-like cold light flashed in the night and pierced the silver-haired old woman who had just steadied herself. Bone needle. The silver-haired old woman's body trembled as a bone needle suffused with black gas pierced her shoulder. A strange black liquid flowed out. She circulated her true energy and sent the bone needle flying, but her face was already pale. Hee hee, the black-dressed beauty laughed wildly as a majestic aura surged from her body. Late-stage postnatal. You actually concealed your cultivation. The silver-haired old woman's expression finally changed. Previously, when the black-robed beauty fought with her, it seemed like she didn't dare to face her head-on. However, her movement technique was extraordinarily high, which made the old woman feel that something was wrong. He didn't expect this. The black-robed beauty had used the dark-skinned giant's frontal attack to attract his attention. Then, with a quick thunder, she secretly launched the bone needle. The bone needle was a type of hidden weapon specially refined by the Bone Devil Palace. It could penetrate the chi transformation realm's true energy. This needle contained a strange sinister poison that would quickly infect the entire body. Old Madame Jiang, I seem to have heard that 10 years ago, you were poisoned by a kind of cold poison, which left behind a hidden injury. As a result, you are still half a step away from breaking through to the chi transformation Xiantian realm, What the black-robed beauty said next made the silver-haired old woman's heart sink to the bottom. Conspiracy, this was definitely a night attack planned for a long time. Not only did the enemy know about her cultivation method, but they also knew about the hidden danger she had left behind when she was young. The bone needles did indeed pose a great threat to her. Even so. The two of you are dreaming if you want to kill me. The silver-haired old woman smiled coldly. Whoosh, a purplish-green true energy vortex appeared on the old woman's body. Her aura was close to the Qi transformation Xianxia realm. Not only that. A jade pendant on her body emitted traces of warm yang aura. It entered her body and was dispelling the invading yin poison. What? The smile on the black-robed beauty's face froze slightly. This warm yang pendant is a strange spiritual treasure that I accidentally obtained a few years ago. It can dispel cold poison and yin qi. This is a secret that no one knows except those closest to me. The silver-haired old woman's true energy pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Whoosh! Boom! The long staff in her hand dragged a waterfall-like purplish-green staff shadow, forcing the black-robed beauty to retreat. Clang! 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 Bang! The dark-skinned giant waved his heavy halberd. He was a little strained after a few head-on clashes. He looked surprised. This scene. It made the Yunhui Gate disciples gathered halfway up the mountain look ecstatic. But in the next moment, a cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone, quickly evacuate the northern mountain spirit garden and report back to the sect. There's a ghost in the sect. That was the silver-haired old woman's voice transmission. Hearing this, the group of disciples was shocked. Everyone, retreat. Granny Jiang must be using some secret technique to temporarily suppress the yin poison. I'm afraid she won't last long. The Yunhui Gate people were not stupid. After the Bone Demon Palace's night attack, there were only a dozen sect members guarding the spirit garden. Among them, there were 2 captains at the peak of the Viscera Refinement Realm. There were 7 or 8 Viscera Refinement Realm disciples. There should have been the most Viscera Refinement Realm disciples, but there were only 5 or 6 left, including Yu. It could be seen. The stronger one was, the greater the chance of survival. Junior sister Chen, let's kill our way out. Duan Xiaolong called out. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, but still followed Yu and escaped to the other side of the mountain, a river outside the spirit garden. It was expected. As long as they escaped into the river, they would have a higher chance of survival. Cloudfiend Fist. Thunderblade, Yu and Duan Xiaolong joined forces and instantly shook off 2 or 3 Bone Demon Palace experts who were intercepting them. At the same time, the remaining people from the Yunhui Gate joined forces and attacked the river at the bottom of the mountain. However, reality was cruel. There were more than a dozen Bone Demon Palace experts guarding the rugged mountain road leading to the river. There were also ferocious birds flying in the sky to launch sneak attacks. Those Bone Demon Palace experts were all at the Viscera Refinement Realm. Their overall strength was much stronger. Fortunately, there were only 2 peak Viscera Refinement Realm experts. They were temporarily held back by the 2 Yunhui Gate captains. Screams could be heard. They were mostly Yunhui Gate disciples. The remaining Meridian Illuminating Realm disciples, including the weaker ones at the early Viscera Refinement Realm, died tragically. Whoosh whoosh, the ferocious birds flying in the sky were a great threat to them. Junior sister Qiu, hurry up, Duan Xiaolong called out and hurriedly protected Xianxia as they rushed down. Xianxia's cultivation was close to the middle Viscera Refinement Realm. Her movement technique was not bad, and her overall strength was comparable to the middle Viscera Refinement Realm. She was not a burden. Hee, great beauty. 2 or 3 ferocious Bone Demon Palace men licked their lips and flew over. One of them was at the late Viscera Refinement Realm, while the other 2 were at the middle Viscera Refinement Realm. Their greedy and lustful gazes locked onto Xianxia. The late Viscera Refinement man had a scar on his face and held a treasured spear in his hand. Clang swish, the scarred man waved his spear. Layers of cold spear shadows brought along a wave of dark energy as they slashed at the 3. The powerful aura he exuded gave Yu the illusion that he was facing Yunfei. Clang, Duan Xiaolong took the blow head-on. Lightning crackled as he was forced back a few steps. His face was slightly pale. This scarred man would be a great opponent. The two middle viscera refinement cultivators beside him were not easy to deal with either. If they were at the Yunhui gate, they would be inner sect elites. Duan Xiaolong's expression was firm and unyielding. Chen, I'll hold them back first. Take junior sister Qiu and break out of the encirclement first. Duan Xiaolong transmitted his voice. Yu saw Duan Xiaolong's tall and sturdy figure holding an ancient saber as he intercepted the scarred man and the other two. Go. The ancient saber in Duan Xiaolong's hand suddenly shook and slashed out a saber light that resembled wind and thunder. Its powerful might caused the scarred man and the other two's expressions to change as they faced it together. Senior sister Qiu, let's go. Qinyu grabbed the hesitant Xianxia and rushed down the mountain. He understood that it was a race against time, a race for life. Once they were surrounded by too many enemies, their chances of escaping would be even smaller. In the night, Xianxia's face was slightly red when she was grabbed by him. She looked at Duan Xiaolong behind her with a slightly conflicted expression. Ha ha ha, beauties, let's go. 3 or 4 bone demon palace men flew over from both sides just as they ran more than 100 feet away. There's an ambush, Qinyu's expression darkened. Xianxia's peerless beauty was too attractive. Among the 4 bone demon men, 1 was in the late viscera refinement realm, 1 was in the middle viscera refinement realm, and 2 were in the early stage. Whoosh, Qinyu took a deep breath and took out the profound heavy sword from his back. Kid, you need strength to be a hero to save a beauty. Your life will be in danger. The pockmarked man in the late viscera refinement stage laughed sinisterly. The pockmarked man held a curved saber in his hand and slashed out a cold and dazzling blue saber light. A sharp gust of wind blew, causing the clothes of Qinyu and Xianxia to flutter. The other 3 surrounded the two from both sides. Get down, Qinyu suddenly exerted his strength and pressed Xianxia to the ground. Xianxia's face was filled with shame and anger. A beautiful person like her had never been treated so rudely before. What happened next caused Xianxia to be stunned. Raging waves of sword aura. Qinyu was in the middle of the 4. His heart suddenly gathered strength and the heavy sword created a silver raging wave of sword aura. Puff. Puff, puff. With the naked eye, one could only see layers of afterimages of sword aura sweeping in all directions like raging winds and huge waves. At that moment, the surrounding air seemed to have been sucked out. A heavy pressure pressed down on Xianxia, making it difficult for her to breathe. The blood and chi of the 4 people surrounding him all stagnated. Clang! Clang! Ding! In an instant, a raging whirlwind of sword aura drowned the 4 people. Ah! Bang! Blood-curdling screams, blood, and minced meat reverberated in the illusory sword energy that was like a raging storm. The first breath. Clang! Clang! Apart from the pockmarked man in the late viscera refinement stage, the weapons of the other 3 viscera refinement stage cultivators were sent flying. The 4 people were shocked and their hearts went numb. They were already covered by the raging sword aura. The second breath. Puff, an early viscera refinement stage cultivator had half his body cut off by the heavy sword aura. The third breath. Another early viscera refinement stage cultivator was sent flying. His body was badly mutilated. 2 people died tragically, the remaining late and middle viscera refinement stage cultivators were extremely shocked. Then, the middle viscera refinement stage cultivator lost an arm and rolled dozens of feet away. He was so scared that he wet his pants. Swoosh, the pockmarked man in the late viscera refinement stage was pushed back several feet by the profound heavy sword. His blood and chi were in turmoil and his clothes were torn in several places. His face was full of shock. Go. Qinyu grabbed Xianxia's arm. The latter's face was dull and shocked. After using the raging sword aura, Qinyu's face was slightly pale. A ranged sword technique consumed a lot of energy. Furthermore, he had been accumulating energy in his heart the entire time he used this ranged sword technique. He had almost reached the critical point of his heart's eruption technique. At this moment, puff, a huge saber aura flashed in the night sky. It created a faint green electric light and slashed through the crowd behind him. Duan Xiaolong. Qingyu and Xianxia couldn't help but turn their heads. Ah! The two Viscera refinement stage disciples were sent flying. Their bodies were burnt black and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The concept of thunder, you actually touched it. The scarred man in the late Viscera refinement stage also retreated in panic. There was a saber wound that went deep into the bone on his shoulder. Thud, Duan Xiaolong's face turned pale after the slash. His body swayed, and he almost lost his balance. He did not have a strong defense like Qingyu. There were a few wounds on his body, and he was covered in blood. Let's go. Duan Xiaolong dashed over under Qinyu's call. He was slightly shocked when he saw the tragic scene left behind by Qinyu's berserk sword wave. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Duan Xiaolong and Qinyu had both underestimated each other's strength. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them protected Xianxia. There were no more obstacles in front of them, and they went straight to the river at the foot of the mountain. These two, the scarred man and the pockmarked man, were both late-stage Viscera refinement cultivators. They were both shocked. To be able to kill enemies above his level, and even kill a few of them, such experts were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. At this moment, the two of them felt slightly bitter when they saw two of them at the same time. We've tried our best. I don't think any of the few that escaped will be able to escape with those two guarding them. Senior brother Duan, are your injuries okay? Qingyu asked. I'm not seriously injured. I've overexerted myself from the attack just now. Duan Xiaolong consumed an energy recovery pill. The three of them did not linger. They soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. A river came into view. However, there were two paths at the foot of the mountain. They were only 1,000 feet away from the river. There's someone there. Qingyu stopped in his tracks. At the end of one of the paths was a beautiful girl with a red mark on her forehead. Her eyes were cold and indifferent. Beside the girl with the red mark was the corpse of a Yunhui Gate enforcer. There's someone there too. Duan Xiaolong stared at the other path. There was a purple-haired young man leaning lazily on a dark-spotted leopard in the bushes at the end of the path. A man and a woman were 1,000 feet away from each other, but they each blocked a path. If they wanted to escape to the riverbank, they would have to pass by one of them. Whoosh! Whoosh! All of a sudden, two silhouettes leaped down from the top of the cliff. They were both Yunyu Martial School's Viscera refining stage senior disciples. The two of them actually relied on the iron chains to descend from the steep cliff that was 1,000 feet high. After landing, the two of them went in two different directions, heading straight for the river. Because it wasn't an ordinary path, there was no need to walk past a man and a woman. Courting death. The purple-haired youth coldly snorted. The dark-spotted giant leopard beside him turned into a blur and instantly pounced on one of the middle-stage Viscera refining realm men who was closest to him. Roar! The dark-spotted leopard and the middle-stage organs refining realm disciple clashed at lightning speed. Before the disciple could even see the details, the latter screamed in pain as his chest was torn apart and he became food for the leopard. Qingyu and Duan Xiaolong's faces stiffened. The purple-haired youth could easily kill a middle-stage Viscera refinement cultivator by relying on a spiritual pet mount. Ah! The other late-stage Viscera refinement realm old man exclaimed and quickly distanced himself from the purple-haired youth. This way, he was closer to the girl with the red sand grains. No! Come back! Qingyu stopped him. This was because he recognized that the corpse next to the girl with the red sand grains was an enforcer of the sect. He had an impression of this person. He was at the peak stage of the Viscera refinement realm. To be able to kill a peak stage Viscera refinement realm expert, the strength of the girl with the red sand grains was evident. However, his warning was too late. Swoosh! The girl with the red sand grains disappeared from where she stood like a ghost. After a few breaths, a faint black line flashed in the night sky. Chi! The body of the late-stage organs refining realm elder stiffened. An arrow of blood shot out from his throat and he fell to the ground, dead. Killing a late-stage Viscera refinement realm expert. The strength of the girl with the red sand grains made the two of them gasp in shock. After finishing the kill, The girl with the red sand grains figure flashed a few times and returned to the end of the road that she was guarding. At this moment. Boom boom. Boom boom boom, at the peak of the mountain, the battle between the two Chi transformation realm experts caused the clouds to split and the sand to fly. Ha ha ha. Old woman, you're really just holding on. How many more moves can you take? The dark-skinned giant's laughter was like thunder. Far away, Qianyu and the others at the foot of the mountain felt their blood boil. Wah! The silver-haired old woman let out a breath. Her face was pale. Under the attack of the two Chi transformation realm experts, she couldn't take it anymore. Chen. We have to choose a path. Grandma Jiang can't take it anymore. Duan Xiaolong said in a deep voice. It was hard to choose between the two paths. The girl with the red sand grains and the purple-haired youth were both extremely powerful. The former could instantly kill a late-stage organs refining realm expert, while the latter's pet could easily kill a middle-stage organs refining realm expert. I'll choose the purple-haired one. Qianyu thought for a while and made a choice. This was his intuition. Okay. Duan Xiaolong nodded. Xianxia didn't have any objections. Whoosh whoosh, the three of them reached the end of the road. In the grass, the purple-haired youth slowly stood up. The corner of his mouth curled up into a pitiful smile. Choose me? Do you think I'm weaker than that bitch Jiangping? When the three of them were within 10 feet of the purple-haired youth. Roar! The dark-spotted leopard under the purple-haired youth's feet turned into a shadow and quickly approached the three of them. Whoosh, the dark-spotted leopard seemed to have merged with the night. Its speed was so fast that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Be careful. This leopard is very similar to the shadow leopard, an ancient beast. Duan Xiaolong said in a low voice. In terms of speed, the dark-spotted leopard was much faster than an ordinary viscera refinement cultivator. With the help of the night, it was blurry. Whoosh, a blurry shadow with a gust of wind instantly appeared in front of Qianyu. Slash. Qianyu swung the profound heavy sword in his hand almost instinctively, and a dark silver sword aura swept out. With a clang, the dark-spotted leopard was sent flying more than 10 feet away. Oh, the dark-spotted leopard whimpered and stared at Qianyu with fear. It was obvious that the strength of the sword had hurt its claws. Not bad. You can actually block the attack of my shadow leopard. The purple-haired youth had a strange look on his face. His shadow leopard was not an ordinary fierce beast. It had a trace of the bloodline of the ancient beast, the shadow leopard. In terms of speed, the shadow leopard rarely met a match in the viscera refinement cultivator. It had even killed a late-stage viscera refinement cultivator. Chen, you deal with this leopard first. Duan Xiaolong held an ancient saber and faced the purple-haired youth with Xianxia. Thunder saber, Duan Xiaolong slashed out a huge saber aura with a crackling sound, and it crisscrossed among the many saber shadows, like a flash of lightning in a storm. At the same moment, Xianxia's figure flashed, and a slender silver sword released a few strands of dazzling silver light, which were like gossamer threads, entangling the purple-haired youth's lower body. You're courting death. The purple-haired youth sneered. One of his hands formed a claw, and a layer of terrifying purple-black stripes appeared on it. With a whoosh, it cut through the night sky. The next moment, a flickering purple-black gas, like a small whirlwind, instantly engulfed Duan Xiaolong and Xianxia. The tyrannical power was close to the Qi transformation realm, and the whole area was oppressed. Not good. The gossamer sword aura from Xianxia's precious silver sword was comparable to the attack of a middle-stage viscera refinement cultivator, but it was extinguished like an oil lamp. Bang! With a soft groan, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Xianxia's mouth, and her body flew back a few meters, smashing into the slope. There were a few bloodstains on her shoulder and abdomen. Bang! Duan Xiaolong's thunder saber slashed into the purple-black gas, and a tyrannical internal energy shook his blood, and he almost vomited blood. This was Xianxia's attack, which weakened the opponent's attack by 30 to 40%. However, his blade, after dimming by more than half, unexpectedly broke through the purplish-black fog with a crackle of electricity. Huh! The purple-haired youth's light purple aura rushed out, and with a chi sound, it was cut open by a small wisp of electric saber wind. This scene made him quickly take a few steps back. Thunder concept. You've actually touched the surface of the Thunder Dao. The purple-haired youth's face slightly darkened. Duan Xiaolong's saber just now almost hurt him. This was not only because of the power of the saber, but also because it restrained evil cultivation techniques. Duan Xiaolong forcefully suppressed a mouthful of blood, and his face became even more serious. Just one strike. The purple-haired youth had already heavily injured Xianxia, and Duan Xiaolong had also suffered some internal injuries. And his thunder saber, because of the restraint of the cultivation technique, could only cut open the opponent's internal energy defense. This person is most likely an esoteric disciple of the Bone Demon Palace. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and said bitterly. Bone Demon Palace, esoteric disciple. Duan Xiaolong's body and mind shook. In the Chu country, the Bone Demon Palace was a powerful evil sect that surpassed the three sections. Its esoteric disciples were equivalent to the true disciples of the three sects, but they were often more powerful. Clang, on the other side, Qin Yu's profound heavy sword once again forced back the shadow-hunting leopard that attacked from the shadows. This shadow-hunting leopard was too fast. If not for the fact that Qin Yu's cloud steps had reached its peak, he would most likely be completely suppressed. Moreover, the shadow-hunting leopard seemed to have some kind of mysterious bonus with the help of the night. Its speed merged with the night, and its movements were blurry. No. That purple-haired kid is too strong. Xianxia is injured, and Duan Xiaolong can't last more than a few moves. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He had to kill this leopard as soon as possible. Even if he delayed it a little longer, Xianxia and Duan Xiaolong would both die. Only by joining hands with Duan Xiaolong would he have a certain hope of defeating this esoteric disciple of the Bone Demon Palace. Roar. Whoosh whoosh, the shadow-hunting leopard rapidly shuttled through the night. Its trajectory could not be seen clearly, but it did not attack rashly. Previously, the leopard had attacked several times, but it was hurt by Qin Yu's profound heavy sword. Fear grew in its heart, and it mainly engaged in guerrilla warfare. Got it. Suddenly, an idea popped into Qin Yu's head. Suddenly, he put away the profound heavy sword, and purposely revealed a flaw. Whoosh, the leopard's intelligence was not high. Seeing that it did not have that big weapon, its fear was greatly reduced. Without thinking much, it pounced at the flaw in Qin Yu's abdomen. Bite me, come and bite me. Qin Yu had a despicable smile on his face. He actually stretched out an arm, beckoning to the leopard, putting on an extremely eye-catching posture. Since it was like this, there was no reason for the leopard not to bite. This posture was too smooth. The shadow-hunting leopard bit Qin Yu's arm with a whoosh. This strange scene caused the purple-haired youth and Duan Xiaolong to be dumbfounded. This kid, could it be that he had gone mad, however? When the purple-haired youth saw Qin Yu's other hand pull out a dark gray poisonous sword, his expression suddenly changed. Stop. The purple-haired youth shouted in anger, but it was too late. Dang. The shadow-hunting leopard's bite seemed to have bitten a copper pillar, and its teeth almost broke. On Qin Yu's arm, a dark green armguard condensed with a layer of crocodile-like dark green scales, adding another layer of defense to the copper arm. Good bite. Qin Yu laughed, and the dark gray poisonous sword in his other hand stabbed the shadow-hunting leopard's abdomen 7 or 8 times. Puff. Puff. The leopard's abdomen was slashed open with wounds that went deep into the organs. What flowed out was thick dark red poisonous blood. It was a ghastly sight. Stop. The purple-haired youth bellowed in shock and anger as he watched Qin Yu stab the shadow-hunter leopard with a smug look on his face. Qin Yu's dark gray dagger came from the famous poisonous sword of the ghost shadow, Dark Snake Sword. The sword's characteristic was that it was silent in the night. In addition to its sharpness, it also contained a terrifying poison. This sword was basically fatal to anyone below the Qi transformation realm, hell. Plop, the shadow-hunting leopard fell to the ground after a howl. Its corpse rotted and black poisonous blood flowed all over the ground. It's indeed a high-quality low-grade treasure weapon. It's even sharper than the previous Winchant sword, and its power is more than a level higher. Qin Yu was surprised. After all, the vitality of ordinary fierce beasts far surpassed that of humans. No wonder the snake and ghost shadow combination was said to be able to kill anyone below the chi transformation realm. Kid, you killed the shadow-hunting leopard that I've been cultivating for many years. The purple-haired youth's eyes were about to spit fire. He waved his claw, and a few purple and green light marks appeared. Dang, Duan Xiaolong and Qiu Xian were pushed back by the power of the claw. Be careful. Duan Xiaolong shouted. The purple-haired youth was even more powerful than the normal successor disciples of the Yunhui Gate. Haha, purple hair, come and bite me. Jinyu was not afraid. He put away the dark snake sword and took out the profound heavy sword. Die. The purple-haired youth was about to explode. His face was full of resentment and killing intent. He waved his claw, and a whirlwind formed, engulfed Jinyu. Sword aura wall. Jinyu had long since been prepared for this. Immediately, he brandished the profound heavy sword in his hand and created an overlapping iron wave wall. He looked over. There seemed to be a spinning iron wall in front of him. The surrounding wind condensed, and the sand, stones, grass, and trees were crushed. This was the wall of sword aura that could only be performed by the peak of the Taigang sword. Boom, as soon as the purple-haired youth's purple-black whirlwind neared the iron wave astral wall, it let out a muffled howl and quickly split apart. So powerful, Jinyu took 1 or 2 steps back. His sword essence layer condensed further before he managed to block his opponent's attack. A mere meridian opening stage, how is this possible? The purple-haired teenager was in a daze. Even a late-stage Viscera Refinement Realm cultivator would find it hard to escape unscathed. Naturally, he did not know. Just by relying on the bronze statue skill, Jinyu could at least fight against a mid-stage Viscera Refinement Realm expert. With his advantage in strength, he was able to unleash the might of the profound heavy sword, a heavy weapon of the same rank, far beyond its level. Moreover, the Taigang sword specialized in defense, and its mastery was at its peak. Thunder Blade. Seizing this opportunity, Duan Xiaolong launched a pincer attack from the side. He slashed out with his Thunder Shock Saber. Lightning flickered, and its might increased. I'll slash too. Jinyu brandished the heavy sword in his hand and created a silver crescent-shaped energy sword that sealed off the purple-haired youth's path. The purple-haired youth was finally moved. Cloud-splitting break, he waved his claws, and the air around him whistled. A deep whirlpool that looked like a dark purple cloud suddenly expanded. Boom! A surging and domineering light purple energy wave instantly swept toward Jinyu and the purple-haired youth with a sharp whistle. Sword Essence Wall. Jinyu brandished the heavy sword in his hand again and created an iron wave energy wall. He purposely blocked most of the impact. Bang bang bang, immediately, Jinyu withstood a great deal of pressure. The violent light purple energy wave still had some aftershocks that hit his skin. Fortunately, his bronze statue skill was more than enough to block some of the aftershocks. Thunder Blade. Duan Xiaolong slashed out with a huge thunder blade glare. Faint green lightning splashed on the blade glare, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. Since Jinyu used the sword essence wall to block most of the attack, Duan Xiaolong's blade followed the momentum and slashed in front of the purple-haired youth. Puchi! The purple-haired youth quickly retreated. There was still a saber mark on his shoulder. If he did not have a treasure weapon's soft armor, it would not have been a light injury. You two clowns, dare to hurt me, Shangguanqi. The purple-haired youth was gloomy. It was as if there was a volcano erupting in his chest. He had used all his strength in that move just now. 2 or 3 Viscera Refinement cultivators would have been sent flying. Unexpectedly, Jinyu blocked most of the attack, allowing Duan Xiaolong's thunder blade to smoothly cut in. 1 attack and 1 defense, perfect coordination. Duan Xiaolong's attack was not only strong, but more importantly, the thunder blade countered his evil cultivation method. That was why Jinyu took the initiative to block most of the attack and create an opportunity for Duan Xiaolong. Thunder Blade, Iron Wave Energy Wall. Jinyu and Duan Xiaolong merged their swords and sabers and took the initiative to attack the purple-haired youth. The key is to avoid the heavy sword user. As long as I avoid him, it will be much easier to kill the saber user. The purple-haired youth's figure suddenly floated. He calmed down and did not use brute force. The opponent's heavy sword user's defense was too strong. No matter how strong his ultimate skill was, it could still be blocked. Dark Wind Body Technique, the purple-haired youth's figure suddenly blurred. He could only see a few afterimages of Dark Wind. So fast. Duan Xiaolong stood still. He suddenly felt a trace of danger, as if he was being targeted by a venomous snake. Duan Xiaolong did not have to think, the purple-haired youth must want to avoid Qinyu and directly attack him. Firstly, Duan Xiaolong was relatively easy to kill. Secondly, Duan Xiaolong's Thunder Blade had strong attack, which countered the purple-haired youth's evil cultivation method. Haha, purple hair, the sausage is coming, an afterimage suddenly flashed in the night. Swoosh, the afterimage swept past, holding a heavy sword, and intercepted the purple-haired youth from the side. This kid's speed, the purple-haired youth was shocked. His body technique speed was comparable to the shadow cheetah, but he was actually intercepted by Qinyu. It turned out Qinyu was accumulating power in his heart, and instantly increased his speed. Sword energy wall, without saying anything, Qinyu swung the iron wave shield and pressed forward. The sword energy layer was both offensive and defensive. Thunder Blade, Duan Xiaolong was overjoyed. He took the opportunity to slash at the purple-haired youth again. In the end, the previous scene happened many times. The purple-haired youth's overbearing attacks were always taken by Qinyu. Swoosh, swoosh, Duan Xiaolong's Thunder Blade countered the evil cultivation method, leaving small scratches on the purple-haired youth's body. The purple-haired youth had a treasure armor. Although each attack was only a small wound, it caused a lot of blood to flow. At a certain moment, swoosh, a scorch mark was only an inch away from the neck. Hiss, the purple-haired youth felt a chill run through his body. The pain from the wound woke him up. He finally realized that the two were not ordinary people. 100 feet away, the red-haired girl said with a playful expression, "Shangguanqi, do you need my help?" The two esoteric disciples were in charge of guarding the rear, and they were responsible for killing the fish that slipped through the net. According to the agreement, the two of them guarded an area each. No need. This guy who comprehended the thunder intent is very annoying. What are you waiting for? The purple-haired youth glared at the person behind Duan Xiaolong. His tone seemed to be talking to someone. In the next instant, there was a sudden change. Whoosh, a cold glint struck Duan Xiaolong's back with a sharp gust of wind. Watch out. Qinyu saw a slender figure behind Duan Xiaolong. Swoosh, a slender silver sword slashed out a silvery sword light that looked like a gossamer and cut Xiaolong in the middle. Ah! Duan Xiaolong staggered and tried his best to dodge the sword that was aimed at his back. However, the sword landed on his left arm. Swoosh! Duan Xiaolong's entire left arm fell from his body, and blood gushed out. Xianxia. Qinyu stared at the beautiful figure behind Duan Xiaolong in disbelief. Junior sister Qiu, it's really you. Duan Xiaolong looked at Xianxia with a bitter expression. Blood was dripping from the sword in her hand. The person who attacked was Xianxia. You're the mole. Qinyu suddenly understood something. Why would Xianxia choose the task of guarding the spiritual garden? Why didn't Xianxia show up when they were checking the herbs tonight? That's right, it's me. Xianxia's face was cold, and her voice was cold. I've long noticed that there's something unusual about you in the Yunhui Gate. However, I can't believe that you're the mole and would attack a senior brother of the same sect. Duan Xiaolong half knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice. I thought I did it flawlessly, but you saw something unusual. Xianxia was surprised. No matter how well you did, you can't hide it from the eyes that have been silently watching you. Xia, I still believe that you must have your reasons. Otherwise, with your character, you wouldn't do something like betrayal. Duan Xiaolong stared straight at that perfect and elegant face. Until this moment, Qinyu's face was filled with anger and killing intent, but there was no hatred in Duan Xiaolong's eyes, only a trace of bitterness. Duan Xiaolong's confession made Xianxia's jade-like face struggle for a moment. Then, she sneered and said, You think you know me? Betrayal? I've never belonged to the Yunhui Gate. Never belonged to the Yunhui Gate. Qinyu and Duan Xiaolong's bodies and minds shook. The Bone Demon Palace had been silent for the past few decades. How many chess pieces had they set up? Enough nonsense. Let me kill you with my own hands. The purple-haired youth's claws were surrounded by a fierce purple-black inner aura. He flew towards Qinyu and Duan Xiaolong. Duan Xiaolong's arm was cut off, and the duo's combination was broken. Senior brother Duan, let's go. Qinyu gathered strength in his organs, grabbed Duan Xiaolong, and ran towards the river area at an astonishing speed. Actually, Qinyu had long considered that with his explosive speed, he might have a chance to break out of the encirclement alone. However, due to some reasons, he did not take the risk. But now, he did not need to care about the traitor, Xianxia. Capturing Duan Xiaolong would not affect him too much. Haha. You want to run with a person? The purple-haired youth sneered. Swoosh, his figure dragged a few afterimages, and he chased after him with a speed that was slightly faster. After running for dozens of feet, the purple-haired youth was already close. Chen, put me down, and you still have a chance to escape. Duan Xiaolong smiled bitterly. Okay. Qinyu threw Duan Xiaolong away with great force. Such a decisive action of abandoning a teammate stunned the purple-haired youth and Xianxia behind him. But at the next moment, they realized that the force of Qinyu's throw was astonishing. With a splash, Duan Xiaolong was thrown into the river in the distance. Die, kid, the purple-haired youth's eyes were filled with resentment and humiliation as he charged towards Qinyu. He felt like he was being played again. However, the youth's back was facing him. In the night, a layer of greenish-black murderous aura appeared on his skin. Dong. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, the heart in Qinyu's body accelerated to the limit, instantly breaking through a critical point. In the next moment, it was like a flood. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, the mysterious heart's rapid beating reached a limit. Qinyu felt a surge of energy in his body. At that moment, he felt a familiar and powerful state. Qinyu felt every inch of his internal organs, every inch of his flesh, and even his limbs and bones were being stimulated by a surging heat. Kid, go to hell. The purple-haired youth sneered and pounced over. In his vision, the youth's back was facing him, and he actually froze for a moment. Such an opening was simply courting death. The purple-haired youth swiped his claw across a purple-black air current, and a ball of condensed wind surrounded it. Its power was close to the postnatal chi transformation realm. Die, a massive purplish-black aura, accompanied by a wave of energy that covered a radius of 3 meters, engulfed Qinyu from a distance. In an instant, dust rose in that area, leaving behind a hole with a diameter of 10 feet. Not even flesh and bones could be seen. No. The purple-haired youth's expression became serious. He knew Qinyu's defense very well. Even if he attacked with all his strength, he could at most injure him, but he couldn't kill him. In the next instant, whoosh, a gust of wind flashed from the side, and he only caught a trace of an afterimage. So fast, the purple-haired youth's expression changed. His opponent's speed was so fast that he almost couldn't react. Under the explosive technique state, Qinyu's body was full of energy, and his speed instantly doubled. This feeling, Qinyu used a bit of energy and his body floated out, as light as a swallow. The purple-haired youth's attack didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. In the blink of an eye, Qinyu moved to the purple-haired youth's side and circulated the energy in his body into his fist. Boom, Qinyu punched out, and a gigantic python-shaped fist made of baleful energy condensed on it. A patch of ferocious bluish-black spots condensed on it, and a violent energy whirlwind engulfed everything within a radius of 1 to 2 meters. Not good. The purple-haired youth's mind and blood were all suppressed. The power of the opponent's punch was close to the postnatal chi transformation realm. There was no time to dodge. Under the eruption technique, Qinyu's speed and strength could be multiplied. The purple-haired youth gritted his teeth and hurriedly circulated his inner breath. He drew out a purple-black cyclone and assumed a defensive posture. Whoosh boom, the fiendish energy fist shadow in the shape of a python faintly let out a soul-shaking roar. The moment it hit the purple-black cyclone, the domineering fiendish energy and great power shook the purple-haired youth so much that he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was a hasty defense, so he only had 70 to 80% of his strength. On the other hand, the other party had unleashed an explosive attack at full speed. It was completely unstoppable. Meanwhile, the girl with the red sand grains who was 1,500 feet away felt the shocking aura. The fist energy has condensed into a fiendish aura. The fiendish shadow has already formed an outline. The red sand girl was moved. Qinyu's fist energy condensed into the shape of a python. This might have something to do with him absorbing the blood pool blood python's baleful blood and soul essence. Bang! The purple-haired youth was knocked back several feet by the punch and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could stabilize himself, Qinyu flashed towards him again at a terrifying speed. No! The purple-haired youth retreated in the air. Oh! Boom! The fiendish energy fist shadow in the shape of a python appeared again. It flashed past the purple-haired youth's body with a chilly wind. Crack! The treasure artifact soft armor on the purple-haired youth's body exploded. Not only this attack, but Duan Xiaolong's thunder saber also left many cracks on it. Save me! The purple-haired youth used the force of the attack to fly back 7 to 8 feet. This time, he used the treasure artifact soft armor to block most of the attack, so he was slightly injured. He used the force to run towards the red sand girl. Shangguanqi! The red sand girl shouted and rushed over with a speed that was close to that of Qinyu's explosive technique. Even though the red sand girl and the purple-haired youth did not have a good relationship, she could not watch as her fellow disciple was killed by the enemy. Explosive technique can't be used for long. Qinyu's expression changed. His intuition told him that the red sand girl was more threatening than the purple-haired youth. Whoosh! He moved the power in his body to his legs. His body flashed, and a dark gray poisonous sword appeared in his hand. The poisoned sword slashed silently in the night. Pucci, the purple-haired youth tried his best to dodge, but his arm was cut open. A fatal numbing feeling struck him. Ha ha ha, Qinyu laughed. He did not chase after the sword. He turned around and jumped across the river. Using the explosive technique speed, he ran 200 feet in one breath. In the night, when the red sand girl arrived, the purple-haired youth was unconscious on the ground. His body was black and blue. Meanwhile, Qinyu's figure had already merged into the night, becoming a blur. Shangguanqi. The red sand girl took out an antidote pill and fed it to the purple-haired youth, but the effect was not good. Normal antidote pills are useless. The poison of the dark snake sword is fatal to anyone below the Qi transformation realm. He might survive if I cut off one of his arms. Xianxia had appeared. Ah! The purple-haired youth woke up in pain. Hearing this, the purple-haired youth gritted his teeth and his inner breath surged to the poisoned arm. Crack! The black arm broke off and fell to the ground, turning into a ball of pus and poisonous blood. So. The purple-haired youth's face relaxed a little. Lu Xian'er, if you had attacked earlier, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Shangguanqi said with resentment. Humph. You were too arrogant. Those two aren't even true disciples. Xian'er didn't look happy. But at this moment, she was called Lu Xian'er. After a while. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two sonic booms rang out, bringing with them a berserk sandstorm as they approached. A formless might spread out. Only to see. The dark-skinned giant and the black-dressed beauty landed there with resentment on their faces. That old hag almost ran away on a bird. The dark-skinned giant said unwillingly. Suddenly, the two of them saw the purple-haired youth lying on the ground, poisoned. Until then, the purple-haired youth's life was still in danger. Whoosh! Their expressions changed. They sat in front of the purple-haired youth and two streams of true qi entered his body. After a long while. Wah! Wah! The purple-haired youth spat out a few mouthfuls of poisonous blood before a trace of color appeared on his face. Martial nephew Shangguan, who injured you? The black-dressed beauty was shocked. Although Shangguanqi was only at the mid-stage of the organ's refinement realm and wasn't considered the best among the esoteric disciples, his status in the Bone Demon Palace was not ordinary. The purple-haired youth's expression was ugly. He stuttered but couldn't say anything. He couldn't say that he was forced to this extent by a meridian-illuminating disciple, that his spiritual pet was poisoned to death and that he was forced to cut off his own arm. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qinyu's dermic eruption lasted for more than 10 breaths. In this state, his speed and strength almost doubled. The power of his inner breath also increased. After running at full speed for a mile or two. Dong dong dong. Dong dong, Qianyu's heartbeat finally calmed down. Then, he felt a sense of weakness. This time, the dermic eruption lasted longer. The feeling of weakness caused his body to sway and his face to turn pale. Qianyu quickly took out an energy recovery pill and swallowed it. As the medicinal power entered his stomach, it was like a dry riverbed welcoming rain. His heart beat strongly. A powerful suction surged and absorbed the medicinal power in an instant. In less than 10 breaths, Qianyu's face was ready. His breathing was steady and his condition was close to full. Recovery was Qianyu's forte. The speed of the pill's absorption was also beyond common sense. Senior brother Duan. Downstream, Qianyu found a floating man. It was the unconscious Duan Xiaolong. Splash, Qianyu walked on the waves and fished Duan Xiaolong's body ashore. In reality, when Qianyu threw Duan Xiaolong into the river, he already had a plan in mind. At least this way, his chances of survival would be higher. An hour later, in a dense forest, Qianyu helped Duan Xiaolong bandage his wounds and consumed a healing pill. Duan Xiaolong opened his eyes. He felt like he had walked through the gates of hell. Originally, he thought he would die in the hands of the person he loved. He did not expect to be alive. He sized up Qianyu and found that the latter was covered in blood and his clothes were tattered. However, there were no obvious wounds. He could not help but sigh. Qianyu's physique was insane and his survivability was much stronger. In the dangerous world of the sect, sometimes, survival was better than talent and attack. Then, what about that purple-haired guy? Duan Xiaolong looked around instinctively. Don't worry. He was tricked by my back spear and was hit by a poisonous sword. Even if he doesn't die, he'll lose a layer of skin. Qianyu sneered. As for the details of how he defeated the purple-haired youth, Qianyu could only explain it as a trap. Duan Xiaolong did not ask further. He was already very lucky to be able to survive this battle. Duan Xiaolong estimated that in the organ's refinement and meridian opening realms, no one else would survive except for the two of them. 2 days later, the two of them returned to the sect to confirm this. In the Yunhua sect, the atmosphere was heavy and the security was even tighter. Qianyu and Duan Xiaolong's return from the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden had alarmed the upper echelons of the sect. It was reported. The Bone Demon Palace's night attack was well planned. Even Granny Jiang, who was in the Qi transformation realm, almost lost her life. Yuntian Hall. The two of them immediately reported the news of Qiu Xian being a mole to the upper echelons of the sect. However, Sect Master Yunhua, Elder Mao, Elder Nangong, and the others had gloomy expressions. They did not react much. A few days ago, Elder Qiu betrayed us and severely injured your Aunt Master Xia. He also stole a batch of meteoric iron from the sect. Qiu Yu and a few others also burned down an important pavilion in the sect. Elder Mao said slowly. An elder betrayed them. Qianyu and Duan Xiaolong could not help but gasp. In the Yunhua sect, the elders were all Qi transformation realm Khanate cultivators. After this battle, the Yunhua sect had suffered a heavy blow. All the herbs in the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden had been plundered or burned down. Elder Qiu and Qiu Yu had also brought losses. On the other hand, disciple nephew Chen, you're a Meridian Illumination realm cultivator, yet you managed to escape. Several of the upper echelons were in disbelief. Elder Mao was also surprised. Because my bronze statue technique has recently advanced to the copper bone level, and with the poisonous sword I obtained from the snake shadow, I struggled a few times before I barely survived. When the Bone Demon Palace invaded, I didn't fight to the death. Please forgive me, Sect Master. Qianyu said with shame. Fight to the death, he would be a fool if he really did that. Sect Master Yunhua and the others looked at each other with a strange expression. You said, your bronze statue technique has broken through to the copper bone level? Elder Mao suddenly asked, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Elder Nangong's face was also filled with surprise. Indeed. If Qianyu had advanced to the copper bone level, his physical defense and survivability would be stronger than the average organs refinement cultivator. With a bit of luck, it was completely understandable that he survived. That's right. Chenyu nodded and confirmed. I got a 120-year-old Earth Spirit ginseng at the Hidden Lake auction and 3 Fierce Snake King's gallbladders. I trained hard in the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden for more than a month and broke through the bronze statue technique in one fell swoop. If I was 2 or 3 days late, I wouldn't have come back alive. After saying that, he showed a look of lingering fear. Originally, he was a late-stage Soothing Pulse disciple, but he could come back alive. Several higher-ups even suspected that he was a mole. Fortunately, the elders knew how powerful the bronze statue technique was. Moreover, Duan Xiaolong's words were also quite considerate of Chenyu. In fact, Chenyu only changed a little in one detail. He delayed the time of breaking through to the bronze bone by a month. TSK, it seems that you are extremely talented in the Tao of body cultivation. Elder Mao was overjoyed and looked proud of Chenyu, this nominal disciple. Elder Nangong was also full of praise for Chenyu's quick-wittedness. The two elders' protection at the same time surprised some of the higher-ups of the sect. They didn't say anything. After all of Chenyu's actions, such as the acquisition of the Earth Spirit Ginseng and the Fierce Snake King's gallbladders, were not secrets. This kid actually, among the higher-ups, a burly middle-aged man's heart was in turmoil. This person was Hall Master Lin. Because he was personally in charge of the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden mission, he was invited to verify it. Seeing that Chenyu came back alive, Hall Master Lin was quite frightened. The Snake Tua Ghost Shadow and the night attack of the Bone Demon Palace didn't kill this kid. Hall Master Lin cursed in his heart. This kid really had the life of a mantis. And at this moment, when he saw Elder Mao and Elder Nangong protecting and praising Chenyu at the same time, cold sweat seeped out of his back. It seems that this Chenyu is not as simple as a nominal disciple of Elder Mao. Hall Master Lin was worried. After leaving the Yuntian Hall, Chenyu was summoned to the elder's residence by Mao Qiuyu's master. Under Elder Mao's indication, Chenyu demonstrated the strength of the bronze bones of the bronze statue skill. Compared to other cultivation sects, body cultivators were much more difficult to determine. This was especially so when one did not display their strength. Not bad, not bad. It is indeed at the copper bone level. Elder Mao nodded with a smile. Master, I remember you said that after the bronze statue skill reaches the copper bone level, I need to do one thing. Chenyu suddenly asked. He vaguely remembered that when Elder Mao took him in as a disciple, this was the most important point. Otherwise, with Chenyu's half-spiritual body and his talent in body cultivation, he wouldn't attract the interest of the sect's elders. That's right. After a few days of preparation, I will bring you out. Elder Mao did not explain the reason. Chenyu didn't ask any further. Suddenly, he recalled the previous mission, the unusual transfer, and the assassination of the Snake Tua Ghost Shadow. He hurriedly explained the matter to Elder Mao. It seems that you have incurred the hatred of someone in the sect. Elder Mao's face turned cold when he heard that. His expression changed and he pondered for a while, as if he had thought of something. Chenyu stood at the side and didn't say anything. Elder Mao was a senior elder in the Yunhui Gate. He was shrewd and knew the structure of the sect better. He only needed to investigate a little to determine the truth. Perhaps Elder Mao already had an answer. How about this, after your mission, the sect will give you half a month to rest. For the next mission, you can apply for a mission you like in advance. Elder Mao smiled again. Apply for a mission I like? Chenyu was pleasantly surprised. At this stage, with the invasion of the Bone Demon Palace, the three sects were in danger. Especially now that the Yunhui Gate had suffered a heavy blow. Now, the danger and compulsion of the mission were getting higher. It was not easy for an ordinary disciple to choose a mission he liked. However, with Elder Mao's promise, Chenyu was relieved. Inner Sect Encampment. After resting for a day, Chenyu headed to Zhongwu Hall. Oh, it's Chen. As soon as he arrived at Zhongwu Hall, a black-robed warden welcomed Chenyu politely into an elegant room. Chenyu felt that something was amiss. Normally, these attendants were cold and aloof, acting high and mighty. Hall Master Lin said that we will try our best to satisfy any request you have. the black-robed warden smiled. Soon, two pretty female attendants served tea and snacks to Chenyu. They even went forward to massage his back and shoulders. Chenyu couldn't take it anymore and waved them away. Yes, I'm here to apply for a mission. Chenyu was full of confidence when he thought of Elder Mao's promise. As soon as he said that, a hearty laugh was heard. Oh, it's disciple nephew Chen. It's easy for you to apply for a mission. Elder Mao has told me about it. This voice was a little familiar. Hall Master Lin? Chenyu quickly got up and saw a tall and burly middle-aged man in leather armor. Wasn't this Hall Master Lin, the Hall Master of Zhongwu Hall? He was one of the higher-ups of the sect. Seeing Hall Master Lin enter, the other warden bowed and left. Disciple nephew, you don't have to be so reserved. Just treat this as your home. Hall Master Lin smiled and walked over. This was very different from his usual majestic and tall demeanor. Chenyu even felt that Hall Master Lin's smile seemed to be trying to rope him in. When did it happen? Did the high and mighty Hall Master of the sect need to be so polite to a disciple like him? This booklet has the recent month's mission arrangements. You can choose whichever one you like. Hall Master Lin sat at the side. Chenyu opened the booklet. There were too many complicated missions of various sizes. Yunyue sect had a total of 2,000 to 3,000 disciples and members. This was only the official members. There were also some older members in the body forging realm and meridian illuminating realm. I want to go home. Are there any missions near Xianxia City? Chenyu didn't stand on ceremony. By now, how could he not see that Elder Mao's power was at work? Xianxia City? Hall Master Lin thought for a moment and replied, a small county city is too small. There are more than 100 such counties in the Chu country. I do have a mundane request for help in the 6 counties of Baiyun. Request for help in the 5 counties of Baiyun. While Chenyu was puzzled, Hall Master Lin took out a map. He looked at it carefully. Xiangyang City and Fengyang City, where Tong Yuling was, were all part of the 6 counties of Baiyun. There were also the names of some forces on it. Chenyu vaguely saw the words Chu family and Yan family fort. As for the Chen family and Tong family, the words were even smaller. The 2 biggest forces in the 6 counties of Baiyun are the Chu family and Yan family fort. Recently, a small number of Bone Demon Palace disciples have infiltrated these 2 places, but it's not serious. We've already sent enforcers. Hall Master Lin summarized the situation. What's the situation with the request for help? Chenyu asked directly. The request for help actually comes from the Yan family fort. This fort is a loyal force that relies on the Yunyue Gate. It's said that the lord of the Yan family fort has recently died. Powerful clans have risen nearby, bandits have run amok, and uncles are fighting for power within the fort. It can be said that there are external and internal troubles. The daughter of the lord of the Yan family has applied to the sect to send people to stabilize the situation. After Hall Master Lin finished speaking, he revealed an expression that said, you know what? I mean. Oh, Chenyu understood. This sort of mundane grudge mission was firstly safer, and secondly, profitable. Why was it profitable? For this request for help, the envoy sent by the sect to uphold justice was like a judge. The sect's envoy meant what he said. When will this mission take place? Chenyu asked. Set off in half a month. The duration will be 1 month. Because we still need to stabilize the order in the region, we can delay it to 2 months. All right. I want this mission. Chenyu nodded. This mission was like a leisurely life in the secular world. It could be said to be a tyrant. Now. The pressure at the front line of the Yunyue Gate was great. Whether it was the frontline battles, reinforcements, or guarding the rear, there were considerable risks. Every disciple would be assigned a mission. Since he could not avoid it, he might as well choose one himself. Chenyu enjoyed his privileges and chose a comfortable mission close to his family. Why not? Everything was for the sake of surviving the disaster of the Bone Demon Palace's invasion. I need time to grow, Chenyu murmured. After choosing the mission, Chenyu prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Marshal nephew. Hall Master Lin suddenly stopped Chenyu and handed him a long wooden box. Huh, Chenyu looked puzzled. He took the wooden box and looked inside. There were 3 fierce snake poisons and 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng. This, Chen Yu was a little surprised. He was a sect hall master. Why did he need to please him? This. Previously, a junior of mine was bewitched by Wang Lingyun and almost attacked you. This is a token of my sincerity to help you calm down. Hall Master Lin lowered his voice. Chen Yu suddenly understood something. His expression darkened. What happened before was a misunderstanding. Don't take it to heart, martial nephew. That junior of mine promises not to attack you again. Hall Master Lin smiled apologetically. After that, Hall Master Lin gritted his teeth and took out a porcelain bottle. There are 2 superior-grade body accumulation pills in this bottle. They can help Martial Nephew Chen advance to the Viscera refinement realm faster. Superior-grade body accumulation pills? Chen Yu's expression softened. Back then, he had used the middle-grade body accumulation pills to speed up his advancement to the meridian opening middle stage. As for the superior-grade body accumulation pills, it was even rarer. Taking it in the Viscera refinement realm could speed up one's cultivation. I just want to ask one question. Where did Wang Lingyun go? Chen Yu took the porcelain bottle and asked again. Wang Lingyun, this. He probably won't appear again. Hall Master Lin said vaguely. Alright, I won't pursue what happened in the past for now. Chen Yu took the gifts from Hall Master Lin and strode out of the Zhongwu Hall. Since the other party was willing to take the initiative to ask for peace and even offered the 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng and body accumulation pills, Chen Yu might as well stop while he was ahead. After all, he was just a disciple with a weak foundation. Hall Master Lin and the royal family were rooted in the sect and Chu country. They must have a strong foundation. Not long after Chen Yu left, a man dressed in luxurious clothes appeared in the room. It was the 7th Prince's, Huang Fulin. Uncle Lin, with my royal family and your influence, do you really need to compromise with Chen Yu? Huang Fulin gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. Right now, there are 2 senior elders standing behind Chen Yu. Elder Mao's seniority is higher than the sect master. Elder Nangong's Nangong clan is one of the 3 super clans in Chu country. If it wasn't for the fact that our influence is strong enough and the Yunhui Gate is facing internal and external troubles, I'm afraid that Elder Mao wouldn't have come to have a heart-to-heart with me, but to eradicate us in one fell swoop. Hall Master Lin sighed with a trace of fear on his face. He returned to his residence. Chen Yu took out 3 Snake King gallbladders, 2 superior-grade body-nourishing pills, and 100-year earth spirit ginseng. He smiled. Among them, the rarest was the 100-year earth spirit ginseng. The 3 Snake King gallbladders saved Chen Yu a lot of effort. In addition, the confirmation of the next mission made Chen Yu heave a sigh of relief. The invasion of the Bone Demon Palace was about to engulf the entire Chu nation. There might even be an unprecedented battle of life and death. Imperceptibly, disciples of the sect like Chen Yu would face a crisis of survival. Chen Yu only had one goal at the moment, to survive this calamity and accumulate as much strength as possible before the final battle. Fortunately, the next mission was relatively easy and less dangerous. Of course, in the current environment, it was impossible to have a mission that was absolutely safe. There were spies in the sect. Even the Yunhui Mountain Gate could not guarantee absolute safety. However, the chances of encountering the esoteric disciples of the Bone Demon Palace and the Qi Transformation Realm experts were greatly reduced. Moreover, wars in the sect usually did not affect the secular world. This was an established rule. In the next few days, Chen Yu began to meditate. His cultivation of Cloud Fiend Fist and Bronze Statue skill had reached a plateau. It would be difficult for him to make a big breakthrough in a short time. He needed to accumulate and settle in this area. Hence, Chen Yu decided to focus most of his attention on martial techniques and sword techniques. Now, Chen Yu's Taigang sword had reached the peak of perfection. He had comprehended its true meaning and gradually surpassed the shackles of body techniques. He had also comprehended some of the true meaning of the other mid-tier sword technique, Windcutter Sword. The concepts of the 2 sword techniques were completely opposite. One emphasized lightness, speed, and dexterity. The other emphasized weight, momentum, and stability. The two sword techniques of opposite styles verified each other. After experiencing the previous life and death battle, Qinyu had some understanding. However, it was just some understanding. It was not easy to break through or merge the two sword techniques, however. An outline gradually formed in Qinyu's mind. Taigang sword will be temporarily paired with the heavy sword. Windcutter sword will be paired with dark serpent sword, Qinyu said in a low voice. The first step was to ensure that the sword art and the treasured weapon's full power could be unleashed. The two matching plans were both excellent and could be adapted to various situations. The second step. He tried thinking in reverse. He used a heavy sword to execute the light, fast, and nimble windcutter sword. He used the dark snake short sword to execute the heavy, powerful, and steady Taigang sword. Qinyu vaguely felt that this idea might work. In martial arts, there was a realm called wielding something heavy as though it were light. When the concept of martial arts was no longer limited to external objects such as weapons, it might reach a whole new level. 2 days later. Qinyu really did try to do that. He used the profound heavy sword to execute the windcutter sword and the dark serpent sword to execute the Taigang sword. In the end, even though the two sword arts had been brought to the pinnacle, there was still a hint of awkwardness and contradiction in the process of executing them. It was strange. Amidst the awkwardness and contradiction, Qinyu gained an indescribable feeling. What was more obvious was that the two sword arts were getting more and more refined. It seems that this method is feasible. Qinyu nodded. In the future, he would use this reverse method to improve the two sword arts. On this day, when Qinyu was comprehending the sword arts, two senior brothers, Li Dakue and Wu Yu, came to him. Tonight, all 5 of our fellow brothers and sisters are here. Wu Yu explained the purpose of his visit. It turned out that, it was rare that all 5 of Elder Mao's disciples were here today. There would be a small gathering in the sect. Such a small gathering was very rare. At that time, Elder Mao would test the disciples' martial arts and give them some pointers. Among the disciples of the same sect, there would be friendly sparring sessions to improve their relationship. Okay. Qinyu was looking forward to it. That night, in the elder's mansion. In front of a flat piece of sand, Elder Mao's 5 disciples all gathered together. Second senior brother Li Dakue and third senior brother Wu Yu. Qinyu also knew fourth junior brother Xianxia. In terms of age, Xianxia was similar to Qinyu. He was fair and clean, but he wore a black robe and looked cold. The scene of Xianxia performing the wild blood secret saber that day was still vivid in his mind. Qinyu, this is your eldest senior brother, Qin Feng. Elder Mao introduced. A young man of medium build wearing a tattered leather armor smiled at Qinyu. Greetings, eldest senior brother. This was the first time Qinyu met his eldest senior brother, Qin Feng. Qin Feng was a disciple that Elder Mao had taken in a long time ago. He was almost 30 this year and his cultivation had reached the peak of the viscera refinement realm. He was a law enforcer in the sect. Eldest disciple, Qin Feng. Second disciple, Li Dakue. Third disciple, Wu Yu. Fourth disciple, Xianxia. Fifth disciple, Qinyu. All of Elder Mao's disciples were present. Today, if you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me. Elder Mao smiled faintly. His gaze swept across the 5 disciples. Qinyu noticed that Elder Mao's gaze lingered on Xianxia the most. His eyes were filled with love and expectation. Xianxia was the only true disciple present, his aptitude was also the highest among the 5 disciples. In the next 2 hours, the 5 disciples raised their questions about cultivation. Eldest disciple Qin Feng asked about the difficulties of breaking through to the Qi transformation realm. To break through to the Qi transformation realm, other than the spirit body, the most important thing is comprehension. Qin Feng, you're practicing the Tianshan Palm. When you circulate your inner breath, you have to comprehend the vastness of heaven and earth, the heaviness of the mountains. Only then can you refine your inner breath into the corresponding Tianshan true Qi. Elder Mao explained. During this process, Qinyu and the others were listening attentively. Subsequently, Elder Mao examined the state of Qin Feng's internal energy and furrowed his brows. Your body is contaminated with the mixed energies of some precious materials and spirit pills. The purity and intent of your internal energy is also lacking by 1 or 2 points in terms of compatibility with the true meaning of martial arts. There were too many factors affecting breaking through to the Qi transformation realm. Talent, foundation, mental comprehension, purity of inner breath, none of them could be lacking. I was in a hurry to break through to the Qi transformation realm twice and used a few treasures and supplementary spirit pills. Qin Feng was ashamed. Train your mind. For the next half a year, it's best not to casually use precious materials and spirit pills. But you can use Qi cleansing pill and other things to expel impurities and refine your inner breath. Elder Mao frowned. Qin Feng's state made him slightly disappointed. Qi cleansing pill and cleansing pill, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Such spirit pills could only be found by luck. Especially the cleansing pill, it had the effect of cleansing the body and allowed one to be reborn. It was many times more precious than the Qi pill and Qi cleansing pill. Subsequently, Elder Mao answered Li Dakue, Wu Yu, and Xianxia's questions. Elder Mao was also not satisfied with Li Dakue and Wu Yu's current state. On the other hand, Elder Mao praised Xianxian. Xian, after the last bet, you used the purple jade liquid and your cultivation technique's aura became purer. You seem to be approaching the late-stage organs refinement realm. Elder Mao had a smile on his face. Xianxian's improvement was great, far better than Qin Feng and the other two. The purple jade knight could help one comprehend the concept and even help in breaking through to the Qi transformation realm. Yu could clearly feel that the powerful aura on Xianxian's body was slightly stronger than that of the purple-haired youth from the Demon Bone Palace. Finally, it was Yu's turn. Elder Mao looked at Yu with a smile on his face. It seemed that ever since Yu's bronze statue technique advanced to the copper bone realm, Elder Mao paid special attention to him. Master, can you help take a look and see if the after effects from my advancement to the late-stage illuminating meridian realm are still there? Yu hurriedly said. Yes. Elder Mao reached out and placed his hand on Yu's wrist. Innate true Qi instantly entered his body. Suddenly, Elder Mao opened his eyes and looked at Yu with a strange expression. Master, what's the situation? Yu was perturbed. The effects of the Qi cleansing pill are this good? The murderous aura in your body is extremely thick and pure, far surpassing those of the same level. This foundation is extraordinarily solid. Elder Mao's face was full of surprise. He had sensed Yu's mental state. The murderous aura was so strong, but the divine light was clear. There were no hidden dangers of practicing the murderous fist. Could it be because the bronze statue technique has a certain effect of cleansing the body and improving the physique? Coupled with the tears of frozen heart, Elder Mao murmured. He could only attribute this to the long-lost body cultivation method. Your current state is very good. Cultivate hard for another year and a half, and you will reach the viscera refinement realm. Elder Mao praised. Yu was overjoyed when he heard that. As long as the after-effects from the blood pool encounter were removed and it did not affect his future, he would be overjoyed. After answering some questions between fellow disciples, there was a friendly spar. Among them, Xian and first senior brother Qin Feng fought. In the end, with his middle-stage viscera refinement realm cultivation, he did not lose to Qin Feng, who was at the peak of the viscera refinement realm. And this was when Xian did not use the blood frenzy secret blade. After that, Li Dakue, Wu Yu, and Yu also sparred with each other. Among them, Li Dakue used his cultivation and treasures to naturally defeat Wu Yu, who was at the early stage viscera refinement realm. After Wu Yu was defeated, he sparred with Yu. He originally thought that he could have an advantage against Yu, but the result was unexpected. Wind cutter sword. Yu held the heavy sword in his hand, but he used the light, fast, and skillful wind cutter sword. Puchi Puchi, the profound heavy sword created a gale of sword shadows at an astonishing speed. Sometimes there would be a light silver sword light that cut through, making it hard to defend. The fellow disciples present all felt a sense of contradiction from the sword technique. But Wu Yu was suppressed to the point that he could not breathe. After dozens of moves, half of Wu Yu's sleeve was cut off by Yu's sword, and he was shamefully defeated. This was under the situation where Yu held back, otherwise, Wu Yu would have been injured. Thanks for letting me win. After Qinyu won, he was ready to stop. He used the sparring just now to test his sword technique. "Dakue, you go and have a try." Unexpectedly, Elder Mao's eyes flashed, and he let his second disciple Li Dakue go. "Haha. Isn't this too much?" Li Dakue grinned. On the surface, he said so, but in his heart, he still held a grudge against Qinyu for not trading circulation pills before. He made up his mind that in this sparring, he would make a fool of Qinyu. "Take this." Li Dakue waved the treasured saber in his hand, and a ripple-like violent saber light shadow rushed towards Qinyu from a distance of 2 meters. He attacked with the treasured saber in the air. Obviously, Li Dakue knew the advantage of Qinyu as a body cultivator. Qinyu suddenly felt a pressure that far exceeded Wu Yu. Li Dakue's cultivation had reached the middle stage of viscera refinement realm, and with a treasured weapon in hand, his cultivation technique was also stronger. Facing Li Dakue, Qinyu did not dare to be careless. Windcutter sword, like before, Qinyu continued to use his heavy sword and execute that awkward yet swift swordsmanship. Pung! Chi-chi, Li Dakue's precious broadsword slashed out a fierce and overbearing ripple-shaped broadsword chi. The surrounding sand danced wildly and the wind roared. Qinyu's windcutter sword slashed out a gale sword shadow, but it was torn apart before it could even get close. "Humph. You have a body cultivation technique, I won't get close to you." Li Dakue was secretly pleased. As a viscera refinement stage, his inner breath could hurt people through the air. With the power of the precious weapon, he could still attack Qinyu from a distance of 1 to 2 feet. This was the advantage of cultivation. Seeing this, a sneer appeared on Qinyu's face. Gale strike, the heavy sword in Qinyu's hand suddenly turned into a blurry gale sword shadow. Chi-chi-chi, in an instant, the surrounding whirlwind rolled up, and a gale sword shadow that was 10 feet long turned into a solid green and black sword blade, slashing towards Li Dakue. For a moment, the ripple-shaped broadsword chi that Li Dakue sent out was torn apart by the gale strike. What was even more shocking was, although Qinyu was at the soothing pulse stage, his inner breath and peak sword technique that far surpassed his peers could vaguely extend his attack, achieving a disguised attack through the air. In addition, the mysterious broadsword was large and long, and the attack range was long. Attacking through the air is indeed the advantage of the viscera refinement stage. But the farther the distance, the weaker the attack. The strongest attack is still the body. Qinyu smiled faintly. At the viscera refinement stage, one punch could release fist energy and kill a tiger 10 feet away. But attacking through the air consumed a lot of energy, and the distance was far, so there was bound to be damage. It was not as solid as attacking with the body. In an instant, dozens of moves had passed. Qinyu and Li Dakue exchanged blows, and it was hard to tell who would win. Li Dakue kept a distance from Qinyu, mainly attacking through the air, and tried not to clash with Qinyu. Taigang sword, suddenly, the style of Qinyu's sword technique changed drastically. Clang, the heavy sword slashed out a wave of heavy sword energy. It shone with silver light and formed an area of suppression. Dang! Ding ding, all of Li Dakue's attacks seemed to have hit an iron wall, unable to advance an inch. With this, Qinyu quickly pressed forward. Windcutter sword, the moment he closed in, Qinyu's sword style changed again. He slashed out a blurry and dazzling gale sword shadow airblade. Holy shit, Li Dakue hurriedly retreated. He couldn't take it anymore. Qinyu's swordsmanship was like the ever-changing weather. Sometimes, it was as heavy as a mountain, like a dark cloud pressing down on a city. Sometimes, it was as light as the wind, like quick thunder. Just a moment ago, the heavy sword had caused Li Dakue's palm to go numb from the shock, and the sword after that was light as a feather. After 100 moves, Li Dakue's breathing was rough. The uncomfortable feeling made him feel like he was about to vomit blood. Hee hee. Outside the arena, Elder Mao's lips curled into a smile. Naturally, he could tell. Qinyu was using Li Dakue to practice his moves. He was trying to fuse the two swordsmanship together. The result could not be considered a success, but it could not be said to be a failure either. If Qinyu really wanted to win, he could directly suppress Li Dakue with his strength and unleash the Taigang sword to its limits. He could crush Li Dakue bit by bit. After 200 moves, Li Dakue panted. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He was already exhausted. Slash, slash, slash. The heavy sword in Qinyu's hand suddenly turned into a gust of wind. Coupled with his movement technique, he spun in a strange manner. A few blurry sword winds left a few bloody marks on Li Dakue's arms and legs. I'm done. Li Dakue felt so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. It was simply torture, after this battle. Li Dakue was ashamed. He had called himself the second senior brother. His cultivation base was higher, and they were both older. Yet, he had lost to Qinyu. Qinyu, your comprehension in martial arts is not bad. Elder Mao praised. In the sparring session, Qinyu had won 2 consecutive battles. His position in the sect had greatly increased. Li Dakue and Qinyu were fearful of Qinyu. They even had a trace of reverence. Qin Feng and Chang Xian had solemn expressions. They acknowledged Qinyu's strength. Chen, when you advance to the Viscera refinement realm, we might be able to have a match. Chang Xian's body surged with a trace of battle intent. He was a true disciple. His cultivation base was close to the late stage of the Viscera refinement realm. Even if he defeated Qinyu now, he would not feel any sense of accomplishment. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Qinyu laughed. He was still rather fearful of Chang Xian's strength. Especially when he entered the berserk mode of the wild blood secret saber, he was simply unstoppable. Alright, you guys can discuss freely next. Elder Mao waved his hand and smiled. Soon, a waitress served dishes and wine. The 5 disciples of the same sect exchanged feelings and discussed some cultivation experiences. Deep into the night, Elder Mao's 5 disciples dispersed one after another, carrying with them a strong smell of alcohol. Qinyu, you stay. Elder Mao transmitted his voice and asked Qinyu to stay in the elder's residence. Qinyu pondered and faintly guessed the reason why Elder Mao asked him to stay. A moment later. Swoosh, a white-bearded elder floated down and landed on the ground. It was Elder Nangong. How's the preparation over there? Elder Mao asked. Elder Nangong said, it's almost done. The miners at the secluded mountain mine will rest for a night. There won't be anyone. Secluded mountain mine, Qinyu thought to himself. Was this the destination of this trip? He knew that the Yunhui Gate had many important resources. For example, the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden. The secluded mountain mine might be one of them. Then let's go. Elder Mao nodded. Elder Nangong whistled. Whoosh! A huge ironback eagle floated down from the sky, stirring up a sandstorm in the air. Qinyu, you go up first. I'll explain the mission to you when we get there. Elder Mao waved his hand and said. Qinyu's face was filled with curiosity as he stepped onto the ironback goshawk that had a wingspan of 3 to 4 meters. This bird's strength was probably close to the Qi transformation realm. Whoosh, the ironback eagle flapped its wings and carried the 2 elders and Qinyu. Soon, it flew hundreds of feet into the sky. This was the first time Qinyu rode on a bird. He felt a strong wind blowing against his face. Luckily, he cultivated the bronze statue technique and had a strong physique. He sat on the ironback eagle and was as steady as a rock. When they flew past the mountain gate, Elder Mao transmitted his voice to the patrol leader below. As an elder of the sect, he could naturally travel freely. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the ironback eagle soared in the sky and soon reached hundreds of feet in the sky. The houses and trees below became the size of bricks. Qinyu looked up and saw that the moon was very round. It must be a full moon night. The suppression in the serene moon ancient well will be much weaker. Elder Mao said in a low voice. After flying for a long time, the ironback eagle landed in front of a desolate mine deep in the mountains. He looked over. There was a spirit mine nearby and it seemed to be abandoned. It seemed that all the useful spirit ores had been collected. Elder Mao, Elder Nangong. In the spirit mining area, a short, skinny old man with a strange bump on his forehead floated over. This is Elder Pan who guards the Serene Mountain Mine. Elder Mao gave a simple introduction. Greetings, Elder Pan. Chenyu guessed that he was similar to Grandma Jiang who guarded the northern mountain spirit garden. This is the kid who reached the bronze bone realm with the bronze statue technique. Elder Pan sized up Chenyu with his beady eyes. It's a full moon night. We don't have much time. Elder Nangong urged. Elder Pan nodded and hurriedly led the way. After walking for 100 feet, Chenyu felt a strange and cold energy descend on his body. Instantly, the domineering cloud chi in his body was suppressed to the point that it could not move. This is the mysterious force field around the serene moon ancient well. This area was originally the ruins of an ancient sex mine. Now, we can only collect a small amount of iron moon ores every month. Elder Mao explained. Serene moon ancient well, Chenyu was about to ask when an ancient well with a diameter of 3 feet appeared in front of him. The surrounding rocks were extremely flat and under the moonlight, there was a layer of frost-like silver light. At the same time, an even stronger force field suddenly pressed down on him. The two elders, including Elder Pan, stopped in their tracks. Our Xiantian chi has been suppressed. Elder Mao and Elder Nangong looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Around 10 feet away from the ancient well, the chi of the chi transformation realm was suppressed. Chenyu, try the bronze statue technique. Elder Pan said. Okay. Chenyu activated the bronze statue technique, and the bones in his body cracked. Wang, a surge of power appeared in his body, and his body was covered in a layer of shining copper patterns. Under the moonlight, he looked like a cold and solemn bronze statue. The bronze statue technique is completely unaffected. Chenyu was shocked. At this moment, all the chi in his body had been completely suppressed. His palm and sword techniques were probably only in form. The Xiantian chi of the two elders were also unable to move. Only his bronze statue technique was not affected at all. Body cultivation is a very special way. It is not like other cultivation sects that need to borrow the power of heaven and earth. Only body cultivators can ignore the mysterious force field here. Elder Mao's face was red. Master, what do you need me to do? Chenyu could not help but ask. Chenyu, you see. The well in front is called the Serene Moon Ancient Well. In essence, it is a mysterious mine left behind by an ancient sect. But around this ancient well, there is a powerful force field. The force field inside the well is several times stronger than the outside world. Even if an Origin Realm expert came, his chi would be sealed. That Elder Pan took the initiative to explain, and looked at Chenyu with a trace of excitement. We need you to enter the Serene Moon Ancient Well. To collect a mysterious spirit or called the Moon Spirit Oregon. If possible, you can also explore the secrets of the ancient well. Of course, safety is the most important. Elder Mao stared at the ancient well with a trace of passion in his eyes. Moon Spirit Ore? Chenyu felt that the name of the ore was familiar, but he could not recall it. The Moon Spirit Ore is a legendary spirit ore formed by gathering the power of the moon. This spirit ore has many mysterious uses. From what we know, when the Moon Spirit Ore is refined into a treasure weapon, it can raise the quality of the treasure weapon. It can increase the speed of chi circulation, and it can allow the treasure weapon to unleash more power under the moonlight. Furthermore, the Moon Spirit Ore is crushed into powder and made into Moon Spirit liquid. It has some mysterious effects on the body. Some say that it can change the quality of the spiritual body. Some say that it can wash away the impurities of hidden injuries and purify evil energy. The three old men added excitedly. In short, this spirit ore is very mysterious and extremely valuable. If you can collect some, we will reward you handsomely. The three chi transformation realm experts stared at Chenyu in unison, their gazes filled with anticipation. All in all, this spirit mine is extremely mysterious and valuable. If you can gather some of it, we will reward you handsomely. Handsomely? Chenyu felt strange. This moon spirit mine had such a magical power that even the three chi transformation realm experts were moved. There were only two uses for the moon spirit mine. On the one hand, it was for treasured weapons. It could increase the quality of treasured weapons and increase the speed of chi circulation. On the other hand, it was for the mysterious enhancement of one's body. The most mysterious one was to change the aptitude of one's spiritual body. Master. Can the aptitude of one's spiritual body be changed? Chenyu's head twitched. even after fusing with the mysterious heart. The aptitude of one's spiritual body was still his biggest weakness. Was there really a way to change the aptitude of one's spiritual body? In the vast cultivation world, the land is vast, and there are countless rare treasures of all sorts. Rumor has it that there are a few heaven-defying treasures that can change the aptitude of one's spiritual body. Elder Mao murmured. The moon spirit mine really has such an ability? Chenyu held his breath. Hee, kid, don't think too much. That's just a rumor. Elder Pan chuckled. Rumor? It's not an ordinary moon spirit mine either. It's a legendary treasure that can be found in billions of moon spirit mines, the sacred moon spirit stone. Sacred moon spirit stone. The moment Chenyu heard the word sacred stone, he felt that it was unattainable. Rumor has it that a person with an ordinary physique can become a superior grade spiritual body with the help of the sacred moon spirit stone. Of course, that's only in the ancient records. Elder Pan smiled. From his expression, even he might not believe the rumor. The aptitude of a person was determined from birth. Trying to change it was equivalent to changing one's fate. As for the abandoned moon spirit mine here, its scale is average. It was once mined by the ancient sect. At most, there's only some ordinary moon spirit mine left. Sacred moon spirit stone? Don't even think about it. Elder Pan's words shattered Chenyu's fantasy. Chenyu thought about it again. Even if there was a sacred moon spirit stone here, it would not fall into his hands. When you enter the ancient well, if you can mine some moon spirit ores, that would be very hard to come by. As your master, for every 10 caddies that you collect, I will give you 1 caddy. You should know that the value of this ore far exceeds that of ordinary meteoric iron. Elder Mao said with a smile. This disciple will do his best. However, there is one thing that needs to be said. If there is any unstoppable danger in this mine, then we can't force it. Chenyu said seriously. Even if the legendary moon spirit Saint Stone was here, he would have to be alive to enjoy it. Of course. After all, your bronze statue technique can still be improved, and the moon spirit ore in this mine can be mined once every 6 months. Elder Mao nodded. In fact, the 3 of them didn't have much hope. If it didn't work this time, he could try again next time. Chenyu's bronze statue skill could also be improved, but his priority was to protect himself. Next, the 2 elders and Elder Pan each took out some tools and gave them to Chenyu. Among them, Elder Mao took out a set of semi-treasure soft leather armor and gave it to Chenyu to wear. Elder Nangong took out a storage bag and gave it to Chenyu. Fortunately, the force field here doesn't interfere with the Sumeru formation. Being able to use the storage bag is also one of the strange things. Elder Nangong said with a smile. Storage bag, it was the first time Chenyu used this bag. There was a formation on it, and it could be opened by pressing the button. Inside the bag, there was a space the size of a water tank. It was similar to the ones on the market, but it couldn't change the weight of the things inside. Unfortunately, the storage bag still couldn't contain the profound heavy sword. Chenyu curled his lips. Brat, don't be greedy. In the ancient times, if it wasn't for the arrival of a mysterious race called the Heavenly Legacy Race, storage bags and other kinds of formation tools wouldn't be as common as today. Otherwise, it would be a luxury for us Qi Transformation Realm cultivators to have one. Elder Mao couldn't help but laugh. Then, Elder Pan took out a shovel and a fist-sized luminous pearl, and gave it to Chenyu to put into the storage bag. The 2 elders gave Chenyu a few spirit pills, some to recover Yuan Qi, some to detoxify. They were all precious items of the same kind. I'll give you another trump card. Elder Mao suddenly took out 2 scarlet black balls, about the size of an infant's fist. Fire bead. Elder Nangong and Elder Pan's expressions turned serious. This fire bead was obtained from an expert of the Bone Demon Palace on the battlefield. If the power of this ball is within several zhong, it can threaten and severely injure a Qi Transformation Realm postnatal expert. Elder Mao clicked his tongue. Threaten a Qi Transformation Realm expert with severe injuries? Chenyu's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. This was indeed a trump card. Elder Mao taught Chenyu how to use it, and warned, don't use this ball unless you have no other choice. Chenyu nodded solemnly and put away the fire bead. Finally, After equipping himself fully, Xianxia set off towards the mouth of the ancient well. Under the moonlight, the deep ancient well was surrounded by a layer of faint silver moonlight, resonating with the full moon in the sky. Whoosh! Elder Pan took out a metal chain that was tens of zhang long, and gave it to Xianxia to hold on to as he went down the mouth of the well. Return later, or if you encounter a special situation. Hold on to this metal chain tightly, and we'll pull you up. Elder Pan emphasized. Understood. Xianxia followed the metal chain, and his body slowly slid down into the depths of the ancient well. During this process, his nerves were tense, and his vision far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and he was constantly on guard against his surroundings. After entering the ancient well, Xianxia could clearly feel that the invisible force field was several times stronger, so much so that the fiendish cloud inner breath in his body could not sense it at all. Fortunately, his heartbeat was as clear as before, and it seemed to be able to accumulate energy. The bronze statue technique was also not affected. After descending for about 200 zhang, Xianxia finally landed on the hard rock stratum. Whoosh! As soon as he landed, Xianxia felt an inexplicable chill, and a gust of wind attacked him from the side. He immediately activated the bronze statue technique, and his body moved to the side. He heard a paw sound. He saw a few white spider silks as thick as a needle hit the wall. On the smooth rock wall that was as hard as a semi-artifact, a faint crack appeared. One of the white spider silks brushed past Xianxia's shoulder, but with the semi-artifact protecting his body, a crack was left on it. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. Focusing his eyes, he saw a huge silver-brown spider, larger than an adult, entrenched in a corner of the mine, revealing a few brownish-red eyeballs. Whoosh! The cold wind whistled, and with a flash, the silver-brown spider pounced towards Xianxia with an unfathomable speed. So fast, Xianxia shuddered. If it was a normal viscera refinement stage or even qi transformation stage, without inner breath and inner qi, they would not even be able to use 20% of their movement technique, and would have been killed instantly. Bang! Xianxia picked up the mysterious heavy sword, and with a powerful swing, the silver-brown spider was sent flying a few feet away. What a surprised person! Although the silver-brown spider was not very strong, its body was as hard as iron. The attack just now only left a shallow mark on its body. Hiss! Whoosh! 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 After the silver-brown spider stabilized its body, it spat out a few more white spider silks, entangling Xianxia's lower body. The spider silks were so fast that Xianxia could not dodge. He suddenly had a bright idea and came up with a plan. Whoosh! Xianxia swung the mysterious heavy sword down, and as expected, it was tied up by the white spider silks. Hee, get up! Xianxia suddenly pulled the heavy sword in his hand, and a powerful force, along the spider silks, directly pulled the silver-brown spider into the air. Hiss! As the silver-brown spider screamed, its body rose into the air, revealing a look of fear. Next, it faced an unimaginable nightmare. Bang! 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 Xianxia waved the heavy sword wrapped in spider silks, and used the silver-brown spider as a sandbag, hitting it up and down, left and right. The silver-brown spider's body hit the rock walls, the roof of the mine, and the rock stratum on the ground. There were hard objects everywhere, and it was beaten up badly. After dozens of hits, green blood flowed out of the silver-brown spider's body, and it fainted. Done. Xianxia laughed. To his surprise, the spider silks shot out by the silver-brown spider were very tough, and did not break after such a beating. Of course, if he was tied up by the spider silks, he would also be in danger. Puff! After the silver-brown spider was beaten half to death, it basically lost the ability to fight back. Xianxia used the heavy sword to close in, and successfully killed it with a slash. After killing the spider, Xianxia gathered the spider silks into a ball and put it in his storage bag. Then, Xianxia looked around, and at least confirmed that there were no living things within a radius of 10 or 20 feet. Xianxia calmed down, and he took out a night-luminescent pearl to check the surrounding rock walls. Suddenly, he discovered that there were a few small, round, and lustrous ores in the vicinity of the rock walls. Moon spirit ore? Taking out a fist-sized iron moon ore from his storage bag, Xianxia started comparing it to the iron moon ore. An iron moon ore was a special spirit ore produced outside the mine. It was said that it was a low-level moon spirit ore. the difference was. The moon spirit ore's color was smooth, and it gave off a faint glow similar to moonlight. That's right, it's a moon spirit ore. Qinyu's face was filled with joy. Without saying a word, he took out the shovel given by Elder Pan from his storage bag. Clang clang, the shovel was obviously not an ordinary item. It was heavy and powerful, and soon, it dug out the irregular moon spirit ore. Of course. This was because Qinyu had the bronze statue skill, and he had acquired superhuman strength. If it was a normal organs refinement realm cultivator without inner breath, they would not be able to dig out a few pieces of rock. Not long after, Qinyu dug out all the moon spirit ore in the nearby area. There were about 20 to 30 kilograms of moon spirit ore. The density of moon spirit ore was much lower than meteoric iron. It seemed that the pile was small, but if it was meteoric iron, it would be at least 1 to 200 kilograms. Qinyu held the heavy sword and went deeper into the mine. He could vaguely feel an eerie aura. Swoosh swoosh, a few dozen feet later, another silver-brown giant spider jumped out, and it spat out a few white threads. Without saying a word, Qinyu blocked it with the heavy sword and let the spider threads entangle him. Bang bang bang, using the same method, Qinyu picked up the silver-brown giant spider and whipped it up and down. Soon, it fainted. After dealing with this giant spider, Qinyu was about to take out the spider threads to check the moon spirit ore nearby when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, black dots suddenly appeared in the darker areas of the mine. Each of them was only the size of a thumb. Qinyu was shocked when he saw hundreds and thousands of gray-spotted iron worms converging into a stream and pouncing on the corpse of the silver-brown giant spider. Obviously, the blood of the giant spider's corpse attracted the metal worms. Qinyu quickly retreated while the iron worms were distracted by the giant spider's corpse. Puff puff puff, in a few breaths, the gray-spotted iron worms ate the corpse of the giant spider until nothing was left. Qinyu, who had retreated 100 feet away, felt a chill down his spine when he saw the silver-brown giant spider's body being eaten in an instant. He immediately used the cheek concealing art that he had learned when he was a hidden sentry. He concealed his aura and continued to retreat. However, the gray-spotted iron worms seemed to have sensed something and were approaching him. Run, Qinyu gathered energy in his organs and sped up to pull away from the gray-spotted iron worms. As he neared the bottom of the well, he could vaguely see the chains that were put down. Now, Qinyu could choose to return to the surface, but he saw the silver-brown giant spider's body not far away from the corner of his eye. This giant spider's body was the first one he had killed. Could it be the giant spider's blood? Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. Swoosh, he flashed to the silver-brown giant spider's body, took out the dark snake venom sword, and made dozens of slashes on the giant spider's body, causing the poison to seep into its flesh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at this moment, the silver-gray stream of insects flew over. Go! Qinyu threw the poisoned giant spider's body over. Puff puff puff, at least 1,000 iron worms flew over and tore at the giant spider's body. Qinyu ran to the bottom of the well and grabbed the chains, ready to run at any time. At this moment, the iron worms in the stream of worms that bit the giant spider's body stiffened, and after struggling for a while, purplish-black pus flowed out and they slowly died. Qinyu was both surprised and happy. He was happy that the poison was effective against these worms. He was surprised that these worms seemed to have quite a bit of resistance to the poison. With their size, if it were a ferocious beast of the same size, it would have turned into a pool of blood. And these worms only died after struggling for a long time. A moment later, the 1,000 worms in front of him were either dead or half alive, having lost their ability to attack. Clicking his tongue, Qinyu stepped forward and caught 1 or 2 half-dead insects. He did not continue to explore, but reached out to pull the chains near the bottom of the well. Soon, Qinyu climbed to the top of the ancient well and saw 3 elders not far away, holding onto the iron chains. What's the situation? Elder Mao asked anxiously. When Qinyu first handed over the moon spirit ore in his storage bag, he saw the surprised expressions on the trio's faces. Subsequently, Qinyu recounted his experience with the gray-spotted iron worms and took out a couple of half-dead worms. Elder Mao pinched the worm in front of him and examined it for a moment. This is a strange insect recorded in the ancient books. It's called the iron moon corpse insect. This is the lowest form. The characteristic of this insect was that its body was as hard as iron, impervious to weapons, and highly resistant to poison, corrosive power, and all kinds of attacks. Especially under the moonlight, this insect's power increases a bit, and it has a terrifying self-healing ability. Elder Mao explained. Qinyu was greatly surprised when he heard this. I've encountered these insects once or twice when I was guarding this mine, but they were few in number. If it was a normal Qi transformation realm, they would find it troublesome to deal with such a large number of insects. Your dark snake sword is extremely poisonous, and this insect is the lowest form. That's why it's effective on them. Elder Pan added. Next, the few of them started to discuss how to deal with these Iron Moon Corpse insects. In the end, the three elders thought of the same idea as Qinyu, and continued to use poison. I have a blood-rotting poison here, it has a certain effect on Qi transformation and Hotian stage experts. Elder Pan took out a porcelain bottle. Hehe, I also have a snake scorpion poison. Elder Mao took out a black paste. Then, Qinyu added a portion of the two poisons to the dark snake sword. After a while, Elder Nangong fetched a huge wild boar from afar and cut its flesh into dozens of large pieces. The three elders took out another storage bag, specially for Qinyu to store the meat. Don't worry, normal storage bags have a certain ability to isolate smell. Elder Mao smiled. Qinyu nodded and went deeper into the serene moon ancient well. Walking to the remains of the second silver-brown spider, Qinyu dug a few more moon spirit ores nearby. Just how big is this mine? Qinyu was curious. Following a direction, he went close to 100 zhang and dug a few more kilograms of moon spirit ores. Whoosh, suddenly, a black shadow the size of an infant pounced at Qinyu. Clang, Qinyu waved his sword and repelled the black shadow, but there was a sound of metal clashing. Looking closely, that black shadow was a huge scorpion, its tail was half a foot long, and it looked quite ferocious. Clang clang clang, that huge scorpion pounced a few more times, but was repelled by Qinyu's heavy sword. Why are the bodies of the fellows in this mine so hard? Qinyu and the scorpion entered a temporary stalemate. Suddenly, Qinyu took out a piece of meat from his storage bag and threw it over. Whoosh, the huge scorpion pounced over and quickly ate this piece of meat. Pa, Qinyu threw out another piece. This time, it was the poisonous meat that was slashed by the poisonous sword. After eating the poisonous meat, the scorpion felt dizzy. There were no signs of it dying, but it lost most of its ability to move. This scorpion is poisonous and has a strong resistance to poison. Qinyu pondered. One had to know that the poison on his sword had been enhanced by two Qi transformation realm cultivators. Puchi, he walked forward and took out the dark snake sword, cutting the dizzy scorpion into 8 pieces. After dealing with this scorpion, Qinyu continued forward. In the next 1 to 200 zhang, Qinyu encountered a few poisonous scorpions, a few giant spiders, and a few other strange and vicious creatures, but they were all dealt with. However, the Iron Moon Corpse worm did not appear again. At this moment, Qinyu's storage bag was filled with 200 to 300 kilograms of moon spirit ores and he planned to return. At this moment, Qinyu saw a faint reflection in the area ahead. It seemed to be some kind of metal. Qinyu cautiously approached, only to see a humanoid skeleton holding half of a simple and unadorned broken sword in its hand. Strange. Qinyu was confused. There were many vicious creatures in this mine, such as the Iron Moon Corpse worm, poisonous scorpions, silver spiders, and so on. Why would there be a relatively intact skeleton? There were no traces of corpses in other places. However, when Qinyu approached the skeleton, he suddenly felt a frightening sword intent that pierced straight into his soul. Boom, his soul shook, and a sword rainbow that could cut through the clouds appeared in his vision, cutting the nearby mountains and rivers into two. What a terrifying sword intent! Qinyu's body shook and he took a few steps back. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Buzz, the tear of ice heart on his neck buzzed and there was even a crack on the crystal pendant. No wonder. Qinyu felt a lingering fear in his heart. He finally understood why the skeleton could remain so intact. The key was that broken sword. Even though the owner was dead and the sword was broken, it still contained a monstrous sword intent. This remnant sword intent was something that even a Qi transformation realm cultivator would find hard to resist. What is the grade of this sword? High-grade treasure weapon, supreme-grade treasure weapon, or even higher? Qinyu thought again. However, the spiritual sword intent that this sword emitted was too terrifying. If he tried to take it by force, it might destroy Qinyu's soul. The crack on the tears of frozen heart could be seen clearly. In the end, Qinyu dispelled the thought of obtaining the sword. The impact of the invisible sword intent just now had already injured his mind. However, Qinyu's eyes fell on the other hand of the skeleton. It seemed to be holding something. Qinyu took a closer look and saw that the skeleton's hand was emitting a crystal-like silver glow. The color was similar to the moon spirit ore, but much brighter. Within the glow, there was a crystal-like feeling. This skeleton was at least an origin realm cultivator when he was alive. Before he died, he held on to these two items tightly. One was his weapon, the other looked like a moon spirit ore, but it seemed to be of a higher grade. Qinyu calculated. He didn't dare to have any ideas about the broken sword. But that piece of ore was suspected to be a higher grade moon spirit ore. It was definitely not an ordinary item. This item couldn't possibly contain a spiritual attack, right? Qinyu quickly made his decision. Let's take a gamble. Qinyu retreated 5 to 6 feet away and took out the tough spider silk from before. He then wrapped it tightly around the shovel that Elder Pan gave him. Go! Qinyu exerted some force and the shovel, with the power of the spider silk, hooked onto the skeleton's wrist. Chong pung. The shovel hit the skeleton's wrist, but it didn't break it. This showed how strong this person was when he was alive. But the skeleton's hand was an inanimate object after all. After this hit, it loosened a little. Poolah, a piece of crystal-like silver moon spirit or the size of a baby's fist rolled in front of him. At the same moment, the broken sword in the skeleton's other hand let out a buzzing sound. A formless sword intent caused a fierce gale. Qinyu was so shocked that he rolled on the ground. Then, the broken sword didn't react for a long time. It seemed that as long as there was no external force or near the skeleton, there wouldn't be any reaction. A crystal-like moon spirit ore. Qinyu let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the crystal moon spirit ore and was excited. Then, he dug up the moon spirit crystal mine with a shovel. This crystal moon spirit ore's grade is definitely above normal moon spirit ore. As Qinyu held the ore in his hand, he felt a cool and mysterious aura spreading throughout his body. In a split second, he felt his body was cool and comfortable. Even the mental scars from the sword intent were cleansed and comforted. After a long time, Qinyu waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Collect." Shua, in the next moment, a crystal moon spirit ore appeared in the light silver crystal space of the mysterious heart. Qinyu smiled. The only regret was that this light silver crystal space was too small. He was curious. Qinyu walked around the skeleton holding the short sword and continued to explore a few dozen feet. He found out. The quantity and quality of the moon spirit ore increased greatly. Of course, he didn't see any crystal-like moon spirit ore like the one he had just seen. At the same time, Qinyu also encountered a few types of beasts, but they were all dealt with by his fast reactions. Unknowingly, Qinyu walked to the end of the mine. In front of him was a smooth rock wall that shone with moonlight. An entire moon spirit ore wall. The quality is better than the outside. Qinyu's face was filled with excitement and shock. His body started to tremble due to the strong excitement and surprise. One had to know. The moon spirit ore's value was much higher than meteoric iron. If a normal treasure was merged with it, it might be able to increase its grade. Plus, this spirit ore had a mysterious effect on the body. A while later, in front of the moon spirit mine wall, Qinyu came back to his senses. He shuddered. This mine was full of danger. Apart from insects, spiders, and scorpions, there were many other dangerous creatures. After exploring this place, Qinyu had only explored a very small part of it. He carefully observed his surroundings and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He saw. The huge moon spirit mine walls in front of him were concave. There were probably 3 moon spirit mine walls, and they were facing him. In the middle of the concave mine wall, there was a stone platform carved with complicated array patterns. There were traces of someone digging it. It was a stone platform with a formation pattern. It was about 10 feet in diameter. There was a dark green rusty metal dragon head in each of the 4 directions. There was a strange groove in each of the 4 dragon heads. Xianxia vaguely felt that this layout was familiar. He should have seen it in an ancient book, but he couldn't remember. Let's go back first. Xianxia didn't dare to stay any longer. In any case, his storage bag was already filled with enough moon spirit ores. The value of the moon spirit crystal mine was even more difficult to estimate. On the way back, suddenly, Xianxia felt as if he was being spied on. A faint rustling sound came from the dark mine. Hiss! In the darkness, a huge crawling creature appeared. It hissed and revealed a pair of cold green eyes. It was even bigger than a crocodile and its body was covered in a layer of scales. What's that? Xianxia felt an invisible pressure, similar to the pressure of the Qi transformation realm. Thump thump. Thump thump, his heart suddenly beat faster. Whoosh, the crawling creature covered in scales turned into a gust of wind and flew towards Xianxia at a speed that was hard to react to. In an instant, sand and stones flew around and the wind roared. The terrifying pressure was enough to suffocate ordinary organs refinement cultivators. This was probably a Qi transformation realm creature. Whoosh, gathering power in his heart, Xianxia leaped to the side with astonishing jumping power. In the next instant, a strong wind brushed past his body. Even with the protection of the bronze statue skill, he felt a stinging pain. By an inch, the ferocious creature swept past Xianxia. That was close, Xianxia shuddered in fear. In that instant just now, he was already on guard. Moreover, his heart was accumulating power to the extreme and was close to exploding. His reaction and speed were much faster than normal. Only then did he manage to escape the calamity. That is, from the corner of his eye, Xianxia caught a glimpse of an ink-black lizard that was over 30 feet long. Its entire body was covered in a layer of scales. Thud, the ink-black lizard's 4 limbs were robust and powerful. After missing its attack, it instantly turned around. Xianxia backed off, took out a few pieces of bloody meat from his bag of holding, and threw them at the ink-black lizard. The last 2 pieces were slashed with a poisonous sword. Pu, the inky black lizard was as fast as a ghost. In the dark night, only a few afterimages could be seen, and it swallowed the meat that was stained with the smell of blood. After strengthening the poison on the meat, it should be able to threaten a Qi transformation Hotian cultivator. Xianxia thought. In his other hand, there was another fire bead, and his expression was guarded. Hiss, after swallowing the poisonous meat, the ink-black lizard seemed to feel uncomfortable, and it scratched the ground in frustration. The hard rock layer was easily scratched, and a few inches deep grooves appeared. Xianxia's heart went cold. The rock layer of this underground mine was almost as hard as a half-treasure weapon, but the ink-black lizard had casually broken it with a claw. Sha, 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 suddenly, a faint sound came from the surrounding rock walls. This feeling, Xianxia felt uneasy. On the way back, that uneasy feeling of being watched grew stronger. Seeing this, he hurriedly took out a few more pieces of meat and slashed them with the poisonous sword. At the same time, the ink-black lizard's giant body stiffened, and a trace of fear and dread appeared in its eyes. The ink-black lizard opened its mouth and spat out a ball of dark green liquid, which sprayed onto a rock wall dozens of feet away. The hard rock wall was instantly corroded, and a hole with a diameter of 3 meters appeared. A corrosive black-green mist spread out, covering an area of 4 to 5 meters. When Xianxia looked in that direction, he couldn't help but be shocked. He saw thousands of gray-spotted metal worms flying out from the hole. They were the Iron Moon Corpse worms. The corrosive liquid that the ink-black lizard spat out instantly killed over 100 Iron Moon Corpse worms, but it was only the tip of the iceberg. Sha, 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 sha. Sha, sha, sha. At the same time, more and more Iron Moon Corpse insects swarmed into every corner and tunnel of the mine. There were at least tens of thousands of Iron Moon Corpse worms. Among the worms, there was a larger Iron Moon Corpse worm that had a metallic luster on its surface, and its aura was stronger. Whoosh, the ink-black lizard wore a fearful expression, and it turned into a blur as it fled toward one of the tunnels. Fierce beings as strong as the Qi transformation realm fled at the mere sight of it. Go! Qinyu's scalp went numb, and he quickly threw a few pieces of poisonous meat over. He then gathered energy in his heart and circulated the bronze statue art to protect himself, and he quickly returned the way he came. Sha, sha, sha. Hua, the overwhelming number of Iron Moon Corpse worms quickly devoured the poisonous meat Qinyu tossed at them. While running, Qinyu tossed out even more pieces of meat. The meat that reeked of blood attracted most of the Iron Moon Corpse worms. However, there were still some Iron Moon Corpse worms that tried to surround Qinyu in a formation. Why are these worms chasing after me? That lizard is such a big target, but it's not chasing after me? Qinyu gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. There were almost no Iron Moon Corpse worms chasing after the ink-black lizard. The Iron Moon Corpse worms seemed to have some sort of intelligence, and they were controlled by some kind of power, and they were targeting Qinyu. What's the reason? While Qinyu was confused, he suddenly felt a pain in his feet. Some Iron Moon Corpse worms had crawled onto his body. Shit! Qinyu's heart sank to the bottom. Although the quasi-archier armor on his body was full body, it was slowly being bitten by the Iron Moon Corpse worms. A few breaths later, the quasi-archier armor on Qinyu's body was like a beggar's rags, and it was about to fall apart. If he didn't have the bronze statue art to protect his body, and if he was an ordinary organs refinement or Qi transformation realm cultivator, he would have died. What's more terrifying? The larger Iron Moon Corpse worms that gave off a metallic luster could bite through Qinyu's skin, and each bite would leave a small bloody mark. Fortunately, there were only a few of these worms, and Qinyu's body could resist them with his self-healing ability. However, there were many ordinary Iron Moon Corpse worms, and each bite would leave a green mark. Soon, more and more worms climbed onto Qinyu's body. Thump! 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 Qinyu's heart beat rapidly, and it broke through a critical point. His body suddenly burst out with a surge of energy. Whoosh! Qinyu's speed and strength increased, and he was like a cheetah that ran dozens of feet, passing through the swarm of Iron Moon Corpse worms. However, there were too many worms, and they had already surrounded Qinyu. There were 100 to 200 worms on Qinyu's body, and he waved his hands, not letting the worms get close to his neck. Once the worms got into his nose and ears, the consequences would be unimaginable. Activate! A yin fire bead appeared in Qinyu's hand, and he smashed it onto the ground. Thump! Under the explosive technique, his heart was charged to the extreme, and the power in his body was activated, and he shot out like a cannonball. Boom! A ball of crimson flame exploded on the ground, setting off a terrifying wave of crimson flames and a dark gust of wind. Whoosh! The flame wave and the cold wind swept over, and the worms within a radius of 10 feet were instantly melted. A whole dozens of feet appeared on the hard ground, and the surrounding rock layers showed signs of melting. As expected of the yin fire bead, a trump card that can threaten Qi transformation realm postnatal realm cultivators. The pressure on Qinyu decreased. However, the swarm of insects around him continued to surround him in an organized manner, persevering. Could it be that there is something on me that these insects are determined to obtain? Qinyu thought. This situation. It reminded him that Li Dakue had stolen the savage bird king egg and was chased by the birds. Suddenly, there was a metal reflection in the area in front of him, which was the corpse holding the broken sword. Got it. Qinyu's eyes lit up. The corpse with the broken sword could survive until now, and it was relatively intact, so it must have the power to scare away the other fierce beasts in the mine. Whoosh! Qinyu sped up, and quickly approached the corpse with the broken sword. Buzz! When it was close to a critical point, the broken sword buzzed, emitting a monstrous sword intent, and the surrounding wind and sword chi were howling. In an instant, the nearby swarm of worms around Qinyu froze, trembling in fear, and didn't dare to approach. Great! Because Qinyu had dealt with the broken sword before, he could roughly grasp the critical point. At this moment, the area where Qinyu was standing formed a vacuum. The thousands of worms around him kept a distance, and didn't dare to approach. Just as Qinyu was about to breathe out a sigh of relief, a heart-wrenching pain came from his abdomen. Qinyu was shocked, and he saw a thumb-sized iron moon strange worm with a faint silver luster easily bite through his bronze statue art's defense layer. Unexpectedly, a trace of numbness and coldness came. Thump thump. Thump thump, a heavy and powerful beat came from his heart, and a strange heat flowed, resisting the numbing poison of the strange worm. If it was any other Viscera Refinement Realm cultivator, they would have been poisoned in an instant. Qinyu was about to use his hand to catch the worm, but the next scene made him terrified. Not good. Poochie, the sharp silver luster on the strange worm's body flashed, and it actually drilled into Qinyu's body through the wound on his abdomen. Ah! Qinyu groaned, and in extreme fear, his heart beat wildly again, and he entered the explosive state. After the silver iron moon strange worm drilled into his body, it tried to destroy and bite. If it weren't for Qinyu's physique, which was strong from the inside out, and the bronze statue skill, he would have fainted a long time ago. In the blink of an eye, the silver moon strange worm went for Qinyu's organs, and even his heart. Thump thump, thump thump thump. Thump thump thump, his heart violently pounded, a pulse as heavy as a mountain, as if it was resonating with the space. Suddenly, the body of the iron moon strange worm that drilled into his body stiffened, and it trembled, as if it was suppressed by a certain power. Huff, Qinyu took a deep breath, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. At the same time, the wounds on his body quickly healed under the pulse of his heart. Worm, worm, Qinyu looked at the wound on his abdomen that was gradually healing, and he couldn't help but cry. He carefully sensed. The strange worm stood stiffly in his body, and it couldn't move from the mysterious aura that surged out of his heart. Rustle. Rustle. At this moment, the sea of worms seemed to have lost their leader, and they scattered back to the corners of the large mine. A name suddenly appeared in Qinyu's mind, Worm King. After a while, tens of thousands of iron moon corpse bugs scattered, leaving behind some poisoned bug corpses. The place returned to silence. Qinyu sat cross-legged, the small injuries on his body gradually healed under his powerful self-healing ability. However, on the other hand, Qinyu's expression kept changing. The bugs had left, but there seemed to be an iron moon insect king left in his body. Even if it wasn't the insect king, it must be a mutated species. Fortunately, under the suppression of the mysterious heart, the silver-colored iron moon strange insect completely froze in his body. Vaguely, Qinyu felt a mysterious aura gushing out of his heart, with a trace of heat, wrapping the stiff insect. Swish, suddenly, Qinyu had a strange connection with the strange bug in his body. At the same time, an image appeared in his mind. A silver-spotted odd bug with a misty silver luster was wrapped in a blood-colored flesh cocoon, looking like it was trembling. It seemed to have sensed the existence of Qinyu. The strange bug's compound eyes blinked pitifully. Somehow, Qinyu felt that this bug had a strange connection with him. Intuitively, this strange bug didn't feel threatened at all, it even had a trace of intimacy. Qinyu's eyes flickered, and he was deep in thought. I shouldn't stay here for long. Qinyu stood up, looking around cautiously. Swish, he bypassed the broken sword corpse, looked at the broken sword one last time, and flew away. On the way back, Qinyu surprisingly didn't encounter any bugs, but other kinds of ferocious beasts, such as scorpions, centipedes, spiders, and so on, appeared from time to time. This underground mine is very large, and the iron moon corpse bugs may be one of the most terrifying groups. Qinyu analyzed in his mind. On the way back, there were many ferocious beasts, but they seemed to be in a panic, probably because of the bugs. The area that Qinyu walked in was only a small part of the underground mine. He didn't know how many ferocious beasts there were in other areas. Besides, during his brief encounter with the Qi transformation realm creature, Qinyu discovered that its power didn't seem to be completely sealed. As far as Qinyu knew, after some vicious creatures reached the Qi transformation realm, they would possess a power similar to true Qi, so they should be affected by this place. However, the native vicious creatures seemed to be different. After half an incense stick of time, Qinyu fought a few more times and used up all the meat in his pocket before returning to his original spot. On the way back, he was even bitten by a few poisonous creatures. Fortunately, his physical defense was strong, so he was not afraid of ordinary poisons. When Qinyu returned to the bottom of the well, his clothes were already in tatters. As for the semi-precious soft armor, it had already shattered after the swarm of insects. "Are you all right?" Elder Mao and the other two grabbed the metal chain and pulled Qinyu up. Qinyu heaved a sigh of relief and changed into a set of clothes. The three old men opened the storage bag and saw that it was filled to the brim with over 150 kilograms of moon spirit Oregon. They were overjoyed. "I was targeted by the swarm of insects and was almost trapped. I used up 2 fire pearls and the semi-precious armor." Qinyu briefly explained the situation. He hid the details of the mysterious heart and the king of insects. Apart from that, in the light silver crystal space in Qinyu's stomach, there was a fire pearl and a piece of moon spirit crystal Oregon. He kept these 2 items for himself. After all, Qinyu's adventure could be said to be a narrow escape. If it was any other Qi transformation realm cultivator who went in, they would die. He naturally didn't feel guilty at all. You've done very well to actually obtain so many moon spirit ores." Elder Mao's face was glowing. According to the previous agreement, for every 5 kilograms of moon spirit ore, Qinyu would be given 1 kilogram. The total amount of moon spirit ore from the first 2 rounds was about 150 kilograms. In that case, Qinyu could get 35 kilograms of moon spirit Oregon. Elder Mao laughed. He didn't care whether the other 2 agreed or not, and directly gave Qinyu's share to him. Then, Qinyu didn't care how the other 3 divided the remaining 90% of the moon spirit Oregon. But Qinyu could see that Elder Mao should have the biggest share. After the distribution of the profits, the 3 old men began to ask about the details of the mine. Qinyu told them about the formation platform and the Qi transformation realm lizard he encountered. That lizard should be a black moon lizard. Because it was born here, it wasn't affected by the force field and could use 70% to 80% of the Qi transformation realm's power. Elder Pan pondered. He had guarded this place for many years and knew more about the situation in the Dark Moon mine. "What's that formation platform?" Qinyu asked. He didn't mention the entire wall of the moon spirit ore, in case the 3 old men forced him to go down and take the risk. "Formation platform?" The 3 old men looked at each other with a strange expression. "That is a teleportation formation," Elder Pan said with certainty, then sighed. "Seems like the rumors are true." While Qinyu was confused, Elder Pan told him a rumor. Rumor. This mine was an important resource location for an ancient sword cultivator sect. At some point in time, an expert from the sect guarding this place, or at least the middle and upper echelons of the sect, discovered the moon spirit ore underground. At that time, the quantity and quality of the moon spirit ore was definitely much higher than today. However, this sect expert didn't report the news of the mine to the sect. He chose to hide it and embezzle the huge moon spirit ore. Embezzle? Qinyu could imagine that anyone would do such a thing with such a huge profit in front of him. Not only did he embezzle, the expert from the sect used the moon spirit ore to increase his strength rapidly and colluded with other sections. He also used the natural formation underground to set up an ancient formation, forming the current force field environment. He did this to prevent the leak of the moon spirit Oregon. Elder Pan smiled. What happened in the end? What's with the teleportation formation? Qinyu was curious. He suddenly thought of the broken sword and wondered whose corpse it was. In the end, the news was leaked. However, that expert had been operating here for many years and had prepared an escape route. He even set up a teleportation formation deep in the mine to transport the moon spirit ore to a faraway country to nurture his own faction. At that time, Chu country didn't even exist. At this point, Elder Pan paused. However, that person's life and death is a mystery. However, not long after, that sword cultivator sect was destroyed. Some of that person's descendants are said to still be on this continent. Elder Pan shook his head after he finished. This rumor was at least thousands of years ago, or even tens of thousands of years ago. The sky gradually brightened and the moonlight dimmed. At this time, the force field around the serene moon ancient well became stronger and a formless gravitational force surged, making it difficult to move forward. Qinyu was shocked. At the next moment, from within the ancient well came the sound of water splashing, and a layer of blood-colored waves appeared. Let's go. Elder Mouse said, "We can only enter this place when the moon is full. Every half a year, the mine will absorb the power of the moon and produce new moon spirit organ on the way back." Jinyu still rode on Elder Nangong's eagle while Elder Pan stayed at the Serene Mountain Mine. Elder Nangong. This bird is your spiritual pet. Do you have a mysterious connection between the two of you? Oh, it is the spiritual pet contract recorded in the ancient books. Jinyu asked curiously. At this moment, the strange insect in his body maintained a mysterious connection with him. Jinyu could sense the condition of the insect at any time. No. Elder Nangong shook his head. Spiritual pets of this level are usually tamed by a beast tamer before they can execute simple commands. Like hunting dogs or horses. To achieve that kind of spiritual pet contract, the spiritual pet needs to have intelligence to be able to sign it. However, it usually needs demonic beasts and ancient beasts above the Qi transformation realm to be able to sign this contract. Above the Qi transformation realm, Jinyu understood that normal ferocious beasts were all low level and their ferocious nature was concealed. When they developed intelligence and reached a certain level, they would become demonic beasts. The lizard he met in the ancient well should have just stepped into the realm of demonic beasts. Demonic beasts had a natural ability to cultivate. Like Qi transformation realm experts, they could have a power system similar to true Qi, such as demonic Qi. As for ancient beasts, they were powerful species that had survived from the ancient times. It was said that today's demonic beasts had some bloodline of ancient beasts. You can't sign a contract under the Qi transformation realm? Jinyu asked. It's not completely impossible. Some ancient beasts or mutated beasts have higher levels and developed intelligence early. They can also sign a spiritual pet contract before the Qi transformation realm. Elder Nangong looked at Jinyu with a weird expression. Jinyu didn't dare to ask any more and added that he also wanted a flying beast as a mount. If you want a flying beast mount or other items, you can trade with me with your moon spirit organ. Elder Nangong had a smile on his face, and his eyes were burning with passion. Hee, Elder Nangong, we can trade, but you can't cheat my disciple. Elder Mao smiled. Jinyu thought for a while and said, I want to trade for a slightly bigger storage bag. I also need 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng. Most bags of holding are only this big. Anything that's a bit bigger will double in value. Anything that's twice as big will increase in value by several times, or even 10 times. Elder Nangong smiled bitterly. In the end, Jinyu used 4 kilograms of moon spirit ore to trade for a bigger storage bag from Elder Nangong. The storage bag was rectangular in the shape of a coffin. Its capacity was bigger than that of a water tank, and its value was at least double. More importantly, it could hold Jinyu's mystic heavy sword. Jinyu planned to keep the 15 kilograms of moon spirit ore for himself. On one hand, the ore could increase the power of his weapon. On the other hand, he felt that he had seen the moon spirit ore somewhere before. It might be useful to him. In the inner area, Jinyu returned to his residence and had a good night's rest. The first thing he did when he woke up, Jinyu sensed the pitiful look of the iron moonworm in the blood cocoon. Sensing Jinyu's attention, the worm's eyes were full of tears. How can I make it come out? Jinyu was almost sure that under the effect of the mysterious heart, the worm had an inexplicable effect similar to a spiritual pet contract with him. How can I come out? I can't make it come out, right? Suddenly, Jinyu had an idea and focused his mind on the blood cocoon where the iron moonworm was. Swish, the next moment, the blood cocoon appeared in the light silver crystal space, which was 3 inches thick, just enough to contain it. Come out, Jinyu moved his mind and the blood cocoon appeared on his palm. Crack, the iron moonworm was overjoyed. It bit the blood cocoon and swallowed it. Then, the worm intimately rubbed against Jinyu's hand, looking obedient and dependent. Worm, what ability do you have? Jinyu clearly remembered that this insect had easily bitten through his bronze statue art's defense. Its biting strength was terrifying. Bug, what abilities do you have? As soon as he said that, whoosh, a faint silver line flashed and the iron moon bug was already a few meters away. It was so fast, Jinyu couldn't even see its trajectory. Not only was it fast, but it was also because of its small size. Poof. The inch-thick wall was pierced through by the faint silver lines that the Iron Moon's strange insects had transformed into, almost without any resistance. A neat and smooth hole was left on the wall. There were no cracks around it. That feeling. It was as if it wasn't a wall but a layer of paper. Poof. Poof, the Iron Moon bug darted inside and outside the house, ignoring all obstacles. Don't destroy it. Xianxia stopped it. There were servants and maids in the yard. If they weren't careful, the bug could penetrate the body of an average viscera refinement cultivator in the blink of an eye. Xianxia suddenly sensed that the Iron Moon bug had entered the underground rock stratum and was moving smoothly. Strangely, Xianxia could share the Iron Moon bug's perspective underground. Not bad. Xianxia was overjoyed by this new ability. In the future, the bug would become Xianxia's second perspective. It would be very convenient for him to ambush. Half a day later, Xianxia had tested the bug's ability many times. This Iron Moon exotic insect's body was tougher than iron, and its defense was even stronger than Xianxia's. More shockingly, the Iron Moon bug was highly resistant to internal energy and true qi. Xianxia had used his cloud fiend internal breath to test it out, and when he circulated 60 to 70% of it, he could basically ignore the bug. Its body structure was completely different from that of normal organisms. According to Elder Pan, the Iron Moon bug was stronger under the moonlight and could even heal itself. It seems that I have to slowly discover the bug's ability. A smile appeared on Xianxia's face. This mutated bug was a pleasant surprise for this adventure. A few days later, Xianxia allowed the Iron Moon bug to move freely underground, but it couldn't leave the area of 1 mile. He began to practice and verify his swordsmanship again. In terms of cultivation, Xianxia was in no hurry and slowly accumulated it. Although he had 2 upper-grade body replenishing pills, he did not plan to use them now. He would consider it when he reached the peak of the meridian soothing stage and needed to break through to the viscera refinement stage. The blood pool incident last time had left quite a shadow in Xianxia's heart. His spiritual body was not as good as an ordinary inner disciple's. If his foundation was not stable and his inner breath was not pure enough, then he would not have any hope of advancing to the qi-transforming realm. As for the supplementary cultivation of the bronze statue skill, Xianxia had 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng and 3 fierce snake king's gallbladders. Of course, this was not enough. Xianxia continued to collect the fierce snake king's gallbladder and other precious materials in Zhongwu Hall. The only thing that was hard to find was the 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng. He was pleasantly surprised. A few days later, Elder Mao and Elder Nangong went to find Xianxia. They brought the 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng with them to trade for the moon spirit ore with Xianxia. The 2 qi transformation realm elders' desire for the moon spirit ore was not just an ordinary level. Finally, Xianxia used 5 kilograms of moon spirit ore to trade for 400-year-old earth spirit ginseng, 2 of which were even 120 years old. One had to know. In the current context, the value of precious materials like the 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng was far more than half of the ordinary ones. So, there were as many as 500-year-old earth spirit ginseng in Xianxia's hands. There are 500-year-old earth spirit ginseng to make 5 bottles of body refining potion. Xianxia was deep in thought. After all, the other materials were not too difficult to find. Not long after, Xianxia made 5 bottles of body refining potion, but he didn't plan to take them all at once. He was very clear that after advancing to the copper bone level, the effect of the spirit ginseng snake gallbladder would also be greatly reduced. 5 bottles of body refining potion couldn't let him advance to the copper bone level in a short time, Xiaocheng. Since that was the case, it was better to take it slowly, take 1 bottle every 10 days and drink a mouthful about 3 days. This kind of accumulation made Xianxia feel at ease. On this day, Xianxia tried to verify the Taigang sword and windcutter sword, but he encountered a bottleneck. Both sword techniques had reached the peak of perfection. Through reverse practice, Xianxia comprehended his own unique true meaning, which could be called pure refinement. However, he encountered a lot of resistance when he wanted to further verify and improve the 2 sword techniques, or merge them together. Suddenly, Xianxia had an idea: I can't hang on to one tree. Therefore, He went to the Sky Marshal Pavilion and spent thousands of contribution points to exchange for 3 sword techniques with similar styles. The styles were either heavy or light, hard or soft. As a result, Xianxia didn't have much contribution points left after buying the materials. Anyway, I can't exchange for the primordial fiend divine skill before I advance to the organs refinement realm, Xianxia was very optimistic. Before the battle between the 3 sects and the Bone Demon Palace, it was best to accumulate as much strength as possible to survive and protect himself. There were 3 more sword techniques. The verification of Xianxu's sword techniques could broaden his horizons and increase his inspiration. With the first 2 sword techniques at the peak of perfection, with Xianxu's body technique talent, he could easily get started with the other sword techniques with similar styles, and even Xiaocheng. After that, Xianxu's comprehension of light and heavy sword techniques began to improve bit by bit. What was more obvious was, through the profound heavy sword, Xianxu could easily switch between light and heavy sword styles. Moreover, he was becoming less and less restricted to the original sword style's moves. Even in the blink of an eye, he could switch between light and heavy sword techniques 2 or 3 times. A few days later, in the courtyard. Slash. The heavy sword in Xianxu's hand slowly slashed, like a feather flashing, with an ethereal feeling. Dang, when the sword landed, it created a 2 feet long and 1 foot deep trench. Dust billowed, like cutting tofu. Then, Xianxu fiercely and domineeringly slashed out with his sword. The astral wind lingered, and it swept past a fallen leaf. Shwa, this leaf was sliced off a fingernail-thin layer, and the rest of the leaf was undamaged. The seemingly heavy sword was lighter than a blade. This new sword technique will be called the light and heavy sword technique. I have only comprehended the embryonic form. Xianxu's face was filled with joy. Light and heavy sword technique, combining the 2 styles of the heavy sword and the light sword, truly making the heavy seem light. After reaching a certain level, the weight and speed of the sword technique could be changed with a thought, and one could no longer distinguish between light and heavy, or fast and slow. This sword technique could not be considered self-created. In essence, it was Xianxu's induction and fusion of the 2 sword techniques, and the control of the sword technique's conception and power was displayed to the extreme. But for a third-step beginner, it was already very rare. Xianxu had a kind of confidence that the light and heavy sword technique, that he had comprehended, in terms of power and conception, had already surpassed the peak of high-level martial arts. That afternoon, news came from Zhongwu Hall. The mission to ask for help from the secular world is about to begin? Xianxu stopped practicing. The main purpose of this secular world mission was to avoid dangerous missions, win time to grow, and make a trip back to his family. Zhongwu Hall. In a side hall, there stood many members of the sect, including new disciples and older generation members. Hall leader Lin and a few deacons handed in a few missions. Nephew Chen. Seeing Xianxu, Hall leader Lin greeted him warmly. Xianxu immediately asked about his mission. Nephew Chen, there is a slight change in your mission. Hall leader Lin said with slight hesitation. Change? Xianxu thought, could it be that this easy mission can't be completed? Actually, the difficulty of the mission has increased a little. Originally, this mission should be done by you alone, but now Zhongwu Hall has sent 2 more people. A total of 3 people. Hall leader Lin said with some embarrassment. A 1-person mission had become a 3-person mission. The difficulty had definitely increased. Hall leader Lin explained, there are 2 main reasons. First, the infernal bandit, ranked 2nd on the assassination roll, has appeared near the Yan family castle and may endanger the Yan family castle. Second, a hostile force has appeared near the Yan family castle. It is suspected that an outer disciple of the Bone Devil Palace is stirring up trouble. If it is just an outer disciple of the Bone Devil Palace, it is not a big deal with the addition of manpower. But the infernal bandit. Xianxu frowned slightly. He had even fought an esoteric disciple of the Bone Devil Palace, so he naturally did not fear ordinary disciples. The truly terrifying one was the infernal bandit. This bandit was ranked 2nd on the Yunhui Gate assassination roll, 2nd only to the Devil Clown. Don't worry about that. The infernal bandit has already been dealt with by our direct disciple Kuan Ling and another inner sect elite. That is another assigned mission. Hall Leader Lin said with a smile. If that is the case, I have no objections. Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief. The infernal bandit's reputation was simply too great. It was rumored that he had once entered the Chu royal palace and played with a princess and princess. It was evident that he could still roam freely after committing such a major crime. At this time, a man and a woman walked towards Hall Leader Lin. Apprentice nephew Qin. The two of them joined later and will participate in this secular assistance mission with you. Hall Leader Lin raised his hand. He glanced sideways. Walking in front was a 17 or 18-year-old youth with thick eyebrows. He had a righteous appearance. Behind him was a beautiful and refined young girl. Her face was like a peony after the rain, and her figure was delicate and graceful. Mu Xueqing. Qin Yu was slightly taken aback. Mu Xueqing's face also revealed a trace of surprise. Qin Yu, Mu Xueqing, Feng Haofei. The three of you will act as emissaries of the sect and head to the Yan family castle to stabilize the order there. Hall Leader Lin announced formally. The three of them nodded and got to know each other. Among them, Feng Haofei was in the middle stage of the viscera refinement and was an inner sect disciple. However, Hall Leader Lin coughed and looked at the three. There are 3 people in this mission and we need to appoint a leader. Leader? That should be me. Among the 3 of us, I have the highest cultivation and experience. Feng Haofei said matter-of-factly. The choice of leader is not necessarily based on cultivation. I want to fight for this position. Mu Xueqing snorted and said unhappily. The beauty's doubt made Feng Haofei feel slightly awkward. As the saying goes, first come, first served. Let me be the leader. I hope the 2 of you can help me. Qin Yu touched his nose. You are a Meridian and Lightning Realm cultivator and you want to be the leader? Feng Haofei's eyes widened. After the Meteorite Iron gamble, Qin Yu was considered a little famous in the inner sect. But Feng Haofei did not think that he could be the leader. Moreover, the benefits and power of the leader were not small. Actually, Qin Yu wanted to be the leader not because he wanted the benefits, but because he wanted to have the freedom to carry out this mission. As the leader, he would be able to control the route and make a detour to Xianxia City. No. Mu Xueqing and Feng Haofei shook their heads at the same time. They did not agree with Qin Yu being the leader. In the side hall of Zhongwu Hall, Hall Leader Lin had a slight headache. It was supposed to be a simple secular mission. But all 3 of them wanted to be the leader. Unfortunately, all 3 of them had powerful backgrounds. After all, under the current circumstances, ordinary people wouldn't be able to get such an easy and profitable mission. Mu Xueqing was the disciple of Fairy Xiaoyu. As the disciple of an elder, she had a good aptitude and a good temperament. Feng Haofei was 17 or 18 years old and was already in the middle stage of the viscera refinement realm. His background wasn't simple either. One of his uncles was the hall leader of the sect. As for Qin Yu, there was no need to mention the fact that he had the support of 2 senior elders. Haha. Since you're not convinced, then let's fight. Feng Haofei smiled confidently. Among the 3 of them, he was the oldest and had the most experience. Furthermore, in front of Mu Xueqing, a famous beauty in the inner sect, he naturally had to show his masculinity. One had to know. Before this, Mu Xueqing and Xianxia were called the 2 beauties of the inner sect. And now, Xianxia had betrayed the sect and Mu Xueqing would become the most beautiful disciple of the Yunhua sect. Therefore, whether it was for his vanity or to win the favor of the beauty, he had to fight for the position of the leader. Which one of you will go first? With a smile on his face, Feng Haofei glanced at the 2 of them. His gaze lingered on Mu Xueqing's delicate figure for a moment longer. I'll go. Mu Xueqing's face was cold and she didn't give in at all. Actually, her idea of fighting for the leader was similar to that of Qin Yu. She also wanted to go home and have more freedom. Not long after, the 3 of them moved to a training field in the courtyard of Zhongwu Hall. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 of them, one with a sword and one with a saber, quickly clashed on the training field. Vast sky saber. The thick saber in Feng Haofei's hand slowly slashed a few times, but there was a vast and boundless aura. A few long and continuous saber gleams rolled up a faint wave of light. Top-tier martial arts, Qinyu was slightly shocked. Fang Haofei's saber art was a top-tier saber art. Although this top-rank martial art was relative to the third rank of the entry level, it could be called top rank. Naturally it was close to the strongest in this level. Even at the Qi transformation stage, my martial arts are only at this level. Thousand Rain Sword. Mu Xueqing held a lustrous blue sword in her hand. In an instant, hundreds of clear and deep blue light spots were shot out. From time to time, there would be fine rain-like sword clouds shuttling back and forth like ice-cold fireworks. Qinyu watched with interest. Mu Xueqing's swordsmanship was also an entry-level martial art. For the disciples of the elders, it was much easier to obtain a top-ranked martial art. The two of them exchanged blows in completely different styles. Fang Haofei's attacks were majestic, deep, and continuous. Mu Xueqing's swordplay, on the other hand, was as cold as the stars, infinitely beautiful. However, Qinyu could faintly feel that Mu Xueqing's inner breath was very pure. It exuded a trace of coldness, which was extremely compatible with the concept of swordsmanship. Furthermore, in terms of agility, Mu Xueqing had the upper hand. However, it was hard to say who would win. After all, Fang Haofei's inner breath was dense and his martial arts level was extremely high. In a head-on fight, he still had the upper hand. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged hundreds of blows, but there was actually no winner. Looks like the rumors are true. Although Xueqing only has a low-grade spirit body, it is said that her spirit body has the rare cold water attribute. If she cultivates a compatible martial art, not only will her progress be comparable to a mid-grade spirit body, her power will also increase. Hall Master Lin said with a smile. Hall Master Lin, who do you think will win? Qinyu said casually. He had already expected that Mu Xueqing's aptitude was higher, otherwise, she wouldn't have entered the inner sect earlier and become a disciple of the elders. It should be 50-50. Between the two of them, I am unable to determine who will win and who will lose. However, I believe that martial nephew Qin should be the victor of this competition. Hall Master Lin pondered for a moment and said with a deeper meaning. From the outer sect competition to the meteorite iron gamble battle to the northern mountain spirit garden battle, Qinyu's rise could be called a miracle. First in the competition, defeating Nangongli and Duan Xiaolong. In the meteorite iron gamble battle, he defeated Fei Ledian, who was at the same realm when he was at the same realm. This was something that ordinary disciples could not achieve. The most difficult was still the northern mountain spirit garden battle. A meridian illuminating realm disciple could actually survive under the double crisis of the Snake King and the Bone Demon Palace's night attack. Since Hall Master Lin thinks that I won, why don't you let me be the leader? Qinyu blinked. Hall Master Lin. Soon. The two people on the field exchanged 200 blows, but they were still locked in a stalemate. The two of you are evenly matched, it's hard to tell who will win. Why don't you let me be the leader, lest we hurt each other? Qinyu said with a smile. Don't even think about it. The faces of the two people on the field twitched and they fought even more fiercely. Qinyu could not help but shake his head and sigh. Swish, he slowly stretched out his hand and took out the mysterious heavy sword from his storage bag. Hall Master Lin was stunned. It was rare for ordinary inner disciples to have storage items. It seemed that Qinyu's storage bag was bigger than ordinary ones. At the next moment, Qinyu's vision blurred, and with a ghostly speed, he cut into the training field. Open! The heavy sword in Qinyu's hand was like a feather. It was light as a feather, and he swung it several times in an instant. The dark silver sword light shuttled back and forth at an astonishing speed. What sword technique was this? Hall Master Lin felt an inexplicable contradiction in his heart. Clang clang clang, in an instant, Qinyu's seemingly light as a feather, mysterious heavy sword, clashed with Fang Haofei's several times. The first sword. Fang Haofei's palm went numb, and the thick saber in his hand almost fell out. The second sword. The force was heavier, causing his qi and blood to churn. The web between his thumb and forefinger cracked and blood seeped out. The third sword. With a clang sound, Fang Haofei's thick saber fell out of his hand. Fang Haofei's face alternated between green and white, and he involuntarily said, How is this possible? During the meteorite iron gambling battle, Feng Haofei had seen Qinyu's battle. But at that time, it was only a battle of the soothing pulse stage, and he did not take it to heart. Now, with his strength of the middle stage of the viscera refining stage, his weapon was unexpectedly knocked out by the opponent's 3 sword strikes. Xueqing, do you still want to fight? Qinyu smiled and winked at Mu Xueqing. Poochie poochie, Mu Xueqing's pretty face blushed, and she gritted her teeth. The sword in her hand emitted a star-like blue light, and cold air overflowed. Cut. The heavy sword in Qinyu's hand suddenly shook, and with a heavy momentum that could sweep away mountains and rivers, the silver astral wind lingered, and fiercely slashed Mu Xueqing's sword. Feng Haofei, who was at the side, was shocked. But, the result, was unexpected. That sword that seemed as heavy as a mountain, immediately pushed away Mu Xueqing's sword, like a willow branch passing by in the wind. Ding! Swish, the heavy sword, which seemed heavy and slow, suddenly disappeared in a flash. The next moment, the heavy sword avoided Mu Xueqing's sword, and in a flash, moved to the girl's shoulder, and was only an inch away from her snow-white neck. You! Mu Xueqing's pretty face was full of shock, and she looked like she could not believe it. All right. The leader is mine. Qinyu waved his hand, and kept the heavy sword into his storage bag. Hall leader Lin, who was at the side, also had a trace of surprise on his face. But, the opponent could survive the joint attack of Snake Tua and Ghost Shadow, such strength was not surprising. It was because of this. In front of Hall leader Lin, Qinyu did not deliberately keep a low profile. In the sect, first, he needed a backer, and second, he needed to show his strength, and raise his reputation. If others wanted to deal with him, they would have to be cautious. Moreover, after the adventure in the Serene Moon Ancient Well, Qinyu still had an even stronger trump card that no one knew. I admit that you are strong. But, taking advantage of the fact that we have been fighting for a long time, and when we are exhausted, there is an element of trickery. After Mu Xueqing sheathed her sword, she let out a low snort. Qinyu smiled, and did not say anything. He naturally knew that Mu Xueqing had a cold personality, or else he would not have been so tired when he chased after her. Fortunately, he was now wholeheartedly cultivating, and with no worries, he was even more carefree. On the other side, Feng Haofei did not say a word. He, who was at the organs refining middle stage, lost to Qinyu, who was at the meridian opening late stage. Any excuse would be useless. Feng Haofei was really convinced, unlike Mu Xueqing, who was not convinced. Just like that, Qinyu became the leader of this mission, and the other 2 sulked at the side. The 3 of them set off and left the Yunhui Gate. 2 days later, Qinyu and the other 2 went straight to the area where Xianxia City was. Huh? Chen, this route doesn't seem right. Go this way to the Yan clan castle, it will be a long detour. Feng Haofei said. I am the leader. Let's go to Xianxia City first to collect some information. Qinyu said expressionlessly. Xianxia City. Collect information. Feng Haofei was speechless. Xianxia City did not seem to be a county city in the central area. Where should they go to collect information? I agree. Mu Xueqing smiled in support. She chose this mission mainly because she had not been back to Xianxia City for a long time. In addition, there seemed to be some trouble from the family. Not long after, Qinyu and the other 2 arrived at Xianxia City. With Qinyu's consent, Mu Xueqing asked to go home first, and refused to let Feng Haofei follow. Feng Haofei was unhappy, so he could only follow Qinyu. In the Chen family's residence. This time, after Qinyu returned to the family, he was treated like the moon surrounded by stars. Nephew, you're finally back. I didn't have a chance to talk to you at the Hidden Lake gathering. The family master, Chen Tianwei, and a few elders greeted him with smiles. You are now an inner disciple, an elder's disciple, and famous in the 3 sections. This really makes the Chen family proud, and we have more confidence in Xianxia City. A few clan elders and higher-ups were full of flattery. In the hall, Chen's father, Chen Tianda, and Chen's mom and Lu Jing walked in, their faces glowing. Seeing Qinyu's expressionless face, the elders went to flatter Chen's father and Chen's mom. Soon after, a white-haired old man in plain clothes walked into the hall. Ancestor Chen. Clan Master Chen. The elders all stood up and saluted him. This white-haired, linen-clothed old man was the Chen family's ancestor who usually didn't show himself. This is your grandpa. Chen's father introduced. Chen Yu stood up and saluted. He had seen this ancestral patriarch of the Chen family when he was young. He was said to be at least 80 years old. The ancestral patriarch looked at Chen Yu and said, "It's rare for the Chen family to have someone like you. I've already reprimanded Tianwei and the others for their mistakes. If you need anything in the future, the family will do our best to help." After saying that, the ancestral patriarch glared at Chen Tianwei and the others. Chen Tianwei and the white-haired elder shivered and didn't dare to say anything. The ancestral patriarch suddenly noticed Feng Haofei next to Chen Yu. Ancestral patriarch Chen was shocked by what he saw. The cultivation of this teenager with thick eyebrows seemed to be higher than his. The internal energy he gave off made his heart beat faster. This teenager was definitely a genius with a strong background in the sect. Seeing that he stood behind Chen Yu and didn't say anything, he thought that he was a follower. Ancestral patriarch Chen was shocked. "You guys don't know what's good for you. Give this young man a seat, you guys don't recognize Mount Tai. Hurry up and give this young hero a seat," old ancestor Chen scolded. The family leader, Chen Tianwei, and the others looked at Feng Haofei in shock. Ancestral patriarch Chen treated the young man behind Chen Yu like a VIP, and he even seemed to be in awe of him. Old ancestor Chen's face was solemn and his heart was pounding. This thick-browed youth looked 17 or 18 years old. Even he couldn't see through his cultivation. He wasn't even 20 years old, but he was at least in the mid-stage of the organ's refinement realm. In the mortal world, this could be said to be world-shocking and unimaginable. One had to know. Old ancestor Chen was 80 years old and was only in the organ's refinement realm. Because his talent was too ordinary, he only had a normal spirit body. He had only reached the organ's refinement realm when he was 30 or 40 years old. If he reached the organ's refinement realm too late, he would have used up all his potential and it would be hard for him to improve in the next few decades. Compared to this youth, old ancestor Chen's achievements were too low. "May I know your name?" "Please forgive me for not being a good host," old ancestor Chen cupped his fists and said apologetically. Very soon, the elders of the Chen family rushed to move a chair for Feng Haofei. Chen Tianwei and the others were anxious. The person that old ancestor Chen treated with respect was almost treated as a follower. They could imagine. This thick-browed youth's cultivation was at least in the organ's refinement realm. He was definitely an elite of the sect. "Uncles, you're welcome. I'm really just a follower." Feng Haofei waved his hand and smiled. "Follower? Are you kidding me?" Old ancestor Chen didn't believe him. He was worried that Chen Fan was being sarcastic. "Young hero. Please don't joke around. You're too kind." The higher-ups of the Chen family were anxious. Feng Haofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chen is the leader of this mission. We have to listen to him. "Uncles, you don't have to be so polite." "What? Chen Yu is the leader? This sex genius is really a follower?" The elders of the Chen family were dumbstruck, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Dumbfounded, ancestral patriarch Chen Tianwei, Chen's father, and Chen's mom all looked surprised. This was really hard to accept. Half a year ago, wasn't Chen Yu just a fringe outer court disciple? At that time, the family gave up on supporting him in terms of resources. It was only in recent months that Chen Yu entered the inner sect and gradually rose in the Yunhui Gate. However, judging from the expression and tone of the young man with thick eyebrows, he did not seem to be acting. "Senior Marshal Brother Feng, just sit back and relax. If you feel uncomfortable, you can wander around." Chen Yu smiled. "Yes." Feng Haoren shrugged and walked out of the hall. As an outsider, it was inconvenient for him to participate in the internal affairs of the Chen family. Until Feng Haoren left. Only then did the elders of the Chen family come to their senses. Ancestral patriarch Chen and the others looked at Chen Yu with a complicated expression. No matter how stupid they were, they knew that Chen Yu was definitely not an ordinary disciple in the Yunhui Gate. "You. Are you really the leader of this mission? The genius disciple just now is probably at the viscera refinement realm. He seems to respect you as the leader. His mother, Lu Gui, could not help asking with joy and anticipation in her eyes. I wanted to go back to Xianxia City, so I got the leader position. Logically speaking, the leader does have the initiative in the mission. Chen Yu answered. He didn't dare to be rude to his mother. He wondered if his parents knew that he had kicked his fiancée in the meteorite iron gamble. Chen Yu confirmed it. Chen's father and Chen's mom were overjoyed. Ancestral patriarch Chen was also happy. He was proud that the Chen family had produced such a talented person. As for the patriarch Chen Tianwei and the white-bearded patriarch, their faces were filled with shame and embarrassment. Before, the two of them had pressured Chen Yu into marrying Chen Yu and had even cut off their resources to Chen Yu. Let's not talk about what happened in the past. This time, I purposely took a detour to come back to take a look. One of the reasons is because of the engagement. Chen Yu changed the topic. This marriage wasn't what he wanted. Also, according to Chen Yu, Yi Yunfei had been in love with Chu Wanyu for a long time and they seemed to have feelings for each other. Even if Chen Yu took the risk of offending Yi Yunfei to marry Chu Wanyu, it wouldn't be good if he forced it. After Chen Yu explained the reason, the elders of the Chen family looked at each other. In the past, these elders might have stood up and slammed the table. A marriage alliance was for the benefit of the family. It was nothing to sacrifice one's own interests. Moreover, in the past, Chen Yu would be climbing the social ladder if he could marry Chu Wanyu. This is a little troublesome. His father, Chen Tianda, suddenly said. Troublesome? Chen Yu looked at his father. At this moment, everyone was silent. The other elders didn't dare to speak. First, the Chu family is one of the largest families in the country. They are much more powerful than us. I heard that they even have a Qi transformation postnatal cultivator. Chen's father sighed. Chen Yu frowned. Indeed, the Chu family was powerful. If they broke off the marriage, they would offend this huge family. Second, the Demon Bone Palace is invading. Their disciples have extended their claws to the 6 counties of Baiyun. Xiangyang City hasn't been peaceful recently. The claws of the Demon Bone Palace even threatened and tempted us to become their subsidiary. Otherwise, when the Demon Bone Palace invades here, we will be exterminated. Chen's father had a bitter expression. The Demon Bone Palace has infiltrated the secular world to this extent? The Chen family has been warned and threatened. Chen Yu's expression was solemn. Because of the marriage between you and Chu Wanyu, the Chen family and the Chu family have formed an alliance. Chu Fengyun even promised that if the Chen family is in danger, the Chu family will protect them. Patriarch Chen Tianwei added. So, our family will have to rely on this verbal marriage to survive under the Chu family's protection? Chen Yu laughed coldly. As far as he knew, the Demon Bone Palace had destroyed a few families as powerful as the Chu family. If the Demon Bone Palace really fought here, everything would be for naught. What use could a small marriage contract have? When the time came, they could only abandon this secular industry and flee far away. The Chu nation couldn't hide? They could go to neighboring countries. The world was so big. There was no place to hide. In the end, Chen Yu made the final decision. In any case, this marriage had to be annulled. Mainly, this transaction was not worth it at all. If he forcefully married Chu Wanyu, who knew how much hatred he would incur from Yi Yunfei and the Watermoon sect, most importantly, other people were in love. Chen Yu was the third party. He had even kicked his nominal fiancée. That afternoon, Chen Yu brought Fang Haofei to a manor in the southern suburbs of Xiangyang City, accompanied by his parents. The manor in front of them occupied thousands of acres of land. There was a pond in the middle of the manor. Lotus leaves and little fish could be seen splashing in the water. Next to the pond was a rustic manor. The manor was surrounded by a garden of flowers and trees. It was a garden of flowers and trees. Even from a few miles away, one could smell the fragrance of the flowers. Oh. The environment here is not bad. It's not bad if I can cultivate here for a period of time. Fang Haofei exclaimed. This manor was Chen Yu's private territory. That day, he had killed the Flood Lake fiends. Other than the territory, he had also received a reward of 10,000 gold. Most of it was used to renovate and build this manor. Greetings, young master. Entering the courtyard beside the pond, there were 8 servants and 8 maids waiting respectfully at the side. There were a total of 16 servants in charge of the manor. Are you satisfied with this manor? We haven't used up the 10,000 gold reward. His mother, Lu Zhen, smiled. It's not bad. Owning a private manor has always been my wish. Looking at his surroundings, Jinyu felt a sense of security. The land of this manor was very fertile. There were mountains and rivers. Apart from the flowers and trees near the courtyard, there were also orchards and food crops. It was self-sufficient. If the threat of the Bone Demon Palace's invasion was ignored, ordinary people could live a carefree life here. That night, Jinyu accompanied his parents and spent the night in the manor. The other elders of the Qin family were also very tactful. They did not disturb Jinyu. Late at night. Xianxia City, Wang Manor. In a secret room. Patriarch Wang, what do you think? If you can join the Bone Demon Palace in advance, you can be a spy. When Chu is unified, you will enjoy the treatment of meritorious subjects. A hook-nosed youth crossed his legs. Beside him stood a man and a woman with a sinister aura. All 3 were viscera refinement cultivators. Opposite them, a bearded middle-aged man gritted his teeth. As long as you can capture and kill Jinyu, we will consider joining the palace. He is the main culprit behind my son's disappearance. My son, Wang Lingyun, is 90% certain that he is no longer in this world. The bearded man was Patriarch Wang. Jinyu? The Yunhui Gate disciple you mentioned? He is in the sect. How can we act? The sharp-nosed youth snorted. An old man beside Patriarch Wang said, we just received news that Jinyu has returned to Xiangyang City. He is in Xiangyang City? An inner disciple in the illuminating pulse realm? The sharp-nosed youth's smile carried a hint of playfulness. He exchanged a smile with the man and woman beside him. This was truly a case of someone delivering a pillow right after a nap. As outer members of Bone Devil Palace, it would be a meritorious service if they could kill an inner disciple of one of the 3 sections. Moreover, if they could capture and kill Jinyu, they could rope the Wang family into Bone Devil Palace's camp. This was a perfect opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A mere illuminating pulse realm is not a problem. But if we capture and kill him, you must promise to provide information as spies for Bone Devil Palace in the secular world. The hook-nosed youth sneered. If you can capture and kill him, it will naturally be in order. After all, it is difficult for us to establish ourselves in Xiangyang City. The Chan and Mu families have surpassed us. Patriarch Wang said coolly. The old ancestor beside him also nodded and promised. You need to be careful. Jinyu's true strength is said to be able to fight against viscera refinement cultivators. He seems to have a fellow disciple with him. Patriarch Wang emphasized. Don't worry. We will bring that child's head here tonight. The hook-nosed youth laughed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, with a wave of wind, 3 figures melted into the night like ghosts. They watched the Bone Devil Palace trio leave. Patriarch Wang and Patriarch Wang exchanged glances with one another and let out sighs. Given the current situation, the 3 sects will find it difficult to resist Bone Devil Palace sooner or later. It is said that Bone Devil Palace nearly destroyed the 3 sects decades ago. If not for the neighboring countries spying, they would have succeeded long ago. Now that Bone Devil Palace has recuperated for decades, they should not make the same mistake. They have a high chance of victory, Patriarch Wang said with a sigh. Getting this palace to deal with Jinyu and avenge Yun'er is one thing. At the same time, we need to see their sincerity. After all, Bone Devil Palace is an evil sect. The slightest mistake will doom our clan. In a pastoral-style room in a manor on the outskirts of the city, Jinyu sat cross-legged and took out a small bottle. He drank a mouthful of 100-year-old body-tempering liquid and started to circulate the bronze statue art. He had made 5 bottles of the spirit ginseng snake gallbladder body-tempering liquid. Among them, there were 3 bottles of 100-year-old body-tempering liquid and 2 bottles of 120-year-old body-tempering liquid. It was enough for Qinyu to use for more than a month. Qinyu estimated that the bronze statue art could advance to the copper bone Xiaoqing level in about 2 to 3 months. At that time, under the Qi transformation realm, except for a few top true disciples, there were very few people who could threaten him. Suddenly, Qinyu sensed an abnormality coming from the Iron Moon strange bug. Rustle, 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 he held his breath and focused. There was a faint sound coming from the quiet matter. Late at night, there was a cold murderous aura in the empty matter. Through the Iron Moon strange bug, Qinyu could share what he saw. At the current distance, it was within 1 mile, and it was clear and effective. Humph, the corner of Qinyu's mouth curled up into a mocking and cold smile. Not long later. Who is it? A shout came from the room where Feng Haofei was. Rustle, Feng Haofei leaped out and saw more than 10 black-clothed men surrounding a few rooms nearby with killing intent in their eyes. Hee, as expected of an inner disciple of the Yunhui Gate. You've noticed us so quickly. A pointy-faced woman in a black veil twisted her waist, and as she chuckled, her slender hand trembled in a barely noticeable manner. Swoosh! Ding! Feng Haofei's figure moved quickly. A black needle with blue light almost brushed past the corner of his clothes and pierced through the solid wood door behind him. You bitch! Feng Haofei was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. His face was gloomy as he picked up the treasure artifact thick saber. If it was an ordinary disciple with slow reactions, he might have been hit. The woman in the black veil was at the early stage of the organ's refinement realm. Her body emitted a dense evil aura. TSK, this kid has some skills. A man in a woven rush raincoat held a black sickle in his hand. With a chi sound, several cold black wind blades slashed towards Feng Hao's lower body with sharp whistling sounds. Break! Feng Haofei's face turned cold. The thick-backed saber in his hand drew out a vast and long saber light. The dim light rippled and broke through the black wind blade that his opponent had slashed out. This man's cultivation base had reached the middle stage of the organ's refinement realm. The dark black scythe in his hand was a unique treasure. The black wind blades that the sickle slashed out were astonishingly fast, and it was hard to catch them in the moonlight. Whoosh! Pa, the black-veiled, pointy-faced woman held a purplish-black whip in her hand. She swung it with a chilly wind, which entangled Feng Haofei from the side. All of a sudden, the man in the raincoat and the black-veiled woman intertwined their scythes and whips, trapping Feng Haofei. Although the black-veiled woman was only at the early stage of the organ's refinement realm, she would occasionally shoot out 1 or 2 deep blue poisonous needles, causing Feng Haofei to gnash his teeth in hatred. If they were to fight one-on-one, neither of them would be a match for Feng Haofei. But after working together, the two of them could suppress Feng Haofei for a short period of time. At this moment, a cold voice came from the roof of the house. The rest of you, move out. Kill everyone alive in the manor. Drag Qinyu out. Feng Haofei's heart sank. He saw. A hook-nosed youth in a black cloak appeared on the opposite roof. The internal energy fluctuation that flashed across his body was close to the late stage of the organ's refinement realm. He was probably even stronger than the man in the raincoat. Qinyu. You still don't come out. Feng Haofei could not help but curse as he was entangled by the man and woman. Obviously, this group's target should be Qinyu. From the aura of the cultivation method, it should be related to the Bone Demon Palace. Other than the hook-nosed 3 leaders, there were more than 10 black-clothed men in the Meridian Illuminating realm. Their cultivation bases were all above the middle stage of the Meridian Illuminating realm. Their expressions were cold and murderous. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The black-clothed men scattered everywhere, preparing to search for Qinyu. Are you looking for me? A light suddenly lit in one of the rooms. A young man's slow voice was heard. In an instant, this wing room seemed so bright in the dark night. Creak, the door opened. A 15 or 16-year-old youth was sitting on a chair. It's Qinyu. There's no mistaking it. The hook-nosed man's eyes lit up. He had seen Qinyu's portrait before. However, there was a hint of hesitation on the hook-nosed man's face. The youth was sitting on a chair, leisurely brewing a pot of tea and eating pastries. This scene was too calm and leisurely. It was really strange. There was killing and danger everywhere outside. The other party was a meridian illuminating realm cultivator, yet he was leisurely drinking tea and eating pastries. There seemed to be 3 organs refinement realm cultivators and many meridian illuminating realm cultivators outside. Is he really fine? Chen's father and Chen's mom appeared from behind with a worried expression. It turned out this room was the room of Qinyu's parents. Qinyu had already confirmed the enemy's situation through the Iron Moon strange bug. His first reaction was to come and protect his parents. After that, he had nothing to worry about. Go. Kill this guy. The hook-nosed man waved his hand fiercely. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, more than a dozen men in black quickly surrounded the room where Qinyu was. Those cold eyes and invisible killing intent made Chen's father and Chen's mom suffocate. 2 of the men in black even took out their crossbows. However, the bodies of the 2 crossbowmen suddenly stiffened before they could do anything. Poof. Poof, a thumb-sized hole appeared on the throats of the 2 crossbowmen. Then, blood spurted out and they fell to the ground, dead. What? The black-robed man nearby cried out involuntarily. They didn't even see how their 2 companions died. Watch out. It's a hidden weapon. The hook-nosed man stood on the roof and vaguely saw a black dot. Ah. The next moment, there were more screams. 2 more arrows of blood spurted out of the hearts of the 2 men in black and they fell to the ground, dead. What's that? The aquiline-nosed man on the roof paled in shock. Then he could only see a blurry black dot with a small splash of blood. It instantly passed through the remaining men in black. The screams were endless. All the men in black around the room died on the spot in less than 5 breaths. What they had in common was a thumb-sized hole in their heart or throat. None of them resisted. They didn't even see the shadow of the enemy. Hiss, the hook-nosed man gasped and felt a chill down his spine. In the opposite room, the young man was leisurely drinking tea and looking at him with a faint smile. At this moment, the battle on the other side had a slight change. Vast sea-breaking blade. Fang Haofei shouted. The treasure blade in his hand slashed out a vast ring-shaped blade wave. Accompanied by a gust of wind, it swept across a radius of 2 meters. Poof, poof. Poof, the man in the raincoat and the black-veiled woman's expressions changed and they quickly retreated. Among them, there was a deep wound on the black-veiled woman's arm and shoulder. The clothes of the man in the raincoat were torn and there was a bloody mark on his cheek. So powerful. The 2 of them cried out. They were injured by Fang Haofei's blade. In the beginning, the 2 of them worked together to fight Fang Haofei and they felt that they had the upper hand. But then, they realized that Fang Haofei's cultivation technique was powerful and his martial techniques were profound. They couldn't suppress him at all. After getting used to the 2's attacks, Fang Haofei started to counterattack. Seeing that Qinyu had easily killed more than 10 men in black, Fang Haofei didn't want to show any weakness even though he didn't see the details. He finally used his killing move and injured the 2 of them in one go. Retreat. Seeing this, the hook-nosed man on the roof turned pale. How could he not understand now? They had kicked a metal plate this time. Fang Haofei's strength was probably close to the level of the 3 sex core disciples. But Qinyu didn't even see him make a move. Trying to run? Fang Haofei sneered. His figure was like a gust of wind as he swung his saber again and slashed out a vast wave of saber light. Poof, the black-veiled woman was a step behind. A foot-deep saber light was left on her back, piercing her organs. Thump, the black-veiled woman screamed and fell to the ground. Run. The hook-nosed man and the man in the raincoat completely ignored the black-veiled woman and fled for their lives. Especially the hook-nosed man, he felt a strong sense of danger. He recalled the leisurely smile on the youth's face and the tragic deaths of more than 10 subordinates. In the room, Qinyu put down his teacup and looked at the 2 fleeing people. He murmured, "This strength is far inferior to the secret disciples of Bone Demon Palace." Back in the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden, the red-veiled woman and the purple-haired youth were extremely powerful. The purple-haired youth who fought with them was also in the mid-stage organs refinement realm. He could easily kill the 3 of them. Chen, aren't you going to chase after the strong enemy? After Fang Haofei killed the black-veiled woman, he called out to Qin Yu behind him. He felt a little sullen. Ever since these people started chasing him, he had been entangled by two organs refinement cultivators and was in danger. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had been drinking tea and eating snacks. One for each of us. Smiling faintly, Qin Yu dusted off his hands and stood up. At this moment, the hook-nosed man and the man in the woven rush raincoat ran separately. Both of them were in the mid-stage organs refinement realm. However, the hook-nosed man was clearly stronger. You're the leader. I choose this one. Fang Haofei chuckled and stared at the man in the woven rush raincoat who was slightly weaker. All right. Qin Yu's figure slowly chased after the hook-nosed man. Leader? The hook-nosed man, who had run hundreds of feet away, felt a chill in his heart. He naturally understood the meaning of the word leader. Fang Haofei's strength was so powerful that it was close to that of a true disciple. It made him wary. Meanwhile, the true leader of this operation was none other than Qin Yu, whom he had once been confident of killing. Swoosh, Fang Haofei chased after the man in the woven rush raincoat, moving further and further into the night. As for Qin Yu, he walked slowly for a while and did not seem to be in a hurry to chase after the hook-nosed man. Oh? The hook-nosed man was puzzled. Why did the other party not chase after him, moreover? A faint sense of danger spread in his heart and could not be erased. After running 1,000 feet. Ah! The hook-nosed man suddenly felt a pain in his chest. A black dot was in front of him at an unavoidable speed. Whoosh, he subconsciously circulated his internal energy to protect his body. In the end, the hurried circulation of internal energy only caused the black dot to slow down for a moment before it instantly bit and pierced through his heart. Bug, bug. The hook-nosed man's body stiffened as a bloody hole pierced through his heart. Then, a thumb-sized iron-gray bug shone with a faint silver light. With a swoosh, it merged into the night and disappeared. A moment later, Qin Yu slowly walked in front of the hook-nosed man's corpse. The iron moon bug on his palm intimately rubbed against his palm. Soon, a few spoils of war were sorted out. There was a slender black-spotted sword, 20 to 30 pieces of primordial stones, several books, including a strange and gloomy bone token, as well as a number of substandard spirit stones. Hee, it's not bad to get a treasure. This token? After weighing the black-spotted longsword in his hand, Qin Yu carefully examined the other bone token. Whoosh whoosh, at this moment, a man and a woman flew over from afar. That's the bone demon token. A familiar female voice was heard. Glancing sideways, he saw that it was a beautiful and charming young girl. Senior Sister Tong. Qin Yu had a look of surprise. Why would Tong Yuling suddenly come to his manor? Beside her, there was a burly middle-aged man in the organs refinement stage. This person's aura was strong. He should be an older member of the sect, and his cultivation seemed to have reached the late organs refinement stage. Chen, have you forgotten? Tong Yuling smiled. I've already applied for a mission to investigate the Bone Demon Palace's lackeys in the secular world in a nearby area. After approaching, Qin Yu suddenly discovered that Tong Yuling had broken through to the mid-organs refinement stage. Not only that, Tong Yuling's skin was snow-white and soft, with a hint of redness. That bright and charming charm was even more alluring. It turned out, Tong Yuling's mission area was in the 6 counties of Baiyun, including Sun Feather City, Fengyang City, etc. Recently, their mission team was investigating the Bone Demon Palace's lackeys, tracking them all the way to Xianxia City. But this lackey force was very secretive and difficult to find. Coincidentally, today, this group of lackeys moved together, and with a large number of people, they were finally tracked by Tong Yuling and the others. I just didn't expect this to be the place where Qin kept his mistress. Tong Yuling joked. Kept a mistress? If there really are a few girls like Senior Sister Tong, I won't refuse. Qin Yu laughed heartily, not showing any weakness as he teased. You, Tong Yuling glared at him, her bright and beautiful face blushing under the night sky. Did you kill this person? The burly middle-aged man who accompanied Tong Yuling stared at the hook-nosed youth's corpse with a stern expression. Especially The hole in the hook-nosed youth's chest looked like it was pierced by a finger, but upon closer inspection, it didn't look like it. But there was one thing that could be confirmed. There were no other wounds on this person's body, and there were no signs of fighting nearby either. He should have been killed without any resistance. This seems very normal. Chen already has the strength to suppress ordinary viscera refiners. Tong Yuling was not surprised. This person should be an insignificant lackey of Bone Devil Palace. I set up an ambush here and easily killed him. Chen Yu shrugged. No. I have information on this person. He's one of the lackeys of the 6 counties of Baiyun. He's probably in the top 5. The burly man suddenly picked up a small booklet. He flipped to a certain page. There was a portrait on it that was 70% similar to the hook-nosed youth. This person is cunning and cautious. Previously, a late-stage organs refinement realm enforcer of our sect fought with him. In the end, he easily escaped. The burly middle-aged man gave Chen Yu a meaningful look. This is our leader, Senior Pei. Tong Yuling introduced. So you're that Chen Yu. Senior Pei actually knew Chen Yu. His expression suddenly became despondent as he sighed. I had a good brother in our sect who died in the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden. Chen Yu deeply sympathized. That battle had been too tragic. Under the Qi transformation realm, only Chen Yu and Duan Xiaolong had fought their way out. Senior Pei quickly collected his emotions and inspected the items left on the hook-nosed youth's body. His focus was on a booklet. On the booklet, some confidential information was vaguely recorded in a special writing style. I'll take the spoils of war. I'll leave this person's head to you too. Chen Yu smiled slightly. He handed the hook-nosed youth's Bone Devil token to Tong Yuling and Duan Xiaolong. The two declined slightly but accepted it in the end. Chen Yu had his reasons for doing so. After all, Senior Pei and the others were in charge of dealing with the lackeys of Bone Devil Palace. Their mission was more dangerous. They had more manpower. Within a reasonable range, they could take care of the Chen family. At this moment, whoosh, Fang Haofei floated over, carrying the raincoat man whose fate was unknown. Senior Pei? Junior brother Fang, why are you here? Fang Haofei and Senior Pei were actually familiar with each other. This made it even easier to talk to them. There's no other way. Fang Haofei curled his lips. It was originally a mission from the Yan family castle, but he's the leader. He's temporarily staying here for a few days. Leader? Senior Pei was shocked. Tong Yuling was also somewhat surprised. After all, Fang Haofei was considered a top figure among the inner sect disciples. He was just one step away from becoming a true disciple. This guy isn't dead. Fang Haofei kicked the raincoat man awake. The latter's face was pale, and the tendons in his hand had been snapped. I'll leave the interrogation to Senior Pei. Tong Yuling smiled. An hour later, Senior Pei walked out of a woodshed and murmured, according to the information in the booklet and this guy's instructions, a new stronghold has been set up near Xianxia City. Chen Yu and Fang Haofei were both shocked when they heard this. This was because Xianxia City was relatively close to the Yunhua School's main gate. The next day, Senior Pei and the others led the team, with Chen Yu and Fang Haofei providing support. They uprooted a Bone Devil Palace stronghold near Xianxia City. However, there were only a few small fries left in the stronghold. The strongest was only an early-stage organs refinement cultivator. According to the interrogation, the hook-nosed youth was the leader of this stronghold. After removing this tumor, Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This way, he would be much more at ease when he left Xianxia City. In addition, Senior Pei also found some information. Xianxia City's Wang family was in cahoots with Bone Devil Palace, even though they hadn't fully pledged their allegiance. This news, at such a sensitive time, was naturally a heavy blow to the Wang family. In the end, in a single night, Xianxia City's Wang family was removed from the secular world. The speed was so fast that even Xianxia City's Mu family and Chen family couldn't react. Chen Yu inhaled sharply when he heard the news. The three sects were already under great pressure from the confrontation with Bone Devil Palace. They were losing again and again and their morale was low. With this kind of grievance, they naturally showed no mercy to the traitors in the rear, after this battle. The families in the surrounding counties were in danger and didn't dare to negotiate with Bone Devil Palace lightly. The extermination of the Wang family was a good example. In this battle, Senior Pei, Tong Yuling, and the others naturally made contributions, especially in wiping out Bone Devil Palace's stronghold. Qin Yu and Fang Haofei also received contributions and were rewarded 5,000 and 3,000 contribution points respectively. In a manor on the outskirts of the city, Qin Yu, Fang Haofei, and Mu Xueqing were gathered together. Mu Xueqing had finished dealing with the family's affairs and was preparing to head to Yen Castle with Qin Yu the next day. Actually, the claws of Bone Devil Palace also hinted and threatened our Mu family. This time, I thank Brother Yu for coming back and helping us eradicate Bone Devil Palace's stronghold. Mu Xueqing hesitated slightly and expressed her gratitude to Qin Yu. So, Mu Xueqing fought to be the leader because she wanted to return to Xiangyang City and help the family deal with some related troubles. On the same day, a few guests came to Qin Yu's manor. City Lord Chu, please come in, the family lord, Qin Tianwei, and Chen's father and Chen's mom courteously received a fat middle-aged man. Chu Fengyun. Qin Yu had already recognized this old fox when he was still in the room. Qin Yu was naturally aware of Chu Fengyun's intentions. 2 days ago, Qin Yu had expressed his desire to resolve the marriage to the family. This must have alarmed Chu Fengyun as well. Greetings, Uncle Chu. Qin Yu walked out of the room. On the surface, he still had to maintain his etiquette. On the surface, this old fox could be considered his future father-in-law. This Chu's eyes were right. In just a few months, nephew Chen's life in the sect has been smooth sailing. You even have some fame in the Chu sect. Chu Fengyun sized up Qin Yu and couldn't help but sigh. His cultivation aptitude was mediocre, but he was rarely wrong in judging people. After annihilating the Flood Lake Triad, he could see that Qin Yu was not ordinary. If not for that, back then, he wouldn't have lowered his status and given his daughter Chu Wanyu to a disciple of a small family that couldn't even be considered a young master. Uncle Chu, you're too serious. This time, I came back to discuss the marriage. Qin Yu didn't waste words and went straight to the point. He was now a disciple of the sect and the disciple of an elder. Naturally, he didn't need to care too much about the rules of the secular world. Sigh. Chu Fengyun wasn't angry. He sighed. It's my daughter's luck that isn't good enough to match a talent like nephew Qin. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. He thought, it's your daughter who likes the sect master's son, Yi Yunfei. City Lord Chu. Since your daughter and Yi Yunfei are fated, why not let them be together? Why not marry the sect master's son, a direct disciple of the Shueiyue sect, to the Chu family? Qin Yu said in confusion. Why did they reject such a good son-in-law and chose Qin Yu, who was still an outer disciple at the time? Do you think I'm blind to not want a direct disciple son-in-law and want my daughter to marry an outer disciple? Chu Fengyun smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Qin Yu and the others were surprised. It seemed that there really was something hidden. First, Yi Yunfei's character. According to my investigation, he has played with many girls and abandoned them. Most of them are abandoned after he gets them. Chu Fengyun's face was full of worry. Character problem? Qin Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This was an excuse. A small sacrifice was nothing in a marriage between large families. Who cared about character? Of course, the second point is more important. According to my investigation and analysis, the Shueiyue sect had some heretical roots many years ago. If Wanyu's mystic sound enchantment physique is used as a cauldron, it can help Yi Yunfei break through the bottleneck of the energy transformation realm. After saying this, Chu Fengyun's face was full of bitterness and worry. Use as a cauldron? Qin Yu shuddered. This was the method of a heretical cultivator. At that time, Yi Yunfei might be able to transform into a dragon, but Chu Wanyu would definitely be destroyed and become a true cauldron waste. Qin Yu didn't doubt Chu Fengyun's words. Otherwise, the Chu family wouldn't be so stupid to give up a direct disciple son-in-law and force Qin Yu, who used to be an outer disciple. Qin Yu thought for a while and suddenly sneered. So, you had a good idea to marry your daughter to me in an attempt to avoid this risk. But did you know that an ordinary disciple would have died by Yi Yunfei's hands? The first time he met Yunfei, he would have killed Qinyu if there weren't a few people from the same sect. The second time, the meteoric iron gamble. Yunfei and his mother set up a trap to target the evil energy in Qinyu's body and tried to make Qinyu go berserk. An ordinary disciple would have died many times over. End of chapter 104. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.